Li Luo found himself transported to a bizarre world besieged by mysterious invasions. In this realm, every individual had the opportunity to awaken their own spirit weapon. However, to his astonishment, the weapon he awakened was nothing less than a fishing rod for lure fishing. Just as he exclaimed in disbelief, the system activated, bestowing upon him an extraordinary spirit weapon, an enchanted barret. Zhang Shuai, spirit weapon bronze pooper scooper. Li Jun, spirit weapon black iron chopping knife. Wang Ku, spirit weapon bronze iron rice bowl. Zhao Yang, spirit weapon awakening failure. In the awakening square of Magic City No. 3, with each announcement echoing, the crowd erupted in commotion, murmurs of disbelief filling the air. The individuals who had just awakened were cursing audibly. I was meditating on the golden cudgel, and you give me a pooper scooper? Damn it, it'll scoop your mother. I fervently wished for a Tang Dao, and it turned into a chopping knife. Damn, I envisioned the swallowing heaven demon jar, and you present me with a broken iron bowl? Ill curse you, immortal board. Tut tut, is it necessary to be so vulgar? Amidst the crowd, Li Luo listened to the bizarre spirit weapons, his mind still slightly dazed. No one knew that he was a traveler from another world. 3 years prior, he had been just an urban drudge on Earth. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from a recent heartbreak to inadvertently clicking on a game advertisement about Have You Transcended, and was inexplicably transported to this strange realm. The original soul he inhabited was an orphan who perished while heroically saving a damsel in distress, none other than the stunningly beautiful and talented schoolbelle, Xia Qingwei. To his surprise, Xia Qingwei began pursuing him as a result. However, in a dramatic turn of events, the transmigrated Li Luo, having become a Sigma male due to his heartbreak, utterly ignored her. His thoughts were solely focused on how to grow stronger, for he had come to realize a profound truth. Without strength, everything is but a fleeting illusion. This world was indeed peculiar. Spirit weapons, enchantments, and monsters constituted the very essence of existence. Several centuries ago, a mysterious fog enveloped the world, within which lurked creatures far larger than Hilsa primate, larger than a water buffalo, a giant rat the size of a car, and a demoness more enchanting than any woman truly absurd. Conventional firearms proved largely ineffective. Only cultivators possessing combat spirit weapons could inflict considerable damage upon them. For centuries, humanity suffered tremendous losses, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Fortunately, every individual in this world had the chance to awaken their own innate spirit weapon upon reaching the age of 18. Those who managed to awaken a top-tier combat spirit weapon could soar to great heights. If they also acquired a premium enchantment, congratulations awaited them in the forms of wealth, power, and beauty. Conversely, if one failed to awaken a spirit weapon or ended up with a subpar one, well, they could only brace for the inevitable trampling. Upon his arrival in this world, Li Luo had vowed to become a figure of immense respect and admiration. 3 years had passed, and he had only managed to hold on to that aspiration. But so what? He had been patiently awaiting a chance to soar, and that chance was today. Today, he would awaken his spirit weapon, and he was confident he could achieve great heights. Being well-versed in the tropes of adventure literature, he understood the art of transmigration. Turning the tide against adversity and flaunting his prowess were mere basic maneuvers. Single-handedly dominating the world was child's play. Suddenly, his close friend Zhou Pai patted him on the shoulder. "Bro, what quality spirit weapon do you wish to awaken?" "At least a mythical one," Li Luo replied without hesitation. In this world, spirit weapons were categorized by quality. Ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, purple gold, legend, epic, mythical, and super divine. "Are you joking, bro?" Zhou Pai exclaimed in disbelief. "Mythical is the very pinnacle of quality. Even daydreaming shouldn't be this extravagant." Li Luo merely smiled mysteriously, choosing not to respond. "You'll soon discover what true surprise means." What indeed constitutes surprise? At the podium, Principal Mage Ye was in a state of distress. He shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, each generation seems worse than the last. How can one not be troubled?" With such peculiar spirit weapons, even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. So far, only Zhao Chen's purple gold spirit weapon, the Fong Tianhua Jai's, worth noting. What other rubbish is this? He watched the students awakening one by one, his face growing more worried with each lackluster spirit weapon that emerged. Time passed slowly. Let's hope today doesn't yield any blunders. Li Luo felt a twinge of anxiety. That moment. He had waited 3 years, and now the answer was finally about to be revealed. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Throughout these 3 years, he had not been idle. He had achieved the top rank in academics, far ahead of his peers. Teachers and school authorities held high hopes for him, anticipating that he would awaken a spirit weapon of purple gold quality or above. Next, Class 1 of Senior Year 3, Li Luo. Upon hearing his name, Li Luo took a deep breath to steady his nerves and swiftly approached the awakening array. Simultaneously, he recalled the techniques for awakening a spirit weapon. Awakening a spirit weapon required focus. One must concentrate on a particular object, and the more intense the focus, the more likely one was to realize their desire. At this moment, class teacher Zhao Ling and his classmates regarded Li Luo with eager anticipation. He was their greatest hope. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Li Luo stood quietly in the awakening array, his eyes gently closed. He concentrated deeply on envisioning a formidable sniper rifle Barrett, while others meditated on cold weapons for a higher success rate. What was the point of that? If one was to play, they should aim high after all. Fortune favors the bold. Li Luo mused, my title as the king of snipers in CF isn't given lightly. If I can obtain the spirit weapon of sniper rifle, it'll soar right from the start. At this moment, the other students, seeing the top-ranked Li Luo stepping onto the stage to awaken, all craned their necks in anticipation. They speculated about what spirit weapon he would awaken. After all, being the top student, it would be unacceptable if he didn't awaken a combat spirit weapon of purple gold quality or above, right? Amidst the eager expectations of the crowd, the awakening teacher finally announced loudly, Li Luo, spirit weapon silver, lure, fishing rod. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd once more. Li Luo, the top student, awakened a fishing rod. Can he even participate in the college entrance examination a month from now? The exam requires level 30. How can a fishing rod defeat monsters? There's no way he can reach level 30 in just a month. Does that mean he's already disqualified before the examination even begins? Li Luo stood frozen, exclaiming inwardly, what the hell? No, am I, a traveler, not being given any face? Li Luo gazed in disbelief at the fishing rod suspended in the air, complete with a reel and line, cursing the heavens within. I envisioned a Barrett, and you present me with a fishing rod. Where's my knife? Damn it, do you dare to let me stab you in the kidneys? What followed was a cacophony of colorful expletives, even more vulgar than the previous group. After a long while, Li Luo returned to the crowd, his spirit weapon, fishing rod, now etched in his mind. He had no inclination to examine the fishing rod's details. Instead, he pondered a serious question. How would he survive in this world, where the weak were preyed upon and monsters roamed freely? Was he to fish every day? Bro, fishing is actually quite nice. Zhou Pai attempted to comfort him. Nice my foot, Li Luo replied, feeling agitated. The gap between this and his dreams could not be described as merely vast. It was an insurmountable chasm. As a traveler, he didn't aim to dominate the ages, but at the very least, he should have been able to reign over a territory, right? And yet this, just fishing alone for eternity? Ding! Enchantment system activation complete beginner's gift package. Spirit weapon super divine Barrett. Comes with enchantment, infinite bullets, lifespan plunder. The enchantment system store offers a variety of powerful enchantment scrolls. Lifespan can be traded for purchases. There's nothing that can't be resolved with a single shot. If there is, then it's 2 shots, 3 shots for shots. Dual spirit weapons? Li Luo was initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He immediately began to inspect the Barrett in his mind. Chapter 2. Unfamiliar with etiquette? Then I am somewhat skilled in combat. Artifact Spirit. Barrett, Li Luo exclusive. Quality, Super Divine. Enchantments. Infinite Bullets, Super Divine. Charged Magic Bullets, immensely powerful. Life Plunder, Super Divine. Killing monsters grants lifespan. Power, Indestructible. Increases with compatibility. Range, 100,000 meters. Increases with compatibility. Compatibility, LV1, 0.00. Remarks. Barrett enchanted, capable of erasing all limitless enchantments, recoil imperceptible, weight 10 kilograms, freely adjustable, infinite bullets, life plunder. Upon reviewing the information, Li Luo's mood instantly flipped, the corners of his mouth lifting higher than that of the Barrett itself. 30 seconds in the east, 30 seconds in the west. He never anticipated he would possess the Barrett with infinite bullets, adjustable weight, and no recoil sensation. It felt as though the world was bowing at his feet. TSK, Barrett enchanted, capable of erasing all. That moment, he was utterly oblivious to the sounds of the outside world. His excitement was closely tied to his past glorious achievements. As a seasoned sniper in CF, he mastered instant sniping, jump sniping, and flash sniping. He was once able to single-handedly take on the entire Hall of Fame team with his sniper rifle and emerged victorious. Now, the system had bestowed upon him the artifact Spirit Barrett. What a splendid turn of fate! Li Luo restrained his excitement. Recalling that there was also an enchantment system shop, he decided to take a look. Eternal Life, legendary enchantment, used for enchanting living beings. The enchanted will gain formidable self-healing abilities. Lifespan exchange, 50 years. Retreat of all things, legendary enchantment, used for artifact spirit enchantment. Attacking the target will forcibly repel them and inflict certain damage. Lifespan exchange, 50 years. Fire of causality, epic enchantment, used for artifact spirit enchantment. Attacking the target will ignite the fire of causality, severely wounding them. Lifespan exchange, 500 years. Beyond light years, mythical enchantment, used for long-range attacking artifact spirits. Attacks can reach light years away, wielding the power of light, and those struck will either die or be severely injured. Lifespan exchange, 5,000 years. Explosive art. Ha. The smile on Li Luo's face was impossible to conceal. Brother, don't scare me. Upon seeing Li Luo's bizarre grin, Zhou Pai swiftly slapped his shoulder, reminding him, is this brother going mad? Or has he lost his wits? But didn't he always say that his fate is determined by him and not by heaven? Could it be that he couldn't avoid a collapse in mentality? What do you want from me? Li Luo regained his senses. Brother, are you all right? Zhou Pai scrutinized Li Luo closely. Tisich, what could possibly be wrong with me? Actually, just now, the school beauty Xia Qingwei awakened a legendary artifact spirit. Moonlight Sword. Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly. Legendary. That's acceptable. Huh? Acceptable? Zhou Pai was taken aback. A legendary artifact spirit. And you say it's acceptable? Look at yourself. You're just a silver fishing rod. After analyzing Li Luo's mental state carefully, Zhou Pai concluded that his brother must be feeling sour about the grapes he couldn't reach. Indeed, that must be it. Zhou Pai comforted him understandingly. Brother, it's all right. Although, as per tradition, we need to venture into the bizarre secret realm outside the city for leveling up tomorrow. Rest assured, I will definitely take you along to slay monsters and won't abandon you. Li Luo was aware of the leveling up process. All students would begin forming teams to level up in the bizarre secret realm after awakening their artifact spirits, preparing for the college entrance examination a month later. They must reach level 30 to qualify for the exam. Actually, Li Luo hesitated, intending to confide in Zhou Pai, but upon seeing the disdainful and indifferent gazes of the surrounding classmates, he dismissed the thought. These people had previously been polite and greeted him with smiles, but now that he had awakened a trash artifact spirit, they didn't even pretend anymore that he suddenly wanted to seize this opportunity to see how many would reveal their ugly faces. Brother, actually what? Zhou Pai pressed for more. Actually, the fishing rod is quite good. It's nice to go out and cast a line occasionally, Li Luo said nonchalantly. Exactly, that's the right attitude. Zhou Pai clapped his hands. Li Luo curiously stared at Zhou Pai. Guapi, what artifact spirit did you awaken? He, a silver red tassel spear. Zhou Pai chuckled. Li Luo appeared slightly surprised. Quite impressive. To be fair, the lethality of the red tassel spear far surpasses that of his fishing rod. Without the system, he wouldn't even measure up to his little brother Zhou Pai. Thinking of the fishing rod, he finally felt inclined to check the specific information of the artifact spirit fishing rod. Artifact spirit, lure fishing rod, Li Luo exclusive. Quality, silver. Enchantments, none. Attributes, total length 1.68 meters. Water drop wheel, ml adjustment. Fishing weight, 1000 kg. Increases with compatibility. Compatibility, LV1, 0.00. Remarks, never tangles. Fish with peace of mind. TSK. Dual artifact spirits. Li Luo was somewhat astonished that he could actually possess two artifact spirits. Truly, he was deserving of his title as the Fated One. From what he understood, individuals with two artifact spirits were exceedingly rare in this world, and each of them was immensely powerful. When shall I go cast a line? Li Luo raised an eyebrow. With this fishing rod artifact spirit, with some effort, he might just become the king of fishermen, an indomitable legend. Slap. Zhou Pai once again patted Li Luo's shoulder. Brother, look at the stage. Your rival Wang Yi has awakened an artifact spirit, the purple gold great sword. What are you going to do? Li Luo scoffed. What rival? Nonsense that he knew precisely what Zhou Pai was referring to. 3 years ago, the former Li Luo had accidentally died while saving the school beauty Xia Qingwei, which led her to develop feelings for him. Meanwhile, Li Luo, having just gone through a breakup before his transmigration, was no longer willing to easily believe in love, thus ignoring Xia Qingwei. Coincidentally, Wang Yi was a fervent pursuer of Xia Qingwei. Therefore, in Zhou Pai's eyes, Wang Yi was Li Luo's rival, the type to brawl at the slightest provocation. Previously, because Li Luo ranked first in grades, Wang Yi had not dared to openly cause trouble for him. Li Luo had never taken this matter to heart. Brother, I bet, given that your artifact spirit is so lackluster, I believe Wang Yi will definitely seek trouble with you. Just empty talk, if he dares to come. I'll use him as bait for fishing. Li Luo smiled nonchalantly. I wonder if he can withstand a shot from Barrett. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The spirited Wang Yi suddenly stopped in front of Li Luo. Li Luo, I advise you to stay away from Xia Qingwei. You are not worthy of her now. Heed my warning. Wang Yi, arrogant and overbearing, glared provocatively. Although you were first in your grade before, I bet that a month from now, you won't even qualify to take the college entrance exam. Li Luo. Wang Yi, speak to me with some respect. Respect? Sorry, I'm unfamiliar with respect. If you have the guts, hit me. Wang Yi's face was plastered with a look of provocation. He was certain that Li Luo would not dare to lay a hand on him now, especially since he had just awakened the purple gold great sword, destined to be the pride of Magic City No. 3, with a promising future. Slap. Li Luo swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Wang Yi's face. Since you are unfamiliar with respect, I am somewhat skilled in combat. The loud slapping sound immediately drew the attention of the homeroom teacher. Zhao Ling. Wang Yi, seething with anger, exclaimed, Li Luo, do you dare to hit me? If you have the guts, hit me again. Slap. Li Luo retaliated with another resounding slap. It's the first time in my life I've encountered someone who makes such an unreasonable request. Wang Yi, enraged, shouted, You bastard. Zhao Ling quickly reacted, calling out to stop the commotion. What are you two doing? Wang Yi, get back to your class this instant. Li Luo, why did you hit him? Li Luo shrugged, raising his hands as if to say, What can I do if he insists I hit him? Chapter 3. Please call it. Barrett the Destroyer. Zhao Ling scanned the room. Is that so? Did Wang Yi ask Li Luo to hit him? Of course. Li Luo confidently nodded, slowly surveying the surroundings. So many classmates had witnessed Wang Yi's actions, undeniable evidence. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. He had anticipated many classmates would nod in agreement, but they all exhibited unusual behavior. Their gazes flickering. I didn't notice. I didn't see anything. I'm not aware of the situation. At that moment, Li Luo profoundly realized how swiftly the fickle classmates changed their faces after Wang Yi awakened the purple gold greatsword. His eyes subtly moved. Very well. Today, you disregard me. Tomorrow, you shall find it hard to reach me. Yes, Wang Yi did ask Li Luo to hit him. I can testify, Zhou Pai asserted firmly. Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt a warmth in his heart. With Zhou Pai's words, he must soar. What is your name? Wang Yi, covering his face, squinted his eyes, glaring at Zhou Pai with a piercing gaze like a knife. My name is Zhou Pai. What is the matter? Zhou Pai replied. Zhou Pai, Li Luo, you two better be prepared. Wang Yi sneered ominously, dripping with threat. Zhao Ling immediately warned. Wang Yi, since you sought trouble yourself, don't blame others. Hurry back to your class. Wang Yi, disgruntled, retorted sarcastically. Teacher Zhao, your class is lacking as well, not even having a purple gold artifact spirit. Haha. Zhao Ling was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face, after a brief silence. She chided Wang Yi. What does it have to do with you? Wang Yi, hurry back to your class. Under the watchful gaze of Zhao Ling, Wang Yi reluctantly departed, his face etched with displeasure. Before his exit, he muttered softly, Li Luo, Zhou Pai, I can assure you that tomorrow in the mysterious realm, No one will dare to team up with you 2.in this month. You will certainly fail to reach level 30. Should I encounter you in that realm, beware. Humph. Observing Wang Ye's arrogant demeanor, Li Luo cast a glance at his own palm, as if reflecting on the inadequacy of his previous efforts. Had he known, he would have exerted all his strength to teach him a harsh lesson, one so severe that even his mother would fail to recognize him. Brother, what should we do? Zhou Pai inquired anxiously. What if no one really teams up with us tomorrow? I've heard that it's best to have 5 or more in a team for a higher survival rate. Li Luo, exhibiting a calm demeanor, reassured him. Why fret? With me around, there is nothing to fear. Is that so? Zhou Pai felt a profound uncertainty. The source of Li Luo's confidence eluded him. It was as if his awakened spirit was of legendary caliber. If memory served correctly, this phenomenon could be termed mysterious confidence. At this moment, Li Luo was perusing his information panel. Name: Li Luo. Level: 1. Experience: 0.00. Mentality: 98. Strength: 100. Stamina: 99. Agility: 97. Enchantments: none. Lifespan: 99 years. Remaining: 81 years. Spirit: Barret, legendary. Luya fishing rod silver. Upon awakening their spirits, every individual receives such an information panel, allowing them to view their spirit's details. There are 3 primary means of gaining strength. First, enchantments, which include human or spirit enchantments, though enchantment scrolls are exceedingly rare. Second, leveling up, which primarily pertains to character level increases. Every 3 levels, attributes multiply by 3, and at level 10, they multiply by 10. Third, the affinity with one's spirit. A higher affinity results in greater spirit power. There exists a legendary method to enhance the quality of one's spirit, but specifics regarding this approach remain largely unknown. With 81 years of life remaining, Li Luo suddenly recalled the enchantment shop he had just visited, where 2 suitable enchantments caught his eye: Endless Life and All Things Repelled. Both required 50 years of lifespan for redemption, allowing him to exchange for only 1. From a survival standpoint, Endless Life evidently offered a higher margin for error, granting him formidable self-healing capabilities. It shall be you. Li Luo decisively exchanged for the Endless Life enchantment scroll that he planned to redeem, All Things Repelled, after defeating the bizarre monsters and acquiring sufficient lifespan. After all, repelling enemies was also an excellent enchantment. As for the more powerful enchantment scrolls, he would wait until he possessed ample lifespan before redeeming them. With everything in place, he could hardly contain his eagerness to hunt the bizarre monsters and seize their lifespans. He recognized that legendary enchantments were quite rare. Most scrolls available in the market were of golden quality or lower, and they came with exorbitant prices. However, his enchantment shop commenced with legendary-grade scrolls, albeit at a steep cost. His lifespan. Li Luo rubbed his hands together, wondering when the awakening ceremony would conclude. He yearned to unleash a few shots. After a considerable wait, the ceremony at Magic City No. 3 finally drew to a close. Principal Mei Jieqiao, holding a microphone, looked troubled as he addressed the students. This year, our Academy's spirit awakenings have been less than ideal. We have only 1 legendary, 2 purple gold, and 7 golden spirits. The rest are rather ordinary. Tomorrow, those who have awakened their spirits should form teams and head to the Eastern City Gate to train in the mysterious realm for a month. I hope you all reach level 30 within this month, so you may partake in the college entrance examination and gain admission to prestigious universities, which offer top-tier combat techniques, advanced enchantment scrolls, and information on formidable bizarre monsters. Remember to report your level status to your homeroom teacher daily. All dismissed. With that, the throng of students dispersed, eager to prepare for the impending battle. Li Luo was no exception. He rushed to the restroom, retrieved the Endless Life scroll from his system space, and promptly activated it to test the effects of Endless Life. He intentionally inflicted a wound on his hand, only to marvel as it began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. A green light surging through his body. In less than 10 seconds, the wound was completely healed. Splendid. Li Luo, brimming with exuberance, reveled in the prospect of the training ground. Was it not akin to having the upper hand? A glance around revealed Zhou Pai was nowhere to be found. Upon inquiry, he learned that Zhou Pai was frantically seeking teammates. Soon enough, Zhou Pai returned, dejected and anxious. Brother, it's hopeless. No one is willing to team up with us. They all said they were warned by Wang Yi. Li Luo remained unfazed. No matter. Those fair-weather friends have no future. Don't seek out others. Let it be just the two of us tomorrow. I promise to give you a tremendous surprise. Is that true? Do you have a backup plan? Zhou Pai's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course. That's a relief. Zhou Pai sighed in relief. Let us gather supplies then. The next morning, Li Luo and Zhou Pai arrived punctually at the eastern city gate of Magic City, where the portal to the mysterious realm awaited them. This was a public realm, the training ground for all awakened spirits among the senior students of Magic City. Consequently, the area was teeming with people today. In addition to students from Magic City number 3, individuals from Magic City number 1, number 2, number 4, number 5 up to number 10 were present, each school boasting nearly 300 participants, totaling around 3,000 individuals. Nearly half of the ordinary people without awakened spirits had completely diverged from their paths, destined to live mundane lives after graduation. The portal to the mysterious realm, Li Luo queried Zhou Pai. Guapi, are you ready? Brother, I'm all set. Let us enter the realm. But brother, what exactly is your backup plan? Li Luo smiled mysteriously and, with a thought, summoned a striking black and red beret into his hands. Its brilliance captivating. It exuded a low-key yet commanding aura, accompanied by an unsettlingly terrifying presence. Zhou Pai stared in shock. What the a beret? No, please refer to it as Beret Destruction. Chapter 4. Goldenstone Golem. Brother, run. Brother, is this your backup plan? Zhou Pai blinked in confusion. Li Luo nodded affirmatively. Zhou Pai's spirits plummeted. Oh no, this is disastrous. Years ago, conventional weapons became ineffective against bizarre monsters. Your beret may look impressive, but what good is that? With a swift motion, Li Luo smacked Zhou Pai on the head, brandishing the beret. Guapi, do you not recognize the value of my spirit? What? A spirit? A beret spirit. Zhou Pai's interest was piqued. What quality is it? You'll find out when we face the monsters. Li Luo had no intention of keeping him in suspense. He understood that revealing its legendary status might lead to lengthy explanations that Zhou Pai would likely dismiss as unbelievable. Wow, I've never seen a spirit take the form of a firearm before. Everyone else's cold weapons. Zhou Pai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let us hurry into the realm and see what this power is like. At that moment, laughter erupted from a short distance away. Hey, isn't that our top student, Li Luo? Where's your fishing rod spirit? Why are you lugging around a beret to hunt monsters? Li Luo turned to see the very Wang Yi who had been so arrogant the day before. Flanked by 4 or 5 followers, their expressions delightfully amused, Wang Yi approached with a swagger, scrutinizing the beret in Li Luo's grasp. Puffed. Li Luo, looks like you're truly desperate. A beret is one thing. But adding some visual effects? Why not carry a mortar? That might be even more effective, huh? The laughter echoed, underscored by the presence of his purple gold sword, a blatant show of superiority. Wang Yi, we're all alumni. Why mock Li Luo? A deep male voice resounded from nearby. Wang Yi, does awakening a purple gold spirit give you the right to ridicule others? Such behavior is rather lowly. The group turned to see Zhao Chun. What? Are you going to speak up for Li Luo? Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised. If Zhao Chun supported Li Luo, Wang Yi knew he would have to reconsider his plans for humiliation. Zhao Chun's awakened spirit was a purple gold halberd, equal in combat prowess to Wang Yi's, and he was a promising talent. There was no need to sour their relationship. Zhao Chun calmly replied, I'm not here to speak on his behalf. But there are students from other schools present. Don't you think your actions are embarrassing for our school? Wang Yi paused, realizing the truth in Zhao Chun's words. He glanced around and noticed several students from other schools beginning to take notice of their exchange. With a dismissive wave of his sword, he retorted, Humph, Li Luo, we shall meet in the realm. With that, he led his entourage into the mysterious realm, vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Zhao Chun approached Li Luo, speaking evenly. Brother, firearms aren't particularly useful if you two struggle to find a team. I, Zhao Chun, can accompany you for a while. After all, we're all alumni, and I'm not afraid of Wang Yi. Li Luo chuckled lightly. Are you not afraid that we might hinder you? Zhao Chun's lips curled slightly. Hinder? My thighs are quite robust. It would take more than an ordinary person to drag me down. I will give you 10 seconds to ponder. Li Luo, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, I am intrigued as to why you are willing to accompany us. Zhao Chun replied with a gentle laugh. I am neither a great hero nor particularly noble. It is simply that this world is in tatters, and someone must undertake the task of mending it. There is a certain clarity in his expression as he continued. Coincidentally, I, Zhao Chun, cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. I cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in my eye, and thus, I am willing to act as a tailor. He casually turned his head. So, do you wish to form a team or not? I am merely eager to assist, not pleading for your companionship, no need. Li Luo waved his hand. But I truly appreciate your goodwill. Individuals like you are a rarity in this world. Upon hearing Li Luo's refusal, Zhao Chun was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. A refusal? How could he turn down such an opportunity that others would covet? After all, had they not just been tormented by Wang Yu? Zhao Chun couldn't help but reconfirm. Are you truly certain you don't need assistance? Absolutely not. Li Luo nodded. Moreover, Zhao Chun, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Although I admire your demeanor, good-hearted individuals seldom enjoy long lives. Zhao Chun pondered this statement for a moment before turning to leave. I understand, but I suggest you worry more about yourselves. As Zhao Chun departed with his companions, Li Luo gestured to Zhou Pai. Come, let us venture into the secret realm and prepare for a grand hunt. After a whirlwind of motion, Li Luo and Zhou Pai found themselves in a peculiar secret realm, replete with unpleasant odors, beneath a sky that appeared to have wept. They were transported to a random location within this realm, surrounded by a few scattered trees and sparse bushes, with the occasional bird in sight. Only the two of them remained in the vicinity. Li Luo caressed the Barrett in his hands and murmured softly, had it not been for Zhao Chun's unexpected intervention, Wang Yu would likely be lying on the ground by now. Are you serious, big brother? Zhou Pai could hardly believe that Li Luo's Barrett could effortlessly take down someone possessing a purple gold spirit. When a cultivator touches a spirit, their body receives a significant enhancement, the degree of which depends on the compatibility with the spirit and the quality of the spirit itself. Thus, cultivators usually keep their spirits close at hand. Give it a shot. Boom. Li Luo stood still, aiming carelessly at a colossal tree several dozen meters away, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The deep, imposing sound of the gun brought him a sense of reassurance. That was the feeling. In an instant, the tree was struck by the bullet, splitting in two and toppling over. Big brother, don't waste bullets so recklessly. Zhou Pai immediately cautioned. Waste bullets? Huh. Li Luo chuckled. Boom. 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 He continued to unleash a barrage upon the few trees around him. Bullets flowing endlessly. Crash. Boom. Trees crashed to the ground, creating a thunderous noise and sending clouds of dust swirling. Wow. Zhou Pai was utterly astonished by the spectacle. Big brother, don't you need to change the magazine? Unlimited bullets, why change magazines? Li Luo replied with a smile. Huh. Unlimited bullets. Zhou Pai was taken aback, stunned by the revelation. This Barrett is enchanted. It has infinite bullets. Zhou Pai swallowed hard. Impressive. But big brother, I noticed you fire without even aiming. Are you using a machine gun or a sniper? Instant sniper. No need to aim. Instant sniper? Zhou Pai was perplexed, his eyes filled with confusion. Isn't it heavy? It feels like you're holding nothing at all. Not heavy, merely 0.1 kg. Li Luo intentionally set the weight to 0.1 kg, retaining just enough heft to feel it in his hands. What? Zhou Pai was left speechless. Li Luo's remarkable feats had left him utterly astonished. Unable to articulate a word, he was now certain that this Barrett was extraordinary. At this moment, a singular question lingered in his mind. Would this weapon possess similar potency against the bizarre creatures lurking here? Roar. Just then, a tremendous sound erupted from behind a hill, resembling the roar of some monstrous entity. Moments later, a stone giant, larger than an elephant, charged forth from behind the hill, claws bared, and aimed directly at Li Luo and Zhou Pai. Holy cow, a level 3 golden stone giant. Big brother, run. Zhou Pai's expression changed drastically. This creature's body was exceedingly tough, likely the hardest monster of its level. Let us seek out a level 1 beast instead. However, Li Luo was not alarmed. Rather, he was invigorated and eager for the challenge. Run? Not a chance. It must die today. Chapter 5. An unintentional encounter. A heart unknowingly swayed a mere stone giant. Prepare to meet your demise. He observed the giant's approach. Positioning the Barrett to take aim. It was a fortuitous moment. This stone giant was perfectly suited to test the true power of his enchanted Barrett. The earlier assault on the trees could not accurately gauge the weapon's effectiveness against monsters. Only by attacking a creature could he unveil its true might. But big brother, my red Yao spear is unlikely to breach its defenses. Zhou Pai exclaimed nervously. gripping his spear tightly. Then watch my performance. Without hesitation, Li Luo aimed for the giant's massive head and decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! The thunderous shot rang out, echoing like a clap of thunder. In an instant, the charged magical bullet struck the giant's enormous head, producing a deafening explosion. 1/3 of the giant's head was instantly obliterated, debris scattering through the air, while a dark liquid, reminiscent of blood, oozed from the wound. Li Luo's spirits lifted as he exclaimed, "Remarkable! This Barret is indeed indomitable." Yet, astonishingly, the stone giant, despite losing 1/3 of its head, continued to charge at him, seemingly enraged and roaring in pain. Boom, boom. Li Luo fired 2 more shots, continuing to bombard the giant's head. As expected, the giant's head was completely blown apart, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The impact of the giant's body created a massive crater, accompanied by a resounding crash and a flurry of dust. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 0.3 years of lifespan. Upon hearing this notification, Li Luo beamed with satisfaction. He had finally made a successful kill. Moreover, it was fortunate that the lifespan was measured in years rather than days. This meant that the time until he could exchange for the next enchantment scroll would not be excessively long. Wow, big brother, your Barret is incredible, Zhou Pai exclaimed, thrilled to see the formidable stone giant fell before it could even approach. He understood the significance of this event. Typically, a level 3 golden stone giant would require 3 level 3 spirit cultivators to have a chance of victory. Yet here was Li Luo, single-handedly vanquishing it. This indicated that although they were just 2 in number, as long as they avoided top-tier monsters, they could traverse this realm with ease. Indeed, experience points have increased by 10, Li Luo noted, realizing that his experience points had risen from 0 to 10. With the elimination of 10 monsters, he could level up by 2 tiers. Furthermore, he discovered that using the Barret had improved its compatibility to LV1, 0.3. It appeared that practice would enhance his proficiency with the weapon. Should we continue searching for monsters, big brother? Zhou Pai inquired, his enthusiasm palpable. Of course, why hesitate? The duo pressed onward in search of more creatures within the secret realm. Along the way, Zhou Pai asked, "Big brother, with this kind of power, which university do you plan to apply to for the college entrance examination?" College entrance examination? Li Luo pondered as he walked. He suddenly recalled Principal Mei Jiachao's words regarding the top-tier combat techniques, advanced enchantments, and comprehensive monster information catalogs available at universities. For him, while combat techniques might hold some usefulness, they were not of paramount importance. Given his preference for sniping, advanced enchantments were even less significant, as he held little faith that those offered at university would surpass those available in his system mall. The only aspect he found genuinely valuable was the information on monsters. The distribution data of those powerful and bizarre creatures had always been under the purview of the Great Siam military and esteemed academies, inaccessible to ordinary individuals, as such intelligence was often paid for in the lives of countless spirit cultivators. Additionally, as an orphan who had relied on government subsidies for 3 years, and with Great Xia teetering on the brink of peril, he did not wish to remain a mere bystander. After all, should Great Xia fall to monster invasions, Li Luo would find himself without a place to call home. Thus, he resolved to contribute to the safety of Great Xia. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "Any prestigious university will suffice. I am not picky. Big brother, I saw news last night about several skilled individuals emerging from other schools. The entrance examination for elite universities might be quite challenging." Zhou Pai cautioned. Li Luo chuckled. "If it's challenging for them, that is their concern, not mine." "That is true. Big brother, I suspect your spirit might be of legendary grade." Li Luo smiled nonchalantly. "Be bold and make another guess." "Epic? Try again." "Huh? Mythical?" Zhou Pai was astonished. "Keep guessing." Zhou Pai's pupils widened in shock. "Holy cow. Could it be super divine?" "Guess again." Zhou Pai was left utterly bewildered. "Big brother, are you pulling my leg?" Li Luo wore an enigmatic smile, suggesting an epic tale. He had pondered this matter and decided to publicly declare that Barret was an epic spirit, for who would reveal their hand in a game, boasting of a pair of kings and 4 twos? As for the truth, that would come later, when he was sufficiently powerful that in a certain part of the secret realm, Zhao Chun, accompanied by 4 companions, was on the hunt for monsters when he paused, contemplating a question posed to him. "I don't know." He mused. "I suspect it may be due to Li Luo's long-standing position as the top student. which has fostered a sense of superiority that prevents him from accepting help from others. He continued, however, with just the two of them in this realm, they may struggle even against a level 1 common monster. Zhao Chen remained non-committal. I'm not sure. I recall that Zhou Pai wields a red-tasseled spear, which possesses considerable combat prowess, so perhaps they could put up a fight. Haha, a fight, perhaps, but it would likely be a grueling one. Zhao Chen shook his head. Let us not dwell on that we should focus on defeating monsters to level up. I've heard that other schools have awakened numerous purple gold, legendary spirits this year. To gain admission to a good university, we must overcome them. Zhao Chun, I believe you can certainly break into the top 10. Zhao Chun lightly brandished his Feng Tianhua halberd. It's premature to discuss such matters. Let us concentrate on honing our combat skills. All right. In another part of the secret realm, a tall girl named Xia Qingwei, wielding a blue longsword, wore a somewhat sullen expression. She was the belle of Magic Capital No. 3 High School and the object of Wang Ye's fervent admiration. At this moment, several girls accompanied her. Cautiously surveying their surroundings, Xia Qingwei muttered, "It's so annoying. Li Luo hasn't replied to my WeChat since yesterday." The other girls immediately chimed in. "Qingwei, if you ask me, you should give up on Li Luo. What is so special about him?" "Exactly, Qingwei. Your spirit is a legendary Mingwei sword, while Li Luo's spirit is merely a silver fishing rod. The disparity between you two is vast. Indeed, after the college entrance examination, your lives will diverge greatly. There are so many exceptional individuals in university. Wouldn't they be better than Li Luo? Yes, Qingwei, you are the school beauty, possessing both beauty and figure. Li Luo no longer measures up." Xia Qingyue's expression turned contemplative, her gaze conflicted. She thought, "But you don't know. 3 years ago, he saved my life. The key point is, he accidentally saw my..." Chapter 6. Wang Yi, the one who shot while. The mere thought of it made Xia Qingyue's face flush. For 3 years, she had pursued Li Luo, unaware that he was entirely indifferent, embodying the traits of a Sigma male. She had intended to reach out to him yesterday, hoping to invite him to level up together. Yet, he had left her on red. It wouldn't be accurate to say she was madly in love with Li Luo, but the debt of gratitude combined with youthful naivety had led her to harbor a slight infatuation. As for the other enthusiastic suitors, she dismissed them entirely, perhaps validating the old adage that what one cannot obtain always stirs restlessness. Humph, arrogant fellow, you're in a slump, yet still so aloof. The more you reject me, the more I am drawn to you. I refuse to believe I cannot have you. Xia Qingyue shook her head lightly. Let us not talk about this anymore. Let us search for monsters within the secret realm. Li Luo and Zhou Pai scoured the area for monsters, engaging in both search and hunt. "Brother, there's a level 1 armored bear over there." Bang, one shot, and it was down. "Brother, there's a level 1 darkened flathead over there." Bang, one shot, and it was dispatched. "Brother, it seems there's a monster lurking nearby." Bang, a shot that did not achieve a kill, but instead unleashed a blood-curdling scream. Who the hell hit me? A furious voice echoed across the wilderness, followed by a flurry of inquiries. "Wang Yi, what happened? Weren't you? Wang Yi, are you all right? Is it serious?" Wang Yi, filled with anguish, cried out, "Hurry, I'm dying. There's definitely a powerful, uncanny monster here. Get me out of this realm and to a hospital." All right, we'll carry you out." Upon hearing the panicked cries, Li Luo's eyes brightened. "What a coincidence. Did I just shoot Wang Yi while he was..." Ha ha ha. Li Luo and his companions gathered some random grass to clean up Wang Yi's unfortunate predicament before hastily carrying him away. Their movements were frantic and disordered. They reasoned that since Wang Yi had just expressed concern about a formidable monster, they needed to retreat immediately. If even Wang Yi was in peril, they surely stood no chance. Moreover, it appeared Wang Yi was gravely injured, his complexion turning ashen as blood drained from his face. They had not connected the dots that it was Barrett's voice they had heard. They were convinced it was the attack of a strange monster. After all, a regular Barrett could not possibly injure someone with a purple gold spirit, which significantly enhanced the body of the cultivator. Furthermore, as the bond with the spirit deepened, this enhancement would only grow. As they fled, Wang Yi grimaced. "What the hell did you wipe my behind with? It stings like fire. It hurts." The others looked utterly bewildered. "We don't know. It was just some random grass. Could it be that it was nettle?" "Wang Yi, are you sure the pain isn't coming from your waist injury?" Wang Yi's forehead twitched. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I can't tell the difference between waist pain and butt pain?" I know you're anxious, but please try to remain calm, Wang Yi retorted angrily. Calm? I'm in excruciating pain. Get me to a hospital. I feel like I'm dying. All right, we're searching for the teleportation portal to get out. Li Luo and Zhou Pai stood behind a nearby tree. Watching as Wang Yi and his group moved away, bursting into laughter. Zhou Pai, your eyesight is lacking. Mistaking a person for a monster. Li Luo chuckled at their misfortune. Zhou Pai grinned sheepishly. Brother, let us be reasonable. It is indeed difficult to associate a sudden appearance of a backside in the grass with a human. Besides, the monsters in this secret realm are quite varied. Who could tell if that was a monster or a person's behind? Li Luo smiled knowingly and said, next time, I'll need to be more vigilant to avoid mistakenly injuring our fellow cultivators. I say. Well done, Zhou Pai exclaimed animatedly. Wang Yi, at this rate, 1T recover for at least 10 days. By then, his level gap will widen substantially. Li Luo habitually blew the smoke from Barrett's muzzle. I recall Wang Yi boasting yesterday that if he didn't reach level 30 within a month, he wouldn't be able to participate in the college entrance examination. A glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. From the looks of it now, he was essentially speaking about himself. Ha! Brother, let us not bother with that loser Wang Yi. Let us continue our hunt for monsters. Zhou Pai was filled with enthusiasm. Let us go. The two immediately set off once more, resuming their search for monsters. With Barrett enchanted in his grasp, Li Luo felt as if he were a divine being descended from the heavens. 1 shot for level 1 monsters, 2 shots for level 2, and 3 shots for level 3. Not a single creature could come close to him. In contrast, other students entering the secret realm to level up, even in teams of 5, took several minutes to defeat a level 1 monster. When faced with level 2 monsters, they needed at least half an hour, and level 3 monsters, it was better to flee. Time passed slowly. Unbeknownst to them, 10 hours had elapsed. By now, it was around 6:30 p.m., and Li Luo and Zhou Pai had been relentlessly hunting monsters within the secret realm. While there were many monsters in the secret realm, the vast area made them seem sparse, necessitating a search. Brother, I'm already level 6, and you? Zhou Pai inquired. I'm also level 6. Of course, Li Luo's gaze wandered eagerly, still desiring to hunt more monsters. In fact, he sought to slay more to gain longevity. After over 8 hours, he had reached level 6:36, and the bond with his spirit, Barrett, had also reached LV1, 9.8. His lifespan had successfully increased by 8 years. He could feel Barrett's power continuing to rise. When he held Barrett, he asked Zhou Pai to attack him with the red-tasseled spear to test his physical resilience. Zhou Pai's strikes only left shallow scratches on him, which healed within seconds, prompting Zhou Pai to exclaim in astonishment, "You truly are a monster." Zhou Pai's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Li Luo. At this rate, brother, I estimate that within 10 days, we could reach level 30. Li Luo nodded in agreement. Level 30 should be a piece of cake. Although it seems we've gained 6 levels in less than a day, the experience required for advancement increases as one progresses, meaning that the pace will slow down. However, for me, that's not a concern. I'm only focused on one question. Where have all the monsters gone? Brother, shall we take a break? Zhou Pai tentatively suggested. All right. It's quite evident that monsters are becoming harder to find. Li Luo settled onto a stone beneath a large tree, expressing his dissatisfaction. They had barely rested for 5 minutes. Li Luo suddenly heard terrified voices emanating from a nearby thicket, urging, "Run, run. The level 10 golden 3-headed serpent is about to catch up." The urgency in their tone was palpable, as they warned, "Hurry, or you may lose your life. That monstrous serpent is utterly terrifying, with 3 heads." Upon hearing this, Li Luo's mind began to race. Run? Doesn't the saying go that the greater the storm, the pricier the fish? Chapter 7. Does a mere grain of rice dare to shine? Muttering to himself, he immediately gestured for Zhou Pai, exclaiming, "Gua Pai, let us go. It appears there's a level 10 golden 3-headed serpent over there. Hunting time has arrived." With excitement, he brandished his Barrett and dashed towards the source of the commotion. While others were filled with dread, he was driven by greed. Where others were covetous, he was even more so. Armed with the superlative Barrett, augmented by the enchantment of endless vitality and his seasoned sniper instincts, he was confident he could take down a level 10 golden 3-headed serpent. All right, big brother. Zhou Pai promptly followed suit, bubbling with enthusiasm. Typically, as a level 6 silver weapon spirit cultivator, he would have fled at the sight of a level 10 golden monster. However, this time was evidently different. He was clinging to a massive thigh, an extraordinarily thick thigh. Soon, Li Luo and Zhou Pai encountered a group of 7 or 8 panicked students, clad in attire that suggested they hailed from other schools. Noticing Li Luo and Zhou Pai, one of them kindly warned, "Hey, you two should escape quickly. A level 10 golden 3-headed serpent is pursuing us. If you don't run, you might lose your life." "Hey, why are there only 2 of you? Where are your other teammates? And why are you carrying a sniper rifle?" "Never mind that. Just run. Life is paramount." Seeing them hastily flee, Li Luo exchanged a knowing smile with Zhou Pai. It was evident these individuals were genuinely terrified. "Hua Pai, stay at a distance." Li Luo cautioned Zhou Pai. "Serpents typically possess venom. Keep your distance to avoid being poisoned." "Big brother, I'm already far away." Zhou Pai's voice echoed from behind a tree several dozen meters away. Li Luo was taken aback and turned to look. Goodness, truly a wise man knows when to retreat. One moment, he was right beside him, and the next he was hiding several dozen meters away. He burrowing underground. "Rest assured, big brother, I promise not to be a burden," Zhou Pai declared earnestly, raising his hand in assurance. Li Luo shrugged. Not particularly concerned, as he hadn't expected Zhou Pai to contribute much anyway. That he swiftly climbed atop a boulder about 2 to 3 meters high to observe the movements of the golden 3-headed serpent. Indeed, he spotted, several hundred meters away, a robust golden giant serpent resembling a mountain peak, its 3 massive heads raised high, flicking their tongues in agitation as they swiftly approached. Though it lacked legs, its speed was astonishing. Appearing utterly bizarre, he was certain that an ordinary person would not be able to outrun it. Li Luo's gaze brightened. He immediately steadied the barret in his hands, aiming at the golden giant serpent. Despite his confidence in his quick-draw sniper skills, he knew he needed to aim carefully at a target hundreds of meters away, especially since this level 10 golden 3-headed serpent was no ordinary creature and should not be underestimated. "Let us see how many shots you can endure," he muttered before decisively pulling the trigger. Boom! A deep and commanding thunder reverberated, instantly echoing through the surroundings. In that moment, one of the heads of the rapidly charging level 10 golden 3-headed serpent was struck by the Barrett bullet, exploding into a mass of flesh that splattered everywhere. Simultaneously, the serpent's speed was immediately affected. Its body halted, and the other 2 heads let out furious, anguished cries. Hiss! Ah! Though he could not understand their words, Li Luo could sense the fury emanating from their cries. He could only utter one word. Deserved. The thunderous gunfire, paired with the serpent's wails, caused the fleeing individuals to pause, exchanging bewildered glances. Their eyes revealed confusion. Was that the sound of the sniper rifle and the cry of the golden 3-headed serpent? It seems so, but aren't firearms ineffective against monsters? How peculiar. Should we go back to investigate? No, absolutely not. Curiosity killed the cat. Right, who knows if that person was just bluffing and fired in panic before meeting his end. If there's a small hill nearby, let us climb up to take a look? That seems reasonable. The group promptly ascended the small hill, gazing towards the location from whence the gunfire had erupted. They soon stood frozen in place, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Some even began recording videos on their phones. At that moment, Li Luo remained composed, taking aim with the Barrett for a second shot at the golden 3-headed serpent, targeting the severed head from earlier. Boom! After the thunderous sound resonated, one of the serpent's heads was utterly obliterated. This drove the golden 3-headed serpent into a frenzy, charging towards Li Luo with wild abandon, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Consequently, its speed surged dramatically. Li Luo smirked. Does a mere grain of rice dare to shine? You have chosen your path to demise. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive shots rang out as the golden 3-headed serpent reached Li Luo. All 3 of its heads were reduced to a pulpy mess, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, as if it had come merely to meet its end. How foul! Li Luo grimaced at the stench emanating from the golden 3-headed serpent's corpse. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained 1.2 years of lifespan. Upon hearing the notification, Li Luo's face lit up with a smile. That meant he had earned 10 years of life. Nice. At that moment, Zhou Pai also emerged from behind the tree, exclaiming, "Big brother, did you take it down?" "Of course, I had the upper hand," Li Luo replied with pride. "Big brother, You truly are something, Zhou Pai exclaimed, immediately giving him a thumbs up. Not far away, the group of students who had fled stared wide-eyed, their hearts in turmoil. What the heck? Did his Barrett take down a level 10 golden three-headed serpent? Just 6 shots, all on target. Wow, this has completely shattered my worldview. Wasn't it said that firearms have limited efficacy against monsters? How could his Barrett possess such power? I recorded the last 5 shots. This could make headline news. Though the distance makes the footage a bit blurred, I wonder who this sharpshooter is. Meanwhile, Li Luo circled the gigantic corpse of the golden three-headed serpent. Marveling, what a peculiar creature. I wonder where these monsters come from. It's truly strange, Zhou Pai chuckled. I don't know, but I do know I just leveled up and have reached level 7. Oh, upon hearing this, Li Luo immediately checked his own level, discovering he too had leveled up to 7. With an increase in attributes and weapon spirit compatibility, the experience from this level 10 golden three-headed serpent had granted a substantial boost. Approximately 70 of the required experience, which pleasantly surprised Li Luo. The future seemed promising. Li Luo mused. It's already past 6 in the evening. Let us exit the secret realm for now and return early tomorrow to continue hunting monsters. Zhou Pai nodded eagerly. All right, big brother, I'll follow your lead. Having made up their minds, they promptly sought the teleportation portal to exit the secret realm. This was a public secret realm. Entry and exit were unrestricted. Teleporting in was random, and finding the exit portal was also a matter of chance. In contrast, special secret realms had limitations on the number of participants and requirements to exit, necessitating the completion of tasks. After around 20 minutes, Li Luo and Zhou Pai found a teleportation portal leading out of the secret realm. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a bustling crowd, as students from 10 different schools typically chose to exit the secret realm at this time. As soon as Li Luo emerged, he heard the notification sound from his phone. Upon checking, he found a group message from their homeroom teacher, Zhao Ling. Dear students, please report your level information in the class group by midnight each night. Li Luo's gaze flickered as he noticed many were reporting their levels, nearly all at level 2 or 3, and not a single level 4 among them. Thus, he replied in the group. Li Luo, level 7. Zhao Ling, who had been monitoring the messages, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the level 7 notification. 7. No way. How could Li Luo possibly reach level 7? The highest among the others is only level 3. Chapter 8. Who the hell is pulling the strings? Her expression reflected shock, and her eyes brimmed with confusion. Could it be that Li Luo, having always been the top student, was inflating his level for the sake of face? Otherwise, how could one explain it? It was implausible that a mere silver fishing rod could facilitate such rapid leveling up. Could there be some expert aiding him in his ascent? Yet, that secret realm had barred all non-students for a month. Zhao Ling was utterly perplexed. Simultaneously, the class group erupted with chatter. What? Li Luo is level 7. Is that even possible? The rest of us are only level 3 at most. How could he achieve level 7? He must be exaggerating. If memory serves, his weapon spirit is a fishing rod, right? Yes, it seems to be a water drop reel. Could it be that the campus belle, Xia Qingwei, is helping him level up? Has he started living off her? But I heard the neighboring Xia Qingwei is only level 3. I wonder what kind of reaction my self-reported level 7 will provoke. Zhou Pai chuckled, pulling out his phone to report his own level in the group. Zhou Pai, level 7. The previously bustling class group fell into an immediate silence. Like a nuclear bomb just dropped into the water, there were a few small splashes, but not much. However, almost immediately, the class group chat erupted as if a nuclear explosion had occurred, reaching a fever pitch. What? Even Zhou Pai has reached level 7. On what grounds? No way, that is absolutely impossible. It seemed that no one was willing to team up with the two of them, and they had entered the secret realm solo. How could they possibly be level 7? Were they both fabricating their achievements? It had to be so, or perhaps they had exploited a glitched Li Luo, and Zhou Pai paid no mind to the discussion swirling around them. After a simple dinner together, they prepared to return to their school dormitory to rest, and as they walked, Zhou Pai chuckled. Look at those people in our class, so sarcastic, accusing us of lying. Li Luo strolled leisurely towards Magic City No. 3 High School and replied, Ignore them. They are merely short-sighted. We just have to slap them in the face with our success. They are so arrogant. Zhou Pai reveled in their misfortune. Li Luo smiled slightly, but said nothing. Suddenly, Li Luo's phone chimed, and he took it out to check that he found a private message from their homeroom teacher. Zhao Ling, Li Luo. Is the information you reported accurate? Li Luo promptly replied. It is accurate. Zhou Pai is also level 7. No need for further confirmation. Zhao Ling. That upon reading this response, Zhao Ling was utterly astonished. Zhou Pai is also level 7. During this time. Her main task was to gather student information and submit it daily to Principal Mei Jieqiao. But with Li Luo and Zhou Pai both at level 7, she worried that once submitted, Mei Jieqiao would immediately call to verify what was going on. How would she explain that? If it were Xia Qingwei, Zhao Chun, or Wang Yi reporting such levels, it would not raise too many eyebrows. Given their high-quality spirit tools, however, Li Luo's situation was something she couldn't easily clarify. Furrowing her brow, she sent another message to Li Luo. Li Luo, could you explain to me if your spirit tool has some hidden secrets? Li Luo did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered whether to reveal to Zhao Ling that he possessed dual spirit tools. He knew that the truth would eventually come to light, and he needed to provide a reasonable explanation now. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, his eyes brightened. Teacher Zhao, you guessed it. I actually have dual spirit tools, and the other one is the epic grade Barret. Ultimately, Li Luo decided to respond in accordance with his earlier thoughts, partially revealing the truth. This would showcase his prowess without causing too much shock, as he did not consider himself absolutely invincible, merely in a phase of temporary superiority. This approach would mitigate many unforeseen complications, and he still required a process of growth. Upon receiving this reply, Zhao Ling's eyes lit up with excitement. Dual spirit tools? Epic grade Barret. No wonder he leveled up so quickly. This explained everything. Zhao Ling sent another message to Li Luo. Li Luo, Zhou Pai's level reaching 7 is also due to you. Isn't it? Indeed. This succinct response alleviated all the confusion in Zhao Ling's mind. All right, Li Luo, I understand. After replying to Li Luo, Zhao Ling immediately dialed Principal Mei Jieqiao to report the situation. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. The call connected swiftly, and Mei Jieqiao's voice emerged. Zhao Ling, what's the matter? Principal Mei, we have a situation with Li Luo in our class, Li Luo, the one ranked first in the grade. Yes, that's him. A hint of curiosity flickered in Mei Jieqiao's mind. What's going on with him? He had always felt a sense of regret and disappointment regarding Li Luo, who had unexpectedly awakened a fishing rod as his spirit tool. Zhao Ling articulated her words carefully. Li Luo just told me that he has reached level 7.0. Level 7. Mei Jieqiao mumbled casually, but then suddenly realized, astonished. What did you say? Level 7. He reached level 7 on the first day. Zhao Ling quickly explained. Yes, he also mentioned that he possesses dual spirit tools, with the other being an epic grade Barret. Upon hearing this, Mei Jieqiao slammed his thigh in excitement. An epic grade Barret? Excellent. Excellent. Our academy now has a student with a legendary spirit tool, and one with an epic grade spirit tool. He joyfully exclaimed, I was worried that our academy would only have one legendary level student for this exam, especially since Wang Yi has gone to the hospital, while the neighboring schools seem to have 2 to 3 legendary level students each. It was quite distressing that he exhaled deeply. Very good. Zhao Ling, please keep a close watch on Li Luo's situation, and inform me immediately if he encounters any troubles. Zhao Ling promptly agreed. Understood. Principal Mei. I will keep a close watch. At Magic City First Hospital, Wang Yi lay on a hospital bed, staring dumbfoundedly at the injury report in his hands. What the hell? How could it be a gunshot wound? I thought it was the attack of a monster. As he recalled the events, he realized he had only heard a thunderous sound and assumed it was a monster. Damn it, who was firing a gun? Wang Yi was in complete disarray that he had always believed he was ambushed by a monster while he was in the bushes. It turned out he had sustained a gunshot wound. This raised a pressing question. Who dared to shoot at him? Moreover, it was common knowledge that firearms could not harm the body of a practitioner wielding a spirit tool. When a practitioner activated their spirit tool, their body experienced immense fortification, becoming exceedingly resilient, especially since his spirit tool was of the purple gold grade, and he had been holding a sword at the time. Logically speaking, ordinary firearms should not have inflicted any damage upon him. Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could it be that some monster had a weapon that was a gun? He pondered suspiciously. Failing to connect the dots to Li Luo, who wielded a Barret, as he could not believe that Li Luo's Barret was indeed a spirit tool, Wang Yi touched his wound, grimacing in pain. Damn it, who was behind this? Chapter 9. The fishing rod that doesn't fish, but instead lures people. In truth, He was quite knowledgeable about the strength of a practitioner's body. The factors influencing a practitioner's physical strength were primarily two: the quality of the spirit tool and the compatibility with the spirit tool. Physical strength spirit tool quality spirit tool compatibility. Damn it, aside from monsters, there are only novice students around. It can't be that a person did this to me, right? That's impossible. Wang Yi furrowed his brow in distress. He was well aware that high-quality spirit tools did not guarantee invincibility. A spirit tool of lower quality could still exhibit remarkable power if the compatibility was high. It was akin to the relationship between tools and strength. If the strength is sufficient, even a hand can crush a large rock. If the strength is inadequate, wielding a sword won't suffice to cleave a boulder. Damn it, I need to recuperate. With no clues in sight, Wang Yi decided to abandon his fixation and focus on healing. After all, his level was about to fall significantly behind, and he needed to recover swiftly to upgrade in the secret realm. Unlike the distressed Wang Yi, Li Luo enjoyed a peaceful and refreshing sleep. He was unaware that the video of him slaying the level 10 golden three-headed snake was rapidly spreading among various universities. Everyone knew someone had used a sniper rifle to kill a monster, but not many believed it to be true. Instead, many thought the video had been digitally manipulated. Could firearms truly kill monsters? Impossible. So many ordinary people had attempted to use firearms to turn the tide and kill monsters, only to be slain by them instead. This was a grim reality, a hard-earned experience paid for with countless lives. The events of that night did not end there. For instance, various school forums were abuzz with students posting the levels of their academy's elite to compare and boast. Magic City No. 1 high school showcased a level 4 elite, while Magic City No. 2 high school also displayed a level 4 elite. Of course, as of that evening, the highest level students in all schools were merely level 4. While at Magic City No. 3 high school, Xia Qingwei held the highest level at 3. This immediately prompted other students from different academies to tease. The leader of Magic City No. 3 is actually a beautiful school belle. What about the other boys? Are they all weaklings? When Li Luo and Zhou Pai's level 7 information was leaked by Li Luo's classmates, it instantly caught the attention of students across various universities. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. The highest anyone else has achieved is level 4. And you two have reached level 7. That's an insurmountable lead. Many began to take notice of Li Luo and Zhou Pai. Clearly, something was amiss. However, regardless of the explosive and sensational information circulating online, Li Luo paid it no heed. The following morning, Li Luo and Zhou Pai reappeared at the eerie secret realm teleportation portal outside the eastern gate of the city. It was already teeming with people. As a public secret realm that could be accessed at any time, there were always individuals loitering near the teleportation portal. Some arrived before dawn to level up, while others opted to remain within the secret realm without returning for rest. In reality, this was quite perilous, as the monsters within made it difficult to sleep soundly. Li Luo, carrying the Barret, turned to Zhou Pai and declared, "Guapi, today our goal is to break through to level 15." Zhou Pai's smile blossomed like a flower. "Great, big brother. I will diligently seek out monsters and strive to reach level 15 today. Our progress is unprecedented." Just then, Li Luo received a WeChat message from Xia Qingwei. "Xia Qingwei. Hey Li Luo, why haven't you replied to my previous messages? Do you want me to take you along?" Li Luo replied with great interest. "What? Take me with you. What level are you?" Xia Qingwei responded, "I am the highest ranked individual at Magic City No. 3 middle school, level 3. Am I not qualified to take you?" Li Luo shook his head and replied, "Level 3? Come on. I'm already at level 7. I won't waste time discussing this. I'm off to level up." Xia Qingwei exclaimed. "What? Level 7? How is that possible?" She had not noticed the news that had spread like wildfire the night before. So she was unaware that Li Luo had already reached level 7. At this moment, Li Luo had already tucked his phone away and was happily embodying a Sigma male. "Hey, say something," Xia Qingwei urged. "Li Luo, you absolute ironclad man. Are you deliberately messing with me?" Li Luo was completely indifferent to Xia Qingyue's messages. As someone destined to dominate eternity, how could he allow a mere school beauty to distract him? Before achieving invincibility, he had no time for romantic entanglements. At this moment, he and Zhou Pai had entered a secret realm, finding themselves in a dense forest. Ahead loomed a cliff over 10 meters high, with a river flowing below. Just as they steadied themselves, a monstrous roar echoed from behind them, followed by the sound of snapping branches. Li Luo immediately became alert and swiftly turned around. only to see a gigantic black saber-toothed tiger lunging toward them. Its size rivaled that of a bull, and its gaping maw and large, copper-colored eyes were particularly terrifying. Clearly, the black saber-toothed tiger had not anticipated encountering prey here. Zhou Pai's expression changed, and he shouted in alarm. Holy crap, a level 15 purple-gold saber-toothed tiger. Are we really this unlucky? Li Luo kicked Zhou Pai aside, saying, this isn't bad luck. It's good fortune, stay back. Ah, big brother, you. Zhou Pai had not expected to be forcefully kicked by Li Luo. He lost his balance and fell toward the 10-meter-high cliff, plunging into the river below. Splash. Zhou Pai fell into the water, creating a large splash, and immediately grasped a branch on the riverbank to avoid being swept away. What the hell, big brother? This mysterious operation. On the shore, Li Luo was already firing his enchanted barret at the black saber-toothed tiger, continuously dodging. Bang, bang, bang. As he maneuvered, he unleashed multiple shots from the barret, all hitting their mark. Thud, thud, thud. Within mere moments, the black saber-toothed tiger was slain. Infinite bullets were just delightful. Upon witnessing the tiger's demise, Li Luo habitually blew the smoke from the barrel, gaining a 1.6-year lifespan and leveling up by 1. What a thrill! At that moment, Zhou Pai's voice came from the river, pleading, big brother, what should I do? Li Luo glanced at Zhou Pai, who was struggling in the water, and his eyes lit up. But don't panic. I have a fishing rod. After saying this, he took out a lure fishing rod and skillfully cast it toward Zhou Pai. Seeing the fishing rod, Zhou Pai was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined the fishing rod would be used in this manner. Not to catch fish, but to fish for people? Nevertheless, after some effort, Zhou Pai was successfully pulled ashore. However, the absurdity of the situation was that the moment he stepped onto the bank, he stumbled and fell face-first into a pile of unknown monster droppings. Zhou Pai awkwardly wiped himself off, his face flushed. Big brother, I beg you for a favor. Li Luo put away the fishing rod and took out the barret. What is it? Zhou Pai stammered. Please don't tell anyone about me falling into the dong. I care about my reputation. Li Luo chuckled oddly. Rest assured, big brother also values his face. Chapter 10. Just stick with me, and you'll eat 9 meals a day. Zhou Pai was taken aback, his face a picture of confusion. Although it seemed logical, it still sounded strange. Smack. Li Luo slapped Zhou Pai on the shoulder. What are you thinking? Let's go find more monsters. Oh, okay, Zhou Pai replied, his naivety apparent. Time passed slowly. 3 hours later, under the onslaught of Li Luo's enchanted barret, both he and Zhou Pai had successfully reached level 10. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves at the foot of a great mountain. At that moment, they crouched behind a massive boulder, stealthily observing several students from other schools discussing matters ahead. Quickly, let us hurry into the mountain to help. I heard there's a cave inside with a level 20 purple gold, enchanted stone monster. Killing it might yield enchanted scrolls. Enchanted stone monsters really drop enchanted scrolls. That's not guaranteed, but if it's not an enchanted type monster, it definitely 1T drop enchanted scrolls. But can we actually defeat it? Who cares? We just need to help. There are several school students vying for the monster. Then we need to hurry. We definitely have to assist our school's people. After saying this, the group hurried into the mountains. Behind the boulder, Li Luo, with his barret slung over his right shoulder and his chin resting on his left hand, contemplated the conversation he had just overheard. He wasn't particularly interested in the enchanted scrolls, but he was keen on hunting monsters. If there were many monsters in the cave, that would be very suitable. Big brother, let us go hunt monsters. What about the enchanted scrolls? Zhou Pai said eagerly. The enchanted scrolls probably aren't that valuable, but we definitely should hunt the monsters. A mischievous smile crept across Li Luo's face. Zhou Pai's eyes widened. Big brother, think carefully before you speak. Enchanted scrolls are still rare and quite valuable. He swallowed hard. If you don't want the enchanted scrolls, you can give them to me. Li Luo's eyes brightened as he pondered. You've reminded me. Enchanted scrolls can indeed be sold, and for a good price too. Making money is a good thing. Although he had been able to eat and dress adequately over the past 3 years, he hadn't had the luxury of indulging in finer things. Now that he finally had the chance to earn money, he was determined to seize it. Moreover, in this secret realm, with his strength, who would dare claim to be better than him? He slung the barret over his shoulder and waved to Zhou Pai. Let us go hunt monsters and make some money. All right, big brother, I knew you would go for it. Zhou Pai grinned, seemingly having anticipated Li Luo's actions. The two had been short on money for quite some time. Li Luo reminisced, Gua Pai, Do you remember what I told you before? Stick with me, and you'll eat 9 meals a day. Zhou Pai pouted. Yeah, 9 meals a day of nothing but wind. Get lost. Stop speaking nonsense. Trust me, in the future, you'll be able to have whatever you want. All right then, I'll sit back and wait for the money to roll in. Let us go do something big. Li Luo decisively set off. The two immediately followed the path taken by the students they had just seen. About 10 minutes later, Li Luo and Zhou Pai finally stopped, hiding behind a large tree to observe what lay ahead. Before them was a basin surrounded by mountains on all sides that in the northern part of the basin. There was a massive cave, dark and exuding an air of unknown terror on the flat ground outside the cave. Several groups had already gathered, each hailing from different schools, their uniforms distinctly different. Smack, Zhou Pai patted Li Luo a shoulder. Big brother, isn't that Zhao Chen from our school, and it looks like Xia Qingwei is with him? Following Zhou Pai's gaze, Li Luo looked over. Sure enough, one of the groups consisted of students from Magic City No. 3 Middle School, his fellow alumni, numbering around 15. They were all led by Xia Qingwei. With Zhao Chen standing behind her, their expressions serious and unsmiling. The other two groups had similar formations. Zhang Yang from Magic City No. 1 Middle School, declare here today that this cave belongs to us. I advise you all to keep your distance. The leader of the Magic City No. 1 Middle School students spoke arrogantly. Li Luo curiously observed. The other party exuded confidence and an air of superiority. Zhang Yang, do you have any idea what you're saying? What about us from Magic City No. 2 Middle School? At that moment, someone from another group immediately retorted. I, Zhao Bin, the leader of Magic City No. 2 Middle School, cannot simply give up because of your words. Zhang Yang turned to look at the voice. The leader of the second school, Zhao Bin. A playful smile crept across his lips. I heard your awakened weapon spirit is a legendary level whip. Indeed. Zhao Bin faced Zhang Yang without losing his momentum. If you, Zhang Yang, want to monopolize, you'll have to see if my whip agrees. As the leader of Magic City No. 2 Middle School, he could not easily concede. This was not only about his own gains and losses, but also about the school's face. He had to fight for it. After saying this, Zhao Bin swung the green whip in his hand. Crack, a crisp, piercing sound suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. TSK, the legendary whip is indeed something, but it's not enough. I doubt you can defeat my legendary weapon spirit. The Moonshot Bow. With that, Zhang Yang brandished the uniquely shaped green bow in his hand. The green light shimmered, dazzling and radiant. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, my green bow is also enchanted with a golden level tetanus enchantment. And I myself possess a golden level phantom step enchantment. He observed Zhao Bin with a hint of amusement, pondering whether my Moonshot Bow, combined with the agile illusory step, would be too much for you to handle. Zhao Bin, upon hearing Zhang Yang boast about possessing 2 golden grade enchantments, astonishment washed over the others, including Zhao Bin and Xia Qingwei. That golden grade enchantments command a market price of at least 2 million Xia coins each. With 2, that equates to a staggering 4 million Xia coins. Such wealth is not easily acquired. Even the wealthy second generation must rely on connections. It was evident that Zhang Yang was indeed a wealthy heir with influential ties. Zhao Bin's expression shifted slightly. I must admit, Zhang Yang, I am surprised you possess 2 major enchantments. However, I regret to inform you that if you wish to monopolize the enchantment stone beast in this cave, you must prove your worth. A meaningful smile graced his face. Who among us does not have enchantments? I too possess a golden grade, light step, enchantment, and my agility is certainly on par with yours. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Another individual with a golden grade enchantment had emerged. It was only 2 days since they had awakened their spirits, highlighting that the affluent and powerful had already secured their advantage from the very start. A golden grade, light step, enchantment. Upon Zhao Bin's revelation, even the arrogant Zhang Yang could not help but furrow his brow. He had initially intended to easily suppress Zhao Bin with his kite-flying technique. But now that Zhao Bin also possessed a golden grade agility enchantment, his plan could not proceed as intended. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. Zhao Bin, since you also possess a golden grade enchantment, I believe the students from Moda No. 2 should be able to share in the spoils. His gaze shifted towards the Moda No. 3 students, including Xia Qingwei, filled with skepticism as he questioned, and what about you? Students of Moda No. 3, on what grounds do you believe you deserve a share? Xia Qingwei snorted lightly. Zhang Yang, I have long harbored disdain for you. On public resources, what right do you have to dictate terms here? Zhang Yang scoffed. What right? Naturally, it is based on strength. If you possess strength, you too may dictate. He cast a derisive glance at the individuals behind Xia Qingwei, mockingly stating, how amusing it is that the leader of Modu No. 3 is merely a girl. Chapter 11. Guapi, let's go show off together. What of it? Do you look down upon girls? Xia Qingwei brandished her azure Mingwei sword, pointing it directly at the arrogant Zhang Yang. Seemingly on the verge of a confrontation, Zhang Yang, however, responded with a sardonic laugh. The esteemed Modu No. 3, and its leader is a mere girl? Quite the spectacle. He scrutinized Xia Qingwei's curvaceous figure. I must admit. You are rather well endowed. Oh, you have a boyfriend? Xia Qingwei dismissed him with indifference. What concern is that of yours? Zhang Yang feigned curiosity. Oh, just a casual inquiry. I am intrigued by what kind of boy a strong-willed girl like you would choose. Xia Qingwei retorted with disdain. My affairs are none of your business. I, Xia Qingwei, declare that we from Modu No. 3 must have a share of the monsters in this cave. Zhang Yang sneered. Xia Qingwei, I am aware of you, but here, strength is what matters. Mere words will not suffice. At that moment, Zhao Chen suddenly interjected. Zhang Yang, I advise you to temper your arrogance. You are merely average. Not overreach, lest you provoke misfortune. Upon hearing a male voice from Modu No. 3, Zhang Yang's curiosity was piqued. So a male from Modu No. 3 finally dares to speak. With the moonshot bow in hand and his feet poised on the illusory step, he provocatively regarded Zhao Chen. If any among you has the strength to match mine, then you shall be entitled to a share of the monsters in this cave. He turned to Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin, what do you think? Zhao Bin laughed heartily. Of course, I concur. Do you not understand why the secret realm has permitted only this year's students to enter since yesterday? It is to hone our combat skills and survival abilities. He narrowed his eyes. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. If you desire something, you must demonstrate your strength. His gaze fell upon the Fang Tianhua halberd in Zhao Chen's hands. You should understand that in this secret realm, as long as no one is killed, there are no repercussions. The warning in his words was unmistakable. Zhao Chen, recognizing the implication, understood that to compete for the monsters in the cave, a fight was inevitable. Xia Qingwei, too, grasped the underlying meaning. She brandished her sword angrily. Is it not merely a fight? Let us do this. Zhang Yang immediately cautioned. Xia Qingwei, I am aware of the formidable Xia family backing you, but petty squabbles in this leveling secret realm cannot be resolved through familial influence. Xia Qingwei coldly retorted. A fight is a fight. I will not allow my family to interfere in school matters. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. Then let me experience your skills firsthand. With that, he activated the illusory step and drew the moonshot bow, launching an attack against Xia Qingwei. Unfazed, she calmly countered with her Mingwei sword, and the sound of clashing blades filled the air. Zhao Chen, witnessing the fierce battle between Zhang Yang and Xia Qingwei, immediately tensed, keenly observing the fight. After all, Zhang Yang possessed 2 golden grade enchantments, unbeknownst to him. Xia Qingwei had also acquired 2 golden grade enchantments through her family, though she chose not to disclose that information. She was currently quite displeased with Zhang Yang's ostentatious demeanor. In the distance, Zhou Pai urgently patted Li Luo's shoulder. Big brother, my sister-in-law is being bullied. Why are you not taking action? What sister-in-law? Stop spouting nonsense. Li Luo brushed off Zhou Pai's words. Zhou Pai's eyes sparkled. Big brother, that is to say, our fellow student is being mistreated, and Zhao Chen even wished to assist us. Shouldn't we step in? Li Luo contemplated. That does make sense. That I had initially planned to storm the cave, but since these individuals are blocking the entrance, it seems I have no choice but to take action. Rising to his feet, he casually shouldered his barret and walked down with an air of leisure, as if on a leisurely excursion. He jested. They should consider whether their strength is sufficient to slay that enchantment stone beast. Are they truly expecting to divide the spoils? Indeed, the enchantment stone beast undoubtedly possesses inherent enchanting abilities, making it quite formidable. Guapi, let us go show off together. Sure thing. Zhou Pai eagerly trailed behind him, brandishing his red tassel spear and clearing the weeds along their path. Before long, Li Luo ambled into the clearing. Observing the intense exchange between Xia Qingwei and Zhang Yang, unable to resist the allure of the spectacle, Zhang Yang, increasingly astonished, exclaimed, Xia Qingwei, do you also possess an agility enchantment? Why is your form so elusive? Xia Qingwei scoffed. A mere agility enchantment, as if no one else has it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a wave of unease wash over him. Xia Qingwei's strength was nearly equal to his own, indicating a stalemate. It was clear that she too deserved a share of the cave's monsters. Just then, Zhou Pai suddenly shouted, "Everyone stop! Do you not know who reigns supreme here?" The unexpected interruption momentarily stunned Li Luo. The crowd turned to regard Li Luo and Zhou Pai, their expressions rife with disdain. "Who is this?" Lacking respect, they murmured, "Do you not realize that the elite from two prestigious schools are currently engaged in a duel?" Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Yang immediately halted, seizing the opportunity to step back. "Stop! Who dares to interrupt my duel?" Zhou Pai promptly pointed at Li Luo, responding with an air of arrogance, "This is my elder brother, Li Luo, the leader of Modu No. 3, and he is about to enter the cave to slay monsters. You all shall step aside." Zhang Yang was taken aback. "Li Luo, the leader of Modu No. 3? I thought the leader was the school belle." Xia Qingwei, his gaze swept over Zhou Pai, landing on Li Luo, who was shouldering the Barret. "Ha ha ha, a Barret, ha 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 ha." Zhang Yang doubled over in laughter, as though witnessing the most absurd spectacle. "Ha ha ha ha." The students from Modu No. 2, including Zhao Bin, could not help but chuckle at the sight of Li Luo's Barret. Bringing heavy weaponry to slay monsters? One cannot say it is entirely ineffective, but it is certainly of little use. "Are you really attempting to claim the spoils with that?" Zhang Yang's face was a mask of mockery. "What level are you at?" "Level? What about you?" Zhou Pai retorted. "You ask me, not high. Merely level 5. Zhang Yang boasted, lacking any semblance of humility. Level 5, at this juncture in the secret realm, placed him among the highest tier of individuals. He was confident that no student present had a level exceeding 5. And most were likely between levels 2 and 4. Li Luo raised an eyebrow. "Level 5? How exceedingly pathetic." Feeling the lack of respect from Zhang Yang, Li Luo decided to ridicule him in turn. "What? Level 5 is pathetic." Zhang Yang's smile froze, as if struck by lightning. "Very well, then, I am eager to hear what level you are." Zhou Pai could barely contain his excitement. "We are not at a high level. Merely level 10." His expression radiated unrestrained pride, as he had longed to flaunt their superior level to others, and now was the perfect moment. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded. "Level 10? Is it true that you've already reached level 10? Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned, but then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Level 10. Who can't tell a lie?" Observing Zhang Yang's sarcastic demeanor, Li Luo decisively aimed his Barret at the moonshot bow that Zhang Yang held. With a thunderous bang, the sound reverberated, startling everyone present. "Pooh!" Zhang Yang, clutching the moonshot bow, was immediately sent hurtling backward by the immense force of Li Luo's Barret, akin to a kite with its strings cut. Blood spewing from his mouth. Zhao Bin from the second high school of Magic City, witnessing this scene, instantly turned pale, exclaiming, "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" Chapter 12. Why am I the only one being targeted? What kind of person is this? They resort to violence over a mere disagreement. The damage is simply terrifying. One shot was enough to leave the formidable Zhang Yang gasping for breath on the ground. Zhang Yang wielded a legendary spirit weapon, the Moonshot Bow, which enhanced his physical capabilities far beyond that of ordinary spirit weapons. Zhao Bin gazed at Li Luo as if he were a devil. It was evident that if he were struck, he would meet the same fate. Suddenly, he recalled the uproar on the internet from the previous night about someone who had single-handedly slain a level 10 golden three-headed serpent with a sniper rifle. Could it possibly be him? He immediately lowered his stance and inquired of Li Luo, "Were you the one who single-handedly took down the level 10 golden three-headed serpent with a sniper rifle yesterday?" Li Luo appeared somewhat surprised. Besides those few who fled, I doubt anyone else is aware. He looked at Zhao Bin with a puzzled expression, as if to ask, "Is it really you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Bin immediately concluded that Li Luo was indeed the sharpshooter from the video, that he had initially thought the footage was manipulated, but now he was witnessing it firsthand that he no longer doubted Li Luo's claim of having reached level 10. Zhao Bin promptly replied, "Of course I know. Your video of slaying the golden three-headed serpent has been the talk of several universities. You were level 7 yesterday, right?" Li Luo nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's correct. There was nothing to hide about this matter. It was what it was. He also knew that news of his dual spirit weapons would soon spread among the crowd." Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, who lay on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing their conversation. He had assumed that Li Luo's Barret was merely an ordinary firearm, of no real consequence, yet it had the power to slay a level 10 golden three-headed serpent. He was certain he could not defeat such a creature alone. He would need several companions to have any chance. And yet, this opponent had dispatched it effortlessly with a single shot. His pride in being level 5 now felt utterly trivial. especially when this person had already reached level 7 the previous day. He felt utterly foolish, yet he still harbored a sense of indignation. Li Luo, why did you choose to attack me among so many others? Zhang Yang asked, visibly displeased. Li Luo chuckled coldly. Well, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. Why did I single you out among so many? Zhang Yang was left speechless. Even a child could deduce that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Zhou Pai, offering a friendly reminder, someone you shouldn't have provoked. Zhang Yang looked at Xia Qingwei with suspicion. Could she possibly be his ally? He immediately shouted to those nearby, quick, get me out of here. I need to go to the hospital. He no longer wished to remain in this place. Feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if he were sitting on needles, he just wanted to distance himself from the one wielding the barret as much as possible. All right, boss, we'll carry you out right away. A few individuals beside him swiftly took action, hastily lifting the disheveled Zhang Yang away. At that moment, Zhang Yang could no longer maintain his bravado, appearing as meek as a child, just as Zhao Bin had mentioned. As long as no one was killed during the training, they would bear no responsibility. Moreover, no one could use their family influence to intervene, so he had no choice but to accept his fate. As Zhang Yang was carried away, Li Luo waved his hand, declaring, everyone listen up, this cave is under my command. You all may leave. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bin hesitated, asking, Li Luo, aren't you worried about the level 20 purple golden enchanted stone monster inside? You might not be able to handle it. Li Luo countered. Why? If I can't, can you? Zhao Bin was momentarily taken aback, fearing to offend Li Luo, and forced to smile. That's not what I meant. The strength of a level 10 golden three-headed serpent is worlds apart from that of a level 20 purple golden enchanted stone monster. He conveyed his thoughts. What I meant is that we'll only have a chance of defeating it if we attack together. At that moment, Zhou Pai burst into laughter. Zhao Bin, can't you speak properly? My brother is this strong. He gave a thumbs up as he spoke. What kind of monster could exist in this secret realm that he couldn't defeat? You can doubt me, but don't doubt my brother. I'm not doubting. I'm just concerned. Zhou Pai was taken aback. Is there a difference? Zhao Bin immediately nodded. Of course there is. How about this? I want to compete for the monsters in the cave. But I'll stay nearby. If you can't handle the monsters, we'll join forces to slay them and share the spoils. That's acceptable, right? Hearing Zhao Bin's compromise, Li Luo smiled lightly. If you wish to watch the performance. That's fine. But if you dare to steal the monsters, don't blame me for being ruthless. All right, I understand. Zhao Bin wisely chose to remain on the sidelines. Although he knew that Li Luo had single-handedly slain a level 10 golden three-headed serpent yesterday, he was fully aware that a level 20 purple golden enchanted stone monster was an entirely different matter. Its power would undoubtedly far surpass that of the level 10 golden three-headed serpent. In his view, it was impossible to defeat the enchanted stone monster in this cave without gathering a team. Just then, Xia Qingwei saw that Li Luo had finished his conversation and cheerfully approached him. Her alluring figure was distinctly visible to Li Luo, who caught her gaze as she flirtatiously remarked, Oh, Li Luo, it's usually so difficult to meet you. Why have you finally decided to show up? Li Luo shrugged, carrying the barret. Don't block my way. I'm off to slay monsters. Please step aside. Xia Qingwei reached out to stop Li Luo. Hey, Li Luo, Haven Tea, I always treated you well. After all, I often have people deliver snacks to your desk drawer. Why do you act as if you're indifferent to me? Li Luo shifted his gaze from the cave ahead to Xia Qingwei's face. It's not that I'm indifferent. It's just that my priority is to enhance my strength. That's all. He waved to Zhou Pai beside him. Guapi, let us go. It's time to hunt monsters. Seeing that Li Luo was about to leave, Xia Qingwei stepped forward again to block him. Hey, Li Luo, that's a level 20 purple golden enchanted stone monster. Can you handle it alone? Li Luo smiled calmly. You needn't worry about that. Wait, Li Luo, if any good enchanted scrolls drop later, could you prioritize selling them to me? Xia Qingwei expressed her small request, as long as the price is right. That's certainly fine. Li Luo was unperturbed. Selling to anyone is the same. Who would turn down money? Seizing the opportunity, Xia Qingwei added, Li Luo, if you can't hold your ground later, just call for me. I will absolutely help you without conditions. Li Luo appeared surprised. It seems you still remember what happened 3 years ago. Xia Qingyue's expression shifted, and with a meaningful tone, she replied, Of course. That incident will remain with me for a lifetime. Really unnecessary, Li Luo said lightly. He felt that Xia Qingwei's behavior was merely a reflection of her limited experience with more charismatic individuals. It wouldn't be long before her perspective would change. He shook his head and strode towards the enormous cave ahead, not bothering to look back as he said, I advise you all to keep your distance. If the monsters emerge, it could become quite dangerous for you. Xia Qingyue's expression shifted. Can I interpret that as you caring about me? You're overthinking it. Li Luo ceased further conversation, reaching the cave entrance about 100 meters away before firing directly into the darkness. Bang, 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 the thunderous sounds echoed at the entrance, while the cave walls were pockmarked by Li Luo's barret. Rocks tumbled, creating a cacophony of noise. In an instant, the cave became alive with commotion. Li Luo's gaze was sharp as he patiently awaited the appearance of the monsters, confident that the recent disturbances would draw them out. Sure enough, mere seconds later, a raspy, deep voice emanated from within the cave. Kakik. Do we have more ants seeking their demise? Chapter 13. A weak inquiry. Are you still in need of junior followers? As soon as the voice fell, 3 massive stone monsters, enveloped in swirling golden mist, surged forth from the cave entrance, baring their teeth in a menacing display. Generally speaking, the distinguishing feature of enchanted monsters compared to ordinary ones is their emanating mist. The color of the mist varies. If an enchanted monster possesses purple golden enchantment, it will be surrounded by purple mist, while golden enchantment will be accompanied by golden mist. Clearly, the 3 imposing, enchanted stone monsters before him, with their golden mist, indicated their golden level enchantment, making them formidable adversaries. Damn, brother, there are actually 3 monsters, and they're all golden mist. Zhou Pai was instantly dumbfounded, panic rising within him. He had thought there would only be 1 enchanted stone monster. Yet suddenly 3 appeared. This was likely to be quite a challenge. Brother, should we confront them head-on? He anxiously turned to Li Luo, only to find that Li Luo remained completely unfazed, his barret already aimed at the enchanted stone monsters. Li Lu smiled calmly. Of course, he would confront it head-on. In the distance, wow, 3 of them? That's amazing. Zhao Bin, who was spectating, couldn't help but feel elated upon witnessing the scene, that if there were indeed 3 enchanted stone monsters, then Li Lu would surely be forced to flee. This might provide an opportunity for collaboration to take them down. A subtle, untraceable smile graced his face as he turned to his companions and said, Hey, quickly grab your phones and record this. I want to see Li Lu's desperate escape. All right. Meanwhile, the equally astonished Xia Qingwei and Zhao Chun were taken aback by the sight of the 3 enchanted stone monsters. These 3 creatures were beyond their capacity to handle. As of now, Xia Qingwei was at level 5 and Zhao Chun at level 4, while the 3 monsters boasted a level of 20, not to mention their golden grade enchantments. Undoubtedly, should a battle ensue, they would all meet their demise, unless they could summon more people. Xia Qingyue's gaze fell upon Li Lu, her heart pondering, I wonder if my idol can manage this. If not, perhaps I shall play the role of the damsel in distress to rescue the handsome hero. With that thought, she called out brightly, Li Lu, if things turn dire, flee my way. I possess a golden grade agility enchantment that guarantees your escape. Upon hearing her words, Li Lu cast a sidelong glance at Xia Qingwei. Thinking use you, he then shifted his focus back, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The thunderous crack of the sniper rifle resonated throughout the basin. The crowd was utterly stunned by the sound, their collective breath held as they fixated on the battlefield. In mere seconds, the 3 enchanted stone monsters were brutally felled as they rushed toward Li Lu. Their demise gruesome. 2 of the enchanted stone monsters even dropped gleaming golden scrolls. Li Lu's eyes lit up as he dashed forward to collect the 2 large scrolls. Certain they were golden grade enchantment scrolls. What a windfall. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 2 years of lifespan. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 2 years of lifespan. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 2 years of lifespan. The melodious notifications filled Li Lu with joy. His cumulative lifespan had now reached 17.6 years, adding to the remaining 31 years, totaling 48.6 years. At that moment, the spectators were left in awe. This, whether it was Xia Qingwei, Zhao Bin, or Zhao Chun, they all stared in disbelief at the unfolding events. How utterly brutal and violent. For heaven's sake, these were 3 level 20 purple gold, enchanted stone monsters. Yet, Li Lu dealt with them so effortlessly, without so much as a change in expression, as if it were merely a mundane task. If those bullets were to strike a person, Zhao Bin couldn't bear to imagine the outcome. He immediately gestured to his teammates. Let us get out of here, away from this freak. Having said that, he hurriedly led his teammates from Modu number 2 high school away, not daring to look back, fearing that they might provoke Li Lu and be met with another barrage. Ha! Big brother, my level has directly risen by 2. Reaching level 12, Zhou Pai exclaimed, dancing with J.O.Y.Li Lu. Coming back to his senses from the delight of acquiring the 2 enchantment scrolls, discovered that his own level had also successfully increased to 12, with his attributes rising 12-fold. Furthermore, the compatibility with his Barret had reached LV1, 19. He suspected this was directly related to his habit of firing the Barret frequently. At that moment, Xia Qingyue dashed forward, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Li Lu, what enchantments were on those 2 scrolls you just got? I haven't seen them yet. Then hurry up and take a look, Xia Qingyue urged impatiently. Li Lu paused momentarily. Are you instructing me on what to do? Then, at a leisurely pace, he retrieved the 2 golden scrolls for inspection. Soaring Cloud Steps, Golden Grade Enchantment, used for enchanting living beings. After enchanting, your movements will be as graceful as a soaring swan and as fluid as a swimming dragon. Unity of Man and Gun, Golden Grade Enchantment, used for enchanting long gun spirits. After enchanting, wielding the long gun will be effortless, and its power will significantly increase. As expected, nothing more than this. Li Lu felt a slight disappointment. These were merely 2 minor golden grade enchantments, not even purple gold ones. After all, his Barret was adorned with 2 super divine enchantments, and he possessed another legendary grade enchantment. Golden grade enchantments seemed rather unimpressive. However, Soaring Cloud Steps suited him quite well, allowing for greater agility during evasive maneuvers. The other enchantment, Unity of Man and Gun, would be of no use to him. Perhaps he could sell it or give it to Zhou Pai. Seeing the disappointment on Li Lu's face, Xia Qingyue asked, What's wrong? Are these 2 enchantment scrolls quite mediocre? Li Lu replied nonchalantly, Quite average. One is a golden grade, Soaring Cloud Steps, Agility enchantment, and the other is a golden grade, Unity of Man and Gun, Long Gun Spirit enchantment. As he spoke, he promptly used Soaring Cloud Steps on himself. As for the golden grade, Unity of Man and Gun, he handed it directly to Zhou Pai. Here you go, Guapi. This is for you. Witnessing Li Lu so casually dispose of the 2 enchantment scrolls, Xia Qingyue was somewhat astonished. This really average. This golden grade enchantment is worth a pretty penny, starting at 2 million, and you just give it to Zhou Pai? Zhou Pai appeared somewhat flabbergasted. Huh? Big brother. This is a golden grade enchantment, and you're just giving it to me. That's right. It's for you to don't be too excited. Such instances will become the norm in the future. At this moment, Zhao Chen suddenly interjected. Li Lu, can I buy that golden grade, Unity of Man and Gun enchantment scroll from you? I'm willing to pay 3 million. Upon hearing that it was a long gun specific enchantment scroll, he felt an urge. His spirit weapon was a Fang Tianhua Ji, which could certainly utilize it. 3 million. Hiss, who's the rich 2nd-generation fool with such a bold claim? Li Lu's gaze toward Zhao Chen shifted. However, having already given Unity of Man and Gun to Zhou Pai, he couldn't possibly retract it now. He turned to Zhou Pai and asked, Guapi, someone wants to buy your enchantment scroll for 3 million. Will you sell it? Zhou Pai, having just received the scroll, was now bewildered. What? 3 million? Yes, 3 million, which is considerably higher than 2 million, Zhao Chen reminded him. Zhou Pai turned to Li Lu. Big brother, what do you think? Li Lu shrugged nonchalantly. It's up to you. Regardless, I'll be tossing you enchantment scrolls in the future, so you'll have plenty. Zhao Chen's eyes brightened. Li Lu, can I timidly ask if you need another little brother? Chapter 14. Is it still a trend to rob big brothers nowadays? The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Hey. Zhou Pai immediately expressed his discontent. I've heard of stealing girlfriends, but robbing big brothers, is that even appropriate? He glared at Zhao Chen. Is this suitable for you? He slightly raised his head, seemingly looking down on him. At this moment, Xia Qingyue also stared blankly at Zhao Chen behind her. For someone usually so proud, it was quite unbelievable for him to utter such words. To be honest, hearing this from Zhao Chen, she found it a bit hard to believe. Zhao Chen's purple gold spirit weapon, the Fang Tianhua Ji, was no simple matter. Once it matured, he would undoubtedly become a formidable individual. Noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Zhao Chen paused. Why is everyone staring at me? I believe I could handle the role of a little brother. Is there a problem? By recognizing a big brother, I could potentially gain many high-grade enchantments. Isn't that a worthwhile trade? Li Lu chuckled with interest. Zhao Chen, I'm not in need of little brothers. I only lack funds. Given your sincerity, I'll sell you good enchantments next time. Zhao Chen's disappointed eyes immediately brightened. All right, Li Lu, you must promise me that whenever you have good enchantments, you'll save them for me. Li Lu dismissively replied, no problem. Hey, Li Lu, is this really appropriate? Xia Qingwei remarked, displeased. You wouldn't even set aside good enchantments for me. She puffed up her chest. I can pay for them too. Don't you dare forget your friends, Zhao Chun, a Zhou Pai, Li Lu, and others. Forget your friends for the sake of beauty? They had only heard of forgetting friends for the sake of beauty. How had it been reversed? Xia Qingwei continued, Li Lu, I hope you can occasionally prioritize beauty over friendship, all right? Li Lu shrugged. Fine, rich second-generation folks. I'll treat you all equally. Whoever bids the highest will get to buy. Out of respect for being schoolmates, I'll notify you first. He couldn't be bothered to engage in further conversation with them. He then turned to Zhou Pai. Guapi, will you sell that golden enchantment or not? Zhao Chen is waiting. At these words, Zhou Pai displayed a hesitant expression. To be honest, 3 million was an astronomical figure for him. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately shook his head. Of course not. This thing can enhance my strength. Zhou Pai promptly used the golden grade enchantment, and in an instant, the red tassel spear in his hand began to emanate a faint golden hue. It felt incredible. Haha, big brother, I feel like this red tassel spear is practically an extension of my arm. I can wield it however I wish. He began to twirl it excitedly. Big brother, when we encounter monsters later, let me take the lead. I feel ready for it. Zhou Pai was ecstatic, joyfully brandishing the speared golden grade enchantment. This is a golden grade enchantment worth 3 million. As an orphan, powerless, and penniless, he has somehow managed to acquire a golden grade enchantment. Zhou Pai's heart swells with excitement. All of this is thanks to Li Luo, and it stems from his rather muddled decision to take on an elder brother 3 years ago. Now, this elder brother's stature has suddenly grown substantial. He feels somewhat dazed, and his gratitude for Li Luo deepens considerably. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen's face reveals a mixture of intense envy and disappointment. Just a hair's breadth away. If it weren't for that, the man-gun fusion could have been his. But alas, it was so close yet so far. He had previously attempted to leverage his family's connections to purchase a golden enchantment, yet nothing suitable had come to fruition. Therefore, although the market price for golden enchantments hovers around 2 million, acquiring a truly fitting one might require more than 2 million, as prices would likely inflate. Let us go. Let us hunt monsters and level up. Li Luo beckons Zhou Pai, who was brandishing the red spear. Suddenly, Zhao Chen steps forward to halt Li Luo. Wait, Li Luo, I actually have information about a powerful enchanted monster. Would you like to know? Upon hearing this, Li Luo pauses. Oh, an enchanted monster? Do elaborate. Zhao Chen promptly begins. It was like this. When we entered the secret realm yesterday, we happened upon a canyon where a massive stone python lay, likely a level 30 legendary monster. Moreover, the giant python emanated a purple mist, indicating it's an enchanted creature, and its power should be rather formidable, which is why we made a hasty retreat. That I hadn't intended to mention this monster. But seeing as you just managed to slay a level 20 purple gold, enchanted stone monster, I wonder if you could take on that stone python. A level 30 legendary stone python. Li Luo ponders thoughtfully. A legendary stone python with purple gold enchantment sounds exceedingly powerful. Attempting to slay it could indeed be perilous. Level 30 monsters likely represent the peak within this secret realm, serving as ultimate bosses. Though there should be more than one. As for other higher-level monsters, they have likely been deliberately dealt with by other experts from the Great Xia to allow newcomers to hone their skills. After a moment of contemplation, Li Luo gazes curiously at Zhao Chen. I can give it a try, but what do you seek in return for this information? He understands that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If someone provides him with monster information, they must have ulterior motives, or else their intentions would be suspect. Zhao Chen's eyes flicker. If I find an appropriate enchantment, I get priority to purchase it. If not, then you'll take me along for a day of leveling up. He has been enviously watching Zhou Pai level up alongside Li Luo, feeling quite envious indeed. This arrangement seems quite favorable for him. Li Luo rests his chin in thought, glancing back at the people behind Zhao Chen. Just you alone? Zhao Chen nods. Yes, just me. I'll take my teammates to level up later. Hearing this, Li Luo feels somewhat tempted. Bringing one person along for a day of leveling in exchange for information about a level 30 legendary enchanted monster, as well as the potential for a purple gold enchantment scroll, seems quite a lucrative trade. Whether inside or outside the secret realm, monster information is invaluable. Otherwise, one would be utterly lost. Li Luo finally nods. All right, Zhao Chen, lead the way. Suddenly, beside them, Xia Qingwei playfully chimes in, Li Luo, take me along for a day of leveling too. I'm willing to pay 2 million. Li Luo is taken aback. 2 million? That is quite asum. Is she genuinely interested in leveling up, or is she trying to win him over? However, truth be told, if he doesn't seize this opportunity, he might regret it while trying to sleep, especially since it only requires bringing her along for a single day. Curiously, he inquires about Xia Qingyue's teammates. What about your companions? Xia Qingwei glances back at her companions. They can wait. I'll take them along to level up later. I see. Li Luo feigns calmness. Xia Qingwei flashes a mysterious smile, leaning in closer to whisper in Li Luo's ear. Li Luo, I actually know of a monster lair that houses around 30 to 40 level 15 pack flame wolves. It's absolutely a prime spot for leveling, but we're not high enough in level yet. However, you certainly can handle at point 30 to 40 level 15 pack flame wolves that could easily yield over a decade of lifespan, potentially allowing him to exchange for a second legendary enchantment. All things retreat. Upon receiving this information, Li Luo no longer hesitates. All right, I'll take the 2 million up front. Chapter 15. Extreme Range, 123 kilometers. Oh, so you're a money grubber. Xia Qingyue chuckles lightly, then pulls out her phone, preparing to transfer the payment. Suddenly, she halts her movements, exclaiming helplessly, Li Luo, but there's no network in this secret realm. Then make sure to transfer the funds to me the moment we exit. Li Luo replies after a moment of thought. He is determined to earn that money, believing Xia Qingwei will uphold her promise, as she comes from a wealthy background and certainly does not lack funds. All right, no problem, Xia Qingwei assures him confidently. She gazes at Li Luo with an intensity that seems to spark, while Li Luo remains oblivious, treating her presence as if she were air. Internally, Xia Qingwei muses, humph, the man I, Xia Qingwei, set my sights on will eventually be mine. After confirming their arrangements, Li Luo, Zhou Pai, Zhao Chun, and Xia Qingwei promptly set off towards the canyon of the level 30 legendary stone python. Others form temporary teams to hunt lower-level monsters, although Li Luo's group consists of only 4 members. Their strength far surpasses that of the others. At this moment, Zhao Chen leads the way, heading towards the direction of the stone python canyon he noted yesterday, making it relatively easy to locate. Among the 4, Li Luo and Xia Qingwei move the fastest, both possessing golden grade agility enchantments that allow them to walk lightly and gracefully, while Zhao Chen and Zhou Pai, lacking such enchantments, move at a comparatively slower pace. With Zhou Pai being faster due to his higher level, time passes slowly. Along the way, the group occasionally encounters a few ordinary monsters, which Li Luo effortlessly snipes from a distance. As a result, he gains an additional year of lifespan, bringing his total remaining to 49.6 years. Both Xia Qingwei and Zhao Chen feel a surge of joy at this rate of monster hunting. Their levels are bound to soar. Right? Zhao Chen is the most elated, as he realizes he is merely reaping the experience without engaging in battle. If he can continue this way, he might level up soon. Li Luo, is your Barret a spirit weapon? Zhao Chun inquires with curiosity. Indeed, it is a spirit weapon, Li Luo responds candidly. He had already shared this information with their instructor, Zhao Ling, the previous night, so there was no need for secrecy. But that raises a question. Zhao Chen muses, I'm curious why everyone else's spirit weapons are cold weapons while yours is the peculiar Barret. Because what I meditate on is the Barret, Li Luo replies nonchalantly. Xia Qingwei gasps in surprise. Li Luo, does that mean you possess dual spirit weapons, a fishing rod and a Barret? Clearly, this is something quite unique. Li Luo shrugs. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue's gaze brightens as she thinks. As expected, he is the man I admire. My judgment is truly impeccable. My family will surely recognize him as well. Zhou Pai, Li Luo, Zhao Chen. The group falls into a long silence. Zhao Chun, still curious, asks again, Li Luo, what grade is your Barret spirit weapon? Epic grade, Zhou Pai interjects quickly. Hiss. At this revelation, both Zhao Chun and Xia Qingwei inhale sharply. An epic grade spirit weapon is exceedingly rare. Throughout the history of Magic City's third high school, there have been but a handful of individuals who awakened epic grade spirit weapons, and here stands Li Luo before them, a prodigy possessing an epic grade spirit weapon. And a dual one at that. Zhao Chun's halberd is of purple gold grade, while Xia Qingwei's Mingwei sword is of legendary grade. Epic grade surpasses legendary grade by 1 tier, a quality worthy of being recorded in history. As they continue their journey, they gain deeper insights into Li Luo. Xia Qingwei feels a surge of relief, thinking to herself that she is glad she did not heed her friend's words, who claimed that Li Luo was worlds apart from her. How short-sighted they truly are. She silently rejoices. Approximately an hour later, Zhao Qian suddenly comes to a halt. We're almost there. Let us stop and strategize. Li Luo also comes to a stop, surveying the surroundings. They find themselves in a lush forest, with a deep and wide canyon ahead. The four immediately gaze into the distance. Indeed, in a canyon several kilometers away, a massive stone python, enveloped in swirling purple mist, lies sprawled out. It measures around 50 to 60 meters in length and about 2 meters in diameter. Its entire body is covered in thick, palm-sized stone-like scales, exuding an immense pressure at this moment. It seems to be peacefully slumbering, utterly motionless, resembling a colossal dragon. Hiss! Upon sighting the giant python, Li Luo, Zhou Pai, and Xia Qingwei collectively gasp in astonishment. Good heavens! How can it be so enormous? Zhou Pai's expression turns tense. He estimates that a single bite from it would spell his demise. Zhao Qian and Xia Qingwei share his grave demeanor. Judging solely by the size of this stone python, it is evidently not an easy opponent. Can Li Luo truly defeat it? If he can, then perhaps there is no monster in this secret realm that he cannot conquer. The three of them instinctively turn their gazes towards Li Luo. A nervous Zhou Pai inquires of the composed Li Luo, "Brother, what should we do? That giant python seems like it would take 10 shots to bring down." Li Luo's gaze shifted, recognizing the challenge that lay ahead. However, it is only the formidable monsters that yield valuable treasures. Legendary enchanted creatures are likely to drop lower-tier purple-gold enchantments. He murmured softly to himself. The purple-gold enchantment commands a price on the market that exceeds that of the golden enchantment by more than tenfold. This implies it could fetch a sum of at least 20 million or more. If it happens to be a highly sought-after enchantment, its value would soar even higher. Of course, while money holds significance for Li Luo, it is not his primary concern. He places greater value on how much longevity this stone python can bestow upon him. A preliminary estimate suggests it could extend his life by 3 to 5 years. Big brother, how do you plan to slay this stone python? Zhou Pai inquired, rubbing his hands nervously. Although he recognized Li Luo's strength, the superstone python was no pushover. If not handled properly, they could very well meet their end here. Li Luo meticulously surveyed the surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze upon a massive rock at the edge of the canyon. How to kill it? Why? With a sniper rifle. Of course, he approached the chosen boulder at a measured pace. The vantage point from the rock was exceptional, protruding from the canyon's edge, allowing a clear view of approximately 5 to 6 kilometers within the canyon. It was an ideal sniping position. Observing this, Zhou Pai, Zhao Qian, and Xia Qingwei promptly followed in Li Luo's footsteps. Soon, the four of them reached the summit of the boulder. After a careful examination, Zhou Pai expressed his concern. Big brother, the giant python is estimated to be 4 to 5 kilometers away. At such a distance, can your Barret hit it? He was aware that the effective range of a Barret typically does not exceed 2 kilometers. 4 to 5 kilometers would indeed be a stretch. Li Luo's eyes gleamed with determination as he scrutinized the distance to the giant python. Indeed, the straight-line distance from the top of the canyon to the bottom where the python lay was around 4 to 5 kilometers. For a conventional Barret, it would be an impossible feat. However, if memory served him correctly, his Super Barret had a starting range of 100,000 meters, equating to 100 kilometers. He promptly checked the range of his Barret. 123,000 meters. Chapter 16. Frenzied Battle. Legendary Stone Python. He examined the compatibility of his Barret Spirit. LV1, 23. This indicated that the 23 compatibility at LV1 could enhance its range by 23,000 meters. Thus, the total range of 123,000 meters equated to 123 kilometers. Upon realizing this, Li Luo couldn't help but break into a grin. There was no need to worry about such a distance. Moreover, the Barret was indestructible and would undoubtedly inflict damage. The real question was whether that damage would be sufficiently potent or, in other words, how many shots would be required. The crux of successfully slaying the stone python lay in maintaining a safe distance to deliver adequate damage. Distance must be increased. To be prudent, Li Luo immediately sought a new shooting location. Although the previous boulder offered excellent visibility, he was concerned it might not provide enough distance if the stone python possessed extraordinary damage resistance and speed. Insufficient damage from his shot could lead to perilous consequences. Let us relocate. Li Luo instructed Zhou Pai and the others. He aimed to increase the distance significantly. If only he had the all things repelled enchantment. He yearned for this legendary enchantment, for if he possessed it, he could fire without needing to create distance. The stone python would surely be pushed back by the bullets, unable to approach him. Beside him, Zhou Pai chuckled. Big brother, I told you this position might not suffice for shooting. We need to find a closer spot. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Li Luo leading them in the opposite direction. He stood bewildered, exclaiming, Hey, big brother, why are you taking us further away? Aren't we trying to get closer to shoot? Li Luo replied with a mysterious smile. Who told you we need to get closer to shoot? He continued walking without looking back, exuding an air of confidence. Zhou Pai raised an eyebrow. But big brother, is your Barrett's range sufficient? Of course it is. If it weren't, why would I be moving further away? Li Luo answered while glancing back at the stone python below in the canyon. The distance was increasing, and as they continued towards the canyon's edge, Zhou Pai grew increasingly perplexed. Big brother, we're so far now. It must be a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers. We can barely see the stone python anymore. Li Luo turned to look. Indeed, the stone python appeared as small as a worm by this point. This will do. Here is perfect. Li Luo finally halted. He believed his only limitation was his line of sight. As long as he could see it, he could strike. 123 kilometers was no joke, and even his eyes could not discern such distant objects, except for the moon and stars. Of course, you all stay back and hide, Li Luo instructed as he raised his Barrett, aiming at the stone python in the canyon. Zhou Pai nodded repeatedly. All right, big brother, we'll hide behind. Bang! Li Luo decisively pulled the trigger. In an instant, a black streak shot forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, slicing through the air toward the stone python with a piercing, shrill sound. Almost immediately, through the Barrett's high-powered scope, he saw the black streak strike the forehead of the slumbering stone python, causing an explosion. Boom! Upon impact, a thunderous sound echoed, even reaching Li Luo's ears from such a distance. The bullet created a sizable wound on the python. But to the massive creature, it did not appear fatal. Hiss! Roar! The stone python, sensing the intense pain, immediately opened its basketball-sized eyes in fury and turned towards the source of the sound, seemingly searching for the perpetrator behind the attack. Meanwhile, Zhou Pai and the others, witnessing this scene, were astounded. What a monster, it can hit from such a distance, Zhou Pai exclaimed. That as 7 or 8 kilometers away, they were aware that most long-range attack spirits were typically bows or crossbows, with maximum ranges not exceeding a kilometer. But Li Luo's range was simply extraordinary. Big brother's strength is unreal, Zhou Pai gaped. Wow, I've never seen such a long-range attacking spirit before, Zhao Chen added. Unable to contain his astonishment, Xia Qinghue, half-jokingly, remarked, Wow, Li Luo really knows how to shoot. Zhou Pai, Zhao Chen. Is this campus belle really so open-minded? The two pondered, suspecting Xia Qinghue of having ulterior motives, yet lacking evidence. Bang! Li Luo pressed the trigger again. Another black streak emitted a deafening sound as it struck the giant python, creating yet another sizable wound. Roar! This time, the stone python finally discerned the direction of its assailant and began to thrash its body. Charging towards Li Luo, his expression shifted slightly, but he did not hesitate. He quickly increased the frequency of his shots. Bang! 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 One shot after another, a relentless barrage of black streaks surged toward the stone python, opening numerous wounds upon its body. Li Luo could clearly see that as the wounds multiplied, the python's condition deteriorated. Beside him, Zhao Chen was utterly astonished. Wow, Zhou Pai, doesn't Li Luo need to change magazines for that Barrett? Zhou Pai chuckled. Change? You think this is just any ordinary spirit? His Barrett is enchanted with infinite bullets. What? Infinite bullets? Zhao Chen's jaw dropped in disbelief. That's just outrageous. He was baffled. But why does it feel like his Barrett has no recoil or weight? Zhou Pai recalled his own astonishment and grinned. What's so surprising? My big brother's Barrett is far from ordinary. His tone dripped with pride, as if he possessed this extraordinary weapon himself. Zhao Chen swallowed hard. Zhou Pai, I envy you so much for having such a monstrous big brother that has quite a hefty leg to lean on. Zhou Pai laughed heartily. Back in the day, I was the one who was hoodwinked into recognizing him as my big brother. Who knew he'd actually become one? He felt fortunate. I suppose this means, when one rises, all rise together. Zhao Chen paused. Wait, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you're a chicken or a dog? Zhou Pai was momentarily taken aback. Let us not focus on the details. They're not important. Alright, at this moment, Li Luo had already fired over 30 shots from his Barrett, the sound of gunfire ringing incessantly. Remarkably, despite enduring over 30 shots, the giant python continued to charge rapidly towards Li Luo, its head showing signs of severe damage. Yet, its speed seemed unaffected. This stone python is exceptionally resilient. Li Luo frowned. Observing intently that in just over 10 seconds, the stone python had covered a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, advancing relentlessly towards him. Something felt amiss. Li Luo sensed the situation was becoming tricky. Suddenly, a thought struck him, as the saying goes. Strike the snake at its 7 inches. Could this giant python be the same? Without hesitation, he directed his aim towards the underside of the python's head, rapidly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Dark streams of light continuously cascaded down upon the body of the stone python. Chapter 17. What caliber? How dare you snatch something from my brother? Witnessing this frenzied spectacle, Zhao Chen couldn't help but whip out his phone to capture the moment. This was utterly insane that it must be documented for a future post on social media. Finally, as Li Luo discerned that the bullet had struck approximately 70 inches beneath the python's head, he noticed a palpable decrease in the creature's speed. Indeed, Li Luo felt a surge of joy within him and continued to fire at the python's vulnerable spots with reckless abandon. The incessant gunfire echoed through the canyon, creating an especially jarring sound. Simultaneously, the anguished roars of the stone python reverberated throughout the gorge that it was on the brink of death. Li Luo distinctly sensed that the python, charging towards him, was moving far slower than before. Despite its myriad injuries, the python continued to writhe in a frenzied manner, seemingly determined to eliminate the assailant wielding the black gun. However, it was evident that it would not survive to fulfill that intention. After unleashing more than 20 shots, the stone python finally lay still, barely clinging to life at that moment. Its lifeless form was approximately a kilometer away from Li Luo's position. Fortunately, the distance was sufficiently great. Li Luo silently rejoiced. Ding, congratulations, you have gained an additional 5.4 years of life. The sudden voice echoing in his mind confirmed to Li Luo that the stone python had indeed perished. An additional 5.4 years of life, with the remaining 49.6 years, that amounted to a total of 55 years, which should be enough to exchange for the enchantment. All things repulsed. Li Luo pondered within. Initially assuming that slaying the stone python would yield only 3 to 5 years of life, yet he was pleasantly surprised that it seemed there was a drop of a purple gold enchantment scroll. Just as Li Luo had slain the stone python, he had observed through his high-powered scope that a purple gold scroll had fallen from the python's head. Predictably, it was the coveted purple gold enchantment. He immediately activated Swift Cloud Step and made his way into the canyon, intent on retrieving that purple gold scroll that was worth at least 20 million. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Pai and his companions hurriedly followed suit. Their curiosity piqued by the prospect of what kind of enchantment scroll such a formidable stone python might yield. Along the way, Zhao Chen exclaimed, "Wow, I almost missed it. My level has actually increased by 2. Reaching level 6. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pai and Xia Qingwei immediately checked their own level information. I leveled up by 1. Zhou Pai stated calmly. I leveled up by 2. Xia Qingwei exclaimed joyfully, her level having risen to 7. It seemed the experience points from the stone python were indeed quite generous. After Zhou Pai voiced his thoughts, he excitedly rushed to catch up with Li Luo. Brother, wait for us. The trio hurried ahead. Yet they found themselves unable to match Li Luo's pace. Only Xia Qingwen managed to keep up, albeit with great effort. Although she possessed a golden level agility enchantment, Li Luo's level was significantly higher. Having reached 13, and his attributes were vastly superior, creating a noticeable disparity. Soon, Li Luo arrived in the canyon, only to be taken aback. To his astonishment, there were already 8 individuals present. What was more alarming was that one of them was clutching the purple gold enchantment scroll in his hand. Li Luo narrowed his eyes and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you steal my belongings?" He had been so engrossed in slaying the stone python that he had not noticed the presence of those who dared to reap the rewards of his labor. This was utterly outrageous. In response to Li Luo's inquiry, the other party displayed no fear. "Humph, isn't it common to snatch things? This is a purple gold enchantment. After all, who wouldn't covet it? I declare that this purple gold scroll belongs to me." Wu Hao. The individual spoke with an air of entitlement, seemingly accustomed to such brazen acts. At that moment, Xia Qingwei, Zhao Chun, and Zhou Pai caught up, and upon witnessing the scene, They were all taken aback. How audacious! How could anyone dare to steal from Li Luo? Did they not realize that he was capable of slaying a level 30 legendary stone python? Were they truly so blinded by greed? Li Luo rubbed his ears and said, "What did you just say?" "Repeat that." Wu Hao scoffed. "I said this purple gold scroll belongs to me." Wu Hao. Before he could finish his sentence, bang! Li Luo, uninterested in further conversation, shot him squarely in the chest. The thunderous sound erupted instantly. The self-proclaimed Wu Hao was sent flying by the bullet, blood spewing from his mouth, his chest now a gaping wound through which his innards were visible. Li Luo then strode forward to retrieve the fallen purple gold scroll. "Do think you could steal from me, Li Luo? You ought to consider whether you possess the capability to do so." Hiss. The other 7 individuals gasped in shock as they witnessed Wu Hao being so effortlessly incapacitated. This was Wu Hao, the leader of the 4th high school in the Magic City, the one who had awakened the legendary spirit weapon, the Crescent Moon Blade. How could he possibly withstand a single shot from Li Luo? Their terrified gazes fell upon the Barret in Li Luo's hands, bewildered. Wasn't this a firearm? How could it possess such devastating power? While everyone stood in stunned silence, Li Luo's piercing gaze swept across the remaining 7, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. "If any of you wish to step forward, now is the time. I'm in a hurry." He gestured with the Barret, pointing it at each of the 7 in turn. However, all 7 trembled in fear, unable to meet Li Luo's gaze. Who would dare to step forward? Wu Hao had always led them in bullying others, but they lacked the courage to confront Li Luo. Now that even Wu Hao had been felled by a single shot, they certainly did not dare to act recklessly. They were not foolish enough to provoke someone they knew they could not handle. At that moment, Zhou Pai boldly stepped forward and mocked. "What caliber are you? How dare you attempt to steal from my brother? You must be tired of living." After speaking, he turned to Li Luo and said, "Brother, let us go. That we still have leveling up to do. There's no need to stoop to their level." He patted Li Luo's shoulder, concerned that these individuals might provoke him, resulting in dire consequences if there were fatalities. It would be difficult to manage. Li Luo turned to leave without looking back, declaring, "I am Li Luo from the 3rd high school in the Magic City. If you wish to seek revenge, feel free to come at me." With that, he strode away with grace, followed closely by Xia Qingwei, Zhao Chen, and Zhou Pai. Before departing, they each introduced themselves. "I am Xia Qingwei from the 3rd high school in the Magic City." "I am Zhao Chen from the 3rd high school in the Magic City." "I am Zhou Pai from the 3rd high school in the Magic City." Lying on the ground, Wu Hao trembled with excitement upon hearing their names, blood spilling from his mouth as he groaned in agony. "Quick, get me to the hospital. I can't hold on much longer." In that moment, Wu Hao truly felt the shadow of death looming over him, and he genuinely feared the man wielding the Barret. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, mumbling, "Could it be that the person who single-handedly sniped the level 10 golden 3-headed serpent was him?" He turned to his anxious teammates beside him and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and carry me to the hospital." Chapter 18, Legendary Enchantment. All things repulsed. All right, we're on it." Wu Hao's teammates scrambled into action. They couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle at the sight of the gaping wound on Wu Hao's chest. This was terrifying. It was well known that cultivators with spirit weapons had resilience unlike ordinary individuals. If an ordinary person had taken such a shot, they would undoubtedly be dead on the spot. However, both Wang Yi and Wu Hao, along with Zhang Yang from the 1st high school in the Magic City, had all endured a bullet from Li Luo, but they had survived with serious injuries. If Li Luo had aimed for their heads, however, the outcome would have been entirely different, certain death. Given Li Luo's current strength, it seemed that only cultivators of a significantly higher level could withstand such firepower. It was common knowledge that the hardness of a cultivator's body spirit weapon quality spirit weapon compatibility. At this moment, Wu Hao was filled with regret. Damn it, I truly let greed cloud my judgment. I knew this guy could kill a level 30 legendary stone python, yet I still tried to pick up the scraps. Damn, I really am a fool. Now my level is only 5, and after this injury, I'll need 3 to 5 days to recover, and I'll fall behind drastically. Regret was etched across his face. His teammates chimed in, "Brother Hao, that Barret in Li Luo's hands must be a spirit weapon." "Right. Is he the one from the video who killed the level 10 golden 3-headed serpent? It's highly likely. We can't even take down a level 10 3-headed serpent, yet he has already slain a level 30 legendary stone python. He is truly a monster. Such a person is not to be trifled with. Brother Hao, we warned you." Wu Hao felt a vain throb on his forehead. "Shut up." Outside the canyon, Li Luo suddenly halted, pulling out the purple gold enchantment scroll to examine it. Zhou Pai and the others also came to a stop. Wow, wow, wow. A purple gold enchantment scroll. How rare, Xia Qingwei exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, eagerly anticipating the enchantment scroll in Li Luo's hands. Zhao Qin's eyes also sparkled with interest, as he had previously claimed the right of first purchase. If it didn't suit him, that would be another matter. The three of them fixated intently on Li Luo. Yet, an expression of astonishment appeared on Li Luo's face. Spear emerges like a dragon, purple gold grade enchantment, used for enchanting spear-type weapon spirits. Once enchanted, a glimmer of cold light arrives first, followed by the spear emerging like a dragon, sweeping across the 8 realms, exponentially increasing its power. He turned to look at Zhao Qin, whose gaze was filled with fervor. One must admit, Zhao Qin, your luck is truly remarkable. This purple gold grade enchantment is perfect for spear-type weapon spirits, and your Fang Tianhua Ji should be able to utilize it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin was immediately filled with excitement. Really? No way. His eyes widened, brimming with immense joy. He had been searching for a suitable golden grade enchantment for a long time, but had found nothing until now, unexpectedly uncovering a purple gold grade enchantment. How fortunate could one be? Unable to contain his eagerness, he asked, Li Luo, may I take a look? Of course. Li Luo handed the purple gold enchantment scroll to Zhao Qin, unperturbed by the prospect of Zhao Qin simply taking it. After all, everyone had witnessed Wu Hao's fate moments ago. Within the secret realm, he was confident in being the pinnacle of combat strength. At this moment, he began to examine the legendary grade enchantment, All Things Recoil. In the system shop, with 55 years of lifespan remaining, he could easily exchange 50 years for the legendary, All Things Recoil. The effect of this enchantment was incredibly useful to him. Had he possessed the All Things Recoil enchantment earlier, he would not have needed to maintain a great distance. He could have simply unleashed a barrage upon the stone python to finish it off. Without hesitation, Li Luo exchanged for the legendary enchantment scroll of All Things Recoil. Immediately, he turned around to quietly utilize the enchantment scroll. In the next moment, a subtle glow began to emanate from his beret, though it was not overly conspicuous. Noticing he still had 5 years of lifespan left, Li Luo inwardly mused, it seems I need to expedite my lifespan acquisition, otherwise it won't suffice. With the All Things Recoil enchantment, he felt no fear of those charging monsters drawing near, as they would have no opportunity to approach him. Concealing a smirk, he turned to observe the others. He found that Xia Qingwei and Zhou Pai were all gathered around Zhao Qin, meticulously examining the spear emerges like a dragon enchantment scroll. Their eyes filled with astonishment. After all, golden grade enchantments were already exceedingly precious in the market. Witnessing a purple gold grade enchantment firsthand was a sight to behold. Zhao Qin nervously swallowed. Li Luo, how much do you intend to sell this purple gold enchantment scroll for? Li Luo propped his chin in thought. This purple gold grade enchantment scroll would be worth at least 20 million in the market, and it might fetch a higher price at auction, possibly reaching 25 to 30 million. Just as he hesitated, Zhao Qin proactively offered, Li Luo, let me give a direct offer, a flat 30 million. What do you think? Deal, straightforward indeed. Just transfer the funds to me once we exit the secret realm. Li Luo readily agreed. While an auction might yield a higher price, it would also incur substantial fees. And there was no guarantee it would be significantly higher. Moreover, he had previously promised Zhao Qin the priority to purchase. Not to mention, Zhao Qin hadn't attempted to haggle. Refusing to sell it to him would be somewhat ungracious. Upon seeing the deal struck, Zhao Qin eagerly said to Li Luo, so can I go ahead and use this enchantment scroll? Be my guest. Li Luo replied nonchalantly. Elated by Li Luo's words, Zhao Qin immediately activated the purple gold enchantment scroll. In an instant, the purple gold Fang Tianhua Ji in his hands began to radiate a vibrant purple gold light. Nice, 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 Zhao Qin exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. He swung the formidable purple gold Fang Tianhua Ji, exuding an aura of power. A faint silhouette of a purple gold dragon danced across the surface of the Fang Tianhua Ji, and a gentle sound reminiscent of dragon's roar could be faintly heard. The uncontrollable smile on Zhao Qin's face revealed his immense satisfaction with this purple gold enchantment scroll. Seeing Zhou Pai's envious expression, Li Luo patted his shoulder, saying, Guapi, why are you staring so intently? Soon, you will have an endless supply of enchantment scrolls, right? My brother speaks true. Zhou Pai quickly returned to reality. In his view, Li Luo was now a walking repository of enchantment scrolls, and he needn't worry about acquiring them in the future. The only one slightly discontent was Xia Qingwei, who who gazed at Li Luo with a hint of regret. What a pity I can't use this enchantment scroll. Li Luo. If I find a high-level monster next time, will you help me out? The price is negotiable. As long as the price is right, anything can be arranged, Li Luo replied casually. Why bother contemplating monster hunting? Slaying monsters could yield lifespan, as long as one provided the location. He would willingly go and defeat them, especially now, with his enchanted Barret possessing all things recoil, common monsters posed no threat to him. Reflecting on this, he suddenly turned and fired at a nearby large tree. Bang! A deep, resounding sound reverberated in an instant. The tree was blasted in half, and a mysterious shockwave sent it reeling several meters away. Hiss! Li Luo inhaled sharply. The recoil effect was indeed impressive. Chapter 19. Among the myriad words in existence, none wound the heart quite like love. Li Luo felt a surge of joy within. Hey, brother, your Barret seems to have become even more formidable, Zhou Pai exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the tree being pushed back by the mysterious shockwave. His gaze fixed on Li Luo's Barret, glimmering with intelligence. What do you know about epic grade? Li Luo replied with a mysterious smile. I don't know, Zhou Pai responded, shaking his head foolishly. He was genuinely baffled by Li Luo's Barret, which had started with enchantments and had long been curious as to why Li Luo's Barret possessed an infinite ammunition enchantment, a trait he believed to be quite advanced. Was this a characteristic of hot weapon spirits? Beside them, Xia Qingwei also looked at Li Luo in surprise. Li Luo, stop wasting time. I'll take you to hunt those level 15 firewolves. There are about 30 to 40 of them. Can you handle it? A piece of cake. Lead the way, Li Luo responded, gently caressing his Barret as if it were a beloved toy. 30 or 40 firewolves were nothing. A barrage would suffice. Suddenly, Zhao Chun interjected. My objective has already been achieved, so I want to be joining for more experience. I'm heading to find my teammates now. He looked earnestly at Li Luo, saying, don't worry. I'll transfer the funds to you right after we exit the secret realm. Li Luo nodded. All right. With Xia Qingwei at 2 million and Zhao Chen at 30 million, that totaled 32 million. Earning money had become exceedingly easy for him. Currently, he lacked lifespan rather than wealth, with only 5 years remaining. However, this issue was not difficult to resolve. After a brief discussion, Zhao Chen departed the group to seek his teammates. Although he wished to continue gaining experience, he also recognized the importance of personal growth through battle. He understood that true strength was forged through conflict. Having just gained 2 levels of experience was already a considerable achievement for him, placing him ahead of others at the starting line. Let us go, Li Luo. Xia Qingwei waved at him. The lair of the firewolves is located in the southwest of the secret realm, in a small valley we spotted from afar earlier. With that, she quickened her pace, gracefully striding toward the southwest. Her agile and ethereal figure resembled a dancing sprite, her black hair cascading like a waterfall. Elegant and enchanting. Li Luo and Zhou Pai followed closely behind. As they walked, Zhou Pai quietly remarked to Li Luo, brother, look at Xia Qingwei. She has beauty, figure, and a prestigious background. Why don't you accept her? Li Luo raised an eyebrow, his expression laden with meaning. Among the myriad words in existence, none wound the heart quite like love. Guapi. I hope you never learned this lesson. A fleeting hint of melancholy crossed Li Luo's gaze as he reminisced about his past love, a pure campus romance. Yet too fragile to withstand the test of reality. Without sufficient material support, such innocent love crumbled like castles in the air, as fleeting as the moon in water or flowers in a mirror. Utterly incapable of withstanding the winds and rains of life. Observing Li Luo's pensive demeanor, Zhou Pai curiously asked, brother, have you come to understand? Li Luo snapped back to reality. Of course I understand. I mean, the novels I read all say so. This thought resonated within him. TSK, 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 novels are novels, and reality is reality. Don't confuse the two. Zhou Pai seemed to understand remarkably well. He continued. In the novels I read, love is so sweet it could kill someone. You should know, fairy tales are deceptive, Li Luo cautioned. Zhou Pai, however, remained unconvinced. I don't believe it. I firmly believe in the existence of pure love, and I want to possess it. Just then, Xia Qingwei halted, turning to them. What are you two whispering about back there? Zhou Pai quickly explained. Nothing, nothing. Please continue leading the way. Xia Qingwei remained skeptical. Really? It sounds like I heard something about pure love. Zhou Pai stammered. Well, I said I'm a pure love warrior. Xia Qingwei couldn't help but laugh. You, a pure love warrior? Should I introduce you to someone? Zhou Pai's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Is that true? Xia Qingwei waved her hand. Of course it's true. I have plenty of resources around me. That's wonderful. Zhou Pai rubbed his hands together eagerly. Li Luo suddenly doused a bucket of cold water over Guapi, saying, I am not trying to discourage you, but you must ponder why anyone would take a liking to you. Is it because you are tall, wealthy, or perhaps handsome? His words left Zhou Pai utterly bewildered. Zhou Pai scratched his head, ruminating for what felt like an eternity, yet he could not conjure even a single reason, which instantly plunged him into an emo state. Li Luo. Xia Qingwei's gaze lingered on Li Luo's face as she retorted. Everyone has their own unique brilliance. You cannot just demean others like that. Demean? I merely believe that recognizing reality can mitigate the pain one endures, Li Luo replied nonchalantly. Xia Qingwei dismissed his words with a wave. What reality? Love is love, and hate is hate. Why complicate matters with so much contemplation? Upon hearing this, Li Luo's eyes flickered, and he fell into silence. Let's not dwell on this. You two, quickly follow me. We must prioritize leveling up. Xia Qingwei beckoned to the two. Lost in thought, Li Luo walked while carefully reflecting on Xia Qingwei's recent statement. Love is love, and hate is hate. Why complicate matters? It seemed that Tio possessed some merit. Time passed slowly. An hour later, the trio finally arrived at a small valley. Li Luo surveyed the scene. Indeed, within the valley were 34 colossal wolves, their bodies ablaze with a fiery red hue, rivaling the size of adult water buffaloes. They were deemed bizarre monsters due to their strange mutations. Their bodies were as tough as steel, impervious to ordinary blades and bullets. Even typical bombs and firearms merely tickled them, while Li Luo observed. Xia Qingwei approached him and whispered, Li Luo, this pack of creatures is interconnected. Do you have confidence? Li Luo smiled mysteriously, offering no reply. He raised his barret, exuding a terrifying aura, and fired at the flame wolves in the valley. Bang, 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 the thunderous explosions reverberated throughout the valley. Dark, flowing bullets detonated upon striking the unsuspecting flame wolves. As the bullets exploded, mysterious shockwaves surged forth, inflicting immense damage. The wolves struck down were dispatched instantly. The carnage was staggering. It was almost one shot, one kill. Howl, howl, howl. The remaining flame wolves, now aware, bared their teeth and charged towards Li Luo's direction, their fiery eyes ablaze with fury, seeing a dozen or so wolves rushing forward. Xia Qingwei and Zhou Pai appeared slightly flustered, both drawing their weapons in preparation. Zhou Pai, both nervous and exhilarated, exclaimed, Damn it, I just crafted a golden enchantment and haven't even tested its power yet. He swallowed hard, vigorously brandishing his red tassel spear. Though he spoke boldly, his body trembled with apprehension. Xia Qingwei was no less idle, standing resolutely beside Li Luo, her Mingwei sword poised for battle against the approaching wolves. However, they were soon disappointed. Any flame wolf that dared approach was repelled by Li Luo's dark, flowing bullets, each one dispatched with precision. Not a single wolf reached them. Zhou Pai chuckled awkwardly. Hey, brother, you're not giving me a chance to shine. Chapter 20. Knowing full well there are tigers on the mountain, yet not venturing into their lair a chance to shine. All right, I'll save one for you next time. Li Luo habitually blew away the faint white smoke from the barret's muzzle. Sure thing, brother. Zhou Pai laughed heartily. Oh wow, brother, I just realized my level has reached 15. He joyfully waved his red tassel spear, beaming like an overgrown child. Li Luo immediately checked his own level. Unsurprisingly, he too had reached level 15. He had just slain a total of 41 flame wolves, earning himself a lifespan of 16.4 years. A single level 15 ordinary flame wolf granted him 0.4 years of life, coupled with a few monsters he had dispatched along the way. His lifespan had now accumulated to 17.5 years, leaving him with a total of 22.5 years. Meanwhile, the compatibility with the Barret spirit had also increased significantly. LV1, 32. Beside him, Xia Qingwei looked at Li Luo with a bright smile. Li Luo, that's fantastic. My level has jumped from 7 to 10. She blinked her crescent-shaped eyes. This means that since joining you, my level has surged from 5 to 10 in less than 3 hours. Such rapid advancement astonished Xia Qingwei. Li Luo, unfazed, reminded her, cherish it. You did spend 2 million on this. It wasn't for nothing. He checked his phone for the time. It was now 3 p.m., with 3 hours remaining until he officially finished work at 6 p.m. Xia Qingwei paused. Huh, is that appropriate? I paid 2 million for a day of your time, and I only get from noon to 6, just 6 hours. Li Luo chuckled lightly. Didn't you gain experience from that stone python too? Let us call it even. Xia Qingwei raised an eyebrow. All right. I suppose. As the three conversed, the sky suddenly darkened. They quickly looked up to find a massive, fire-red bird flapping its wings above them. Zhou Pai was the first to exclaim. Holy crap, brother, there's a giant monster bird in the sky. It must be bigger than an elephant. Xia Qingyue's expression shifted. That appears to be the level 30 legendary Qian bird. We should hide. This monster can devour a person in one bite. And its claws are incredibly sharp. With that, Xia Qingyue began searching for cover to conceal herself, followed by Zhou Pai. The Qian bird, a legendary monster, was something Li Luo recalled from his high school textbooks. It resembled an elephant, entirely crimson, with a body as hard as steel, possessing the purple-gold enchantment light as a swallow. Ordinary spirit practitioners found it exceedingly challenging to contend with. Its agility and ability to fly made it a nightmare for numerous practitioners. Even archers struggled to find a target, making it tough to kill. Once the Qian bird went on the offensive, it would dive from the sky, attacking with ferocity. Its razor-sharp claws could easily rend apart ordinary spirit practitioners. The most effective strategy against it was simply to hide. Hence, upon sighting the Qian bird, Zhou Pai and Xia Qingyue instinctively sought refuge. Zhou Pai urged, "Brother, hurry and hide. If it spots us, we'll be in trouble. I ask you both, can you not show a bit of ambition?" Li Luo teased, casting a glance at the visibly anxious Xia Qingyue and Zhou Pai. His demeanor was calm as he lifted his barret. Aiming at the Qian bird soaring thousands of meters above, this creature bears a purple-gold enchantment. Zhou Pai stared in disbelief. "Brother, this Qian bird is far more agile than that clumsy stone python. Are you certain you want to engage it? This might be the most formidable creature in this secret realm." He meticulously analyzed the terror of the Qian bird. Bang, without uttering a word. Li Luo answered with action. A deep, authoritative thunderclap echoed, followed by a dark, flowing bullet slicing through the air. In an instant, the Qian bird soaring at a height of a kilometer was struck successfully. The barret bullet detonated. The Qian bird staggered from the mysterious shockwave, nearly losing control and plummeting. Caw! A sharp, piercing cry echoed through the heavens. Although Li Luo could not comprehend the bird's call, he sensed an overwhelming fury emanating from it. Unfazed, Li Luo mused, "What use is a bird's screech?" He calmly raised the barret once more, aiming at the Qian bird in the sky. Beside him, Zhou Pai trembled with fear. "Holy crap, that Qian bird seems to have noticed us." "Brother, do you have confidence?" Xia Qingyue appeared slightly tense. She had spent 2 million to purchase Li Luo's time for leveling up, yet she never anticipated he would dare confront such formidable monsters. The Firebird was undoubtedly the aerial sovereign of this secret realm that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Bang! Li Luo resolutely squeezed the trigger for the second shot, then the third, and the fourth. Bang, 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 bang. The Qian bird, now enraged by the relentless assault, dove at breakneck speed towards Li Luo's position, a fearsome sight to behold. Its body, akin to a streak of light, inspired dread. "This is bad. Brother, the Qian bird is too powerful. I need to take cover." Terrified, Zhou Pai instinctively darted behind a nearby tree. The destructive potential of the Qian bird's descent would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Li Luo scoffed derisively. "Guapi, weren't you just lamenting about not getting a chance to shine? Now that the opportunity has presented itself, you're still useless." Zhou Pai immediately shook his head. "Brother, don't joke around. This isn't the opportunity one wanted. If I run out there, I'll undoubtedly be done for." "Are you kidding? A wise person knows when to retreat. This isn't cowardice. Knowing full well there are tigers on the mountain, one it not venture into their lair." Meanwhile, Xia Qingyue, who stood nervously beside Li Luo, appeared torn between hiding and confronting the threat. Li Luo calmly advised, "Stop trying to be brave. You should also find cover. I'll handle this Qian bird. After all, I'm being paid for this job, and I have a reputation to uphold." Xia Qingyue obediently nodded. "Just be careful. Don't let your guard down." She quickly scurried behind a nearby boulder, her eyes anxiously fixed on the Qian bird above. Li Luo, watch out. The Qian bird is diving down," she called out to Li Luo, focused intently on the rapidly descending Qian bird, a confident smile gracing his lips. He murmured softly, pondering whether the resonance of all things retreating, combined with your high-speed dive, might not instantly claim your life. As he observed the crimson flaming bird accelerating rapidly, Li Luo raised his barret and carefully aimed at the swiftly descending creature. When the flaming bird was merely 100 meters away, the moment had arrived. After completing his quiet musing, Li Luo decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! The deep, commanding sound of the Barrett echoed. The bullet, resembling a streak of black light, collided with the flaming bird's body, which shimmered like a red glow. Boom! The bullet exploded instantaneously, causing the high-speed diving flaming bird to come to a sudden halt. Staggering backwards several meters. Li Luo clearly saw the bird's chest disintegrate into a pulpy mass, its scarlet blood gushing forth, staining the sky. The flaming bird seemed to lose control, its massive form plummeting from the air. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 5.8 years of lifespan. Upon hearing the notification, Li Luo confirmed the death of the flaming bird. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted a purplish golden scroll falling from the bird's body. Could it be an enchantment scroll for flight? Chapter 21. Purplish golden enchantment, leap and bound. Let's take a look. With a lively spirit, Li Luo rushed forward, grasping the purplish golden enchantment scroll and examining it closely. It seems rather promising. Leap and bound, purplish golden enchantment. Designed for living beings, the enchanted individual will possess remarkable leaping and bounding abilities, with a significant enhancement in bodily balance. Li Luo felt a touch of disappointment yet relief. While it was not a flight enchantment scroll, the leap and bound ability was still a commendable enhancement, especially for him. The agility to leap and evade would greatly bolster his survival capabilities. A purplish golden enchantment might make obtaining flight capabilities rather improbable. Flight enchantments likely required at least an epic level. Jump sniping, perfected. Li Luo couldn't help but murmur to himself. Li Luo. What kind of enchantment scroll is that? Can I use it? The curious Xia Qingwei rushed forward. You can use it, but I don't intend to sell it. Li Luo resolutely decided to use it himself. Any enhancement to his survival would undoubtedly take precedence. Ah, you're using it yourself? Xia Qingyue's tone held a hint of disappointment. Come on, the price is negotiable. I truly won't sell it. Li Luo was unwavering. Xia Qingwei raised an eyebrow. May I know what kind of enchantment it is? You seem to value it highly. Leap and bound enchantment. It can enhance evasion capabilities. Li Luo replied candidly. Oh, that's a type of agility enchantment. Alright then, I already possess an agility enchantment, so I don't value it as much. Xia Qingwei felt a slight balance restored within her. Then, she exclaimed in delight. Wow, I didn't realize I've reached level 12. Her joy was unmasked. This level up is astonishingly rapid. She was thoroughly satisfied with her current level. Having entered the secret realm at level 5 that morning, she was now at level 12. The speed of her progression was simply terrifying. I've also reached level 16. Zhou Pai chuckled beside them. Quite pleased with himself as a mere accessory. In his heart, Li Luo had become 2 words, foster father. When Li Luo checked his own level, he too had reached level 16. He understood that Xia Qingwei had gained 2 levels due to her lower starting point. While they had only advanced 1 level because their levels were slightly higher and the experience requirements were escalating. Moreover, the experience requirements would continue to climb. Li Luo checked his remaining lifespan. 28. 3 years, quite satisfactory. He was pleased with the current rate of lifespan acquisition. Just a while ago, it had dwindled to a mere 5 years, but now it had surged to 28.3 years. The compatibility of the spirit of the Barrett had also reached LV1. 34. After taking stock, he utilized the leap and bound, purplish golden enchantment scroll. Then, with a gentle leap, he found himself soaring to a height of 4 to 5 meters, as if gravity had significantly lessened. As he landed, he did so with remarkable steadiness, light as a feather. Wow! Zhou Pai exclaimed. Big brother, is this the legendary leap of 3 zhong? Li Luo smiled, but offered no reply. He then leaped fiercely once more, elevating himself to an impressive 10 meters high. Maintaining perfect stability, he even fired a shot mid-air, exuding an undeniable charm that as he descended, he remained as steady as ever. Li Luo, overwhelmed with joy, thought how wonderful it would be to acquire a flight enchantment next. Hiss, even Xia Qingwei, witnessing Li Luo's impressive aerial maneuver, gasped in astonishment. A twinge of regret stirred within her heart. She regretted not persuading Li Luo to sell her the leap and bound scroll. Its effects were indeed remarkable. Big brother, did you just mention wanting a flight enchantment? But can such a thing be easily obtained? Zhou Pai remarked in surprise. I've heard there are scarcely any experts in the entire Great Xia with flight enchantments. They seem to be at least epic level. Dreams should be pursued. Who knows what might happen? Li Luo responded, immediately checking his system shop. Indeed, there was a flight enchantment scroll available. Wings of Angels, mythical level enchantment. Designed for living beings, upon enchanting, grants a pair of golden angel wings, enabling flight. Lifespan required for exchange, 5,000 years. Its power was undeniable, but the cost was equally staggering. Li Luo reflected, realizing the necessity of acquiring more lifespan. Nearby, Zhou Pai pointed at the corpses strewn about. Big brother, now that the monsters are gone, what shall we do next? Li Luo turned to Xia Qingwei. Xia Qingwei, do you know of any leveling spots? After a moment's thought, she replied, it seems I saw a post last night mentioning a large gathering of slimes in the central area of this secret realm, but many people go there to level up. A hint of hesitation crossed her face. In other words, it's crowded there, making it easy to clash with others over monsters. Clash over monsters. Who could possibly compete with Big Brother? Zhou Pai laughed heartily from the side. Li Luo's expression shifted. If such a place exists, why didn't you say so? Lead us there. Xia Qingwei appeared worried. I just fear that with so many people, it could become troublesome, and the slimes there are of a low level. Only level 6. Only level 6. That seems a bit low. Li Luo hesitated, realizing that the experience gained from monsters of such low levels would likely be minimal. However, there were reportedly 4,000 to 5,000 of them. Xia Qingwei reminded him 4,000 to 5,000. So many. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's eyes lit up with excitement. Although their levels were low, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Let's go. Let's clear the area. Li Luo promptly decided. All right. Haha. Big brother is going to clear the area. Zhou Pai exclaimed with enthusiasm. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll also join in battling those level 6 slimes. Otherwise, my spirit's compatibility will increase too slowly. He had long desired an opportunity to hone his combat skills, but had found no chance. The monsters they encountered were either level 30 legendary stone pythons or level 30 legendary flaming birds. Or even packs of 40 to 50 firewolves, none of which he could handle. Whenever he came across a few monsters suitable for him to fight, they were swiftly dispatched by Li Luo before he could even approach. Now, heading to the level 6 slime gathering spot was the perfect opportunity for him to refine his combat techniques. With so many monsters, surely he could manage to take down a few. The golden enchantment, fusion of man and gun, had yet to demonstrate its true power. After a brief discussion, the trio reached a consensus and immediately set off for the slime gathering area in the central part of the secret realm. Li Luo's thoughts were simple. Experience wasn't his primary concern. He was far more interested in acquiring lifespan. Even if a level 6 slime only granted 0.1 years of lifespan, 10 slimes would yield 1 year. 100 slimes 10 years, and 1,000 slimes 100 years. Thus, for 1,000 slimes would equate to 400 years. He couldn't help but chuckle. Xia Qingwei glanced back in surprise, intrigued by Li Luo's amusement. Hey, Li Luo, what are you laughing about? Li Luo came to his senses, his eyes twinkling. Oh, nothing much, just thinking about how I'll receive a staggering 32 million in funds upon exiting the secret realm. Which makes me a bit giddy. Big brother, does that mean we can go out to eat? Can I have 5 eggs with my noodles? Zhou Pai dreamily inquired. Li Luo looked at him with disdain. What a lack of ambition. Tonight, I'm taking you for a seafood buffet. Chapter 22. None present are worthy of my attention. Wow, a seafood buffet? Zhou Pai immediately bounced with excitement. For him, this had always been legendary food. Something he had never tasted. It was important to note that seafood buffets in this world were exorbitantly priced. Since monsters descended hundreds of years ago, all transportation systems had completely collapsed. The logistics between cities required powerful spirit practitioners to escort the goods, or they would easily be intercepted by monsters. Thus, transporting seafood from distant coastal cities was even more challenging. Consequently, the prices for seafood buffets soared, averaging 2,000 xia coins per person. Only those who were either wealthy or elite could afford such a luxury. Oh, so we're also having a seafood buffet? Xia Qingwei chuckled meaningfully, slightly surprised but not astonished. As a wealthy heiress, she often indulged in seafood buffets. However, when she previously invited Li Luo, he had not given her that courtesy. What had he said back then? A gentleman does not partake in food that is freely given. It is precisely this inexplicable obsession of Li Luo that causes Xia Qingwei to perceive an intangible charm emanating from him. Throughout history, those who achieve greatness possess a certain backbone. Thus, she holds a favorable view of Li Luo's future. With a playful twinkle in her crescent-shaped eyes, she teases, Li Luo, you previously snubbed me when I offered to treat you to a seafood buffet. Might you now extend the courtesy to me? Li Luo gently shakes his head, responding, come on, you frequent those places often enough. It's not easy for me to earn money. Xia Qingwei pauses, slightly taken aback. You find earning money difficult? You just raked in over 30 million. She is at a loss for words at Li Luo's apparent stinginess. Li Luo remains calm as water. That was hard-earned. It wasn't a walk in the park. Ah, not easy. Xia Qingwei gazes at Li Luo in disbelief, wondering how he can utter such words. Did you not just fire your sniper rifle a few times and call it a day? How's that not easy? And what about those spirit cultivators who must fight tooth and nail in close combat? What do you call that? Easy. Zhou Pai tugs at Li Luo's arm, whispering, bro, I'm counting on you to introduce me to someone. Could you please be a bit more courteous? Li Luo glances at Zhou Pai, his expression one of surprise, but he remains silent, thinking to himself, this lad seems genuinely eager to experience the pangs of love. Fine, fine, you shall soon discover what heartache feels like. Just don't weep uncontrollably when the time comes. Time flies by swiftly. Half an hour later, the trio finally arrives at the central location of the secret realm, where a massive congregation of slimes can be found. At last, we're here. Let's take a look, Li Luo states as he stands atop a small hill, surveying the vast expanse before him. The landscape is dominated by sprawling plains, dotted with dense thickets, and teeming with numerous light blue slime creatures, each roughly the size of an adult water buffalo, thick and countless. Li Luo notices many students engaged in fierce battles with the slimes at the outskirts. He observes a detail. It appears that students from the same school tend to congregate in specific areas for leveling up. He wonders if there are unspoken rules at play. However, the location they currently occupy does not align with those from their school. Moda number 3. It seems more like the gathering area for Moda number 5 students. Just as he ponders this, a sharp voice calls out, Hey, what are you doing? This is the leveling area for Modu no. 5. You'd better leave. Upon hearing the voice, Li Luo quickly turns to see a burly figure approaching, wielding a golden wolf fang club that gleams with an ominous light. The man's threatening gaze sweeps over Li Luo and his companions. Suddenly, his eyes land on Xia Qingwei, igniting a spark of desire. Oh, this girl is quite the looker. If you become my girlfriend, I can make sure you stay here to level up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pai, who stands at the back of the trio, stares in disbelief at the rotund man who calls himself Gao Qiu. Internally, he exclaims, Wow, this guy must be out of his mind. You think you can just flirt with her? He glances at Li Luo, surprised to find him as calm as ever. Zhou Pai is baffled. Why isn't his brother angry? Zhou Pai turns to Xia Qingwei, who lightly swings her Mingwei sword, her expression devoid of emotion. Why don't you say that again? Gao Qiu looks at Xia Qingwei in astonishment. Oh, a little wildcat with a temper? I like that even more. He chuckles. I mean, if you were to be my girlfriend. Before he can finish his sentence, Xia Qingwei's exquisite face suddenly magnifies in Gao Qiu's sight. Indeed, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, he also notices the formidable sword in her hand, which appears equally sharp and intimidating. Instinctively, he raises his wolf fang club to defend himself. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Clang! Whoosh! In a brief clash, Gao Qiu finds himself struck in the thigh by Xia Qingwei's sword and is sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing heavily to the ground. With an air of haughtiness, she declares, Humph, you dare to take advantage of me, Xia Qingwei, you should consider your own worth first. Standing over Gao Qiu, she points her sword at his throat. Without strength or looks, what makes you so confident? Cough. Cough. Gao Qiu coughs slightly, lying on the ground as he watches the blood flow from his thigh, his pupils widening in shock. He cannot believe that he has been taken down by a girl in a single exchange. And a stunning one at that. His face pales, unable to maintain his composure. What the hell? So you lot came here to cause trouble? He immediately turns and shouts, Brothers from Moda number 5, come quickly. Someone is bullying us. Hearing the commotion, the Moda number 5 students embroiled in battle with the slimes cease their actions and hastily rush over. What? Who dares to stir up trouble? Let us see which blind fool has come to our leveling area. Rapidly, a group of 30 to 40 Moda number 5 students encircles Li Luo and his companions, their gazes icy and scrutinizing. Among them, a sullen-faced boy steps forward, wielding a glowing tang knife, his gaze sweeping over Li Luo and Zhou Pai before finally resting on Xia Qingwei's bloodstained sword. 3 of you. Why did you injure one of our Modu number 5 students? His tone drips with challenge and reproach. Li Luo calmly surveys the group, his expression as serene as a still lake. Remaining silent, he holds these individuals in no regard, but is curious to see how Xia Qingwei will handle the situation. Xia Qingwei glares at the boy, scoffing, Humph, and who might you be? What business is it of yours? The boy with the tang knife narrows his eyes. I am Shou Yi, a student of Modu number 5. You may consider me one of the leaders here. He gazes at Xia Qingwei with significance. This is the leveling area for Moda number 5. and I will not allow anyone to bully our students without facing consequences. Xia Qingwei, intrigued, regards Zhou Yi. Consequences? Simple. This fatso tried to take advantage of me. So, I taught him a lesson. Zhou Yi immediately looks at Gao Qiu, his eyes questioning. Gao Qiu protests. I didn't say that. She's just making it up. She attacked me for no reason. Xia Qingwei, unfazed by Gao Qiu's defense, walks over to Li Luo. Li Luo, this person brought this upon himself. Let us go. Zhou Yi swiftly swings his tang knife, declaring sternly, wait, you three think you can leave without clarifying the situation? You must be underestimating me. Zhou Yi. Li Luo raises his barret, pointing it at Zhou Yi. Indeed, I do not regard you highly. Don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting you. He surveys the crowd. I mean, none of you present hold any significance to me. Chapter 23. Can I report this? The monsters have all been slaughtered. Well, quite bold. Zhou Yi stares at Li Luo, who speaks with such arrogance. As if he has heard a joke. Are you implying that 34 of us are mere decorations? Li Luo's gaze remains calm. Whether you're decorations or not, I cannot say, but if I wish to leave, none of you can stop me. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. With that, he turns to Zhou Pai and Xia Qingwei. Let us go. Time is precious. Afterward, he waves to Xia Qingwei and Zhou Pai. And the three immediately head towards the unoccupied area where the slimes are congregated. Let us go. Get them. Zhou Yi, seeing their audacity, promptly signals to the nearby students. Immediately, 5 of them, wielding spirit tools, leap into action, charging at Li Luo and his companions with furious gazes that seem ready to engulf them, just as Xia Qingwei and Zhou Pai prepare for battle. Bang, 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 bang. Li Luo spins around, unleashing a rapid succession of 5 shots, striking the 5 Moda number 5 students mid-air, sending them reeling backward, blood spewing from their mouths as they crash to the ground, groaning in agony. In that instant, all the students surrounding Li Luo and his companions stand frozen in shock. Mouths agape, eyes wide, exchanging incredulous glances. This is utterly insane. Someone finally regains their composure, whispering in astonishment, wait, what, was that a Barret? A hot weapon? Or a spirit tool? Isn't he the sniper who took down the level 10 golden 3-headed snake yesterday? Cough, cough. Damn, is his sniper that fierce? Zhou Yi, witnessing this scene, is instantly left dumbfounded, waves of shock coursing through his mind. How can this sniper be so powerful, to fire 5 bullets in an instant, each shot hitting its mark? More perplexing is that all 5 bullets struck the student's spirit tools. Yet, even so, the impact caused them to spit blood and fly away. If those bullets had hit their bodies, they would likely be severely injured at the very least. Zhou Yi's grip on the tang knife begins to sweat. It seems this individual is not to be trifled with. He scrutinizes Li Luo and his companions with uncertainty. From their attire, they appear to be from Modu No. 3. The name Xia Qingwei rings a bell. She seems to be a prominent figure from Modu No. 3. The individual wielding the Barret rifle seemed somewhat familiar to Zhou Yi. He appeared to be the expert who had slain the level 10 Golden Hydra in the video from the previous night. As Zhou Yi grappled with his thoughts, Li Luo and his companions strutted away with an air of confidence, showing no inclination to linger. Zhou Yi, should we not detain those 3? Inquired a student nearby. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Detain them? With what means? Did you not witness the catastrophic damage inflicted by that fellow's Barret? I doubt I could withstand it. So are we to simply concede defeat? Zhou Yi retorted, his tone sharp. What else do you propose? If you think you can handle it, then by all means, step forward. The others fell silent. Zhou Yi glanced at the 6 classmates lying on the ground and urged, quickly, get these 6 to the hospital. Gao Qiu lamented, Zhou Go, are we really just going to let this slide? If you possess the skill, then fight back. I certainly cannot. Zhou Yi cast a deep, scrutinizing gaze at the visibly anxious Gao Qiu before shifting his attention to the rapidly departing Li Luo and his companions. Lost in contemplation, he understood that in this world, strength equates to reason. Resistance was futile. That he would not be foolish enough to leap into a fray he knew he could not win, only to be humiliated. That would be sheer folly. Moreover, this matter had little to do with him. It was Gao Qiu who had stirred the pot. Who could ascertain the veracity of Gao Qiu's claims? If it were a matter of his own interests, then perhaps he would contemplate a gamble. Meanwhile, big brother, your 5 shots just now were incredibly impressive, Zhou Pai exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. That I'm curious how you managed to fire 5 shots so swiftly, each hitting the mark. Li Luo replied nonchalantly, that is simply talent. Zhou Pai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Whoa, That sounds a bit boastful, doesn't it? Li Luo chuckled lightly and fell silent. Nearby, Xia Qingwei looked at Li Luo with increasingly fervent eyes. Her heart fluttering. To be candid, she had been utterly captivated by Li Luo's impressive display of skill, and her burgeoning affection for him grew with each passing moment. Unbeknownst to them, the trio soon found themselves in a desolate area teeming with slimes. These gelatinous creatures were ordinary monsters. Their aggression was not particularly strong, but once provoked, they became quite ferocious. How should one describe them? Much like the temperament of a stubborn individual. They would not relent until they retaliated. At this moment, Li Luo's intense gaze fixed upon the awaiting slimes, a smirk involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Attention, I am about to commence a slaughter. Xia Qingwei and Zhou Pai immediately nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness to level up with the speed of a rocket. Suddenly, Zhou Pai called out, "Big brother, I'll practice with the red Yao spear, so please be mindful not to accidentally hit me." Rest assured, Li Luo replied, lifting his Barret and unleashing a barrage of shots. Against the level 6 slimes, he required only 2 shots to dispatch each one. While the experience gained was meager, each slain monster granted him an impressive 0.1 years of lifespan, which thrilled Li Luo. Observing the multitude of slimes, he felt invigorated. Meanwhile, Xia Qingwei and Zhou Pai wielded their respective spirit weapons and engaged the slimes in battle. The contrast was startling. Zhou Pai, fighting a level 6 slime, took approximately 3 minutes to defeat it, whereas Xia Qingyue's damage output was significantly higher, allowing her to kill one in about a minute. However, when compared to Li Luo's terrifying pace of nearly 1 kill per second, a profound sense of defeat washed over them. Indeed, comparison can be disheartening. As time passed slowly, nearly half an hour slipped by. Li Luo continued his relentless slaughter of slimes, resembling a machine of destruction as the deep, authoritative gunfire echoed through the area, drawing the attention of numerous fellow students who came to witness the spectacle. Upon witnessing Li Luo's merciless assault on the slimes with his Barret, they were left dumbfounded. What was that booming sound? Someone is using a Barret. How absurd. Is that Barret a spirit weapon? How can it inflict such devastation upon slimes? If I'm not mistaken, it appears he is taking down one with just 2 shots. Can we report this? At this rate, all the slimes in the vicinity will be wiped out. What are we supposed to level up on now? Though they expressed their grievances, none dared to confront him or challenge his prowess. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Almost all the slimes in the training ground had been annihilated by Li Luo, leaving only those engaged in combat with others. He did not encroach upon their kills, but he had certainly cleared the meat from the pot. Chapter 24. So many complaints. What exactly has he done? Li Luo cast a lingering glance at the slimes still battling others before reluctantly averting his gaze. To date, he had reached level 25. Indeed, level 25. Over the course of the day, he had vanquished more than 4,000 slimes. Although the experience from each individual slime was inadequate, the sheer volume of kills had propelled him to a remarkable 9 levels. He had accrued a total of 401.7 years of lifespan, and with the previously remaining 28.3, he had precisely achieved 430 years. His spirit weapon compatibility had also reached LV-176. Concurrently, Zhou Pai had leveled up by 9 levels, reaching level 25, while Xia Qingwei had ascended by 10 levels to level 22. This is fantastic, Xia Qingwei exclaimed, elated beyond measure. She had never anticipated reaching level 22 by the 2nd day of training. Such an achievement was unprecedented in the history of Magic City No. 3. Today's investments had proven exceedingly worthwhile. However, where there is joy, there is often discontent. As Li Luo and his companions swaggered away from the scene, the other students engaged in leveling up became increasingly aggrieved, clamoring to lodge complaints about Li Luo's alleged cheating. They had unearthed the truth. The true powerhouse of Magic City No. 3 was not the campus belle Xia Qingwei, but rather Li Luo, who bore the Barret spirit weapon. Their indignation stemmed from the fact that Li Luo had single-handedly cleared the monster-laden training ground, leaving others with no opportunity to play. Many felt a deep sense of injustice. While strength was admirable, hoarding resources was undeniably excessive. This matter escalated quickly, and soon, the principals of various prestigious schools were informed. Numerous principals contacted the principal of Magic City No. 3, Mei Jiachao, late into the night. Hey, Lao Mei, could you perhaps rein in your student Li Luo? His behavior is rather excessive. Lao Mei, our students from No. 6 have collectively filed complaints against Li Luo. Can this issue be addressed? I must ask, Lao Mei, what is going on with Li Luo? This is upsetting the balance. Mei, you must provide an explanation. In the principal's office of Magic City Number 3, Mei Jiachao sat in his chair. Bewildered as he received calls from various principals, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many complaints about Li Luo? What could he possibly have done to provoke such ire? He promptly contacted the homeroom teacher, Zhao Ling, for clarification, but Zhao Ling claimed to know little, only vaguely aware that it pertained to monster stealing. Monster stealing. Mei Jiachao sighed, shrugging his shoulders. What does it matter? Li Luo possesses dual spirit weapons and wields the epic Barret. He is a prodigy of Magic City Number 3, and no one has the right to dictate his actions. That he grumbled. Who says you can't steal monsters? If someone lacks the skill, they shouldn't resort to complaints. Cowards. As long as no one is killed, there is no issue at hand. Just as Li Luo, Zhou Pai, and Xia Qingwei exited the secret realm, Xia Qingwei promptly transferred 2 million Xia coins to Li Luo. Li Luo, you kept your word. The money is sent. Go enjoy a seafood buffet, and I shall take my leave. With that, she dashed away, her face alight with excitement. She was eager to return home and share the good news. Her unprecedented level was no small feat. As the saying goes, every family has its own burdens. Even as a wealthy second-generation heir, Xia Qingyue's family faced challenges. The Xia family was a large clan, with many cousins already achieving great success, possessing not only formidable awakened spirit weapons but also powerful enchantments. Thriving in their endeavors, their status within the family had risen considerably, wielding significant influence among the younger generation. However, despite awakening a legendary spirit weapon, Xia Qingwei knew it was insufficient for her to gain a voice within the Xia family to command authority. She needed to grow stronger, acquire top-tier enchantments, and enhance her combat prowess. The survival of a large family hinges on the continuous emergence of individuals with immense potential. Without enough strong members, their resources would inevitably become targets of envy. If one is beautiful yet lacks influence, they may find themselves married off to consolidate family power, a fate Xia Qingwei wished to avoid at all costs. Li Luo and Zhou Pai sought out a 5-star luxury seafood buffet. The beautiful waitress greeted them warmly. Welcome. How would you like to enjoy your meal, handsome gentleman? Li Luo's gaze lingered on the restaurant's advertisement. It's not that the $99.99 Emperor's package is unaffordable, but rather that the $29.99 luxury package offers superior value. He raised an eyebrow. What distinguished the $99.99 Emperor's package from the $29.99 luxury package? The beautiful waitress eagerly elaborated that the $99.99 package, in addition to an all-you-can-eat seafood buffet, included complimentary services such as massage, board games, swimming, fitness, internet CAF, and bar access. She noted that this package was valid for 1 day, suggesting that if he had ample time, he might consider the $99.99 package to fully indulge. Ample time? It seemed he was rather pressed for time. Li Luo turned to Zhou Pai. I'm treating. Which one do you wish to choose? Zhou Pai was taken aback. Huh? Can I really choose? Of course. Li Luo responded nonchalantly. Remember, my friend, money is no object. Zhou Pai hesitated. Then I'll go with the $29.99 one. No problem. Li Luo agreed decisively. In truth, he too favored the latter, as time was scarce, and indulging in other services would be quite wasteful. He intended to rest well tonight and continue his efforts tomorrow. For him, strength was paramount. Nevertheless, he chose to let Zhou Pai make the decision. Considering he had been his subordinate for 3 years and was only now beginning to enjoy the fruits of life. Previously, Zhou Pai had often stood up for him, even supporting him unconditionally when he awakened the fishing rod spirit 2 days prior. Even at the risk of offending Wang Yi, this bond of friendship was indeed worthy of his appreciation. Once decided, Li Luo turned to the waitress. We'd like 2 of the 2,999 packages. Thank you. Certainly. Under the waitress's guidance, Li Luo and Zhou Pai quickly familiarized themselves with their surroundings, and soon they began to feast heartily. What restraint! What elegance! Such notions were utterly non-existent. High-end ingredients often demanded the simplest of dining manners. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, videos of Li Luo defeating the enchanted stone monster and enchanted stone python, as well as slaughtering slimes, were spreading like wildfire across various universities, once again capturing the attention of all students. Among the 10 high schools in Magic City, Li Luo's name had become widely recognized. The news of his dual spirit awakening was circulating as if it had sprouted wings. After all, a dual spirit is a rarity. This year, many students in Magic City had awakened, yet only 2 had achieved the awakening of dual spirits, one being Li Luo and the other Zhao Xian, the leader of Magic City No. 9 High. Zhao Xian's dual spirits were formidable, one a legendary grade golden chainmail with exceptional defense, and the other a legendary-grade green dragon crescent blade with formidable offensive capabilities. Clearly, he was a prodigy blessed with great fortune. Unsurprisingly, he would possess the first choice in matters of romance among the universities. At this moment, he quietly watched a video of Li Luo slaying the enchanted stone python on his phone, his eyes revealing profound astonishment. Indeed, there was something remarkable about him. No wonder Xia Qingyue was fond of him. Chapter 25. Forfeiting the guaranteed admission. Deciding on the college entrance examination, he slowly turned off his phone. Gazing into the distance, Xia Qingyue, ever since that chance encounter, I have been smitten by you. What should I do? Although I heard that you have an interest in Li Luo, I, Zhao Xian, am not one to give up easily. Then let it be a fair competition. Under the night sky, he lifted his gaze towards the misty heights, his expression contemplative. Ding dong. While indulging in seafood, Li Luo suddenly heard the sound of his phone ringing, prompting him to pause and slowly retrieve his phone. TSK, it's Teacher Zhao again, reminding me to report my level. The message came from the class WeChat group, a level reporting reminder from the homeroom teacher. Zhao Ling many classmates began to report their levels, some at level 5, others at level 6, 7, and even 8. However, none were seen at level 9 or above. After finishing their meal, Li Luo and Zhou Pai exchanged smiles and reported their level information. Li Luo, level 25, Zhou Pai, level 25. As soon as the message was sent, the once quiet class group erupted in fervor. Countless responses quoted Li Luo's message. No way, is this real? Already at level 25. We're only at levels 7 and 8. Yuri simply defined the odds. You must be insane. Big shot, please carry us. I promise to behave the entire time. Haha, big brother, someone's asking you to carry them. Zhou Pai chuckled between bites. Heh, impossible. Li Luo glanced over the class group messages, dismissing them. He vividly recalled how quickly these fair-weather friends had turned against him during his conflict with Wang Ye. As previously stated, yesterday, you treated me with indifference. Today, you can't reach for me. He had no intention of assisting them. Even if they offered money, he would not lower himself to such a level. Suddenly, Li Luo's phone rang again. Curious, he picked it up and found it was a call from homeroom teacher Zhao Ling. He promptly answered, and Zhao Ling's voice came through. Li Luo, Principal Mei asked me to inquire about what you've been doing in the leveling secret realm, as there have been numerous complaints. Li Luo paused momentarily. Complaints? His mind began to recall his actions within the secret realm. After organizing his thoughts, he recounted everything to Zhao Ling. Upon hearing the details, Zhao Ling was astonished. So, you injured Zhang Yang from Magic City No. 1, Wu Hao from Magic City No. 4, our school's Wang Yi, and 5 others from Magic City No. 5? And you also killed over 4,000 slimes, Li Luo calmly affirmed. That's correct. Zhao Ling was left speechless for several seconds before regaining her composure. As long as no one died, it's manageable. Principal Mei asked me to tell you that if you encounter any troubles, you can speak to him. Understood, Li Luo replied casually. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ling suggested, Li Luo, considering your current rate of growth, I recommend you consider applying for guaranteed admission to Magic City University, which would exempt you from taking the college entrance examination. Guaranteed admission to Magic City University? Li Luo was taken aback. He was familiar with Magic City University, ranked second only to Imperial Capital University, a top-tier institution in the Daxia region, situated to the southwest of Magic City. The campus was beautiful, and it boasted top-tier practitioners as instructors, imparting advanced combat techniques. Additionally, the school offered numerous high-level enchantment scrolls as alternative scholarships. Graduating from Magic City University was a pathway to success for many. However, Li Luo had not previously explored any admission options beyond the college entrance examination. Zhao Ling explained, yes, guaranteed admission is a pathway that bypasses the entrance exam. The advantage is that you need not worry about potential pitfalls during the exam, while the downside is that you would miss out on many rewards. Li Luo quickly discerned the crux of the issue. Miss out on many rewards, such as? Zhao Ling patiently elaborated. For instance, you would forfeit a substantial monetary reward, and you would also miss out on some high-level enchantment scroll rewards, not to mention losing the opportunity to train in the college entrance examination secret realm. Li Luo immediately understood. The loss of monetary rewards was inconsequential to him. He could also accept the forfeiture of high-level enchantment scrolls. However, losing the chance to train in the college entrance examination secret realm was something he found hard to accept. At present, his primary focus was on hunting monsters, as he needed to acquire lifespan to exchange for more powerful enchantment scrolls from the system shop. As he understood, The monsters in the college entrance examination secret realm started at level 30, with the highest level monsters reaching level 60, and their quality ranged from ordinary to epic. He viewed this as an excellent transitional stage. Teacher, I think I'll pass on the guaranteed admission and still prefer to participate in the college entrance examination. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take the entrance exam. Why? Zhao Ling was perplexed. Teacher Zhao, I believe the college entrance examination is a fantastic opportunity to hone my combat skills, and I don't want to miss it. Additionally, I don't wish to forfeit those rewards. Li Luo stated with feigned sincerity. He certainly was not motivated by those rewards. He merely sought to provide a substantial reason for declining guaranteed admission. Very well, Li Luo, to be honest, your decision surprises me. Typically, those with guaranteed admission opportunities opt for it, Zhao Ling remarked, astonished. Perhaps my perspective differs, Li Luo replied lightly. Do you have anything else? Teacher Zhao, nothing else, just take care to rest, Zhao Ling advised. After hanging up the phone, Li Luo gently tapped his fingers on the table. He had given considerable thought to the matter of hunting monsters. He had contemplated venturing into the mist outside the city to hunt monsters. But the creatures within the mist ranged from weak to strong. He could encounter a level 1 ordinary monster or a level 200 epic monster. There was no certainty that a level 200 epic monster was exceptionally powerful, and he believed that dealing with it would be quite challenging for him at present. Moreover, the limited visibility within the mist posed a significant problem. Thus, he was not inclined to take unnecessary risks at this time. Big brother, were you just on the phone with Teacher Zhao? Zhou Pai inquired, curiously eyeing the crab legs in his hands. Indeed, Teacher Zhao suggested I apply for guaranteed admission to Magic City University. Li Luo's gaze fell on the crab legs Zhou Pai was holding. Since we rarely indulge in seafood, you should eat more. All right. Zhou Pai, while indulging in his meal, remarked, but brother, I just heard you say that you intend to forego the guaranteed admission. Indeed, I will relinquish the guaranteed admission and participate in the college entrance examination, he replied. Zhou Pai chuckled. Well, with your capabilities, what need is there for a recommendation? You can simply charge ahead and seize the opportunity. Haha, I think the same way, Li Luo responded with a smile. Brother, you should eat as well. We must ensure we make up for the meal, Zhou Pai reminded him while munching away. Li Luo, unfazed, replied, rest assured. It's not about making up for it, just fill your stomach. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. At that moment, Li Luo noticed his phone screen illuminating suddenly, indicating someone had added him on WeChat. He promptly checked the contact. Zhao Chen. The god of wealth has arrived. Li Luo's expression shifted, and he quickly accepted the request. No sooner had they become friends than Zhao Chen sent a message to confirm. Is it Li Luo? Yes. All right. I will transfer the money to you immediately. Before long, a staggering sum of 30 million was transferred to Li Luo's account. Subsequently, Zhao Chen sent another message. Li Luo, the school beautician Mingwei from Modano. 2 High School wants to pay you to help her level up. Are you willing to take the job? Chapter 26. Legendary Enchantment. I have true sight. Li Luo pondered. Paying to level up? How much is she willing to offer? 1 million per day. Does she have any information about monster gathering points or enchanted creatures? After a brief pause, Zhao Chen replied, no, in that case, I must decline. I won't accept anything below 2 million. Li Luo decisively refused. When someone seeks his assistance for leveling up, money is a trivial matter. Having information about monster locations is far more crucial. If the other party had any details about monster gathering points or high-level enchanted creatures, he might reconsider even if the price were lower. After all, he has risen to a point where he can afford to be selective. Zhao Chen replied, understood. I will inform her. Li Luo turned off his phone and glanced at Zhou Pai, who was devouring his meal. Guapi, what is your dream? Dream. Zhou Pai paused, his eyes gleaming with hope. As an orphan, what dreams can I have? My only aspiration is to buy a 2-bedroom apartment in Modu and marry a beautiful wife. Enjoying a warm family life. How mundane, Li Luo mused. As far as I know, a 2-bedroom apartment in Modu costs around 12 million. Indeed, Zhou Pai chuckled foolishly, realizing that dream is quite difficult, but I suppose I can take my time. Li Luo swiftly picked up his phone and performed a series of actions. Guapi, I can help you achieve half of your dream. I just transferred 15 million to you. That should be enough for you to buy a house. As for finding a wife, that's up to you. What? You transferred me 15 million? Zhou Pai stared at Li Luo in shock. Brother, is that really appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Li Luo responded nonchalantly, I am officially taking off now. Making money has become a piece of cake for me. Zhou Pai's expression turned ecstatic, his face flushed. Brother no, adoptive father. Then I won't hold back. Li Luo chuckled lightly. Why would you be polite with me? He glanced at the seafood on Zhou Pai's plate. Hurry and eat. I'm full. As Zhou Pai continued to feast on seafood, Li Luo leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, exploring the enchantment scrolls in the system. He currently had 430 years of lifespan left, ample to exchange for other enchantment scrolls. Unfortunately, epic-level enchantments required a lifespan of 500 years. Many enchantments were incredibly enticing. Yet, for now, he could only peruse the legendary-level enchantments. While browsing and selecting, his gaze suddenly landed on one particular scroll. Eye of True Sight, legendary enchantment used for enchanting living beings. Once enchanted, the eyes will possess extraordinarily acute vision, able to pierce through common fog. Lifespan required for exchange, 50 years. Upon seeing this enchantment, Li Luo suppressed his excitement and thought, wow, this is perfect for me. He now possessed an exceptionally long-range attack capability, and the only shortcoming was his vision. If he could attain extraordinary sight, it would be like having wings added to a tiger. Moreover, this Eye of True Sight could penetrate common fog. Wait, common fog? Is there such a thing as uncommon fog? Li Luo keenly seized upon this detail, contemplating the implications behind that phrase. Reflecting on the mist that enveloped the world, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be that this fog is classified into different grades? His eyes flickered as he delved deeper into thought. The information he had previously gathered did not include such claims. Everything regarding the fog remained undisclosed to the public. Only the Great Xia government and military were privy to this knowledge. Ordinary people only knew that the fog was dangerous, but they were unaware of the specific nature of that danger. Never mind. Li Luo cast those thoughts aside. You it is. He decisively exchanged for the legendary enchantment, Eye of True Sight. Watching the scroll lie quietly in the system space as he slowly opened his eyes, Guapi, I need to use the restroom. With that, he stood and headed toward the restroom. After using the Eye of True Sight in the restroom, Li Luo felt an extraordinary enhancement to his vision. The entire world seemed transformed. Every detail was laid bare before his eyes. He could even see the faint blue light flickering in his own eyes reflected in the mirror. Approaching the window on the second floor, he gazed into the distance and realized he could spot even the tiniest blemish on the faces of women several kilometers away, akin to having a built-in high-definition telescope. In fact, it was even better. How detailed is this? Li Luo could not help but exclaim. Moreover, he noticed that the mist in the sky appeared significantly lighter to him, granting him a clearer view. Curiously, he began observing the scene outside the window. Every passerby was visible to him. Their subtle expressions, pimples, freckles, and blackheads. Li Luo frowned slightly. While his vision was indeed clearer, the world seemed less beautiful. It appeared that distance truly does lend enchantment. Minutes later, he returned to his table, where Zhou Pai seemed to have finished eating and was waiting for him. Brother, I'm full. Shall we leave? Yes, let us return and rest. Li Luo beckoned to Zhou Pai. As they walked, he contemplated whether to exchange a legendary enchantment for Zhou Pai to use. After all, trading 50 years of lifespan for a legendary enchantment was not too steep a price. He could afford that sacrifice. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately set aside the idea. Legendary enchantments were exceedingly precious, and if Zhou Pai could not keep his mouth shut, it might place them both in jeopardy. Moreover, Li Luo believed that his current strength was insufficient to guarantee their safety. That I will consider it once I have gained sufficient power, he resolved inwardly. Soon, the two returned to their dormitory to rest. Li Luo idly scrolled through the news on his phone. Recently, the Law Enforcement Bureau detected anomalous fluctuations in the fog surrounding Modu, suspecting the emergence of powerful monsters. Citizens are advised to exercise caution. Today, students from various universities have collectively complained about a student named Li Luo during training in a mysterious realm. The Great Xia military suffered heavy losses during an encounter with level 100 epic flying mantises while protecting farmland and water sources. Congratulations! This year, 2 students from major universities have awakened dual spirit tools. One is named Zhao Xian, and the other is Li Luo. The Great Xia military urgently stated that they require fresh blood. Otherwise, future endeavors will be exceedingly difficult. The next morning, Li Luo and Zhou Pai found themselves once again at the eastern city gate of Modu, preparing to venture into the mysterious realm for training. Li Luo, as always, bore his Barrett rifle, while Zhou Pai brandished his red tassel spear. Standing at the eastern city gate, they quietly surveyed the dense crowd before them. The voices in the crowd buzzed with confusion. What is going on? Why are the city gates closed today? Could it be that monsters are appearing? The mysterious realm lies outside the city gates. If they're closed, how are we supposed to train? Exactly. This is a serious delay, brother. Something seems off today, Shopai remarked, standing on a step as he gazed toward the eastern city gate. Oh no, brother, it seems the eastern city gate is truly closed. Li Luo's eyes narrowed. Let us go and inquire about the situation. Just then, a clear female voice rang out beside them. Hey, are you the legendary Li Luo? Chapter 27. An unexpected change, flying bats. Li Luo turned to the source of the voice. Revealing a stunning beauty with fair skin and delicate features, likely a student from a certain school. Behind her stood several similarly dressed, graceful young women. At first glance, Li Luo felt a sense of ease. Reminiscent of the time he encountered Xia Qingwei and her companions. It seemed that beautiful women enjoyed clustering together. Li Luo, puzzled, replied, I am indeed Li Luo. May I ask who you are? I am Xin Mingwei, a student from Moda No. 2 High School. I asked Zhao Chen to communicate with you about helping me level up last night, but you turned me down. It's you. Li Luo was taken aback, not expecting to come face-to-face with Xin Mingwei. To be fair, her looks were quite commendable, rivaling Xia Qingwei. However, in Li Luo's eyes, the tiny pores on her face were glaringly apparent, somewhat detracting from her beauty. Xin Mingwei gazed at Li Luo with profound intensity. It is I, Li Luo. You truly astonish me. After all, I am considered the belle of Magic City No. 2 High School, and yet, there exists a boy who can refuse to take me to level up? She scrutinized Li Luo carefully. I have not afforded others the chance to take me, let alone when I am willing to contribute financially. Li Luo maintained a serene expression. I apologize, but my small-scale business demands a fee of no less than 2 million per day. However, if you possess information regarding a monster's lair or enchanted creatures, I might reconsider small-scale business. You say? A few million at a whim. Xin Mingwei teased, then murmured to herself. Information on monster lairs or enchanted creatures. It seems I must ponder this. After a moment, she shook her head in resignation. I'm afraid I possess none. Would you consider 1.5 million? Regrettably, I cannot consider that. Li Luo declined gently. At this moment, his interest in money had waned. His focus lay solely on the monsters. He beckoned to Zhou Pai, Gua Pai. Let us proceed to ascertain the situation ahead. Xin Mingwei's gaze flickered slightly. Li Luo, do you seek to understand why the East City Gate is closed? Li Luo halted mid-step, turning his attention to Xin Mingwei. What? You are aware of the circumstances? Xin Mingwei chuckled lightly. I just inquired about the information. It seems none shall level up today. Her tone carried an undertone of helplessness and worry. Zhou Pai queried in confusion. Huh? Why is that? Xin Mingwei pointed toward the crowd. According to those enforcers, several formidable monsters appeared near the city outskirts last night and remain unvanquished, necessitating the closure for defense. Zhou Pai's expression turned one of shock. What the hell? Until when will it be closed? Xin Mingwei shrugged lightly. I hear it will remain closed until those monsters are eradicated. Who knows how long that might take? Many will undoubtedly be delayed in their leveling, affecting their college entrance examinations. Her voice bore a hint of concern. Sometimes, just one level short means one cannot participate in the exams. Li Luo fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Unable to train in the secret realms, wouldn't that render this time wasted? Each moment could mean tens of thousands. It seemed rather frustrating. He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the towering city walls that loomed over 100 meters high. Bro, what should we do? Zhou Pai inquired. Perplexed. Li Luo shook his head. What to do? How should I know? We can't possibly scale the walls. Can we? A bare 100-meter wall is insurmountable. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky, akin to a violent collision. Following this, an irate voice of a middle-aged man resonated through the air. Wretched creature, how dare you stir up trouble? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately looked up, but found nothing in sight. Instantly, discussions erupted among the masses. What was that commotion? Is there a battle? Who knows? It's likely a monster. A sense of unease began to ripple through the crowd as they struggled to discern what transpired amidst the mist hundreds of meters away. In an instant, the crowd grew frantic. Yet, remarkably, Li Luo caught sight of a figure amidst the high-altitude fog, engaged in combat with a massive unidentified creature sporting black, fleshy wings. The monster resembled a gigantic bat, and the situation appeared dire. The figure was clearly being overwhelmed, retreating under relentless pressure. It was not difficult to surmise that the earlier voice had belonged to this very individual. However, the one uttering the harshest words was now receiving the harshest blows. The figure had been struck by the monster's claws multiple times, blood beginning to trickle from the corner of its mouth. While the creature remained utterly unscathed, Li Luo contemplated whether he should immediately draw his weapon to provide support. Just then, a loud announcement reverberated through the crowd. Attention, all unrelated individuals. Immediately conceal yourselves. Do not expose yourselves. And certainly do not act on your own accord to disrupt our operations. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone began to flee, seeking shelter. Li Luo, who had intended to take action, hurriedly joined Zhou Pai in hiding within a nearby alley. After all, the enforcement team had just issued a warning against independent action, so he decided to observe the situation. Bro, judging by this commotion, it seems a monster is indeed present. Li Luo continued to monitor the aerial battle. There is definitely a monster, and I suspect it is quite powerful. He witnessed the figure being struck once more by the creature's claws, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the loudspeaker echoed again. All members of the enforcement team, be advised, the flying monster is about to be lured within 100 meters. All ranged attacks, concentrate your firepower. As soon as the command was issued, a cry of despair erupted from the sky, followed by a figure plummeting rapidly. Blood rained down, and the loudspeaker blared. This is bad. Wu Chao cannot hold on any longer. Everyone, prepare to catch him. Damn it, it seems this flying bat is more formidable than anticipated. The creature dove down, pursuing Wu Chao, and the enforcement team immediately prepared to unleash their ranged attacks. They had to halt its descent. Otherwise, Wu Chao would surely be torn apart and consumed. Amidst the tension, the enforcement team and nearby students alike were on high alert. The urgency of the situation was palpable. A powerful flying monster threatened to breach the city, and the enforcement team was desperately attempting to thwart it. At that moment, several enforcement members armed with glowing bows, throwing knives, and giant crossbows were fixated on the swiftly descending creature. Indeed, it resembled an oversized black bat. Just how large was it? Its size was comparable to that of a large truck. With blood-red eyes and bared fangs, exuding an unsettling aura. Attack! 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 The commands blared from the loudspeaker, directing the enforcement team to unleash a barrage against the giant flying bat. Arrows, knives, and spears soared through the air, aimed at the colossal creature. Clang! 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 The arrow struck the giant bat's hide, yet failed to penetrate its skin, causing no disruption to its dive. Damn it, your attacks are ineffective. Wu Chao, can you hear me? This is bad. Wu Chao has lost consciousness. He is only 20 meters away. This is terrible. He is doomed. Does anyone have a solution? As despair loomed over the enforcement team, a low, commanding voice suddenly resonated. Chapter 28. A student who slays the flying bat? In the instant the voice echoed, the rapidly diving giant bat was about to seize the unconscious Wu Chao when a streak of black light struck its wing. Boom! The black light exploded upon impact, creating a fist-sized hole in its wing, black blood splattering across the sky. The sudden shockwave halted the creature's momentum, forcing it back several meters. Consequently, the plummeting Wu Chao was freed from the monster's grasp. Who was that? Who just launched that attack? It was effective. Continue the assault. The enforcement team's loudspeaker demanded as others hurried to catch Wu Chao's falling form. Quick, move. At that moment, the members of the enforcement team were left bewildered. When did someone in our ranks acquire the ability to unleash such attacks? I have no recollection of this. The group exchanged puzzled glances, all equally confused. Who could that have been? Why did we not notice before? I don't know. We certainly haven't seen this type of attack before. It's quite extraordinary. Wait, was that gunfire? Firearms? Who knows? It's all very mysterious. It seems to have originated from that alley over there. Could it be one of our own? The crowd was engulfed in uncertainty. Some enforcement members rushed to the spot where Wu Chao had fallen, preparing to catch him. At that moment, the giant flying bat, enraged by the attack, once again swooped down, its crimson eyes blazing. How could it allow its prey to escape? Though injured, the wound was minor. For a creature of its size, a fist-sized injury was insignificant. Thus, it swiftly lunged toward the rapidly descending Wu Chao, its speed astonishing. Watch out. It's diving again. Damn it. This monster is incredibly resilient. The enforcement team's members were struck with panic. Just then, the loudspeaker blared once more. All enforcement personnel, prepare for close combat. Upon hearing the command, every member of the enforcement team tensed, bracing for battle, seemingly ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. Boom. The deep, authoritative voice resonated again. Then, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the nearby alley. Simultaneously, the diving bat was struck by multiple streaks of black light, causing it to recoil and soar backward. The enforcement team was left in utter shock. What the hell? This bizarre attack possesses such a powerful repelling effect? However, that was a truck-sized flying bat. How could this possibly drive it back? The crowd turned their gazes towards the alley from whence the sound emanated. Who could be launching an attack? Just as everyone was consumed by curiosity, Li Luo emerged from the alley, firing his weapon as he stepped forward. The limited visibility within the narrow passage made it impractical for sniping. Thus, he needed to find an open space. He moved swiftly, maintaining a steady grip on the Barrett, relentlessly firing at the seemingly uncontrollable flying bat above. Bang, 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 bang. The deep, resonant sound of the Barrett echoed around, reverberating through the air with a heart-stirring intensity. It was Li Luo, the unmistakable sound of his gun. In a cramped corner, Xia Qingyue murmured in astonishment. I never expected him to open fire. She had a vague understanding that the giant flying bat was a high-level legendary creature, exceedingly difficult to deal with. Fortunately, it was daytime. Had it been night, the bat would have been even more formidable. Meanwhile, in another corner, Zhao Qin, visibly anxious, muttered to himself, this sound is familiar. It must be Li Luo's Barrett. His expression turned to one of surprise. Who would have thought that Li Luo would take action against a creature that even the enforcement team struggled to handle? Peering through a gap, he observed that the flying bat was being effectively suppressed. He gasped in awe. Li Luo is incredibly strong. The other students, hiding in various locations, were equally astonished, exchanging incredulous whispers. Gunshots. Wow. Is that the sound of Li Luo's Barrett from the news? It sounds just like it. It probably is. Wow, that's insane. He disregarded the enforcers and fired on his own. Do you think he'll face punishment? At that moment, the members of the enforcement team finally caught sight of Li Luo emerging from the alley, their eyes widening in disbelief. This is a student? He's wielding a Barrett. Their faces displayed a mixture of incredulity and astonishment, as if they could hardly believe their eyes. Could it be that his spirit weapon was indeed a Barrett? It seemed there had been rumors circulating about a student whose spirit weapon was a Barrett, and the news had created quite a stir. Meanwhile, Li Luo was unleashing a relentless barrage against the now frenzied giant flying bat. Bullets rained down upon its meaty wings. Bang, bang, hiss, hiss. The sounds filled the air, echoing everywhere. Everyone nearby could hear the deep, commanding gunfire. Soon, the giant flying bat's black wings were riddled with numerous bloodied holes. The number of wounds increased. The bat lost its ability to control its flight and began to plummet towards the ground. Thud. The bat crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, its eyes glowing red as it stood up. Fixating its gaze on Li Luo, who continued to assault it without pause, a glimmer of intelligence flickered in its eyes. Without hesitation, it charged towards Li Luo, dragging its injured wings, still seemingly capable of fighting. At this moment, the commanding voice of the enforcement team blared through the loudspeaker, instructing everyone to attack the bat and divert its attention away from the young man. The enforcers rushed forward to intercept the flying bat. No need for that. Everyone, stand back, Li Luo declared loudly. No need. The enforcers paused, hesitating. Was he planning to deal with the bat himself? They gazed at Li Luo with uncertainty, only to find his face brimming with confidence. As if he was entirely assured of taking down the bat. Li Luo smirked to himself. What a coincidence. All things retreat. Enchantment is perfectly suited for this situation. He calmly watched the oncoming bat, deeming it to be merely a trivial obstacle. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets, shimmering like black streaks, struck the bat's head, neck, and legs. In no time, to the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the bat fell to the ground, succumbing to the relentless onslaught of Li Luo's bullets, never once getting close to him. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 16.8 years of lifespan. Hearing the notification, Li Luo's expression brightened. That was quite a substantial increase in lifespan. With the bat now dead, the enforcers were left in a state of shock. Was this student truly capable of killing a flying bat? Was the world truly this insane? At that moment, one of the enforcement team members rushed forward. Young man, my name is Fong Gang, captain of the 128th Enforcement Team. May I ask your name and which school you attend? Li Luo turned to face him. With thick eyebrows, large eyes, a square jaw, and rugged features, Fong Gang appeared robust, holding a silver loudspeaker. Clearly, he was the source of the commands they had just heard. I am Li Luo, a student from Magic City No. 3 High School. Chapter 29. I must say, his looks pose a threat to me. Fong Gang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Magic City No. 3, Li Luo, it seems that this year, Magic City No. 3 is brimming with talent. Is this Barret your spirit weapon? Li Luo nodded affirmatively. Fang Gang scrutinized the Barret in Li Luo's hands, exclaiming, I've never seen a Barret spirit weapon before. It's impressive. After marveling at it, he looked at Li Luo earnestly. Li Luo, rest assured, I will report your assistance to the enforcement team, and you will receive a reward. Li Luo's expression shifted. Oh, a reward? That sounds like a pleasant surprise. He curiously inquired, how much might that reward be? Fang Gang hesitated slightly, contemplating. I can't say for sure, but it should be substantial, considering the significance of this incident. All students in Magic City are currently delayed in their leveling. Seizing the opportunity, Li Luo asked, when might the East City Gate be reopened? Fang Gang's expression grew serious. We must wait for further notice. There are still powerful monsters lurking outside the city. Li Luo's eyes sparkled. What level of monsters are we talking about? Fang Gang hesitated before replying. I've heard there are 2 level 100 legendary monsters. A howling wolf and a hill hedgehog. Li Luo's excitement surged as he pondered the implications. 2 level 100 legendary monsters. How much lifespan could he gain from defeating them? Seizing the moment, he pressed. When might they be killed? Fang Gang shook his head. I am not entirely sure. Last night, the enforcers guarding the teleportation gate near the leveling secret realm were ambushed, resulting in 18 casualties. Subsequently, we dispatched experts to hunt the monsters. We discovered a total of 3 creatures: the howling wolf, the hill hedgehog, and the flying bat. Although the bat was the weakest at level 80, its ability to fly made it troublesome, but thankfully you've already dispatched it. The other 2 monsters are still being pursued. As he spoke, Fang Gang's gaze shifted back to the shimmering Barret in Li Luo's hands. Intrigued by its ominous aura, he was curious about the spirit weapon's quality that could inflict damage on an 80-level legendary bat. Although the damage was overwhelming, it had penetrated its defenses. Curiously, he asked Li Luo, what quality is your spirit weapon? Li Luo responded, epic level. Fang Gang's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Epic level? No wonder it could breach the defenses of the legendary bat. Amidst his surprise, a hint of envy flickered across his face. His own spirit weapon, the Crescent Moonblade, was merely golden level, yet even so, he had managed to become a captain in the enforcement team. He could scarcely imagine the heights to which Li Luo, with an epic Barret spirit weapon, could ascend in the future, certainly far beyond his reach. Just being able to interact with him now felt like the greatest fortune. At this moment, with the flying bat successfully eliminated, the scene fell into a tranquil silence. Those students who had been hiding and concealing themselves began to peek out, eager to catch a glimpse of the source of the thunderous gunfire. Upon seeing Li Luo, who appeared to be of a similar age, they all confirmed in their hearts that he must be the one with the Barret spirit weapon. Is this Li Luo? The one wielding the Barret? It seems to be him. I watched a video of him last night. I must say, he poses a threat to my looks. No one had anticipated that Li Luo not only possessed exceptional strength but also looked quite striking. Jealousy swept through the male students, while countless female admirers gazed at Li Luo with ardent eyes, exchanging glances filled with unspoken affection. Li Luo is so impressive. In the crowd, Shun Mingyue stared at Li Luo in astonishment, realizing why he dared to charge 2 million for a day of leveling. Given his formidable strength, what monster could possibly threaten him in the secret realm? The answer was likely none. Just then, the intercom attached to Fang Gang's chest crackled to life. Fang Gang, this is Fu Jiang. I've just located the Howling Wolf's trail, but it's incredibly agile, and I'm struggling to contend with it. I need backup. Upon hearing the voice, Fang Gang immediately responded, Fu Jiang, this is Fang Gang. Message received. I will arrange support right away. Turning to Li Luo, he said, Li Luo, I have matters to attend to and can't speak with you further. I need to organize personnel to assist my teammates outside the city. With that, he strode toward the enforcement team, his voice booming through the loudspeaker. All enforcers, assemble. With the command issued, all previously scattered enforcers swiftly gathered. Upon seeing the enforcement team before him, Fang Gang furrowed his brow slightly. He was well aware of their capabilities. For the level 100 Howling Sky Wolf, their impact is quite negligible. Just moments ago, they couldn't even breach the defenses of that level 80 legendary flying bat. And now, it seems even less likely that they could do so. How can we provide support? This is truly troubling. Fang Gang, in a state of distress, rubbed his forehead. He was certain that even if he ventured out, it would make little difference. After all, he was only a little over level 80 himself. Moreover, his weapon spirit was merely of golden grade. Although it possessed 2 golden grade enchantments, it was utterly insufficient against the level 100 legendary Howling Sky Wolf. Perhaps it would be better to request that headquarters send some skilled fighters over? Just as Fong Gang was contemplating, his walkie-talkie crackled to life once more. Fong Gang. This is Fu Jiang. I estimate we can hold out for a maximum of 3 minutes. I am currently near the teleportation portal in this student leveling secret realm. Hurry and send someone out. We can't wait any longer. The voice of Fu Jiang came through, breathless and tinged with the sounds of battle. Fong Gang frowned slightly and immediately inquired, Fu Jiang, there are only 3 of you. Wu Chao is already unconscious. What about Xia Dan? Xia Dan. She went off to find that hilltop hedgehog. Understood. I will send assistance right away. Fong Gang turned to the assembled enforcers and shouted, Brothers, prepare yourselves. We are about to leave the city to support Fu Jiang. He is barely holding on. We must be ready for the worst. Fu Jiang is one of the elite in our enforcement bureau. And if he cannot withstand the pressure, it speaks volumes about the monster's formidable strength. He gazed at the determined faces of the enforcers, his tone resolute. However, we have no choice. This is our duty, and we must rise to the occasion. I hope that all enforcers can return alive. Brothers, let's move out. Wait. Li Luo strode forward, calling out loudly, Captain Fong, let me join you outside as well. At this, Fong Gang was taken aback, his gaze fixed incredulously on Li Luo. What did you say? You want to leave the city? Li Luo nodded. Yes, I believe I can assist. The enforcers erupted into murmurs. What? He wants to go out. That takes quite a bit of courage, although he just defeated a flying bat. Outside the city lurks a level 100 howling skywolf. Indeed, that howling skywolf is incredibly agile, far more so than the flying bat. Why would he want to venture out? Is he merely seeking attention? If I were him, I would certainly refrain from taking such risks and would focus on developing my skills. His courage is commendable, but he is simply too young. Fong Gang hesitated. What level are you now? 25. Oh no, I've reached level 26. Chapter 30. What level is Li Luo? What weapon spirit does he possess? Li Luo checked his level, realizing that after defeating the flying bat, he had gained a whole level. He speculated that the nearby Zhou Pai had likely leveled up as well. If it were just him, he might have leveled up twice. 26. Fong Gang stared at Li Luo in shock. If he recalled correctly, it was only the 3rd day of leveling, and he had already reached level 26. That rate of progression was astonishing. He remembered that during his own 3rd day of leveling, he had barely reached level 7 or 8. His gaze fell upon the recently slain flying bat. Indeed, if he could take down such a creature, his strength must be considerable. What threats could the monsters in the leveling secret realm pose to him? It would likely be a matter of a few well-placed shots. After much contemplation, Fong Gang declared, All right, I will take it upon myself to allow you to join. Li Luo's Barrett bullets could potentially repel the monsters. And Fong Gang recognized that this might be the key to turning the tide of battle. Had Li Luo not proposed it himself, Fong Gang would not have considered bringing him along, as taking a promising student into battle without authorization would place a heavy burden on him. However, since Li Luo had taken the initiative, the situation was different. It would be seen as a voluntary act of valor. Fong Gang turned to one of the enforcers, Zhang Yi. You stay behind to liaise with the enforcement bureau that we are preparing to leave the city to assist Fu Jiang. The outcome is uncertain. Inform headquarters to send more skilled fighters, as this is a critical matter. By the way, I will take Li Luo with me. If there are any repercussions from above, I will bear the responsibility. Let's go. With that, Fong Gang promptly led the team out of the city, moving swiftly to Li Luo followed closely, carrying the Barrett. Brother, should I go too? Zhou Pai inquired from a distance. Gua Pai. You stay here, Li Luo replied without looking back. The massive eastern city gate creaked open just enough for the team to pass through at speed, disappearing from the sight of the gathered students. Meanwhile, the enforcer Zhang Yi immediately contacted headquarters to report the situation, as they were still unaware of how the support mission would unfold. Should the battle worsen, it would certainly require the Enforcement Bureau to dispatch more skilled fighters to handle it. In the office of the Eastern District Enforcement Bureau in Magic City. Director Lian was taken aback upon receiving Zhang Ye's report that on the phone, his tone was filled with astonishment. What? Fong Gang took a promising student outside the city to confront monsters. Does he realize the weight of that responsibility? Zhang Yi responded honestly, Director Li. Fong Gang stated that he is willing to bear the consequences. But those 3 monsters are all advanced legendary level, he exclaimed. What use is it to bring a student along? Zhang Yi explained, Yes, but the level 80 legendary flying bat has already been defeated, and it was by that student named Li Luo. What? Li Luo defeated it. Lian jumped up from his chair, exclaiming in shock that he immediately pressed for details. What level is Li Luo? What weapon spirit does he wield? Zhang Yi replied. It seems he is level 26, and his weapon spirit is quite unusual. It's not a typical melee weapon, but rather the rare Barret. A weapon spirit? Barret? Lian fell silent, perplexed. How could such a weapon spirit exist? In all his years, he had never encountered a weapon spirit that was a firearm. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke again. Even so, he shouldn't be able to contend with an 80-level legendary monster, right? He must have only awakened his weapon spirit within the last 5 days. Zhang Yi clarified, however, from my observations. Li Luo's Barret bullets apparently possess a repelling effect, which allows him to continuously push back the monsters, thus enabling the kill. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult. IC.Li and Muse. So, returning to the main issue. They have gone outside the city to provide support, correct? Do we need to augment their numbers? Yes, Director Li. They just left the city. Fang Gang mentioned that, just to be safe, it would be best to send additional skilled fighters. Lian immediately agreed. All right, I will gather more skilled fighters and personally assess the situation, especially since it concerns all the students' leveling efforts. Delaying too long could lead to complications. Inside the eastern city gate of Magic City, other students began to emerge from their hiding places, gradually surrounding the slain flying bat with curiosity. Wow, such a formidable monster was defeated by our classmate Li Luo that I can hardly believe it. It's truly impressive. He's already ahead in the race. What do you mean ahead? Right now, Li Luo is practically lounging at the finish line while we scramble. Incredible. Indeed incomparable. The students buzzed with excitement, discussing fervently. Zhou Pai, gripping his red spear, gazed toward the eastern city gate, worriedly pondering. My brother is so formidable. He shouldn't run into any trouble, right? Just as he wore a concerned expression. Xia Qingwei and her teammates suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Pai. She asked, Hey, Zhou Pai, has Li Luo gone out with the enforcement team? Zhou Pai nodded. Yes, he has. Xia Qingwei inquired curiously, Aren't you worried that your brother might be in danger? Zhou Pai shrugged. What can I do if my brother insists on going? Besides, he's so strong. I don't think there will be any issues. That makes sense. Xia Qingwei beckoned Zhou Pai closer, whispering, Come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Zhou Pai scratched his head. Xia Qingwei led him to a secluded corner. Hey, Zhou Pai, would you like me to introduce you to someone? Zhou Pai's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. That would be wonderful, Xia Qingwei said mysteriously. All right, here's the deal. I'll introduce you to someone, but I need you to say good things about me in front of your brother to help us get together. What do you think? Zhou Pai was taken aback, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Huh? I didn't expect you to make such a request. It seemed like a simple enough task. After all, Xia Qingwei was a stunning beauty with looks, figure, strength, and a good family background. It would be easy for her to pursue any boy, but Li Luo was indeed an exception. Zhou Pai knew his brother well. He had never had much romantic experience and seemed to harbor a wariness toward women. As if he had been hurt by a scoundrel. He suspected that Li Luo had read too many novels and had gotten too engrossed in them. Hey, are you going to agree or not? Xia Qingwei pressed, noticing Zhou Pai's daze. Zhou Pai hesitated again. Well, I suppose I could, but I can't guarantee the outcome. All right, then you have to agree to one more small request of mine. What other request do you have? Zhou Pai asked cautiously. Xia Qingwei wore a smile that seemed to flirt with the boundaries of jest. If Li Luo has recently interacted with any young lady, do enlighten me. Goodness. Zhou Pai's eyes widened in astonishment. That is a matter of my brother's privacy. How could I possibly divulge such information? Xia Qingwei maintained her earnest demeanor. Come now, Zhou Pai. You wouldn't wish for your brother to be ensnared by a scheming woman, would you? Besides, I am not asking for this information without compensation. For each piece of news, I shall reward you with a sum of money, the amount to be determined by circumstances, starting at 10,000. Zhou Pai chuckled. It's not about the money. I just think you are rather agreeable. He pondered thoughtfully. The most crucial aspect is that you don't strike me as a scheming woman. Xia Qingwei, brimming with confidence, lifted the corners of her mouth, naturally. Now tell me, has he been in contact with any other girls recently? Zhou Pai nodded. Yes. Who? Xia Qingwei pressed eagerly. Zhou Pai hesitated. The school beauty of Moda No. 2 High School. Shen Mingwei. Chapter 31. He actually doesn't he need to change the magazine. The school beauty of Moda No. 2. Shen Mingwei. Xia Qingwei pondered, resting her chin on her hand. What does Shen Mingwei intend? Does she think she can covet someone I? Xia Qingwei have set my sights on. She fixed Zhou Pai with a steady gaze. Tell me, what does Shen Mingwei want with Li Luo? Weren't you just saying that you would pay for information? Xia Qingwei urged. Speak quickly, and rest assured, You shall not be shortchanged. Zhou Pai grinned sheepishly that it's nothing much. She merely expressed a willingness to pay for your brother to assist her in leveling up. Nothing else. Nothing else? Xia Qingyue's heart raced with concern. If mishandled, this could lead to a situation where she might lose him. Immediately, she began to regard Shen Mingwei as a rival, feeling defensive. Shen Mingwei, oh Shen Mingwei, being a school beauty. Must you play these games? She inquired. How much is Shen Mingwei willing to pay? Did Li Luo agree? She offered 1 million a day, but my brother declined, Zhou Pai replied, shaking his head. Xia Qingyue pressed on. What was the reason for his refusal? My brother stated that he wouldn't take on anyone for less than 2 million a day, unless there was information regarding enchanted monsters or their lairs. Only then would he consider making an exception. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue let out a quiet sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. She mused to herself, realizing she might need to assert her claims soon. Or else other beauties would undoubtedly attempt to entice Li Luo. Nonchalantly, she turned to leave. Wait, what about the compensation you just mentioned? Zhou Pai asked, bewildered. Xia Qingyue, with a playful smile, responded, let us keep a tab. We'll settle monthly. Zhou Pai gaped at her retreating figure, utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that this would turn into a long-term arrangement. He couldn't help but wonder if this was appropriate. It should be, right? It wasn't merely about the amount of money. After all, Xia Qingyue was exceptional in every regard, and her family was exceedingly wealthy. His brother would not be at a disadvantage. The key issue was that his brother needed to heal. How could something as beautiful as love be seen as a poison? He felt utterly ensnared by the tales of fiction. Just as Zhou Pai was lost in thought, a series of deep, commanding gunshots echoed from outside the city. The sounds persisted, punctuated by a rapid succession of shots. Hey, that must be my brother in action, Zhou Pai exclaimed with excitement. Simultaneously, other students within the city recognized the gunfire. Instantly understanding that it was the unmistakable sound of Li Luo's Barrett spirit weapon. They had just heard it moments ago, so familiar it was. Thus, a flurry of discussions erupted. Wow, Li Luo is incredible. He's shooting again. Which school is he from? What quality is his spirit weapon? It seems he is from Moda No. 3 High School. I heard he has dual spirit weapons, an epic-level Barrett, and a silver fishing rod. I bet the principal must be waking up with a smile. However, I also heard of someone named Zhao Xian, who also possesses dual spirit weapons, a legendary-level golden silk armor and a legendary-level Qinglong Yinwei blade. Indeed, I heard his strength is quite formidable as well, that if those two were to face off, it would be quite a spectacle. Outside the East City Gate, bang, 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 Li Luo continued to fire at the agile howling sky wolf in the distance. To him, this creature felt less like a wolf and more akin to a colossal saber-toothed tiger, its size astonishing. Standing over 3 meters tall and measuring 5 meters in length, its limbs were thicker than his thighs. And its body was exceedingly tough. The most alarming aspect was its agility. It was no wonder that the level 90+ Fu Jiang could barely evade its attacks. Just as Li Luo exited the city, he spotted Fu Jiang in dire peril, nearly having his head bitten off by the howling sky wolf. Fortunately, Li Luo managed to fire a shot just in time, forcing the creature to retreat. Fu Jiang, still shaken, quickly withdrew. He cast a bewildered glance towards the reinforcements emerging from the city, particularly surprised by the recent gunfire. However, he had no time to ponder further, shouting, "Continue that attack. Do not stop." Despite his curiosity about when the enforcement team had acquired such formidable firepower, he knew that maintaining the assault was essential to alleviating his predicament. Li Luo, without wasting words, continued to aim and fire at the howling skywolf's thigh. After approximately 10 shots, multiple blood holes the size of table tennis balls appeared in the beast's thigh, significantly diminishing its agility. Observing this, Captain Fong Gang's expression brightened, silently commending his own decision. If he had not taken the initiative to bring Li Luo out of the city, he likely would have lost his entire team. Yet now, this level 100 legendary howling sky wolf had sustained an injury so swiftly. It severely impacted its speed and maneuverability. Crucially, the wolf could not rush in to attack Li Luo, as it was constantly repelled by the Barrett's bullets. Fong Gang was also astonished by Li Luo's marksmanship. How did he seem to hit exactly where he aimed? How many years of practice had culminated in such skill? The more he pondered, the more questions arose. He held his breath, nervously glancing at Li Luo. Li Luo, should we join in? Unbeknownst to him, as the captain, he had unconsciously begun to seek Li Luo's opinion. Li Luo replied with confidence, "There is no need. I will handle this howling sky wolf. Just tell that Fu Jiang to step aside. He is in the way." Fong Gang was momentarily taken aback. You mean Fu Jiang? You want him to step aside because he is an impediment? Li Luo nodded. Yes, precisely him. If it weren't for him, I could fire with even greater abandon, letting the Howling Sky Wolf truly understand what firepower coverage means. Fang Gang's gaze flickered with surprise. How remarkable. A member of the elite team, Fu Jiang, was being dismissed by a mere student. That was indeed a bit shameful. The elite team consisted of some of the most powerful individuals within the enforcement unit, typically comprising 2 or 3 experts. Yet, Li Luo's disdain for even this level of prowess left Fang Gang shaking his head. He called out loudly, Fu Jiang, you need to retreat. This Howling Sky Wolf is in the capable hands of our sniper. Li Luo. Fu Jiang was utterly bewildered. What? Are you sure you want me to step back? Fang Gang nodded affirmatively. Yes, we don't need you right now. Retreat quickly. Our sniper can handle it. A sniper, Fu Jiang, wielding a purple gold cleaver, hastily retreated while trying to recall the members of their team. When had they acquired a sniper? He was completely unaware of this development. Meanwhile, as he swiftly retreated toward the group, he observed Li Luo, who was consistently firing. Wait a minute, how is he so young? No, why is he still wearing a student uniform? Fu Jiang, panting, returned to the team, his eyes fixed on Li Luo with astonishment. It was quite peculiar. After Fu Jiang exited the battlefield, bang, 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 Li Luo's Barrett continued to unleash its relentless fire, unrestrained by any concerns, allowing the Howling Sky Wolf to experience the full extent of firepower coverage. The bullets rained down upon the creature like a storm. Puffed, puffed, puffed. With nearly every shot, a blood hole the size of a ping-pong ball erupted upon the Howling Sky Wolf's body. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was left in utter disbelief. Was this truly a Barrett or a submachine gun? How could there be no recoil, as if he were merely playing? Moreover, was he not required to change magazines? Chapter 32. A matter of convenience. Just raise the reward. The onlookers were utterly puzzled. Whether it was Fang Gang, Fu Jiang, or the other enforcers, they were all left wondering how the bullets kept coming incessantly. This was utterly absurd. Only now did they realize he hadn't changed his magazine, even if his spirit weapon was a Barrett. How could he have infinite bullets? And it even had a repelling effect. That was utterly unreasonable. Bang, bang, bang. Li Luo's shooting continued unabated, the Barrett never faltering. A high-pitched wail pierced the air, amidst the stunned expressions of the crowd. The Howling Sky Wolf, which had been thoroughly suppressed, was finally shot down by Li Luo. It fell just like the flying bat, never once managing to close the distance to Li Luo. Yet, its desire to consume him remained unwavering. Anyone subjected to such relentless assault would be infuriated. Seeing the Howling Sky Wolf fall at his hands, Li Luo felt a surge of satisfaction. This enchantment, all things repel, was extraordinarily powerful. As long as the monsters were not overwhelmingly numerous, he could handle them with ease. Though the Barrett's damage was not yet catastrophic, theoretically, it could inflict damage on any monster. It was merely a matter of the magnitude of that damage. After all, the super divine quality signifies that this weapon's spirit is the most formidable. Its penetrative ability is unparalleled, rendering it invincible. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained a lifespan of 23.2 years. Upon hearing the notification, Li Luo inspected his remaining lifespan, 420 years. Not a bit more, not a bit less. It was perfectly rounded. He also noticed that his level had surged directly from level 26 to level 28. The compatibility of his Barrett had reached LV1, 92. Li Luo mused to himself, wondering if reaching LV2 would result in a significant enhancement in power. A flicker of anticipation sparked within him. Clap, clap, clap. Fang Gang immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause, exclaiming, Li Luo, splendidly done. You effortlessly vanquished that monster without losing a single soldier. Your Barrett is exceptionally powerful. Clap, clap, clap. The other enforcers followed suit, applauding in admiration. They had no choice but to concede. Li Luo's prowess was undeniable. As he dispatched the creature with mere bursts of gunfire, this was infinitely safer than their previous engagements with cold weapons. In the past, many had dreamed of awakening weapon spirits like machine guns, sniper rifles, and cannons, yet none had succeeded. Gradually, the aspiration to awaken such firearms faded, and no one had managed to awaken firearms as weapon spirits. Li Luo's Barrett was akin to a unique treasure amidst a sea of mundane options. Fang Gang. Who was he? How remarkable. The battered Fu Jiang stared at Li Luo in astonishment, asking in bewilderment. Fang Gang smiled gently. Oh, this is Li Luo, a student from the 3rd High School of Magic City. who just awakened his weapon spirit this year. Recently, he saved the unconscious Wu Chao with a shot and then successfully killed a flying bat. So I took the liberty of bringing him along. He gestured toward Fu Jiang, introducing him. This is Fu Jiang. His weapon spirit is a purple gold grade mountain-splitting knife, level 92, and he is a member of our elite team. Fu Jiang gazed curiously at the Barrett in Li Luo's hands. Li Luo, so your weapon spirit is a Barrett? Li Luo nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. He felt there was no need to explain what seemed so obvious. A standard Barrett would struggle to inflict damage even on black iron monsters, let alone legendary creatures. Impressive. Truly impressive. Fu Jiang continued to observe Li Luo with keen interest. Fang Gang then interjected, Fu Jiang, let's save the compliments for later. Back to the matter at hand. Where's Xia Dan? Fu Jiang frowned and shook his head. It seems she has entered a secret realm. He recalled. Last night we split up to hunt monsters and occasionally kept in touch, but later she mentioned seeing a hill hedgehog entering a secret realm, and she had to follow it in. Fang Gang's brow furrowed deeply. A secret realm? Has she wandered into the student's leveling secret realm? Fu Jiang shook his head. Who knows? She only mentioned a secret realm, and we can only investigate inside. However, the area is vast, and it would take at least 3 to 5 days to search thoroughly. Moreover, we need a large team to enter, considering the hill hedgehog is also mobile. Fang Gang covered his forehead in frustration. Damn it, this is troublesome. What do we do? With so many students leveling up, we can't afford to delay for 3 to 5 days. That's not an option. Just as he was in a quandary, ding ding ding, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Director Li. He muttered quietly before promptly answering. The voice of Director Li came through. Fang Gang, are you on the line? Good. If you can take the call, that means everything's fine. What's the situation outside? I've brought a team. Do you need support? Fang Gang reported. The outside is relatively safe. The Howling Wolf has been killed by Li Luo. However, the issue now is that Xia Dan has gone missing, and there's no signal from her walkie-talkie or phone. Director Li's voice held a hint of surprise. What? Another one killed by Li Luo? Fang Gang confirmed. Yes, but the most pressing concern is that the hill hedgehog has vanished without a trace. Director Li, shall we step out and discuss this further? All right, we'll be out shortly. Before long, Lian arrived with 3 formidable middle-aged men, converging at the East City Gate to meet Fang Gang and the others. Upon meeting, Lian eagerly scanned the group behind Fang Gang. Suddenly, his gaze froze on Li Luo, who was shouldering the Barrett, speculating. So, you must be Li Luo, the one with the Barrett weapon spirit. Fang Gang affirmed with a smile. Indeed, this is Li Luo. Lian strode forward, excitement radiating from him as he addressed Li Luo. Marvelous. I never expected that the young man who helped us eliminate 2 troublesome monsters would be you. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Li Luo replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. Just a simple task. I just hope the reward is decent. Ah. Ha ha ha. Quite candid. Director Li initially seemed taken aback, then burst into laughter, appreciating Li Luo's straightforwardness. Fang Gang interjected, Director Li, we have a pressing issue. The hill hedgehog has entered a secret realm. Lian was momentarily taken aback. A secret realm? Which one? Xia Dan didn't specify, but this is the only student leveling secret realm nearby. Fang Gang pointed to the nearby secret realm portal. Lian scrutinized the portal. This student leveling secret realm. Isn't it the one where all students from Magic City go to level up? Fang Gang nodded. Yes. Lian immediately covered his forehead. Then we're in big trouble. Should we dispatch someone to search? Fang Gang nodded. I've considered that, but the secret realm is vast. Without a large team, it would likely take several days to yield any results, which would severely impede the student's leveling process, with dire consequences. Lian's expression grew grave. Indeed, we could explain a half-day delay, but several days is unacceptable. The Education Bureau will surely apply pressure. He turned to Fang Gang with a worried look. Are there still students within the secret realm? Fang Gang shook his head. There shouldn't be any, or very few. The chance of encountering monsters is slim. That's a relief. Lian sighed, his mind racing. But what about the hill hedgehog? What to do? His brow furrowed deeply, anxiety gnawing at him. Fang Gang contemplated. Director Li, we have a small helicopter at the Bureau. Perhaps we could use it to enter. That would expedite the search. Chapter 33. Do you think my Barrett is just for show? A small helicopter? Lian's eyes darted around. That is indeed a viable option. But helicopters are easily torn apart by flying monsters. Moreover, a small helicopter can only accommodate 2 people. The pilot takes 1 seat. Who would be suitable for the other? He turned to the 3 experts behind him. Does anyone have the confidence to single-handedly kill a level 100 legendary hill hedgehog? The 3 exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. although they were all experts with purple gold weapon spirits and their levels reached 100. A level 100 purple gold cultivator could only hold their ground against a level 100 legendary monster for a few minutes at most. Surviving the encounter would be a stroke of luck. To defeat a level 100 legendary monster, they typically needed to surround it and attack for an extended period. Such high-level legendary monsters rarely appeared on the outskirts of the city. And the hill hedgehog was no ordinary foe. Its spines could launch attacks from a distance, making it exceedingly dangerous for melee fighters. At that moment, a faint smile played at the corners of Li Luo's mouth. Was this yet another opportunity presenting itself? He discreetly chuckled to himself and then volunteered, I believe I could give it a try. Upon hearing this, Lian turned to Li Luo, surprise mingling with delight on his face. Excellent, just as I expected from you. Yet, Li Luo maintained a calm demeanor, saying nothing. In his heart, he thought, this isn't about supporting you. I simply want to slay a monster. A single creature can grant me decades of lifespan. Lian continued, however, Li Luo, the spines of the hill hedgehog can shoot out to attack, with a terrifying range of approximately 2 kilometers. Moreover, the hill hedgehog possesses legendary-level enchantments that inflict tetanus effects. It is quite dangerous. Perhaps you should reconsider. Upon hearing about the enchantment on the hill hedgehog, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Did this mean that defeating the hill hedgehog could yield enchantment scrolls? Perhaps even legendary ones. Without hesitation, he declared, no need to reconsider. Do you have a better plan at this point? Fang Gang rested his chin on his hand. There is indeed a better option, which is to invite a top-ranked expert with flight enchantments to take action. But such individuals are often elusive and hard to find. Lian's brow furrowed. Forget it. Those individuals are not only difficult to locate, but their demands are also exorbitant. Satisfying their requests is a challenge unless the mayor of Magic City, Chen Qinghe, personally intervenes. However, we can't escalate this matter to the mayor. That would make me appear incompetent. His expression turned troubled, worry etched on his face. Li Luo, holding the barret, interjected, hey, stop dawdling and quickly call for the helicopter. I can handle it. He had thought it through carefully. His vision was exceptionally sharp, and the range of the barret was extraordinary. Moreover, I possess the legendary enchantment, All Things Recoil. A mere hill hedgehog is hardly a challenge. It merely requires a bit more time to strike repeatedly. Searching for monsters via helicopter should prove expedient. Lian turned to Fu Jiang and Fang Gang, inquiring, what do you both think? Fang Gang, with a serious expression, remarked that Li Luo's recent performance was nothing short of flawless. Not only was his barret formidable, but he also demonstrated remarkable proficiency in sniping, leading him to believe there would be no issues. Fu Jiang, stroking his machete and raising an eyebrow slightly, concurred, stating that he too believed there would be no problems. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Li Luo's abilities were far beyond those of an average student. And in some respects, he had even surpassed him. Very well, I shall promptly summon a helicopter from the bureau, Lian decisively declared upon hearing Fang Gang and Fu Jiang's assessments. His reason for seeking their opinions was primarily due to his lack of first-hand experience witnessing Li Luo in action, which left him feeling somewhat uncertain. However, Fang Gang and Fu Jiang had undoubtedly seen him perform. If both affirmed there were no issues, the likelihood was high that there indeed were none. Approximately 7 to 8 minutes later, the thundering sound of a helicopter echoed through the air, swiftly descending to the ground. Li Luo, follow me, Lian instructed as he personally guided Li Luo towards the helicopter, which was parked steadily. This helicopter was rarely utilized. In this fog-laden world, numerous flying monsters posed a significant threat. Against such creatures, helicopters were as fragile as paper, rendering aerial travel perilous. As they walked, Lian elaborated, Li Luo, the pilot is a beautiful lady named Jiang Qixue. Haha, make sure you don't get distracted while flying. Li Luo chuckled lightly, assuring him he would not. After a brief exchange with Jiang Qixue, Lian instructed Li Luo to take the co-pilot seat. Qixue, Li Luo, once inside the secret realm, devise a plan together. The goal is straightforward. Locate and eliminate the hill hedgehog. Safety is paramount, especially for you. Li Luo. Li Luo nodded gently, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Seated in the co-pilot's chair, his barret resting casually in hand, he noticed the pilot beside him was indeed a striking beauty. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, exuding competence, elegance, and charm. Li Luo, I'm Jiang Qixue. Buckle up, she instructed. I'm already secured, he replied. Jiang Qixue promptly activated the helicopter, heading towards a nearby blue portal. The moment the helicopter made contact with the portal, Li Luo felt a sudden darkness envelop him, only to find himself in the leveling secret realm dungeon. Li Luo, how high do you think we should fly to search for monsters? Jiang Qixue asked while piloting the helicopter. Li Luo blinked. carefully observing the terrain below, which appeared incredibly clear, so much so that he could even see the legs of ants. He suggested, I believe we could ascend slightly higher. Jiang Qixue nodded. Currently, we are 200 meters above ground. What height do you deem appropriate? Li Luo, ever the audacious one, replied, let us ascend to 5,000 meters. Huh. Jiang Qixue paused, taken aback. 5,000 meters. Are you certain you can discern the monsters below? Li Luo smirked slightly. It should be fine. If not, I'll instruct you to descend. All right then. Jiang Qixue swiftly elevated the helicopter to approximately 5,000 meters. How is it, Li Luo? Can you see clearly? It's adequate. I can see well. He affirmed. In truth, he could still discern ants, flies, and even fleas on the ground. Jiang Qixue, however, regarded him with skepticism, feeling perplexed. As a helicopter pilot with excellent vision, she could barely make out the details below. You claim you can see clearly. Doubt lingered in Jiang Qixue's mind regarding Li Luo's assertion. Suddenly, a strange cry echoed from high above. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Qixue's expression turned pale. This is bad. We must descend quickly. There are flying monsters nearby. She was all too familiar with that sound, her greatest fear being the encounter with airborne creatures while piloting. Previous pilots who had faced such monsters met grim fates. Do not descend. I can handle it, Li Luo declared. Peering through the mist, he spotted a few kilometers away a blazing red bird rapidly approaching the helicopter. Jiang Qixue swallowed nervously. Li Luo, are you truly capable of dealing with it? Li Luo responded with confidence, of course. Do you think this bird in my hands is merely for show? To be frank, I still feel a bit anxious, Jiang Qixue thought, her delicate face betraying a hint of worry. She found it hard to believe that Li Luo could confront a flying monster, given that previous helicopters had been manned by formidable spirit cultivators who were utterly helpless against such foes, resulting in catastrophic outcomes. Only those cultivators who fell from high altitudes managed to survive. Moreover, Li Luo was merely a student. Amid Jiang Qixue's anxious demeanor, Li Luo reassured her, do not panic, just watch closely. He raised the Barrett with one hand and fired at the distant red bird. Bang, bang, bang. The deep and commanding gunfire resonated continuously. The anguished cries of the bird indicated it was suffering significant pain from the attacks. Li Luo could clearly sense the enhanced power of the Barrett. After approximately 10 shots, the red bird was finally vanquished, plummeting to the ground. Congratulations, you have gained 5.8 years of lifespan. Upon hearing the notification, Li Luo confirmed the creature's demise. An enchantment scroll. He distinctly observed a purple golden scroll drop from the red bird's lifeless body. He immediately informed Jiang Qixue, please descend to where the red bird fell. There is an enchantment scroll, hurry. Jiang Qixue was taken aback. Huh, he actually managed to kill a flying monster midair. How cool is that? Her gaze towards Li Luo brimmed with admiration. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm descending right away. Jiang Qixue skillfully piloted the helicopter towards the location of the fallen red bird. Jiang Qixue's piloting skills were commendable. She smoothly landed on the flat ground near where the red bird had crashed. Li Luo effortlessly leaped from the helicopter, quickly searching until he found the purple golden enchantment scroll. He promptly examined the scroll's details. Leap and bound, purple gold enchantment, used for enchanting living beings. The enchanted individual will possess extraordinary agility and enhanced bodily balance. Observing that he already possessed this enchantment scroll, a hint of disappointment crossed Li Luo's face. He had either to give it to Zhou Pai or sell it for currency. Additionally, he noted that his level had increased once more, reaching level 29. The speed at which he leveled up was astonishing. The compatibility of the Barrett had also reached LV-195. At that moment, a curious Jiang Qixue remained seated in the pilot's seat, asking, Li Luo, how did it go? Did you find anything? Li Luo nodded, confirming he had indeed found something. Jiang Qixue suggested, shall we continue searching for monsters? Certainly, Li Luo replied as he turned to prepare to leave. Suddenly, a metallic clinking sound echoed nearby. Huh. He looked around in confusion but found nothing amiss. He turned to Jiang Qixue, asking, did you hear any sound just now? Ah, I didn't notice. My helmet might have affected my hearing, she replied. Could it be my imagination? Li Luo pondered, rubbing his chin and scanning the surroundings. Just then, the metallic sound rang out once more. No, there is definitely something, Li Luo concluded, determining that the sound was real and that something was amiss nearby. Another clink resonated. Following the sound, he rushed towards its source, just as he heard a weak voice call out. Help! Help me! A faint female voice echoed, and Li Luo discerned its origin. Gripping the Barrett cautiously as he approached, he soon halted at the edge of a muddy pit, scrutinizing the area. The pit was covered with dense reeds. rendering it impossible to ascertain if anyone was beneath. However, he was certain that the earlier voice had emanated from within it.is. Anyone down there? He called out. Yes, help.helpme.my name is Xia. Xia Dan. The weak voice responded, fragmented yet clear. Xia Dan. The name rang a bell. He recalled Fang Gang mentioning an elite trio within their law enforcement team, consisting of Wu Chao, Fu Jiang, and the final member. Xia Dan. He surmised that this must indeed be her. Are you the Xia Dan from Fang Gang's law enforcement team? Yes. But how do you know? The weak voice continued to falter. It truly was her. Li Luo was taken aback to find Xia Dan lying in this desolate muddy pit. How pitiful. He glanced around, puzzled. How did you end up in this pit, covered so thoroughly with reeds? Xia Dan replied weakly. I discovered the hiding place of the hill hedgehog, but it ambushed me, and I sustained severe injuries while fleeing here. I thought I was done for, but I never expected to encounter someone. I was abruptly awakened by a resounding gunshot, which jolted my consciousness into clarity. Thus, I mustered the strength to call out for help. Li Luo raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering whether he had been outwitted by the hill hedgehog. It seemed this creature possessed a modicum of cunning. After a brief inspection, a blood-soaked woman appeared in Li Luo's line of sight. Her delicate features were marred by dirt and blood, her breath shallow, and a massive wound marred her abdomen, with the surrounding blood seemingly dried. Clutched in her hand was a small dagger, accompanied by a stone. Clearly, it had been Summer Dan who had made the noise by striking the stone with her dagger, once Li Luo extricated her from the mire. He called out to Jiang Qixue, Sister Shui, please lend a hand. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Qixue promptly removed her helmet, leaped from the helicopter, and hurried over. Oh, Summer Dan, how did you sustain such grave injuries? Her expression was one of surprise, clearly indicating her familiarity with Summer Dan, as both were members of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Summer Dan, weakly, replied, Qixue, you've come? I was ambushed by the hill hedgehog, which resulted in my severe injuries. Understood, hold on, Jiang Qixue said, dashing towards the helicopter. I will fetch the medical kit and tend to your wounds immediately. As time passed, half an hour slipped by unnoticed, under Jiang Qixue's expert care. Summer Dan's abdominal wound was finally cleaned, disinfected, and bandaged with great care. She looked gratefully at Li Luo and Jiang Qixue, exclaiming, thank you so very much. Not a problem, Li Luo replied, resting his chin on his hand. Summer Dan, my name is Li Luo. To be succinct, Sister Shui and I entered the secret realm to hunt down the hill hedgehog and eradicate it. You mentioned discovering its hiding place. Is it far from here? Summer Dan was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across her face. What, you intend to eliminate the hill hedgehog? Her gaze flitted between Qixue and Li Luo in astonishment. Who possesses the strength to vanquish the hill hedgehog? I know Jiang Qixue. She is merely a helicopter pilot and lacks the formidable combat prowess of a cultivator. It is impossible for her to defeat the hill hedgehog. Hence, the only conclusion was that the primary force to eliminate the hill hedgehog would be this unfamiliar Li Luo. Yet he was clad in student attire. He appeared to be just a student, right? Her feeble gaze drifted to the Barrett resting on Li Luo's shoulder, and she froze. Is that the radiant Barrett? Li Luo noticed Summer Dan's curious stare fixed on his Barrett and proactively clarified, indeed, I am a student, entrusted by Leon DaVinci here. My weapon spirit is Barrett, and its lethality is quite substantial. Dealing with a hill hedgehog should pose no issue. All you need to do is inform me of the hill hedgehog's hiding place, and I will take care of it. You needn't worry about anything else. With Li Luo's explanation, Summer Dan quickly grasped the situation, though she remained thoroughly astonished. This was her first encounter with someone whose weapon spirit was a firearm. Regaining her composure, she pointed towards a massive cave at the foot of a mountain several kilometers away. I found traces of the hill hedgehog near that cave. I had intended to explore it, but suddenly, spines shot out, injuring me severely, prompting my escape. Li Luo followed her gaze and indeed spotted a gargantuan cave, measuring at least 10 meters in diameter. Did it truly retreat into a cave? Li Luo mused silently, relieved to have encountered Summer Dan. Otherwise, locating the hill hedgehog would have proven exceedingly difficult. Chapter 35. What if you hold on to me? Squeeze in. After a moment of contemplation, Li Luo shouldered the Barrett and made his way toward a nearby hill. Are you going to eliminate the hill hedgehog? Summer Dan inquired anxiously. Yes, Li Luo replied nonchalantly, without looking back. Be cautious. The hedgehog's spines can strike from a distance of approximately 2 kilometers, Summer Dan urged. Understood. You two stay safe, Li Luo said as he walked, scrutinizing the distant cave, considering the hill hedgehog's ability to launch spines from 2 kilometers away. He decided to increase the distance. Additionally, he needed to reposition himself to avoid drawing the creature's attention to the helicopter, lest it attack Jiang Qixue and Summer Dan while the bullets had a recoil effect. He aimed to minimize any unforeseen incidents and extricate himself from unnecessary troubles. Upon witnessing Li Luo prepare to confront the hill hedgehog, Jiang Qixue immediately assisted Summer Dan to take refuge behind a large boulder nearby, which seemed a safer option than remaining in the helicopter. Quiver in fear, little hedgehog. Li Luo swiftly ascended another hill, raising his Barrett and firing into the cave. Bang! The deep, commanding gunfire reverberated instantly. He was confident that the creature within the cave would be incensed by this provocative assault, leading it to charge out in a fit of rage, intent on crushing him. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless gunfire echoed as bullets, akin to dark streaks of light, exploded within the cave, producing resounding reverberations. Finally, a peculiar sound emanated from the cave, a wailing akin to a child's cry, interspersed with the heavy coughs of an elder, rendering it difficult to describe. Suddenly, a massive, spiny creature erupted from the cave, a gigantic hedgehog, 5 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. Li Luo was momentarily stunned upon seeing such a colossal hedgehog. This world was indeed insane. It truly matched the size of a small hill. Regaining his composure, he immediately opened fire on the hill hedgehog. Bang, 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 bang. The Barrett unleashed its deep, commanding gunfire as bullets, like dark streaks of light, rained down upon the hill hedgehog, creating fist-sized wounds across its body. Enraged, the hedgehog charged toward Li Luo, whose firing position lay approximately 4 kilometers from the cave, as long as he maintained his shooting frequency. The creature would be unable to reach him. As expected, the hill hedgehog was repeatedly pushed back by Li Luo's relentless barrage of bullets, its body becoming increasingly marred with wounds. Meanwhile, hidden behind the boulder, Summer Dan and Jiang Qixue watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Qixue, is Li Luo really that formidable? What is his background? Summer Dan exclaimed in shock. Jiang Qixue contemplated. I don't know. I've only known him for less than an hour. He just killed a flame bird aboard the helicopter. She recalled. Oh, Director Lian also mentioned that Li Luo has slain a flying bat and a howling wolf. What? Summer Dan gasped in astonishment. He killed those 2 monsters as well? What about Wu Chao and Fu Jiang? She inquired curiously. Apparently, Wu Chao is gravely injured and unconscious, while Fu Jiang is also badly hurt, Jiang Qixue replied uncertainly. Summer Dan fell silent, taken aback. The 3 elite fighters were all in such dire straits? Relying on a student to save them from peril, at that moment, Summer Dan felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. This was indeed somewhat humiliating. She remained silent, intently observing the battle between Li Luo and the hill hedgehog. The more she watched, the more she found it extraordinary. Li Luo's ammunition never ceased, and his bullets seemed to have a repelling effect on the hill hedgehog. Throughout the confrontation, the hill hedgehog was consistently suppressed, unable to reach Li Luo despite its desperate attempts to retaliate with spines. Approximately a few minutes later, the legendary hill hedgehog finally collapsed, crashing to the ground and creating a substantial crater. Dust and debris swirled into the air. Ding, congratulations on gaining 24.2 years of life. Upon hearing the sound, Li Luo felt a surge of joy. He immediately checked his remaining lifespan, precisely 450 years. Furthermore, his level had reached 31, meeting the requirements for the college entrance examination. Remarkably, this was only the 3rd morning of his leveling journey. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled as he discovered that his Barrett's weapon spirit compatibility had increased to LV-2-3. Let us give it a try, he exclaimed, firing at the corpse of the hill hedgehog. To his astonishment, the bullet exploded upon impact, creating a blood hole the size of a basketball. The damage was indeed significantly greater. He swiftly activated the Swift Cloud Step, hastily making his way around the hill hedgehog's remains. Indeed, there lies a legendary enchanted scroll. He noticed a scroll shimmering with 3 colors on the ground. This was the distinctive hue of a legendary enchanted scroll. Legendary enchanted scrolls glimmer with 3 colors, while epic scrolls display 5. Mythical scrolls exhibit 7, and super divine scrolls showcase 9 colors. Li Luo picked up the enchanted scroll and immediately examined its details. Tetanus, legendary enchantment, used for weapon spirit enchantment. After enchanting, the weapon spirit's attacks will inflict a tetanus bleeding effect. The greater the target's movements, the more pronounced the bleeding effect of the wound. Upon reading the description of the enchanted scroll, Li Luo couldn't help but smile. The already formidable Barrett, enhanced with tetanus effect. This was simply icing on the cake, making the already monstrous weapon even more terrifying. Without hesitation, he applied the tetanus enchantment to his Barrett. Phew. He couldn't suppress a laugh. feeling that he was treading further down the path of invincibility. To be able to slay a level 100 legendary monster at merely level 30 was exhilarating. He even felt he could challenge even stronger foes, provided they weren't overwhelmingly powerful group monsters. If there were 10 or 20 flying bats suddenly swarming, he felt it would still be quite challenging to cope with. And he needed to take it easy. Li Luo murmured to himself, contemplating the formidable enchantments still available in the system shop. Once fully equipped, he would be utterly invincible. He decided to test the effect of tetanus. Standing on a hill before the corpse of a hedgehog, he fired 2 shots at it. Bang, bang, bullets instantly created 2 blood holes the size of basketballs, crimson blood gushing forth at a noticeably accelerated rate compared to other wounds. The results were exceedingly satisfactory. After the experiment, Li Luo hoisted the Barret and made his way directly towards the positions of Xia Dan and Jiang Qixue. Observing Li Luo effortlessly dispatch the hill hedgehog, Xia Dan enviously murmured, "Ah, truly, people can be so infuriatingly impressive. Qixue, look at Li Luo. He eliminates such formidable monsters without breaking a sweat. He merely needs to wield the Barret, and it's all over. It's rather safe. I truly envy him." Jiang Qixue also felt a pang of envy. "Xia Dan, you should count your blessings. At least you are a purple gold artifact spirit, while I have not even a spirit." Seeing Jiang Qixue's glum expression, Xia Dan felt a sense of balance return to her. "Indeed, I am somewhat better off than some, yet not quite enough." Approaching the two, Li Luo calmly stated, "All right, you two, the hill hedgehog has been eliminated. You may now report back." Jiang Qixue was taken aback. "What about you?" Li Luo pointed at the helicopter. "That helicopter only has 2 seats. Xia Dan seems to require it more, while I can leisurely search for a teleportation portal." Jiang Qixue immediately shook her head. "That won't do. What if we encounter flying monsters in the air?" This was the very concern that weighed heavily on Jiang Qixue's mind, as she fervently wished for Li Luo to accompany her for safety, especially after he had successfully slain a flying monster on the plane. Li Luo shrugged. "However, there are only 2 seats. Jiang Qixue paused. "True. What do we do about the 2 seats? She looked towards Xia Dan. Her face filled with hesitation. At that moment, Xia Dan furrowed her brow, deep in thought. She required assistance even to walk, making independent movement impossible. After a moment of silence, Xia Dan's face turned slightly red. "How about this, Li Luo? You hold me. Just squeeze in a little." Chapter 36. Is Li Luo worthy? Zhao Xin, refused to accept it. Huh. Li Luo raised an eyebrow in astonishment. He turned to look at Xia Dan, who had made this astonishing suggestion. Noticing her cheeks flush slightly, he raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" He had no intention of taking advantage, but the urgency of the situation was undeniable. Xia Dan nodded. "Otherwise, do you have a better solution?" Jiang Qixue shook her head. "I don't have any other good ideas." Li Luo also shook his head. "It seems there truly are none." Xia Dan took out her phone to check the time. "Urging? Then let us hurry. It's already past 10 in the morning, and those students must be waiting to level up. We can't afford to delay too long." Jiang Qixue immediately stood up. "All right, let us hurry then." I didn't expect finding and eliminating the hill hedgehog would go so swiftly. The 3 reached a consensus and immediately took action. Without question, Jiang Qixue occupied the pilot's seat, while Li Luo sat in the co-pilot's seat, and Xia Dan had no choice but to sit on Li Luo's left leg, her back resting against his left arm. An inadvertently somewhat intimate posture formed naturally. "Sit tight, and don't move around," Li Luo reminded, holding the Barret in his right hand, vigilant for any potential flying monsters. Xia Dan's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, "I'm not moving. It's the helicopter that's moving." Thus, the helicopter carried the 3 as they searched for any random teleportation portal within the secret realm. Outside the East City Gate of Magic Capital, Lian and Fang Gang fixated intently on the secret realm teleportation portal, their faces betraying some anxiety. Over an hour had passed, and they were utterly oblivious to the situation within the secret realm. If any mishap were to occur, Lian knew it would spell considerable trouble. This applied to all those executing the mission, who would likely also be held accountable. Suddenly, Lian's phone rang with a familiar tune. He hastily retrieved it, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He then gravely looked at Fang Gang. "Trouble is brewing. Director Qiu Rui from the Education Bureau is on the line, and I suspect he is here to apply pressure." Fang Gang shook his head in resignation. "There is nothing we can do. We'll just have to tell him the truth." Lian promptly answered the call. "Hello, Director Qiu. What can I do for you?" Qiu Rui's voice came through the receiver. "Li Director, how's the leveling secret realm outside the East City Gate? You were handling it last night. Is it still not resolved?" Lian sighed. then quickly explained, Director Chiu, we've already eliminated 2 powerful monsters. There's just 1 more left, and we're currently pursuing it. It will have it sorted soon. Chiu Rui's tone grew grave. Li Director, I must implore you to expedite the process. All the students have been delayed. And if this escalates, I'll find it difficult to justify. Lian quickly replied, Yes, I understand. I hope you can appreciate that these monsters are indeed quite troublesome, and we are doing our utmost. After a few seconds of silence, Chiu Rui continued, Lead Director, I understand, but dragging this out is not a solution. Give me a timeline. If it's not resolved by then, I'll have no choice but to escalate it. I cannot bear the responsibility. Hearing the request for a timeline, Lian felt a pang of panic. He dreaded such deadlines, as predicting outcomes in these scenarios was truly impossible. However, he had no choice but to provide a timeline. And ideally, to negotiate for additional time. He hesitated. Director Chiu, how about before 6 this evening? Chiu Rui immediately countered, No. Lead Director. 6 this afternoon means our students in Magic Capital will have an entire day less to level up. That simply cannot happen. After a brief pause, Chiu Rui reluctantly offered, at the very latest, before noon at 12. Lian was taken aback. 12? It's only 10:30 now. That leaves us just an hour and a half to locate and eliminate the Hill Hedgehog. How on earth is that feasible? Unless we stumble upon a stroke of luck. Lian's expression turned troubled. Director, would 3 o'clock in the afternoon work? Chiu Rui firmly replied, No, I cannot extend it even by half a minute. With that, Chiu Rui hung up the phone, offering Lian no further chance for discussion. Lian stood frozen, his brows furrowed deeply, cursing under his breath. Fong Gang, noticing Lian's troubled demeanor, speculated, Lead Director, is the pressure mounting? Not just mounting. Chiu Rui has demanded a response by 12, or he'll escalate matters without any room for negotiation. Lian's face was a portrait of worry. Reflecting on it, he recognized that the responsibility lay with him. He should have dispatched more teams at the first opportunity and sent over several skilled groups. The emergence of such powerful monsters was indeed an anomaly, as high-level legendary monsters had never before appeared in the vicinity. He could understand Chiu Rui's insistence. Fong Gang slowly remarked, he is likely worried about a major blunder. Indeed. Lian sighed deeply. Time ticked away. Each passing second felt like an eternity for Lian and Fong Gang, who were engulfed in anxiety. Inside the East City Gate, chaos had erupted. Yet it was not due to delays in leveling. Xia Qingwei stood atop a high stone platform, wielding her Mingwei sword, her gaze fiercely sweeping across the crowd. Everyone listen, she commanded. I am Xia Qingwei, a student of Magic Capital No. 3 High School, and Li Luo is my boyfriend. I will not tolerate any girl, in any form or for any reason, to approach him. Otherwise, I will make your lives difficult. For instance, he is not to take you leveling or sell you his enchantment scrolls. This is absolutely forbidden. Remember this. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd stared in astonishment, their minds racing. Students from both Magic Capital No. 3 and those from other institutions gaped in disbelief, recognizing this as a declaration of ownership. Yet, it felt exceedingly domineering. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Is Xia Qing with the school beauty of Magic Capital No. 3. Indeed, and the Xia family is a prominent clan. How unexpected. Is Xia Qingwei truly so passionate and bold? Rarely do we see girls act this way. She is really putting herself out there. Wow, if I were Li Luo, I'd be thrilled. The crowd couldn't help but envy Li Luo, exclaiming that he must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Suddenly, a voice of dissent rang out from the crowd. Hey, Xia Qingwei, what gives you the right to say that? As far as I know, Li Luo doesn't have a girlfriend. What is wrong with paying him to take me leveling? Don't think just because you have the Xia family backing you, you can do as you please. Shen Mingwei refused to accept this. Indeed, it is the school belle of Magic City No. 2, Shen Mingwei. She harbors no romantic interest in Li Luo. It is merely a notion suggested by Xia Qingwei. Initially, she contemplated the idea of spending 2 million to have Li Luo assist her in leveling up, but that plan must now be abandoned. Such an arrangement does not serve her interests. Thus, she unconsciously engages in a verbal spar with Xia Qingwei, questioning why she alone should be granted the privilege of having him aid her in leveling up while others cannot. Upon hearing this charged inquiry, the crowd immediately gasps in astonishment, murmuring to themselves, Goodness, there must be at least hundreds of people here. Under the bright daylight, the two school bells audaciously clash before everyone, and the cause of their dispute seems to revolve around Li Luo. As someone dares to challenge her, Xia Qingwei leaps into the crowd, gradually making her way towards Shen Mingwei. All eyes follow her as she approaches. Sensing the palpable tension between the two, it is as if two sharp blades are locked in a standoff. Upon reaching Shenmingwei, a glint of coldness flashes in Xia Qingyue's eyes. Shenmingwei, are you not convinced? Shenmingwei meets Xia Qingyue's gaze steadily, displaying no sign of fear. Indeed, I am not convinced. Xia Qingyue lightly brandishes her Mingwei sword. If you are unconvinced, let us compete then. How shall we measure our abilities? In combat prowess or financial resources? I, Xia Qingyue, shall engage wholeheartedly. Shenmingyue's eyes flicker, preparing to argue her case. Just then, a striking young man strides forward from the crowd. Exuding an imposing presence, two esteemed schoolbells vying for Li Luo's attention. With a Qinglong Yinyuan knife in hand, he raises an eyebrow. Does Li Luo even deserve such admiration? I, Zhao Xin, do not accept that. Chapter 37. Legendary Enchantment, Sword Force Like a Rainbow. What kind of nonsense is this? Upon hearing his voice, the crowd turns their heads in unison, many covering their mouths in astonishment. Good heavens, is that Zhao Xin? Who awakened dual legendary spirits, the champion of Magic City No. 9. His dual spirits are indeed the legendary Golden Thread Armor and the legendary Qinglong Yinyuan Knife, are they not? Indeed. It is said that even the principal of Magic City No. 9 wakes up laughing. Rumor has it he has reached a terrifying level of 15. That is beyond abnormal. Ridiculous. A mere 15 levels. Does he not realize that someone from Magic City No. 3 has already reached level 25? At this proclamation, the crowd turns to the speaker, their faces filled with disbelief. What? Level 25? What kind of divine level is that? This is only the third day of leveling up. Is that even fair? As the crowd buzzes with chatter, Zhao Xin, clad in legendary golden thread armor and wielding the legendary Qinglong Yinyuan knife, wears a smug smile that an invisible aura of superiority emanates from him, causing those nearby to instinctively step back. His commanding gaze sweeps over the crowd, finally resting on Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue, do you remember me? At that moment, an impudent voice interrupts. What nonsense, Zhao Xin? How dare you speak of my brother? Upon hearing someone belittle his elder brother, Zhou Pai promptly steps forward, brandishing a red tassel spear and confronting Zhao Xin with unfiltered anger, his eyes filled with hostility. Many present are aware that Li Luo is not here at the moment because he has gone to assist the Law Enforcement Bureau with a problem. Once the issue is resolved, everyone can continue their leveling without delay. This is indeed a great opportunity. Yet, someone dares to speak ill of him behind his back. As Li Luo's brother, Zhou Pai can no longer tolerate this. Zhao Xin, taken aback by the unexpected confrontation, blinks in surprise, then bursts into angry laughter, fixing his gaze on Zhou Pai. And who do you think you are to speak to me like that? As the pride of Magic City No. 9, he has been treated with utmost respect since awakening his dual spirits. The principal and numerous school leaders have always been courteous to him. Yet, someone dares to dismiss him as nonsense? This is truly an affront to the heavens. Zhou Pai boldly declares, I am Zhou Pai, Li Luo's brother. Matters concerning him are not for you to meddle in. Understood? Everyone witnessed his elder brother's impressive display. Who would not want to commend him? As Li Luo's brother, Zhou Pai must stand up to defend his dignity at this critical moment, ensuring that his brother's reputation remains untarnished. Zhou Pai, since you are so bold, let me see just how bold you are. With that, Zhao Xin snorts coldly, swiftly swinging his Qinglong Yinyuan knife, releasing a 3-meter-long arc of astonishing blade energy aimed directly at Zhou Pai's face. Upon witnessing the blade energy, everyone is left in stunned silence. Blade energy. It is indeed blade energy. Such enchantments in blade and sword forms are exceedingly rare, typically at least of legendary tier or higher, and immensely valuable. This kind of enchantment not only enhances power, but also significantly extends the attack range. It is one of the most coveted enchantments among all. Zhou Pai's expression hardens as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Damn, this scoundrel, Zhao Xin, dares to attack me. Moreover, it seems that Zhao Xion's assault is far more formidable than that of an average practitioner. He immediately sidesteps while fiercely wielding his red tassel spear to block the incoming attack. You may be strong, but I am already at level 26. I am no pushover. The higher the level, the greater the spirit, strength, stamina, and agility surpassing that of the opponent, even if there are disparities in spirit and enchantments. The actual combat power gap may not be as vast. Confidently, he counters the blade energy with his spear. Clang. The moment the red tassel spear makes contact with the blade energy, a crisp metallic sound rings out. Following that, the blade energy slices past the spear and mercilessly lands on Zhou Pai's thigh, leaving a shallow yet visible wound. Blood begins to seep out. Zhou Pai grits his teeth in pain. Ah, The crowd collectively inhaled sharply at the sight. Wow, is Zhao Xian's blade energy really that powerful? This is utterly outrageous. The most shocked, however, is Zhou Pai himself. He never expected that despite his 10-level advantage, the disparity in spirits and enchantments would yield such a significant difference in actual combat power. The legendary blade energy is simply too domineering. There is hardly a good way to block or counter it, leaving only the option to evade, yet the speed of the blade energy is too swift for him to fully dodge. Zhao Xian scoffs. And you thought you were formidable? You couldn't even withstand a single blow. What a disappointment. This is my legendary enchantment, Sword Force like a rainbow. I doubt you will ever comprehend the true might of blade energy. Ha ha ha. Zhou Pai's face darkens as he presses his left hand against the bleeding wound on his thigh, seething with anger. Just you wait, Zhao Xian. I will repay this humiliation. Zhao Xian raises an eyebrow dismissively. Oh, you still think of revenge? It seems your skin is not yet loose enough. With that, he swings his Qi Long Yinwen knife once more, unleashing another 3-meter-long arc of white blade energy aimed directly at Zhou Pai. Since this person is Li Luo's brother, why not use him as an example to warn Li Luo? In this world, there are strong individuals besides just him. Li Luo. In truth, Zhao Xian had only arrived here minutes ago and was unaware that Li Luo had just shot down a flying bat. He only knew that Li Luo had left with the law enforcement team and had not inquired further. Upon hearing the commotion, he rushed over to join in the excitement. Upon spotting Xia Qingwei, he immediately decided to make a show of himself, feeling quite pleased with his performance. Meanwhile, Zhou Pai's eyes narrow as he curses inwardly. Damn it! He dares to come again. This scoundrel Zhao Xian seems determined to assert his dominance here, and my brother is not even present. My strength is insufficient. Curse him, just as he prepares to evade again. Frantically wielding his red tassel spear to block, suddenly, a figure leaps from the crowd, followed by a faint dragon's roar. A powerful voice resounds. Zhao Xian, you are going a bit too far. A purple gold halberd, accompanied by a faint purple gold dragon silhouette, surges forth, intercepting the majority of the incoming blade energy aimed at Zhou Pai. Clang. Pfft. The 3-meter-long blade energy is mostly blocked, yet a portion still retains its ferocity. Striking the abdomen of the individual wielding the halberd, a thumb-sized wound instantly appears, blood slowly seeping out. Zhou Pai focuses intently, astonished to see. Zhao Chun, why did you intervene? You need not get entangled in this mess. Zhao Chun remains calm and composed. Zhou Pai, you should know that I cannot tolerate injustice, and I am always inclined to lend a hand when I see wrongdoing. Chapter 38. As long as you do not kill anyone, I will certainly turn a blind eye. Zhao Chun winks at Zhou Pai, chuckling lightly. Besides, we are still classmates. Furthermore, your elder brother has helped me before. I cannot stand idly by while someone bullies you. Moreover, Zhao Xian is truly going too far, and I cannot overlook that. Zhou Pai's gaze reveals a hint of gratitude as he bows slightly. Thank you. I must say, you are quite admirable. Of course. Zhao Chun turns to Zhao Xian, reprimanding him. Hey, Zhao Xian, bullying others is never the behavior of a true strong person. You are making a fool of yourself. Though I have heard that you have awakened a dual spirit, your character fills me with disgust. It is profoundly embarrassing to have someone so unreasonable in the esteemed Zhao family. Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a surge of anger swelling within him. He retorted sharply. Ha! Who do you think you are? Do you have the audacity to meddle in the affairs of the Zhao family? What gives you the right? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Spare me your moral posturing. What do you know? Fists are the ultimate truth. Since you lack comprehension of strength supremacy, allow me to enlighten you on what it truly means. With that, he swung his blade fiercely, unleashing 2 3-meter-long arcs of white energy toward Zhou Pai and Zhao Chun, the force of which was like a raging torrent. Damn. Here we go again. Zhou Pai exclaimed furiously. Zhao Chun echoed. Such petty behavior. Seeing the impending onslaught of energy, Zhou Pai and Zhao Chun immediately tensed, grasping their weapons in preparation to evade and counterattack. At that moment, Xia Qingwei suddenly sprang into action. With a mysterious grace, she glided forward, appearing before Zhou Pai and Zhao Chun in the blink of an eye. Her legendary Mingwei sword poised to intercept Zhao Xian's attack. In an instant, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. Clang, 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 to everyone's astonishment. Zhao Xian's 2 energy waves were entirely nullified by Xia Qingwei's rapid swordplay, dissipating into nothingness. Xia Qingwei regarded Zhao Xian coolly, remarking, Zhao Xian, I must admit your strength is commendable. Yet you consistently evoke an inexplicable loathing in me. I advise you to keep your distance. Do not attempt to draw my attention. I am well aware of the qualities I admire in others. Moreover, you have now stirred up considerable trouble. I may not be able to defeat you, but you will certainly find yourself outmatched by Li Luo. I suggest you scurry away while you can, or you shall face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian froze, a look of resentment swiftly spreading across his face. "What do you want me to cower in shame? By what right? Why am I unworthy of your admiration? I have awakened dual legendary spirits, a prodigy of the 9th middle school, even a paragon of the entire magic capital, and you think a mere statement from Xia Qingyue can diminish my worth? Damn! You, a mere vase, with long hair and short sight, are destined for mediocrity." His face darkened ominously. As the atmosphere around them descended into an eerie silence, the onlookers instinctively took several steps back, sensing that Zhao Xian was on the verge of erupting. Zhao Xian's countenance turned frigid. "You expect me, Zhao Xian, to bow my head in submission? I must say, Xia Qingyue, you have successfully shattered my resolve. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Since you hold me in such contempt, let me witness the source of your confidence that emboldens you to insult me so brazenly." As he spoke, he raised his radiant Qinlong Yanwei sword. Adorned in golden, flowing armor, with a fierce leap, he descended into the arena, exuding an overwhelming aura. A shadow flickered in his eye as he disdainfully declared, "Come forth, the three of you. Use your strength to crush me, or I shall ensure you grasp the true meaning of strength supremacy today." With a sharp whistle, the Qilong Yanwei sword sliced through the air. Xia Qingyue furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at Zhao Chen and Zhou Pai. A flicker of concern flashing in her gaze, she was well aware of Zhao Xian, who possessed dual legendary spirits, and knew him to be the scion of the Zhao family, having previously attempted to ally with the Xia family through marriage, but was unequivocally rejected by her. Despite Zhao Xian's prowess, she found him utterly unappealing. However, his strength was undeniable, and should a confrontation arise, the three of them would likely be no match for him. What to do? Xia Qingyue's mind raced. Should she seek the aid of the enforcers nearby? But calling for help before a fight even commenced seemed rather pathetic. Zhao Chen and Zhou Pai exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Zhou Pai whispered, "Zhao Chen, what should we do?" Zhao Chen's eyes were resolute. "It's just a battle. Let's fight." Meanwhile, just outside the eastern gate of the magic capital, the head of the enforcement bureau, Lian, and team leader, Fang Gang, were anxious, silently praying for Li Luo's success against the Hill Hedgehog. Lian checked his watch, counting the seconds as they ticked by, muttering, "It's been 3,897 seconds. Damn. This is agonizing. Heaven, have mercy. Otherwise, I might lose my position." Fang Gang was similarly distressed, thinking that this time, he might also face dire consequences. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades filled the air, and the long-awaited aircraft appeared in their sights. Startled, they thought, "What? Have we lost? Or have we won? It's only been a little over an hour. It can't be over so soon." They rushed forward, eager to inquire. Even before the helicopter had landed, Lian called out loudly, "Qishui, Li Luo, what's the situation?" Jiang Qishui extended her left hand from the cockpit window, signaling an okay. Meanwhile, in the co-pilot's seat, Li Luo cradled Xia Dan in one arm and held a Barrett in the other. His expression calm and collected. Thanks to his Sigma mentality, he remained unfazed. Seeing Jiang Qishui's gesture, Lian turned to Fang Gang. "Fang Gang, does this mean we've succeeded?" Fang Gang speculated, judging by Qishui's expression. "It seems so." As the helicopter touched down, Lian hurried to the co-pilot's side, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Xia Dan, the usually aloof beauty of the enforcement bureau. Blushing as she sat in Li Luo's embrace, am I seeing things? Not only Lian, but Fang Gang and the other enforcers were equally bewildered. What in the world? How did this happen? Li Luo gazed at Lian and Fang Gang, explaining, "She sustained serious injuries, so she needed to be held. Also, I've taken care of the Hill Hedgehog. This." Lian and Fang Gang were momentarily stunned before erupting in excitement. Lian clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Fantastic. Li Luo, you've truly surprised me. I must treat you to a lavish meal. When are you free?" Li Luo raised an eyebrow. "You might want to tend to Xia Dan first." Lian immediately shouted to Fang Gang, "Fang Gang, hurry and assist Xia Dan." "Understood," Fang Gang replied, rushing forward. As soon as Xia Dan was safely in Fang Gang's arms, Lian prepared to commend Li Luo once more when suddenly, Fang Gang's radio crackled to life. "Fang, this is Zhang Yi. There's a violent altercation inside the Eastern Gate involving students. The situation is dire. Hurry to address it." Fang Gang immediately inquired, "What? Who's involved? Is it really that severe?" "Zhao Chen, Zhou Pai, Xia Qingyue, and Zhao Xian. Currently, Zhao Xian has injured all three and refuses to relent." Upon hearing this, Li Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. Director Lian, Team Leader Fang Gang, those injured are my friends. I need to take care of something shortly. You both need to turn a blind eye, okay? Lian nodded in understanding. Rest assured, Liu, as long as you don't kill anyone, I will definitely turn a blind eye. Chapter 39. My brother Li Luo, do you dare to touch him? I know my limits. Li Luo, carrying the seemingly weightless Barrett, strode purposefully toward the eastern gate, his expression grave. How dare anyone lay a hand on my people? They must be courting death. Lian's gaze shifted, and he instructed Fang Gang, go and let the enforcers open a small gap in the door. You and Li Luo will enter together. Remember, turn a blind eye. Understood. Fang Gang nodded, both seasoned veterans aware of what Li Luo intended to do next. They couldn't help but worry for the one named Zhao Xian, hoping he wouldn't be too severely punished. As they saw Li Luo and Fang Gang hastening toward the eastern gate, Lian stood quietly, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. He rubbed his temple, muttering with concern, Li Luo, I owe you a favor. But please, don't make too much noise, or I won't be able to save face. Inside the eastern gate, chaos reigned supreme. The conflict between Xia Qingwei's trio and Zhao Xian had escalated, leading to a full-blown standoff between the students of the 3rd and 9th middle schools. Indeed, a complete confrontation. Even the nearby enforcers were overwhelmed. Xia Qingwei, Zhao Chen, and Shou Pai were all severely injured, looking disheveled and requiring support. Among them, Zhou Pai not only bore serious injuries, but his red tassel spear had also developed visible cracks. Damage to a spirit requires restoration, which is a grave situation. Such damage typically results from repeated assaults by a high-quality spirit. Zhao Chen and Xia Qingwei fared slightly better, their spirits intact, yet they bore wounds, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Seeing their school's flower and leader bullied by experts from another school, the students of 3rd middle school rallied together, vowing to seek retribution against Zhao Xian. Meanwhile, students from 9th middle school rallied behind Zhao Xian, confronting their rivals. Is 3rd middle school so impressive? Isn't the so-called leader just knocked down? The quality of the students from School 9 is truly deplorable. It's quite revolting. Is there anyone from School 3 who dares to disagree? Send someone out to fight, then. The ineptitude of School 9 should not lead to complacency. When Li Luo returns, you shall surely regret it. Voices clashed amidst the crowd. Zhao Xian continued to bellow loudly. Mocking, I had thought your strength matched your bravado, but it seems to be nothing of the sort. What does it matter if you are of a higher rank, if your spirit tool is ineffectual? It is all for naught. The legendary purple-gold sky-painting halberd? Mere trinket. The fabled Mingyue sword could not pierce the golden thread armor to inflict any damage upon me. Your tempers may be vast, yet your abilities are lacking. From whence do you derive the audacity to look down upon me? He gently waved his green dragon crescent blade, pacing slowly, his domineering gaze sweeping across the three. Scoffing, pray tell, with such prowess, what gives you the right to scorn me? What gives you the right to scorn me? Zhou Pai, suppressing excruciating pain, propped himself against the red tassel spear. While my strength may not measure up to yours, what of it? That does not hinder my disdain for you. I stand by my words. I, Zhou Pai, disdain you. What can you do about it? Cough. Zhou Pai spoke, punctuated by soft coughs. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with everyone nervously fixated on Zhao Xian, and many couldn't help but sweat for Zhou Pai. Zhou Pai is indeed audacious. Does he not understand the virtue of humility? His spirit tool has already sustained damage. Another attack could very well leave it critically wounded. A severely wounded spirit tool is a cumbersome matter to repair. Provoked by Zhou Pai's verbal onslaught, Zhao Xian's resolve shattered, igniting a cold glint in his eyes as he swung his green dragon crescent blade once more. Stubborn as a dead duck, it seems I must teach you a lesson. Though strength reigns supreme, why persist in this obstinacy? Are you waiting for the so-called Li Luo? Do you expect him to defeat me with a fishing rod spirit tool? Or perhaps with the so-called Barrett? Are you unaware that within 7 paces, before he could finish his sentence, a deep, authoritative gunshot resonated from the eastern city gate? In an instant, the clamorous Zhao Xian was struck by a bullet, akin to a black streak of light. Caught off guard, there was no way to evade. Boom! The sound of the bullet colliding with Zhao Xian's cherished golden thread armor reverberated loudly. His entire body was thrown back by the force of the explosion. Spitting blood, his complexion turned ashen, resembling a blank sheet of paper. The crowd gasped in shock, collectively inhaling sharply. How terrifying. Just moments ago, Zhao Xian had been insufferably arrogant, clad in his legendary golden thread armor. And now he was reduced to this. Just earlier, he had flaunted his armor's resilience by recklessly enduring numerous strikes from Xia Qingwe's Mingwei sword, claiming it to be painless. It was, to be sure, a source of great frustration for Xia Qingwei. Yet now he was instantly brought low. Eyes turned toward the direction of the gunfire. Many understood the implication. It must be Li Luo, the one who had just slain the flying bat. Returning. Thus, an exciting spectacle was about to unfold. Upon hearing that deep and commanding gunshot, Xia Qingwei, Zhou Pai, and Zhao Qin's eyes immediately lit up. He has arrived. The formidable one has returned. Zhou Pai's expression was one of exhilaration. Damn, Big Brother has finally arrived. Zhao Qin and Xia Qingwei also wore expressions of delight. Faced with the seemingly insurmountable Zhao Xian, they had attempted to defeat him before, but to no avail. It must be said. The substantial disparity in spirit tool quality remained evident. At this moment, Xia Qingwei, Zhou Pai, and Zhao Qin swiftly turned to the eastern city gate. A figure was racing toward them, grasping a red and black Barrett. It was Li Luo. As he advanced, he continuously fired at Zhao Xian, who was airborne. Bang, 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 bang. The incessant gunfire sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Even Fang Gang, the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau accompanying Li Luo, could not help but silently express his astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian was repeatedly hurled through the air. To everyone's astonishment, the black streaks of light consistently struck the same spot on Zhao Xian's golden thread armor. His abdomen. Remarkably precise. The crowd gasped in awe. Wow, his marksmanship is phenomenal. How could he possibly hit a moving target in the same place? When did he hone such sniping skills? It's downright extraordinary. Could it penetrate? The spirit tool itself is remarkably sturdy. However, after several shots, pop, a fist-sized hole was blasted into Zhao Xian's golden thread armor, a similarly sized wound appearing on his abdomen. Once the protection of Zhao Xian's legendary golden thread armor was breached, his body could not withstand the power of the Barrett bullet, and blood erupted from the wound, spraying into the air. His body plummeted like a broken kite. After a few leaps, Li Luo stood before Zhao Xian. His eyes filled with an icy chill. Do you dare to touch my brother? Are you tired of living? Chapter 40. Within 7 paces, the gun is swift and accurate. How can this be? Lying on the ground, Zhao Xian convulsed, his expression a tumult of emotions, terror, confusion, resentment, despair, and dread. His pale visage bore no color. How could this be possible? His golden thread armor had been penetrated. He lowered his gaze to inspect the gory wound on his abdomen. Muttering, "Am I truly this vulnerable?" Zhao Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This defied all logic. The greatest strength of a spirit tool lies in its inherent durability. While the higher the compatibility between a cultivator and their spirit tool, the greater the enhancement to their physical strength, the strength of the spirit tool itself remains formidable. Tools of the same grade cannot breach its defenses. Even attacks from tools of slightly higher quality would struggle to damage his golden thread armor within a short span. Enduring the agony, Zhao Xian inquired, How did you accomplish this? Li Luo coldly regarded the disheveled Zhao Xian, offering no reply. The atmosphere grew thick with a sense of chilling inevitability. The crowd retreated, hesitant to approach. No one knew whether Li Luo's Barrett might accidentally discharge and injure someone else. Faced with the ominous black barrel of the Barrett, Zhao Xian's heart raced violently, anxiety swiftly spreading across his face. His head lacked the protection of golden thread armor. A bullet to the head would surely seal his fate. This cannot continue. I must seek help. With a frantic shift of gaze, he cried out. Law enforcers! Law enforcers! I need assistance. Upon hearing the desperate call for help, the nearby enforcers turned their attention to Captain Fang Gang, who stood with his back to the crowd, seeing him offer no signal. The enforcers remained motionless. Zhang Yi swiftly approached Fang Gang, whispering, Captain Fang, someone is calling for help. Fang Gang rubbed his ears. What? I was just outside battling that howling wolf, and now my ears are ringing. I can't hear clearly. Zhang Yi exchanged glances, immediately grasping Fang Gang's intent. He too stood still, mirroring Fang Gang's posture with his back to the crowd. The other seasoned enforcers quickly understood Fang Gang's plan, all feigning busyness. Meanwhile, Zhou Pai stumbled before Li Luo, extending his silver-red tassel spear. Big brother, my spirit tool, the red tassel spear, has been damaged by that scoundrel Zhao Xian. I fear I will need to find a way to repair it. Li Luo slowly turned his head, eyeing the cracked red tassel spear in Zhou Pai's grasp. An eye for an eye. His already frigid expression grew even colder. Zhao Xian, lying on the ground, sensed impending doom. Suddenly, he leapt up, suppressing the waves of pain coursing through him, swinging his green dragon crescent blade fiercely at the close approaching Li Luo, shouting, Within 7 paces, the gun is swift, but within 7 paces, bang, the Barrett in Li Luo's hands erupted with a deep, commanding sound. The moment Zhao Xian sought to launch a surprise attack, he was sent flying by a single shot, crashing back several meters. Li Luo regarded him with the amusement of one observing a farcical spectacle. Scoffing, within 7 paces. The gun is both swift and precise. What marksmanship! He is known as the CF sniper god. Proficient in jump shots, flick shots, instant shots, and blind shots, he has spent countless nights honing his craft to achieve speed, accuracy, and lethality. Moreover, the Barrett in his hands was so lightweight it was virtually negligible, far more agile than in any game. Thud, once again struck. Zhao Xian crashed heavily to the ground, utterly humiliated. Dust billowed from the impact, and blood rained down from the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Li Luo slowly approached him, unleashing a barrage of shots at the green dragon crescent blade in Zhao Xian's grasp. The resounding echoes of impact continued. After several shots, the green dragon crescent blade was reduced to a state of utter ruin. At this moment, Zhao Xian had surrendered all semblance of resistance or hope. Gazing at his shattered golden thread armor and the severely damaged green dragon crescent blade, his pride crumbled to dust. He felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. He was acutely aware of how troublesome it would be to repair a spirit tool, requiring the exceptionally rare spirit gold, which was virtually unattainable for families lacking significant power. It is impossible to acquire it through purchase. One can only exchange it with exceptionally precious enchantments, and others may not even be willing to do so. At this very moment, Zhao Xian felt utterly bewildered. His mind was a blank, as if he had lost his soul. Observing Zhao Xian's dejection, Li Luo coldly remarked, "Since you have destroyed my brother's spirit tool, I shall destroy yours in return. Consider this matter settled. However, the account for injuring them remains unsettled. Let it be 3 shots for the 3 of you." Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots struck Zhao Xian's already bloodied abdominal wound. Ah! A painful scream echoed around, sending chills down the spines of those present. At this moment, Fang Gang realized it was time to intervene and promptly turned around, shouting, "Hey, what are you all doing? Disperse at once. Do not congregate for a brawl. Did I just hear someone calling for help?" Everyone hurried to level up, as all nearby monsters had been slain and safety was restored. He shouted through a megaphone. "Brothers guarding the gate, open the city gates immediately." As soon as his voice fell, the east city gate slowly opened, and many students rushed out, eagerly heading towards the leveling secret realm. They had longed to level up. Soon, the majority of the onlookers had left, leaving only a small number of students from the 3rd and 9th schools, along with a few involved in the brawl. Fang Gang feigned ignorance and began to interrogate them. After a brief inquiry, he bluntly stated, "In this conflict, everyone shares the blame. The consequences are yours to bear. Those injured should hurry to the hospital." Subsequently, Fang Gang turned to Li Luo and whispered, "Li Luo, would you like to accompany me to the Law Enforcement Bureau?" Beside them, Xia Qingwei, with a concerned expression, asked, "Does Li Luo need to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau?" She gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and approached Fang Gang, whispering, "Officer, could you please not take Li Luo to the Law Enforcement Bureau? The officer in the East District, Xia Dan, is my cousin. Could you possibly grant us a favor?" Fang Gang raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Xia Dan is your cousin. You are from the Xia family." Xia Qingwen nodded immediately. Fang Gang pondered for a moment. "Rest assured, we are not causing trouble for Li Luo. On the contrary, Director Lian wishes to treat him to a grand meal." His gaze shifted back and forth between Xia Qingwei and Li Luo, ultimately resting on Xia Qingyue's face. Observing her concerned demeanor, he silently mused, TSK, this young lady is quite concerned about Li Luo. What is their relationship? Could it be a romantic one? Meanwhile, Xia Qingwei was slightly taken aback, thinking, what on earth? The East District Law Enforcement Bureau's Director Lian actually wants to treat him to a grand meal. Is his treatment really that favorable? Unbeknownst to her, Li Luo flatly declined, stating, "Forget the grand meal. I do not fancy social gatherings. Let it be." He then cast a meaningful glance at the severely injured Zhou Pai, Zhao Chen, and Xia Qingwei, remarking, "You all truly know how to stir up trouble." Xia Qingwei, looking pitiful, pleaded, "Li Luo, please help us get to the hospital. Otherwise, how can we continue to level up?" Li Luo remained unmoved and inquired, "I am quite curious, who instigated all this chaos?" Xia Qingwei, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, shook her head, "Not me." Zhou Pai was taken aback. "Then it certainly was me." The 3 of them slowly turned their gazes towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, bewildered, exclaimed, "What do you mean? Are you blaming me?" Chapter 41. Transfer funds to me. Each of you owes 200 million. Zhao Chen's eyes displayed innocence. "All right, So this is how we're playing it. He quickly realized that Xia Qingwei and Zhou Pai were clearly trying to evade responsibility. Although he knew they could not escape it, he had no intention of being the scapegoat. This matter had nothing to do with him. He would not bear the blame unjustly. He promptly told Li Luo. Then I shall be straightforward. The initial cause was instigated by Xia Qingwei. The fire was ignited by Zhou Pai, and as for me, I was merely a bystander who intervened. After saying this, Zhao Chen looked smugly at the flustered Xia Qingwei and Zhou Pai, as if to say, "You think you can shift the blame onto me? Sorry, but I will expose the truth." Li Luo fixed his gaze on Xia Qingwei, saying, "I told you, trouble follows beautiful women. Speak up. What mischief have you caused?" Xia Qingwei, her gaze darting, stammered, "What trouble? Don't speak nonsense. I am merely pursuing my own happiness." Minutes later, after Li Luo grasped the full context of the situation, he shrugged at the injured trio and said, "Let us go to the hospital." He then casually added, "Regardless, I have met the requirements for the college entrance examination. Your levels being affected is not my concern." Zhou Pai gasped, "Huh, what level are you at?" "Level 31, Li Luo replied, then turned to Xia Qingwei, complaining, "Moreover, your remarks have effectively severed my income. How will I earn money now?" Xia Qingwei, seeing that Li Luo was not genuinely angry, playfully smiled, "Don't worry, I have plenty of money. If you need any, just let me know. I will give you as much as you need." "What, as much as I need? Wow, why didn't I have such luck in my past life? Now I can earn a living on my own merits, and yet here comes someone offering me limitless funds." Li Luo raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What do you mean? Am I someone who relies on others for sustenance? I earn my keep through my own efforts. Thank you very much." He reiterated, "What I mean is, in the future, who would dare pay me to help them level up while sharing monster information with me? Who will purchase my enchantment scrolls?" Xia Qingwei smiled. Yes, you earn your keep through your own efforts. How about this? I will buy monster information from you, and you can keep enchanting for me. Just take me along to level up." Zhou Chen and Zhou Pai exchanged glances, astonished. Could this be something a campus belle would do? How is this any different from being a sugar baby? Truly enviable. With this thought, the two could not help but chuckle, though their injuries made them wince in pain. Hiss, hiss, sounds of their pain escaped their lips. Li Luo glanced at the three of them. Speechless, even heavily injured, you still have the nerve to laugh. You ought to feel the pain. Afterward, his gaze slowly swept across the surroundings. At this moment, the severely injured Zhao Xian had already been urgently taken to the First People's Hospital of Magic City by his friends. All other students had also dispersed, including Xia Qingwei's teammates and Zhao Chen's companions. Meanwhile, Fang Gang and the other law enforcers were busy cleaning up the aftermath, such as handling the corpses of the flying bats and the howling wolves outside the city. Li Luo, with a meaningful expression, addressed the three, "You three. Never mind. We want to go to the hospital. Come, follow me to that corner." After speaking, Li Luo walked towards a nearby dark corner. Xia Qingwei, Zhou Pai, and Zhao Chen exchanged puzzled glances, wondering, what is going on? We are all severely injured, yet he isn't taking us to the hospital. Why are we heading to some secluded corner? Is he planning to teach someone a lesson? The three of them, despite their injuries, hesitantly made their way towards the corner. Upon reaching, Li Luo rested his chin on his hand and mysteriously said, "I must say, you two are quite fortunate. Troublemakers, Zhao Chen. Each of you must transfer 200 million to me, and I will give you something valuable." "What, 200 million? Zhao Chen and Xia Qingwei were taken aback, while Zhou Pai was equally stunned. 200 million is no small sum. Just like that, a heist, a friendly heist. Xia Qingwei weakly inquired, "Li Luo, what good thing is worth 200 million? Li Luo calmly replied, "Of course, it is a legendary grade enchantment. Do you want it?" "What? Legendary grade enchantment?" Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor. He was well aware that legendary grade enchantments were immensely precious. A purple gold enchantment costs around 30 million, while a legendary enchantment is at least 300 million. Now, Li Luo claims he can provide them with a legendary enchantment for 200 million? This price is exceedingly favorable. At this moment, Xia Qingwei's eyes were also filled with profound shock. Until now, she had only managed to acquire 2 golden grade enchantments, one being a mobility enchantment, Flowing Cloud, and the other an attack enchantment, 3 Talisman Swordplay. The latter allows her to launch 3 attacks simultaneously, the power of which is self-evident. However, she felt it was still far from enough, as everyone desires to grow stronger. Zhou Pai was even more astonished. For him, a legendary grade enchantment was truly a legend. "All right, I will transfer the funds immediately." Xia Qingwei realized she was indeed getting a good deal, and knowing Li Luo, she promptly chose to transfer the money. Zhao Chen, without hesitation, also opted to transfer the funds. albeit using his credit card, as he did not have as much cash as Xia Qingwei. After receiving 400 million, Li Luo turned his back to the three, pretending to rummage through his pocket. Seconds later, he produced 3 legendary-grade enchantment scrolls, Everlasting Life, and handed them to the three, earnestly urging, "You all are genuinely lucky. Hurry and use them, and absolutely do not disclose this to anyone. I obtained these from defeating a top-tier monster after much difficulty." Upon seeing the effects of Everlasting Life, Xia Qingwei, Zhao Chen, and Zhou Pai were left wide-eyed. It grants the body an extremely powerful self-healing ability. This is too formidable, right? The three promptly used the Everlasting Life enchantment scrolls. Upon the completion of the enchantment, their bodily wounds began to heal at an astonishingly visible pace. "Wow, that's incredible," Zhou Pai exclaimed in awe. Zhao Chun and Xia Qingwei were equally astonished, noticing the colorful markings on their bodies rapidly mending. The astonishment on their faces was palpable. With the enchantment of Endless Life, wouldn't injuries become utterly inconsequential? Their expressions radiated excitement. Xia Qingwei distinctly felt her body returning to its former glory, even surpassing it. With a playful smile, she gazed at Li Luo, asking, "Li Luo, tell me, by selling this to me at such a favorable price, do you perhaps have feelings for me?" Li Luo averted his gaze from Xia Qingyue's face and slowly turned towards the eastern city gate, replying, "You're thinking too much. Hee hee." Xia Qingwei continued to smile at him. Zhao Chun, ever the provocateur, chimed in, "Xia Qingwei, if that's the case, does Li Luo have feelings for me as well?" Xia Qingwei shot him an exasperated glance, warning, "If you can't speak wisely, you'd best keep your mouth shut." At this moment, Zhou Pai, expressing concern, asked, "Big brother, you distributed this to us, but what about yourself?" Li Luo shrugged nonchalantly. "Me. The enemies could never reach me." Chapter 42, Underground Arena, Spirit Gold. A smirk played on his lips. Although he had long possessed Endless Life, he chose to remain silent. Otherwise, the three would surely think they were engaged in a wholesale business of enchanting scrolls, believing that legendary-level enchantments were easily acquired. However, it wasn't particularly difficult, just a matter of slaying more monsters. The reason he was willing to exchange Endless Life with them was not without justification. Overall, Zhou Pai had defended him and maintained his dignity, while Zhao Chen was purely acting out of chivalry. Although Xia Qingwei could be a bit domineering, she had not faltered at crucial moments, with the primary responsibility resting on Zhao Xin. Thus, Li Luo made this decision. Curious, Xia Qingwei inquired, "Li Luo, do you have any more enchanting scrolls to sell?" Li Luo raised an eyebrow. "Are you out of your mind? Enchanting scrolls are not cabbages." Suddenly, he paused, realizing there was indeed a purple golden enchanting scroll, Leap of Transcendence, a skill related to agility. However, he did not intend to sell it, as Zhou Pai had yet to receive any agility enchantments, which he planned to give to him. After all, he wasn't short on money. Having just received 4 minor goals, he couldn't possibly spend it all. Li Luo produced the Leap of Transcendence enchanting scroll and handed it to Zhou Pai, saying, "Gua Pai, this is an agility enchanting scroll. Use it wisely and avoid recklessness." Zhou Pai's eyes widened at the sight of the purple golden scroll, exclaiming, "Big brother, you just gave me a legendary level enchantment, and now this one too. I feel undeserving." Li Luo responded, "Stop being so sentimental. If you don't want it, I'll sell it. No way, big brother. Oh, adoptive father, I want it. Of course I do." Zhou Pai gratefully accepted the purple golden scroll, proclaiming, "Big brother, rest assured, one day." Shut up. Li Luo seemed to have anticipated Zhou Pai's forthcoming gratitude, which he found insincere and tiresome. What he needed was support during critical moments, not mere flattery. Zhou Pai had demonstrated his loyalty, which was why Li Luo was willing to offer him numerous gifts. Even a legendary-level enchantment worth 300 million. Very well. Zhou Pai immediately fell silent and activated the Leap of Transcendence scroll, subsequently showcasing his newfound agility, leaving Xia Qingwei and Zhao Chun enviously awestruck. Xia Qingwei inquired, "Li Luo, why does it seem that all the enchantments you've revealed are exceptional?" Zhou Pai interjected, "Of course, Big Brother's creations are top-notch." Li Luo raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. His gaze fell upon Zhou Pai's red tassel spear, asking, "Gua Pai, what do you plan to do about your spirit?" At the sound of his voice, Zhou Pai's excitement deflated like a punctured balloon, and he dejectedly shook his head. "Big brother, I don't know what to do. I probably need to find spirit gold." "Spirit gold? How do you intend to find it?" Li Luo understood that acquiring such a material was immensely challenging, even more so than enchanting scrolls. Obtaining spirit gold could be achieved through 3 methods. First, directly locating and defeating the flame gold monster to obtain spirit gold, which was difficult due to the rarity of information and the formidable nature of the monster. Second, seeking opportunities at an auction house, with the challenges being high prices and slim chances of appearance. Third, winning bets at the underground arena, where many rare items, including spirit gold, could occasionally surface, but the competition was fierce. Additionally, major families and powerful factions often possess spirit gold as a safeguard for significant figures within their clans. Big brother, honestly, I have no idea how to find it, Zhou Pai expressed, worry etched on his face. He was anxious. Without prompt repair of his spirit, the upcoming college entrance examination in half a month could pose significant problems. The exam relied on individual progression, where the pace and timing of advancement were crucial for rankings, and one could not rely on others. Li Luo patted Zhou Pai on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Don't fret. You did well this time. Supporting Big Brother has not brought me shame. I will help you find that spirit gold." He thoughtfully considered the various options. He preferred the first method, as it would allow him to slay monsters for lifespan while also acquiring spirit gold. However, he lacked information about the flame gold monsters. While he was deep in thought, Xia Qingwei suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Li Luo, my family has a collection of spirit gold." Li Luo raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Your family possesses it?" Xia Qingwei nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we do. But only members of our family can apply for its USE. Li Luo found this frustrating. Then why mention it? It would have been better to remain silent. Xia Qingwei giggled. "There are always more solutions than difficulties. If you acknowledge me as your girlfriend, we would be family, and I could apply for spirit gold from my clan. Who knows, it might just work." Li Luo raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "I must say, your thought process is quite unconventional. Your intentions are loud enough for everyone on the street to hear." Zhou Pai felt embarrassed. "Big brother, there is no need to sell yourself for spirit gold. I can't bear that." The thought of Xia Qingwei leveraging Li Luo's freedom for her own benefit made him uneasy. Such a notion was truly unthinkable. Xia Qingwei pouted. "Li Luo, don't reject me so quickly. Think it over." Li Luo shook his head. "I want to consider it until I possess greater strength." Suddenly, Xiaochen spoke up. "Li Luo, I know a way to obtain spirit gold. Please elaborate," Li Luo said. Intrigued, though he had limited interactions with Xiaochen, he found him to be quite reliable based on their recent exchanges. Xiaochen recalled, "I have a cousin who was previously hunting monsters. However, the monsters were too powerful, resulting in severe damage to his spirit. He has been seeking news about spirit gold and mentioned that he only found it as a bet in the underground arena." Underground arena? Li Luo's eyes brightened slightly. However, Xiaochen cautioned, all participants in the underground arena are seasoned fighters, skilled in the art of killing, making it even more perilous than hunting monsters. Xiaochen looked at Li Luo with concern. Li Luo contemplated the idea. He knew a bit about the underground arena. Many people participated to grow stronger or acquire resources, and to attract skilled fighters. The prizes were often incredibly valuable. He was confident in his combat abilities and believed he had a chance. Seeing Li Luo deep in thought, Zhou Pai quickly advised, "Big brother, let's forget it. I've heard the underground arena is fraught with danger. I don't want to drag you into this. Those people kill without a second thought." Meanwhile, Xia Qingwei expressed her worries. "Yes, Li Luo, it would be better to find another way. The underground arena is exceedingly dangerous." She pondered. "Li Luo, what if I return to my family to apply? If I can secure spirit gold?" "You won't have to take any risks." Li Luo was taken aback. "What? You would apply to your family? What are the odds of success?" Xia Qingwei contemplated. "The odds may not be high, but there is still a chance. Give me half a day to try, all right?" Li Luo's eye sparkled. "All right, if you can truly obtain spirit gold, I'll give you a little surprise." He glanced at the legendary enchanting scroll in the system mall, minor swordsmanship. Speaking mysteriously. Chapter 43. Danger? I am danger itself. Great. I'm looking forward to it. Xia Qingwei blinked. "Then I will head home to apply right now. It's around 11 o'clock. I'll be back within 3 hours at the latest." With that, she hurriedly departed. Li Luo shifted his gaze from Xia Qingwei's retreating figure to Xiaochen, asking, "Regarding the underground arena and the bets for spirit gold, when does the competition commence?" Xiaochen reflected. "I am not sure. We'll need to inquire to find out. All I know is that the organizer is the Death God Underground Arena in the Eastern District of Magic City." He gazed at Li Luo with a look of perplexity. Li Luo, are you really going? Aren't you supposed to wait for news from Xia Qingwei? Li Luo rested his chin on his hand. But that did not preclude him from considering a plan B. After all, placing all one's eggs in a single basket could easily lead to their loss. Zhao Chun speculated. So you mean to inquire? Precisely, Li Luo replied to Zhao Chun. Thank you for the information. You should go level up. Zhou Pai and I will head to the venue of the Death God tournament to gather some information. Zhao Chun hesitated for a moment. Do you need me to join? Li Luo waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Your level is still quite low. Hurry and focus on leveling up. Don't delay. All right, you two stay safe. Zhao Chun said before turning to walk towards the eastern city gate. He indeed needed to level up, as he was currently only at level 8, on the verge of ascending to level 9. In contrast, Li Luo, Zhou Pai, and Xia Qingwei were at levels 31, 26, and 22 respectively. He was significantly behind. In truth, he had considered paying Li Luo to help him level up, but he held steadfast to a belief within himself. True strength is forged through combat. Now, with the Endless Life enchantment, he felt a renewed confidence in battling monsters. Even without forming a party, he believed he could outlast them in prolonged combat. Meanwhile, Li Luo and Zhou Pai swiftly sought the location of the underground Death God tournament. Zhou Pai, visibly anxious, asked, Brother, are you really going? It's highly dangerous and could pose a threat to your life. Without glancing back, Li Luo replied, Danger? What danger? I am the very embodiment of danger. Gratefully, Zhou Pai said. Brother, I am indebted to you. Li Luo, somewhat indifferent, urged, let's chit-chat. Let us keep searching. With that, the two continued their search for the venue of the underground Death God tournament, a place typically concealed and difficult to locate. As such violent and bloody activities were not meant to be openly advertised. In the Xia family's living room, Xia Qingwei stood panting, addressing her father, Xia Yutian, with utmost seriousness. Father, I wish to apply for Spirit Gold. Xia Yutian looked at her in astonishment. What? Spirit Gold? Yes, Spirit Gold, Xia Qingwei affirmed. Has your spirit been damaged? He inquired with concern. Xia Qingwei nodded. Yes. When did this occur? Show me right away, he urged, his face etched with worry. Realizing he was unaware of such a significant matter, he scrutinized Xia Qingwei with apprehension. She paused for a moment, her eyes shifting. It's too severely damaged. Perhaps it's better if you don't see it. Xia Yutian's gaze sharpened. He seemed to have discerned something unsettling from the unnatural expression on Xia Qingwei's face. Qingwei, do not attempt to deceive me. The clan leader and others will thoroughly inspect the spirit. No one can intervene on your behalf. A trace of concern flickered across his face. Moreover, it would be wise to keep a low profile at this time. Just yesterday, the prominent Yi family sent representatives to discuss a potential alliance with our Xia family. You mustn't provoke them. If you assert conditions now, it could draw the clan leader's attention, and should they decide to arrange a marriage for you, what will you do? Qingwei, be honest with me. Has your spirit truly been damaged? Xia Qingwei's expression wavered before she ultimately shook her head. My spirit is intact, but a friend of mine is in dire need of Spirit Gold, which is why I wish to. Xia Yuntian immediately shook his head. Qingwei, do not even consider it this moment. Focus solely on leveling up. Only by becoming stronger can you gain the power to decide your own fate. While there are advantages to being part of a large family, there are also invisible constraints. Xia Qingwei, feeling disheartened, retorted, Father, there are so many girls in the clan. Surely the clan leader wouldn't force me into this. Xia Yutian regarded her seriously. Qingwei, you say surely. But what if, upon applying for Spirit Gold, they truly set their sights on you? You must understand that in large families, even parents often lack the power to influence marriage decisions. Xia Qingwei stood frozen. Deep down, she knew her father spoke the truth. Once chosen as a pawn for marriage, as long as a majority of clan members agreed, it would become a foregone conclusion. For women, there were only two ways to escape this outcome. One was to surpass the contender in strength and defeat them decisively, which would justify a refusal. The other was to find someone with exceptional potential who could offer significant contributions to the family. However, families typically considered such factors when selecting marriage candidates, rendering it difficult to avoid the fate of arranged unions. Her gaze dimmed. She slowly took out her phone and messaged Li Luo. Li Luo, Spirit Gold is quite hard to come by. Before long, Li Luo replied, No worries, we are also searching for the location of the underground Death God tournament. Xia Qingwei was taken aback. What? The underground Death God tournament? Did he know that she would not succeed? Was that why he continued to seek the location? But the underground tournament was exceedingly perilous. This simply wouldn't do. She messaged again, Li Luo, let me try once more. Please wait a moment. She sat slowly in a chair beside her. Father, what kind of spirit does the Yi family possess? How strong are they? Xia Yutian was taken aback. Why do you ask this? Xia Qingwei pondered deeply. I want to gather information about them. If I truly become a target, I want to see if I can defeat them. Xia Yutian's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Qingwei, so you intend to risk your freedom for the sake of this friend of yours? Is this friend truly important to you? How important? Xia Qingwei asked herself, and her answer was a resounding yes. She had imagined countless times walking hand in hand with him in public, receiving everyone's blessings. She had envisioned watching the morning sun rise with him, and had dreamed of facing the sea together, surrounded by the beauty of spring. Thus, the answer was evident. Indeed, he was important. Xia Yutian said meaningfully, his name is Yu Xian, a peer of yours, possessing an epic-grade battle spirit. The Cold Moon Blade. With a legendary attack enchantment, Blade Light like the moon, and a purple-gold level agility enchantment, Phantom Trail. He is one of the Yi family's prodigies. He quietly observed Xia Qingwei's expression, noting her inner turmoil. Time passed slowly. In the tranquil living room, one could hear a pin drop as Xia Qingwei engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as if recalling something, and she pondered, he mentioned wanting to give me a surprise. I wonder what it could be. Chapter 44. Are you certain you want to participate in the tournament as a student? With that thought, Xia Qingyue's resolve solidified. Father, I must try. Xia Yutian sighed deeply. Qingwei, Yudati hesitated, ultimately asking, what is your friend's name? Li Luo? Xia Qingwei replied candidly. Li Luo. Xia Yutian meticulously recalled the name, feeling an unsettling familiarity, and immediately pursued. What is your relationship with him? Xia Qingwei nonchalantly replied, just a friend. With her hands clasped behind her back, she appeared at ease. Just a friend. I suspect it's not that simple, Xia Yutian mused, falling silent. Was this boy truly so exceptional that he had captured his precious daughter's heart? After a long pause, he shook his head helplessly. Qingwei, I wish to advise you, but I know you never listen to advice, so I won't bother. Just be prepared. Father, I understand. Meanwhile, Li Luo had finally located the venue for the Death God tournament in the Eastern District of Magic City, and he had learned that the competition offering Spirit Gold would commence on May 5th, just 2 days hence. The entry fee was a staggering 100 million, and to obtain the Spirit Gold, one must become the champion by defeating 10 other challengers. Glancing at the time, Li Luo muttered softly, it's already 5 p.m. It seems there's little hope from Xia Qingwei. I'll have to rely on myself and sign up. Zhou Pai stopped him. Brother, look at that fine print. Once registered, no refunds. Following Zhou Pai's finger, Li Luo scrutinized the fine print on the registration notice, indeed discovering a line indicating that registrations were non-refundable. What a shifty business, he thought. They could at least make the text larger. These unscrupulous merchants are truly up to no good. I wish you all failure and heavy debts. Although he noted this predatory clause, Li Luo recognized he had no alternative but to proceed with the registration. Thus, he continued towards the registration desk, with Zhou Pai closely trailing behind him. As they walked, Li Luo observed the crowd, noting that all who came to register bore sharp gazes and fierce expressions, most appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, each exuding an aura of decisiveness. Upon reaching the registration desk, Li Luo earnestly addressed the beautiful attendant, Miss, I wish to register for the tournament that offers Spirit Gold as a reward. The moment the attendant's gaze fell upon Li Luo's face, she seemed momentarily dazed. Huh, you? She curiously appraised his school uniform. Are you certain you want to register for the tournament as a student? Li Luo nodded affirmatively. Absolutely, I am certain. The beautiful waitress raised an eyebrow and said, all right, you can just scan the code to pay. By the way, what would you like your code name to be? A code name? Li Luo hesitated for a moment and then decided, let us go with Bad Boy. The waitress looked surprised and raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you sure you want to call yourself Bad Boy? Absolutely, Li Luo replied, as he scanned the code and filled in the information. The waitress continued to inquire, do you have any remarkable achievements in the arena? If you do, it would be great to mention them, so our host can provide a more detailed introduction when you make your entrance. Li Luo shook his head. No, I'm just a newcomer. Who in their right mind would engage in arena battles for no good reason? Can't you see I'm merely an 18-year-old student about to graduate from high school? Understood. The waitress nodded in comprehension. Before long, she handed Li Luo a contestant badge, explaining, you are participating in the Spirit Medal competition for the extraction of Qiling Gold. Your entry position is 3rd. And it starts at 9 a.m. on May 5th. If you fail to show up, it will be considered a forfeiture. Got it. Li Luo accepted the contestant badge, which bore a prominent red number 3. Exceptionally eye-catching. Zhou Pai, appearing as if he had never seen such things before, exclaimed, Brother, is that 100 million gone just like that? What's the alternative? Li Luo shrugged nonchalantly. To 100 million was not particularly significant at this moment. Given his astonishing rate of earning, he could acquire it in no time, thus rendering him indifferent to money. Li Luo patted Zhou Pai's shoulder. Guapi, it's getting late today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to level 30. And the day after, we'll obtain the Qi Ling Gold to repair the spirit. You should practice your skills more before the college entrance examination. All right, big brother. Zhou Pai acquiesced eagerly. He was not concerned about his level, but rather anxious about the spirit repair issue. Fearing that without timely restoration, his prospects for the college entrance exam would be bleak. Li Luo glanced at the time again. 5:10 p.m. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, we didn't rely entirely on Xia Qingwei. It seems she has not succeeded, Zhou Pai casually remarked. Brother, do you think it's possible that we just paid the registration fee and she succeeded right away? Not a chance. Absolutely impossible, Li Luo pondered thoughtfully. She said at the latest 3 hours. It's already been 6. Ding dong. The notification sound from Li Luo's phone suddenly chimed. He paused, his gaze involuntarily shifting to Zhou Pai. Could it be that you were right? Zhou Pai watched with keen interest as Li Luo unlocked his phone. Indeed, the message was from Xia Qingwei. Li Luo, I succeeded. Where are you? Li Luo was taken aback. What? She succeeded? His emotions were a mix of surprise and complexity as he replied. I just completed the registration for the arena competition. 100 million, non-refundable. That's a bit of a waste. Li Luo, tell me your location, and I'll bring you the Qi Ling Gold. Li Luo surveyed his surroundings. 98 Dawn Street, next to a CAF called Corner of Love. Will be waiting for you inside. All right, I'll be there. Li Luo and Zhou Pai ordered 2 cups of dreadful lattes at the CAF. The taste decidedly lacking. Li Luo immediately complained. Damn, is this something meant for humans to drink? Zhou Pai shook his head. I have no idea, but honestly, I think it's worse than Nutritional Express. As they chatted idly. Xia Qingwei soon arrived at the CAF, sitting across from Li Luo and gazing at him with a complex expression, remaining silent for a long while. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Zhou Pai made a quick excuse to head to the restroom. With his keen observational skills, he sensed that something unexpected was about to unfold. Once Zhou Pai left, Xia Qingwei produced a fist-sized object wrapped in a pink handkerchief and handed it to Li Luo. Li Luo, this contains Qi Ling Gold. Here, 3 pounds should be sufficient. As Li Luo accepted the Qi Ling Gold, he handed her an opaque envelope with his left hand. Here, this contains the surprise I promised you. Xia Qingyue's expression brightened as she took the envelope, but it was soon overshadowed by a hint of reluctance. She gazed at Li Luo's face and asked, Li Luo, I really want to ask you a question. Go ahead, Li Luo replied casually, taking a sip of his coffee. Have you always found me a bit distasteful? Li Luo paused, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Xia Qingwei's. Distasteful, not at all. To be honest. He believed that any man who laid eyes on her captivating beauty would inevitably be enchanted. However, he felt that when one's strength was insufficient, everything else was merely superficial. This was a lesson he had learned from his previous life. Just as he was about to respond, Xia Qingyue interjected. So silence equates to acceptance? She picked up the envelope and, feigning nonchalance, smiled. Don't worry, Li Luo. I probably won't bother you for a while. You'll have some peace. With that, she turned and left, her expression laden with complexity. Li Luo raised an eyebrow, sensing an underlying message. Chapter 45, Legendary Enchantment, Minor Sword Technique. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze lingering on Xia Qingwei's retreating figure, suspecting that her words held deeper meaning. Nonetheless, he preferred to focus on enhancing his own strength, which he deemed the true path. He redirected his attention to the Qi Ling Gold. Perhaps she had sacrificed something to obtain it, but exchanging 3 pounds of Qi Ling Gold for the legendary enchantment, Minor Sword Technique, should be a fair trade. Li Luo murmured softly to himself. This, Minor Sword Technique, required a lifespan exchange of 50 years, and coincidentally, he currently had 250 years remaining. Brother, she left. Zhou Pai returned slowly, astonished. Yes, she did. Li Luo nodded. He handed the Qi Ling Gold to Zhou Pai. Here, take this Qi Ling Gold and quickly go repair your spirit. Half a day should suffice for recovery, and tomorrow we'll continue hunting monsters. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, adoptive father, Zhou Pai exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. This treasure was not easily obtained, representing a favor owed by Li Luo to Xia Qingwei, the specifics of which remained unknown to him. Li Luo waved his hand dismissively. Enough chatter. You should know how to repair the spirit. Right? Zhou Pai nodded. I do that by exposing the spirit to Qi Ling Gold. It will actively absorb the Qi Ling Gold's essence and gradually restore itself. Good to know, Li Luo replied. Big brother, you want to be participating in the arena competition. Will you? Li Luo pondered for a moment. Since there's no need to compete, then I won't. It's better to use that time to hunt monsters and level up. Let us head back. The two made their way back to the school dormitory. Given the late hour, Li Luo decided to postpone monster hunting until tomorrow, leaving time for Zhou Pai to repair his spirit. A single night was ample for restoration. That night, the internet erupted in frenzy. The name Li Luo, already causing a stir, became a hot topic following his assistance to the Enforcement Bureau in slaying monsters and defeating Zhao Xin with 2 legendary spirits. His name soared to the top of trending searches. Countless individuals, both overt and covert, began to take note of this young dark horse possessing the Barret spirit. How could a high school student achieve so much? What were the limits of his potential? Some influential factions even started to pay attention, considering the possibility of recruiting him to their ranks. Late at night, in the Xia family's living room, Xia Yutian glared at Xia Qingwei in anger. Qingwei, you are being reckless. You actually agreed to the Patriarch's request for a marriage alliance with Yixin just to get this Li Luo to provide Qi Ling Gold. Is this really what you want? Xia Qingwei appeared unfazed. Dad, what's the big deal? I will definitely defeat this Yixin guy and regain my freedom. Xia Yutian, filled with concern, replied, Qingwei, you are being too naive. Yixin's strength surpasses yours on all fronts. What makes you think you can defeat him? Xia Qingwei's gaze flickered. It's all in the effort. She playfully winked. Dad, this Li Luo is no ordinary person. He is incredibly strong. If I can't defeat Yixin, then I'll have Li Luo do it for me. Xia Yuntian felt a headache coming on. Qingwei, do you even realize what you're saying? No matter how strong Li Luo is, can he rival the vast Yi family? What grounds would he have to fight Yixin? You say he is your friend, but friends aren't qualified to fight on your behalf unless he is your partner, and even then, he would need to possess enough potential for our Xia family to take him seriously. Ask yourself if he has that potential and strength. And besides, is he your partner? Xia Qingwei stamped her foot in frustration. Dad, how could you yell at me? Xia Yuntian's lips twitched. Why shouldn't I yell at you? Shouldn't I be managing you? If I don't keep you in check, you might cause chaos. Humph. Xia Qingwei stormed off to her bedroom, slamming the door with a heavy thud that left Xia Yuntian feeling helpless. In her bedroom, Xia Qingwei, feeling vexed, tossed the envelope onto her vanity table and sat down in a huff, sulking over her father's reprimand. She couldn't believe he had never raised his voice at her in such a manner over the years. Suddenly, her attention was caught by the envelope, and her eyes lit up. What could the surprise Li Luo mentioned be? She quickly retrieved the envelope, grabbed a small pair of scissors from the side, and carefully cut open the seal. Slowly, she began to pull out the contents within. The book-sized, shimmering, 3-colored enchanted scroll caught her eye. Xia Qingyue's gaze brightened. Could it possibly be a legendary-grade enchanted scroll? She exclaimed in astonishment. How did he acquire this? She immediately examined the details of the enchanted scroll. Minor sword control technique. Legendary-grade enchantment, used for enchanting sword spirits. Once enchanted, it allows for agile long-range sword manipulation, significantly increasing damage, with an attack range of 100 meters. Minor sword control technique. Xia Qingwei couldn't help but exclaim. The sword control enchantment is among the most formidable enchantments for sword spirits. Although it bears the prefix minor, the phrase long-range attack is no trivial matter. She had heard that the ultimate sword control enchantment not only permits combat but also enables aerial travel and even the ability to cleave through the heavens with a single sword strike. With this minor sword control technique, I can swiftly transition from close combat to ranged attacks, and with my agile movements and exceptional recovery abilities, I might just be able to defeat Yixin. Xia Qingyue's expression was filled with excitement. How did Li Luo manage to obtain this? It's incredibly cool. Thrilled, she eagerly applied the minor sword control technique, enchantment, to her sword spirit, the Mingyue sword. In an instant, she felt a profound sense of connection and control with the Mingyue sword. Let me give it a try. With a mere thought, the Mingyue sword flew from her grasp, magically hovering in midair. Go! With a delicate cry, the Mingyue sword darted swiftly toward the direction of her fingertip. Boom! The sword easily pierced through the wall of her bedroom, creating a gaping hole. The tremendous noise startled Xia Yutian in the living room. Qingwei, what on earth are you doing? However, Xia Qingwei did not respond to him. The following morning, Li Luo and Zhou Pai once again appeared at the teleportation portal of the leveling secret realm. Gua Pai, is the sword spirit repaired? Zhou Pai nodded. Yes, it's fixed. There's still half a gene of sword spirit essence left and used. Here, take it. Big Brother. Li Luo accepted the ping-pong ball-sized sword spirit essence and tucked it into his pocket. Actually placing it into the system's storage space, he gestured for Zhou Pai to follow. Let's go into the secret realm. Just then, once dreamed of wielding a sword to traverse the world, his phone suddenly rang. A strange number? Is it an advertisement or a sales call? Li Luo raised an eyebrow and playfully answered the call. A deep voice came through. Is this Li Luo? Yes. Who is this? My name is Xia Yuntian. Xia Qingyue's father. Li Luo, did Xia Qingwei give you a piece of sword spirit essence yesterday? Li Luo, surprised, replied. Yes. He did not expect Xia Qingyue's father to call him. Li Luo, I have a favor to ask. Li Luo's eyes flickered, feeling the weight of the request. What is it? I would like to ask you to return the sword spirit essence. I am willing to offer you sufficient monetary compensation, because Xia Qingwei lost her precious freedom in exchange for that piece of sword spirit essence. Chapter 46. I am the contestant, and he is the agent. Lost freedom. Li Luo felt a twinge of surprise. How could Xia Qingwei lose her freedom because of this? No wonder her words yesterday seemed a bit off. Xia Yutian explained, she agreed to a marriage with someone she does not like in exchange for the sword spirit essence, as per the family head's request, although she insists she can defeat her opponent and escape this predicament. It is quite difficult. Moreover, until this agreement is rescinded, she must adhere to clan rules and maintain distance from other boys. Xia Yutian spoke with utmost sincerity. You are Xia Qingyue's friend, and I believe you wouldn't want to see her lose her freedom. So I wish to return the sword spirit essence and plead with the clan leader to dissolve this agreement. Upon hearing this, Li Luo finally understood the true meaning behind Xia Qingyue's statement that she wouldn't disturb him recently. It turned out she had sacrificed a degree of her freedom to obtain the sword spirit essence. How foolish! So foolish it was almost ridiculous. Life is precious. Love even more so. If it is for freedom, both can be forsaken. Did she not understand this principle? Li Luo's gaze grew distant. Falling silent, the teleportation portal of the secret realm, the bustling crowd and cacophony of voices did not affect him in the slightest. He quietly gazed at the ground, lost in thought. Xia Yuntian's request was impossible for him to grant, as a significant portion of the sword spirit essence had already been used by Zhou Pai. After much contemplation, Li Luo said, Uncle Xia, it's not that I don't want to help you, but a large part of the sword spirit essence has been used, and I can't return it in full. Sigh. I searched everywhere for your contact number, but I didn't expect it to be too late. Xia Yuntian's voice was filled with regret and sadness. After a long pause, he sighed deeply and hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Li Luo put away his phone and turned to Zhou Pai. Let's go, Gua Pai, into the secret realm to hunt monsters. After a whirlwind of spinning, Li Luo and Zhou Pai reappeared in the secret realm, continuously searching for monsters and ruthlessly slaughtering them. Within the secret realm, no monster could withstand the monstrous power of Li Luo's Barret. Bang, 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 the thunderous gunfire echoed everywhere, wherever he went. Not a single monster was left standing. Big Brother, I feel like something's off with you today, Zhou Pai observed, noticing Li Luo's demeanor was distinctly different, far too bloodthirsty and violent, offering no chance for the monsters to breathe. He had even promised to leave a couple of monsters for Zhou Pai to practice on, yet had inadvertently dispatched them all. Me. Nothing's wrong. Li Luo shook his head. Beneath his calm exterior, he was continuously pondering about Xia Qingwei. He truly hadn't anticipated she would take such a step. It left him feeling a hint of surprise. Zhou Pai sensed that Li Luo seemed preoccupied but refrained from probing further. Time flowed slowly. Before long, the day had slipped away in an instant. By 6 in the afternoon, Li Luo's level had risen from 31 to 33. While Zhou Pai's level surged from 26 to 30. After reaching level 30, the experience requirements for leveling up became significantly steeper. Zhou Pai managed to level up 4 times, while Li Luo could only manage 2 levels. As of now, his remaining lifespan stood at 308 years. At 6 in the evening, Li Luo and Zhou Pai exited the secret realm. The area around the teleportation portal remained bustling with activity. Lively discussions and laughter echoing around them. Yet, throughout it all, Li Luo maintained a stoic expression. He turned to Zhou Pai, contemplating. Gua Pai, tomorrow I plan to participate in the arena tournament. Ha! Why? Zhou Pai asked in astonishment. Big Brother, didn't you say we didn't need to acquire the sword spirit essence? We do, Li Luo replied seriously. Why? Zhou Pai inquired, puzzled. Li Luo pondered. The sword spirit essence Xia Qingwei gave me was traded for her freedom. Although I provided her with a legendary grade enchanted scroll of similar value, freedom is priceless. His gaze turned distant. Had I known she traded her freedom in such a manner, I would never have accepted her sword's spirit essence. I must admit, she is quite foolish to sacrifice her freedom for it. Though he said this, he understood well that Xia Qingyue's actions were largely motivated by her desire to prevent him from risking himself in the tournament. Thus, this matter was directly connected to him. He recounted everything Xia Yutian had said to Zhou Pai. Now do you understand why I need to participate in the tournament? Zhou Pai slapped his thigh in realization. Damn, it's all my fault. I'm truly a hindrance, causing both you and Xia Qingyue to be in such a passive situation. I'm utterly useless. Saying this, he smacked his own face. Li Luo quickly grasped Zhou Pai's hand. This isn't your fault. The root of the problem still lies with me, so I'll handle it. Li Luo hoisted his beret, walking as he continued. Fortunately, I've already signed up. The tournament hasn't started yet. It begins at 9 tomorrow. He laid out his plan. I intend to win the tournament, claim the sword spirit essence, and then sell it to Xia Yutian. I don't want to owe such a significant favor, disturbing my peace of mind. Zhou Pai nodded, then inquired, Big brother, what can I do to help? You? Focus on enhancing your combat strength. You don't need to worry about levels right now. Level 30 already meets the requirements for the college entrance exam. You need to practice your combat skills more. Big brother, I'll go with you tomorrow, Zhou Pai insisted resolutely. You shouldn't go. You need to train in the secret realm and fight monsters. Li Luo shook his head. No, big brother, I want to go with you. After all, having an extra pair of eyes can be beneficial, and I might learn combat techniques by watching you fight, Zhou Pai persisted. All right then. Li Luo was too lazy to argue further with Zhou Pai. Ding dong, Li Luo heard a notification sound from his phone. He took it out to find a message from the homeroom teacher, Zhao Ling, reminding everyone to report their levels. He promptly replied in the class group. Li Luo, level 33. Once the message was sent, the group erupted into excitement. They exclaimed in disbelief, level 33, it's only the 4th day, big brother. Yeah, it's too outrageous. We're barely over level 10. I'm saying the difficulty of finding monsters has increased significantly lately. Hasn't Li Luo been taking down a lot of them? Indeed, it seems to be upsetting the balance. Shouldn't we apply in advance to increase the number of monsters? Good point. Let's go apply. The next morning. At 8 o'clock. Li Luo and Zhou Pai, instead of heading to the training secret realm as usual, turned around and made their way to the Death God Underground Arena. The contest for the Spirit Essence Gold began at 9 a.m. this morning. As far as he knew, there were a total of 100 participants in this round of the arena competition, and he was the 3rd contestant to take the stage, according to the rules. In order to obtain the Spirit Essence Gold, one must challenge the reigning champion and consecutively defeat 10 participants on the arena. If multiple challengers meet this condition, they would ultimately need to engage in a PK to vie for the final championship. Soon, Li Luo and Zhou Pai arrived at the venue of the underground arena. Many spectators, upon seeing the 2 students clad in school uniforms, exclaimed in disbelief, "What are these students doing here, not focusing on their studies, but stirring up trouble instead?" Upon noticing Li Luo and Zhou Pai, the staff immediately reached out to stop them, saying, "Apologies, but this is the entrance for contestants, not for spectators. The spectator entrance is over there." Li Luo slowly produced his contestant badge number 3, stating, "I am the contestant, and he is my manager." Chapter 47. A student in the arena? Are they insane? What? You are a contestant? The staff member looked at them with skepticism, unable to believe that students would dare to participate in an arena competition. This was the first time in his long career that he had encountered such a ludicrous situation. Every other contestant bore an intimidating demeanor, yet the individual before him resembled a meek little lamb. After confirming their identities through a glance and verifying the contestant badge, the staff finally acknowledged Li Luo's status, saying in surprise, "All right, identity confirmed. Please proceed." Li Luo and Zhou Pai swaggered into the contestant area, their youth and school uniforms starkly contrasting with the other participants. Surrounding voices of doubt filled the air. What is going on? A student in the arena? Are they out of their minds? Who is he? Is he just looking for trouble? Is he a rich 2nd generation seeking thrills? After all, the registration fee is not cheap. Who knows, he might be taken down in one blow. They probably have a few screws loose. The cacophony of voices was almost entirely filled with skepticism regarding Li Luo's strength and intellect. However, Li Luo remained unfazed, meticulously examining the prizes for this round of the arena competition. Wondering how heavy the Spirit Essence Gold was, he hoped it wouldn't be insufficient. TSK, it's actually 10 pounds, quite enough. Li Luo crossed his arms, contentedly gazing at the 10-pound Spirit Essence Gold displayed on the poster, as if it were already in his possession. No wonder the registration fee was so exorbitant. The other contestants looked on with disdain. observing Li Luo's behavior. Primarily, it was due to his peculiar demeanor, which made it hard for others to divert their gaze from his face. He appeared too youthful, too handsome, and far too composed. Li Luo's gaze gradually shifted from the prize to his surroundings. The massive arena was enveloped in 2 meters of special glass, seemingly indestructible. Outside the arena, throngs of spectators filled every seat, with cheers, screams, and whistles ringing out in a fervent symphony. On the large screen, numerous media outlets were broadcasting live. The atmosphere was grandiose and electrifying. In the contestant area, nearly all 100 participants were meticulously analyzing their opponent's strengths, while Li Luo remained eerily calm. "Are you not nervous, big brother?" Zhou Pai inquired. "A little, but not too much," Li Luo replied. Zhou Pai curiously asked, "Why is that?" Li Luo raised an eyebrow. "It's my first time fighting under such scrutiny from so many people. It's a bit unsettling. Do you have confidence?" "Of course, I do," Li Luo asserted confidently. He believed in his infinitely loaded Barrett rifle, convinced that no one could close in on him, especially with the added enchantment of repulsion. Wouldn't it simply be a matter of firing a couple of rounds? The key was that his sniping skills were exceptional. Engaging in close combat would only allow him to shoot faster and more accurately. Finally, the clock struck 9. A beautiful host stepped forward onto the arena. "Dear audience, I am the host, Zhang Yun, and our arena competition is about to commence. Our rules are simple. There are no rules once one party concedes. The match concludes, and we move on to the next round. There are a total of 100 participants, with the first to enter automatically becoming the reigning champion. The following contestants are challengers who must defeat the reigning champion to claim the title. Defeating 10 opponents consecutively allows one to choose between resting as a runner-up champion, awaiting the final PK with other runner-ups, or to fight until the end. Please welcome our first contestant, Zhao Wuji. Codename Unyielding King, with 10 years of arena experience, having secured 33 runner-up titles and 3 championships, he is immensely famous. As the announcement concluded, Li Luo observed a middle-aged man with a scar, exuding an aura of authority. As he strode onto the stage wielding a long spear, the crowd erupted in screams and cheers. "Zhao Wuji, Zhao Wuji, Zhao Wuji, Unyielding King, you are the best. I'm betting everything on you. Go for it." Unyielding King must win. Li Luo discerned that Zhao Wuji was highly renowned and well-received, with many placing bets on him. Following the thunderous applause, the host continued enthusiastically. "Now, please welcome our second contestant, Teng Qingshan. Codename Equality of All Beings, with 6 years of arena experience, 18 runner-up titles, and 4 championships, a rising star." With that, another wave of fervent cheers erupted. Among the contestants, a muscular man with a buzz cut wielding a tang knife approached the arena unhurriedly. On the stage, Zhao Wuji and Teng Qingshan locked eyes, their silent exchange brimming with palpable tension, igniting a fierce combat spirit. The audience observed this moment, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. "I declare the match has begun." As Zhang Yun's words echoed, the composed Zhao Wuji and the unfazed Teng Qingshan did not immediately engage. Their gazes remained intense, hand gripping their spirit weapons, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, as if 2 masterful warriors were preparing for an epic showdown. "Teng Qingshan," Zhao Wuji said, squinting his eyes, "I know you are level 102, while I am level 115. Your strength, agility, endurance, and spirit are all inferior to mine. You have indeed encountered a formidable opponent." Teng Qingshan chuckled lightly. Attributes may differ, but those fundamental stats are merely superficial data. Combat skills, spirit weapons, and enchantments are the true determinants of the match's outcome. Level is the least useful reference. He understood a crucial principle. Strong attributes only indicated a slight edge in reaction times. Power and endurance, however, combat is a comprehensive endeavor. Attributes are but a minuscule factor. The perfect synergy of combat skills, spirit weapons, and enchantments, along with courage and audacity, are what truly dictate victory or defeat, Zhao Wuji sneered. "If that is the case, let us fight." With a swift leap, Zhao Wuji lunged forward, spear aimed directly at Teng Qingshan. "Come at me." Teng Qingshan welcomed the assault, brandishing his tang knife to counter Zhao Wuji's attack. A cacophony of clashing weapons resonated as their battle swiftly escalated into a fierce contest, each strike ruthless and aimed at vital points. The arena had no rules. A match would only end with a concession, and failure to concede could lead to death. The exhilarating clash ignited the audience's fervor, prompting them to roar and cheer as if they were the ones fighting. After an intense skirmish, Zhao Wuji, with an unexpected counterattack, struck Teng Qingshan in the abdomen. Blood gushed forth. Yet Tung Qingshan did not call for surrender. Zhao Wuji, with a sinister grin, swiftly twisted his spear. Tung Qingshan's face blanched, blood trickling from his lips as he screamed. I concede, host Zhang Yin promptly declared. In the first match, Zhao Wuji emerges victorious. A 30-minute break before the next round. Contestant number 3, Li Luo, please prepare. Chapter 48, Level 110. Will you intervene if someone is cheating? In the audience, discussions erupted, a chorus of voices rising and falling. Li Luo. Who is Li Luo? I've never heard of him. I don't know. Probably a newcomer. A newcomer? I bet he can last a maximum of 1 minute. Hurry, place your bets. Put everything on Zhao Wuji. I must go all in. In the contestant area, Zhou Pai patted Li Luo's shoulder. Big brother, it's your turn next. I know, Li Luo replied, his gaze fixed on the imposing Zhao Wuji on the arena. He had to admit, Zhao Wuji's combat experience was substantial. Tung Qingshan and Zhao Wuji were evenly matched, but it was evident that Zhao Wuji was more cunning, employing many underhanded tactics to secure a tough victory. Li Luo had meticulously observed and understood all of Zhao Wuji's moves and techniques. As if it were second nature, he was certain that neither Zhao Wuji nor Tung Qingshan were his match. They likely wouldn't even get a chance to close in on him. Suddenly, Li Luo's eyes brightened. Zhou Pai, hurry and place a bet on me. Wager on my victory. The odds are 10-1. You could easily make a tenfold profit. What, big brother? Zhou Pai was momentarily taken aback. Betting? What are you waiting for? Now is the perfect time to place a bet. For every match, just put your money on me winning, and you'll profit effortlessly. Li Luo said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All right, brother, I'll place my bet right away. Zhou Pai nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. He hurried to the nearby machine to place his wager, naturally opting for a high-stakes gamble, betting on Li Luo's victory. Zhou Pai had been contemplating when he could achieve financial freedom, never anticipating that the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. If he won this round, wouldn't that be a direct ascent? No one understood Li Luo's prowess better than him. This was undoubtedly a surefire investment. Li Luo raised an eyebrow, surveying his surroundings, and noticed that many participants were also placing their bets, but without exception, all were wagering on Zhao Wuji's triumph. Li Luo calmly approached the betting machine and staked all of his more than 300 million xia coins on himself. Over 300 million multiplied tenfold would amount to over 3 billion. How delightful. After placing his bet, a smile that he could not suppress crept onto Li Luo's lips. This money was simply too easy to earn. As time ticked away, many were inquiring about the obscure Li Luo. However, when the crowd discovered that he was merely a student, they were left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? A student? They had assumed he was just an onlooker. But he was actually a contestant. How could the threshold for the arena be so low? Could anyone and everyone participate? Truly, a naive fool with money to burn. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must be seized. Those who had already placed their bets immediately increased their stakes, while those who hadn't were also tempted to join in. Naturally, they all placed their bets on Zhao Wuji, unbeknownst to them. 30 minutes had already elapsed. Host Zhang Yin took to the stage, announcing, "Dear audience, the second match is about to commence. Please welcome our champion, Zhao Wuji." As her voice faded, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Unyielding Ming Wang, you are the king. Go, go. You are the strongest. Go. You are the best. You must give it your all, Zhao Wuji. I've placed all my bets on you. If you win, I'll soar to the skies. If you lose, my family will be ruined. The roaring cheers continued for 30 seconds before gradually subsiding. Host Zhang Yun resumed. Now, let us welcome our challenger number 3, Li Luo, codenamed Notorious Duke. He is a newcomer and, unbeknownst to many, is merely a student with a level just above 30. As her words fell, the audience erupted into an even louder uproar, surpassing Zhao Wuji's earlier reception. Li Luo, hold on for at least 1 minute. Zhao Wuji, take it easy. Don't be too ruthless. Be gentle, Zhao Wuji. Li Luo is doing a noble deed. Thank you for the opportunity to get rich, Li Luo. I hope you won't cry if you lose. Li Luo, once I hit it big, I will surely reward you handsomely. Brotherly kindness. Li Luo, initially calm, was now quite perturbed by the overwhelming cheers. What on earth was happening? As he shouldered a Barrett rifle, he slowly walked towards the arena, scanning the fervent crowd. To his surprise, the audience was filled with gleeful anticipation of his downfall, leaving him utterly speechless. Gradually, astonished whispers emerged from the stands. Wait, look closely. he asked, carrying a Barrett on his shoulder. Is that a spirit weapon or just a regular firearm? No way. A regular firearm on the arena. That wouldn't even cause harm to someone with a spirit weapon. What is he thinking? This young man is so unconventional. It's quite absurd for a student, at just over level 30, to carry a Barrett that I wonder if he is even 18 yet. Of course, those under 18 are not allowed to compete. Li Luo paid no heed to the curious and doubtful murmurs that he strolled onto the stage with an unhurried demeanor, exuding calm confidence. The Barrett rested lightly on his shoulder, radiating an aura of dominance. While his bang swayed as if in a gentle breeze, the other contestants regarded him with bemused expressions, some even whispering. It seems the arena needs some regulation. Even students can participate now. Are we veterans not deserving of some respect? I just hope Zhao Wuji won't be too cruel. Honestly, I feel I could take on 10 of him without breaking a sweat. Ha ha ha. I'm betting on Zhao Wuji this time. Great minds think alike. I never bet, but this time I couldn't resist. Hearing these remarks, Zhou Pai couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Wonderful, brother. This round is sure to be a windfall. Damn it. Time is too tight for loans. Otherwise, I would borrow just to join in. Zhou Pai smacked his thigh, cursing himself for not thinking of this sooner. Finally, Li Luo stood quietly on the stage, calmly observing Zhao Wuji, who regarded him with contempt. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Kid, you truly put me in a difficult position. If I let you linger on the stage a moment longer, I'll lose face. Yet if I take you down in one blow, I feel a twinge of guilt. What a headache. Li Luo chuckled lightly. How coincidental. You've put me in quite a quandary as well. If I were to shoot you dead with one shot, it would be too disrespectful, but if I don't, you'd suffer immensely. Quite the dilemma upon hearing their exchange. Host Zhang Yun's spirit soared. Excellent. This is the effect we desire, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I declare, the match begins, as her words echoed. Everyone fixated on the arena, fearing they would miss the unfolding drama. Zhao Wuji aimed his spear at Li Luo, sneering. Kid, make your move to avoid me being accused of bullying you. Such a long-winded preamble, Li Luo retorted, swiftly leveling the Barrett at Zhao Wuji and decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! A deep, thunderous gunshot resonated throughout the venue. Almost immediately, a black streak struck Zhao Wuji, creating a gaping wound the size of a fist in his abdomen, propelling him back several meters, nearly causing him to stagger. Coughing up blood, Zhao Wuji gasped. What the hell? This match has barely begun, and it's already over. Hello? Is anyone calling 110? Someone is clearly cheating. Chapter 49. Hey, you can't penetrate my Qing Shan Kai. How utterly unreasonable. A student, wielding a Barrett, severely injures a renowned veteran. They were unwilling to believe it. Yet the undeniable reality forced them to accept it. Countless spectators and participants who had wagered on Zhao Wuji felt their hearts drop. Damn it. I just went all in. Is this all going to go down the drain? My hard-earned money. Nearby, host Zhang Yun watched in shock, her training in emotional management failing her as she struggled to comprehend the rapid turn of events. She hadn't anticipated such a swift reversal. It had barely been 5 seconds, and Zhao Wuji was already gravely injured. This was a seasoned veteran. As the audience remained in stunned silence, bang! The deep, thunderous gunshot rang out once more. Zhao Wuji, still unsteady, was struck again in the thigh. He cried out in agony, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Panic spread across Zhao Wuji's face as he gazed in fear at the calm Li Luo. What kind of devil is this? How did I end up facing such a monster? At that moment, the audience was filled with murmurs of disbelief, exclaiming, Zhao Wuji, you can do this. I've bet my entire fortune on you. Zhao Wuji, you wouldn't want to see me go bankrupt, would you? Get up. Zhao Wuji, as long as you're alive, fight with all your might. Countless spectators who had placed their bets on Zhao Wuji were fervently urging him to fight. At that moment, Zhao Wuji felt despondent. Truly, everyone else cares about how high you can soar, but only your mother cares about how tired you are. Seeing Li Luo preparing to fire a third shot, he frantically shouted, I concede. I concede. The moment those words left his lips, the crowd erupted. What? My money just disappeared like that. I leveraged high to bet on you, Zhao Wuji. What now? You owe me money. Damn it. Zhao Wuji, how can you have the audacity to call yourself a veteran? Zhao Wuji, I'll never forgive you. Hearing Zhao Wuji's concession, Li Luo immediately ceased firing, turning his head with interest towards Zhang Yun. Host, we can proceed to the next match. Huh? Oh. Zhang Yun snapped back to reality and announced loudly, in the second match, Li Luo wins. Next, please prepare contestant number 4, Zhang Shan. with host Zhang Yun's declaration. The gravely injured Zhao Wuji was swiftly carried off to the medical room, while Li Luo calmly returned to the resting area and approached the betting machine to claim his winnings of over 3 billion xia coins. Wow, over 3 billion. That money came in so fast, Li Luo couldn't help but sigh at the scene, causing envy to spark in the eyes of the other contestants nearby, who wished they could snatch it away immediately. Brother, I just withdrew 150 million. Zhou Pai excitedly exclaimed to Li Luo, checking his balance. 1, 2, 3 9 digits, it's really over 150 million. Ha ha ha. How on earth should I spend this money? It seems impossible to exhaust it. Next round, let me bet on Big Brother winning. Zhou Pai was brimming with excitement. Little did he know, Li Luo shook his head and advised against playing the next round, stating that others would surely not be foolish. This game relied solely on the element of surprise and exploiting information gaps. Understood, Big Brother. Zhou Pai nodded in agreement that I in the audience. Some were stamping their feet in frustration, others were fidgeting restlessly, some appeared dejected, while a few were secretly reveling in joy. Finally, someone managed to uncover information about Li Luo online. What the hell? Barrett Spirit Li Luo? Is it really him? He is the student who assisted the Enforcement Bureau in slaying monsters and subsequently incapacitated Zhao Xian. Recently, he has been the talk of the town online. Damn, I've heard he is rather formidable. I thought he was just a delivery boy, but turns out he is here to wreak havoc. Quickly, find Li Luo's contact information. I must recruit him. He's nothing short of a genius. With such prowess, such youth, and such looks, we must win him over at all costs. During this intermission, no one dared to bet on Li Luo losing. Rather, everyone uniformly wagered on Li Luo's victory. However, since no one was betting against him, the wagers for this round were rendered ineffective. Unbeknownst to them, 30 minutes slipped by. The host, Zhang Yun, returned to the stage, inviting our new champion, Li Luo, to make his entrance. At the sound of her voice, the audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers, screams, and whistles. Their fervor stemmed from Li Luo's unexpected rise as a dark horse, and the overwhelming dominance of his Barrett spirit. They relished the sensation of such unassailable power. Eagerly, they awaited his battles against others, although countless spectators lamented how Li Luo had shattered their dreams of wealth. It did nothing to tarnish his status as the bizarre champion in their hearts. At this moment, Li Luo calmly ascended the stage, bearing the Barrett on his right shoulder, unfazed by the audience's enthusiasm. He gradually acclimated to such spectacles, perceiving the spectators as mere unfeeling vegetables. Once Li Luo took his position, host Zhang Yun continued, "Now, let us welcome our challenger number 4, Zhang Shan. Codename Mountain God. He boasts 8 years of extensive arena experience, with 30 near championships and 4 actual championships. Let us anticipate his performance." As her voice fell, another wave of fervent applause and cheers erupted. Zhang Shan, known as Mountain God, earned this title due to his legendary spirit, Qingshan armor. Renowned for its formidable defense, he was among the rare participants celebrated for their defensive prowess. Whispers circulated through the crowd. The strongest offense against the strongest defense. What a spectacle! If Zhang Shan could not withstand Li Luo, could anyone else in the competition hope to triumph over him? It seemed unlikely. I wager Li Luo will emerge as the champion of this arena. Not so fast. There are still ranged attackers to come. He may not be unbeatable. That's a fair point. Ranged combat against ranged combat might negate his advantages. Zhang Shan approached the stage amidst the audience's cheers, his expression grave as he gazed at Li Luo. "Kid, my Qingshan armor is legendary. I have trained rigorously for years, achieving a spirit compatibility of LV18. Few can breach my defenses." Li Luo remained indifferent, knowing that those who boast like this often end up with egg on their faces. Observing this, host Zhang Yun beamed. "I declare the match begins." No sooner had she spoken than, rip! Zhang Shan seized his coat with both hands and tore it apart with a flourish, exuding an aura of dominance. His body was enveloped in a peculiar armor, shimmering with a green light, appearing virtually indestructible. That I'm curious, aside from wasting clothing, does tearing off your coat actually enhance your combat prowess? Li Luo quipped, aiming the Barrett at Zhang Shan and pulling the trigger. Bang! The deep, authoritative gunfire reverberated once more. At the sound of this thunderous shot, countless spectators were electrified, their eyes glued to the unfolding battle. In an instant, Zhang Shan was struck in the chest and sent stumbling back several meters. Zhang Shan gasped, overwhelmed by the sheer force. He quickly glanced down at his chest, revealing a slight grin. "Hehe, you can't penetrate my Qingshan armor." Chapter 50. Of course, I choose to fight to the end. Zhang Shan's grin gradually morphed into arrogance. The fact that Li Luo failed to breach his Qingshan armor signified an opportunity for counterattack. He believed that as long as he could withstand the assault, victory would inevitably belong to him. Zhang Shan. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "TSK, TSK, you're still too young." Li Luo's gaze shifted slightly. One should not speak too soon. Thanks to his true sight enchantment, he had already noticed minute cracks forming in Zhang Shan's Qingshan armor from the first shot. Though subtle, they were visible to him. However, a few more shots would surely shatter it. With elegance, he readied the Barrett once more, pressing the trigger against Zhang Shan again and again. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous gunfire continued to erupt. Waves of black, flowing bullets relentlessly struck Zhang Shan's Qingshan armor, forcing him further back. Nevertheless, due to the legendary quality of the armor, just 3 or 4 shots did not completely pierce through. Even so, Zhang Shan found himself pressed against a 2-meter-thick, transparent glass. Unable to move, what the hell is this? Why is the recoil so intense? Zhang Shan's expression shifted drastically. After approximately 7 or 8 shots, he felt a searing pain in his chest. The Qingshan armor, which he had once proudly donned, was finally breached by Li Luo's Barrett bullet, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist, leaving his spirit-enhanced body unable to withstand the onslaught. How could this happen? Zhang Shan stared at the blood gushing from his chest, disbelief flooding his eyes. Damn it. Not only am I pinned against the wall, but my Qingshan armor is also pierced. Who on earth can contend with him? A tempest of fear surged within Zhang Shan as he regarded Li Luo with the eyes of one facing a demon. He reflected on how his Qingshan armor had dominated the arena for years, never before having been breached so swiftly. Damn it, this young man is terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Li Luo continued firing at the now defensive Zhang Shan, each bullet piercing through the gaping hole in the Qingshan armor and striking his body, creating bloody craters. Zhang Shan let out a scream of agony, hysteria taking over him. I concede. I concede. Zhang Shan spat blood, shouting his surrender. After all, he suspected that if he did not yield, this unreasonable Li Luo might just kill him outright. He did not wish to meet such a fate. He still had much life left to live. Upon hearing the concession, Li Luo shook his head with disinterest. TSK, TSK, I have yet to unleash my full potential. He increasingly felt that his Barrett spirit was akin to a dimensional strike. Notably, it possessed an extraordinary divine quality, making it a formidable presence in the realm of ranged attacks. As Zhang Shan conceded. The audience erupted once more in a thunderous ovation, applauding and cheering for the Luo. Luo, you are the best. I love you. Kong Mang Bei. I want to bear your children. Li Luo, from this day forth. You are my favorite arena champion. You are my eternal legend. Li Luo, you are the indomitable tail, the king of all races. Meanwhile, host Zhang Yun appeared considerably more composed. She was already well aware of Li Luo's extraordinary capabilities, so his victory had not caught her off guard. She announced loudly, in the third match, Li Luo is victorious. A 30-minute intermission. Challenger number 5, Zhou Yun, please prepared. As her voice trailed off, the severely wounded Zhang Shan was hurriedly escorted off the stage by medical personnel. Li Luo remained on the stage. Motionless, he raised a hand towards host Zhang Yun. That having a 30-minute break between matches is too slow. Can we continue? I can forego the rest. No break. Zhang Yun stared at Li Luo in astonishment. This intermission was initially established to prevent the reigning champion from exhausting himself in a continuous battle. She understood that each match drained a substantial amount of energy and stamina from both the champion and the challengers. Hence, a break was indeed necessary. No one had ever proposed foregoing the intermission before. Li Luo was the first to do so, leaving her in disbelief. Yes, I can continue without a break. Let the others come at me directly. Li Luo declared with confidence and authority. Zhang Yun paused for 2 seconds, then glanced toward the contestant area. Subsequently, she uncertainly looked at the event organizers beside her, seeking their opinion. Ultimately, Zhang Yun announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, due to the champion Li Luo's request for no break, the organizing committee has agreed to this proposition, so our matches will proceed without interruption. Now, let us welcome contestant number 5. Zhou Yun to the stage." Zhou Yun is no simple foe. After a brief introduction, the match commenced immediately. Bang, bang, bang. I concede. I concede. Now welcoming contestant number 6 to the stage. Bang, bang, bang. I concede. I concede. Now welcoming contestant number 7 to the stage. Bang, bang, bang. I concede. I concede. As time progressed, almost every contestant was swiftly defeated, their competition time scarcely exceeding the host's introduction. They fell too quickly, to the point where they felt as if they were being led to their execution point one after another. They were met with a barrage of gunfire, leaving them utterly defenseless. Before anyone realized it, Li Luo had consecutively bested 10 participants, each one left severely injured. Both the other contestants and the audience were left in sheer shock at Li Luo's overwhelming prowess. In their minds, he had become an insurmountable force. Primarily due to the barret he wielded, Li Luo fought with minimal exertion, displaying no signs of fatigue even after defeating 10 challengers in rapid succession. The audience was abuzz, their voices rising in excited chatter. Wow, he has already defeated 10 challengers. He could choose to become the runner-up champion and simply watch the others compete. Exactly. There might not even be another runner-up after this, so he could become the champion outright. Incredible. To achieve such success on his very first stage performance is extraordinary. His strength alone was remarkable, but his youth and striking good looks only added to the awe. People couldn't help but feel envious. Please, everyone, quiet down. The host, Zhang Yun, called out, signaling for silence. The murmurs of the crowd gradually subsided. With a beaming smile, she addressed Li Luo, saying, Li Luo, you have consecutively defeated 10 contestants, and now you face a pivotal choice. Will you opt to become the runner-up champion, waiting for others to continue their matches, ultimately facing any potential runner-up champions, or will you choose to fight to the finish? Upon finishing, Zhang Yun eagerly awaited Li Luo's response. While the other contestants and audience members leaned in, anticipating his decision, they were all curious about whether he would dare to choose the latter. Fight to the finish. Are you out of your mind? No one has ever succeeded in that, one onlooker exclaimed. Defeating 10 opponents is no small feat, but fighting to the finish is an entirely different challenge, with still 80 to 90 more contenders to face. If he dares to choose that, I'll eat my words live on air. However, deep down, many were eager to see him take on the challenge. Stop dreaming. He may be strong, but he can't be foolish. Li Luo glanced toward the contestants' area. How long would he have to wait for them to battle it out? After a moment of contemplation, he declared, of course, I choose to fight to the finish. Chapter 51. The 5 hegemons of spring and autumn? Is it the tyrants? The sheer audacity of Li Luo's declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, akin to an atomic bomb dropped into a serene lake, stirring an uproar. What? Did I hear that right? Fight to the finish. No one has ever succeeded in choosing that path. Is he getting a bit too cocky? Enough of your nonsense. Where's that person who said they would eat their words live? I want to see it. Exactly. You can't go back on your word. I'll have your head for this. Within the crowd, a bystander trembled, silently lamenting that his offhand remark had led to such a commotion. On the stage, Zhang Yun beamed with astonishment, exclaiming, This is astounding. In all the years of these competitions, we finally have a contender willing to fight to the finish. Li Luo, even if you do not succeed, your name will be etched in history. Li Luo waved his hand dismissively. Let us skip the pleasantries. Hurry up and bring the next challenger. I'm pressed for time. Zhang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Was it appropriate for him to say that? How could that make the other contestants feel? Yet, trained as she was, she quickly regained her composure. Then, let us welcome the next challenger to the stage. Bang. Bang, bang, I concede. Next, please. Bang, 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 I concede. The one-sided nature of the competition evoked a chorus of sighs from the audience, many expressing concern for the challengers entering the arena. Several shared their insights. Why do I feel like these contestants are being led to execution? Is it just me? No, I feel it too. Goodness, how did this competition take on the atmosphere of a death row? It must be said, Li Luo had turned the arena into a spectacle as time ticked by. One after another, severely injured contestants were carried away, and the medical staff struggled to keep up. Normally, they would handle no more than 10 injured individuals in a day, but today was extraordinarily abnormal. Dozens of severely wounded participants had emerged. If they weren't all spirit practitioners, they would have likely perished by now. Gradually, the number of contestants dwindled. Li Luo was eliminating 1 challenger per minute. Without fail, when there were still about 10 challengers remaining, Zhang Yun called for them to step forward, but they all opted to forfeit. I forfeit. I too forfeit. I forfeit as well. This wave of forfeitures sent ripples of astonishment through the audience. And even the event organizers were left dumbfounded, their expressions vacant. Strange occurrences were commonplace, but today was particularly rich in them. Finally, Host Zhang Yun gracefully ascended the stage, announcing loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare that the champion of this competition is none other than the illustrious Li Luo." As her words fell, the audience erupted into a thunderous roar of applause and cheers, their excitement palpable as they celebrated Li Luo's triumph. They were ecstatic, their faces flushed, even more so than Li Luo himself, who had become the first ever to succeed in fighting to the finish. It was exhilarating. To put it bluntly, this was something they could boast about for the next decade. On stage, Zhang Yun continued, "Dear audience, since Li Luo is our only champion in the deathmatch arena to have fought to the finish, we shall bestow upon him the highest honor, the champion's pinnacle. Furthermore, Li Luo shall receive a reward of 10 pounds of spirit gold." As her words resonated, beautiful hosts soon appeared, gracefully bearing the golden trophy and spirit gold onto the stage. The trophy was exquisite, but Li Luo had a greater fondness for the spirit gold. He scrutinized the spirit gold closely. Indeed, it was the same as the spirit gold given to him by Xia Qingwei, radiating a soft green glow. As for the champion's pinnacle trophy, who cares? Li Luo accepted the spirit gold, discreetly stowing it away in his system space. While he took the trophy as well, he regarded it as rather useless. Perhaps it could fetch a decent price as scrap metal. He casually carried the trophy as if it were mere clutter, and after completing the organizer's photo session, he quickly departed the stage with Zhou Pi. As champion Li Luo exited, the audience began to disperse, their conversations buzzing with excitement. That I have to post this on social media. Who would have thought a student could achieve such a feat, and even win the championship? Indeed, this guy is something else. I can only imagine the uproar online. Without a doubt, I wonder how many families will seek to recruit Li Luo. However, they were also curious about how many would envy the spirit gold he now possessed. Not far from the competition venue, Li Luo tossed the trophy to Zhou Pi, gripping the barrett in one hand while dialing Xia Yuntian's number with the other. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, who is this?" Xia Yuntian's deep voice carried a hint of melancholy. "Uncle Xia, this is Li Luo. I've managed to acquire a piece of spirit gold that I can sell to you. I'm at the corner of the love at first sight CAF. What? Spirit gold, Li Luo?" Xia Yuntian's voice crackled with excitement. Ever since he learned that Li Luo's spirit gold had been depleted the previous morning, he had been searching high and low, hoping to recover it as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it was challenging to find such items when one needed them, yet they seemed to appear effortlessly when they were not required. Life seemed to be playing tricks on him. Thus far, he had not located a single piece of spirit gold, even offering to pay more. Li Luo, great, I'm on my way. Xia Yuntian's enthusiastic response was followed by sounds of hurried packing. "All right, I'll wait for you." Li Luo hung up the phone and said, "Let us go, Zhou Pi. Let us grab a coffee." Maintaining his grip on the barrett, he and Zhou Pi made their way toward the CAF. Just then, 5 burly men strode forward, blocking Li Luo's path. Each brandished various weapons, knives, guns, clubs, and swords. "Hold it." The 5 men began to encircle them, their intentions far from friendly as they eyed the trophy on Zhou Pai's shoulder. "Hand over the trophy, and you can leave." The leader, a scarred man clad in black, declared arrogantly. "Go." Li Luo raised an eyebrow, his expression one of mild surprise at their sudden appearance. "Is this what they call a robbery?" He leisurely pulled out his phone to check the time. TSK, it's only 1 in the afternoon. What are you all up to?" the black-clad scarred man bellowed. "Stop with the nonsense. You know what we want. The 5 hegemons of spring and autumn am not just a name. I advise you to be sensible. If you hand over the trophy, I might let you walk away. Otherwise, you'll find out what cruelty truly means." The man in black with the scar cast a menacing glare at Li Luo and Zhou Pi, inwardly contemplating that these mere students could easily be intimidated into surrendering their possessions without the need for his 5 accomplices to intervene. Li Luo remained unfazed, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, "The 5 hegemons of spring and autumn? Does hegemon refer to a bully?" Chapter 52. "If he dares to jump, I shall annihilate him." "Nonsense." The scarred man brandished his long knife threateningly and gestured lightly at his own throat. "Kid, since you understand, hand over your belongings quickly, or you'll wish you hadn't." His fierce demeanor suggested he was ready to unleash violence at any moment. At that moment, several bystanders were gathered nearby, whispering and pointing at Li Luo and the scarred man. In the face of the threat, Li Luo remained unperturbed, calmly pointing at the golden trophy on Zhou Pai's shoulder. "Are you after this?" "Duh. What else would I want?" You. The scarred man replied impatiently, irritated by the obviousness of the situation. If you want this, you should have said so earlier. I could sell it to you for 10 billion, Li Luo remarked, his tone playful. What? Ha ha, sell. The scarred man laughed as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. He shook his head disdainfully. Sorry, but the things we want are never for sale. Understand? His gaze flitted between Li Luo and Zhou Pai, clearly frustrated that these students were not grasping the gravity of the situation. Perhaps a lesson was in order, as many students needed a dose of reality. To Li Luo's tone grew more serious. You want something without paying? That's just robbery, isn't it? What do you think? The scarred man laughed boisterously. Do you think I want to do business with you? Nearby, the onlookers grew in number, murmuring amongst themselves. Look at Wang Ba, one of the 5 hegemons, bullying others just because his brother-in-law is a law enforcer. These 2 young men are in deep trouble. Even if someone wanted to step in, they wouldn't dare. This guy holds grudges. Let's hope this young man has some influence or connections. We should move away before we get caught up in this. Big brother, what should we do? Zhou Pai asked nervously. He knew he couldn't take on the 5 bullies, who looked like seasoned fighters, but he was aware that Li Luo could handle them with ease. At that moment, the scarred man, maintaining his composure, pointed his knife directly at Li Luo. I am Wang Ba. I'll say it one last time. If you don't recognize the situation, before he could finish. A sudden, thunderous gunshot echoed. Li Luo had fired at a black streak shot through the air, producing a sharp sound as it struck Wang Ba's long knife. The knife rang out with a crisp sound as it was impacted by the Barrett bullet. And Wang Ba was sent flying backward, blood pouring from his mouth. Wang Ba, in utter shock, widened his eyes. You dare to lay a hand on me? My brother-in-law Qi Shan is the captain of the law enforcement team. He felt a searing pain in his hands from the overwhelming force of the impact. Suddenly, one of the other 4 bullies spoke up. Heh, don't think just because Wang Ba's brother-in-law is a law enforcer that we're scared. My brother Li Ba is a certified law enforcer too. You're in for it now. Hearing the name Li Ba, Li Luo chuckled. Such a hasty name. He aimed his gun directly at Wang Ba's head and fired again. With a single shot, Wang Ba's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Without a doubt, Wang Ba was dead. The crowd of onlookers was left in stunned silence. What just happened? A murder? Executed with a single shot. How did this student dare? And this individual was Wang Ba, whose brother-in-law Qi Shan held considerable power as a law enforcer. Had this student truly dug himself into a grave? Some were astonished, while others were skeptical. In no way. How could a mere student be so formidable? The compatibility with one's spirit weapon typically developed gradually. There was no reason for him to be this powerful. Could he be a prodigy from a prestigious family? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the remaining 4 bullies exchanged furious glances. Damn it, he actually killed our boss? Get him. With that, the 4 remaining bullies charged at Li Luo, ready for close combat. While they were surprised by the power of Li Luo's Barrett, they had often heard that while a gun was fast from 7 paces away, close quarters belonged to them. As long as they could close the distance, everything would be under their control. Li Luo, however, remained calm and collected. He smirked mysteriously, then swiftly turned, aimed, and decisively pulled the trigger point. 4 more gunshots rang out, and each of the remaining 4 bullies fell, their brains turned to mush, blood gushing from their severed necks, quickly soaking the ground beneath them. Li Luo sneered. This trophy was painstakingly earned. It won to be easily snatched away. The crowd gasped collectively, unable to believe their eyes. The notorious 5 hegemons of spring and autumn had been taken down just like that. Even more shocking was that it was all done by a student. Amidst the astonishment, murmurs erupted. Well done, but this student is likely in serious trouble now. Indeed, he did a commendable deed, but now he has attracted a world of trouble. Alas, good deeds seldom go unpunished. Should we inform the law enforcers? The 5 hegemons had eyes everywhere. Someone had likely already reported the incident if Qi Shan came. This young man would be doomed, after consecutively executing 5 headshots. Li Luo felt no burden or discomfort. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of exhilaration that it felt no different from slaying monsters. Big brother, should we leave? Leave? Li Luo shook his head and replied to Zhou Pai. No, we are still waiting for someone. Guapi, go buy 2 cups of coffee. No lattes. Anything else is fine. Is this really the time for coffee? Zhou Pai protested. Li Luo replied calmly. I told you to go. All right. Zhou Pai dashed off to the coffee shop. Li Luo, carrying the Barrett, sauntered toward a nearby Sayef's chairs, his expression as tranquil as water, as if nothing had just transpired. He had no intention of leaving. He was waiting for Xia Yuntian to sell him a portion of the spirit weapon's essence gold, after which this matter would be settled. As for everything else, he had no desire to meddle. Before long, Zhou Pai returned with 2 cups of cappuccino and handed one to Li Luo. Big brother, the coffee's here. Li Luo accepted the coffee, taking a small sip while savoring the pleasant flavor. Soon, a commotion arose in the crowd. Oh no, it seems Qi Shan from the law enforcement team has arrived. Zhou Pai appeared slightly anxious. Big brother, the law enforcers are here. What should we do? Li Luo remained unfazed. Even Lian, the director of the Eastern District Law Enforcement Bureau, owes me a favor. This mere captain of the law enforcement team that if he dares to jump, I shall annihilate him. Chapter 53. What? Annihilate a law enforcer? Zhou Pai stared at Li Luo in shock, his expression tense. After all, the status of a law enforcer was no trivial matter. The consequences of murder were already severe, and killing a law enforcer would undoubtedly lead to graver repercussions. However, he trusted that Li Luo could handle it. Li Luo calmly sipped his coffee, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers, unperturbed. Yes, he had no fear of accountability from the law enforcers. He was confident that with his current strength, few could pose a threat to him, even law enforcers. Besides, he was merely retaliating. What was the issue? Would they distort the truth? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. We received reports of a disturbance. With that, 7 or 8 law enforcers rushed in, their expressions grim as they surveyed the scene. Gasping in shock at the sight of 5 headless bodies, they murmured amongst themselves, "What a grand spectacle! Who has such audacity?" After gathering information from the surrounding crowd, the law enforcers approached the composed Li Luo. "I am Law Enforcer Qi Shan. You two, please accompany us." A middle-aged man with a buzz cut fixed his piercing gaze on Li Luo and Zhou Pai. His tone serious, laced with suppressed anger. The onlookers immediately began to murmur in sympathy. "I told you this student was doomed. It's just as I expected, true, while he rid the world of evil. He has a powerful background. Isn't that infuriating? What a pity for this young man. He possesses courage, audacity, and strength, but lacks backing. The crowd expressed their regret for Li Luo. He shook his head decisively. "Qi Shan, apologies, but I cannot move an inch." He calmly fixed his gaze upon the law enforcer who identified himself as Qi Shan, bluntly refusing the other party. "You expect me to follow you the moment you arrive? Who do you think you are?" The onlookers around, upon hearing this, were utterly astonished. What? He actually dared to reject the law enforcer's demands. Such audacity is remarkable. Qi Shan stared intently at Li Luo, his anger palpable, and inquired, "Then I must ask you, did you kill these individuals?" Li Luo nodded, affirming the accusation. "Then you must come with us," Qi Shan insisted, his tone growing more severe. "You are suspected of committing murder." Li Luo continued to shake his head, countering, "Aren't you going to inquire about the circumstances? You intend to take me away without understanding the facts." Qi Shan's expression darkened as he cryptically remarked, "Circumstances? We will take you back to question you thoroughly." "No need. Let's discuss it right here." Li Luo reiterated his refusal. "Come with us. I do not wish to repeat myself," Qi Shan commanded, his voice laced with authority. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed slightly as he noticed the golden trophy beside Li Luo. This trophy is the pinnacle of champions? He recognized its significance, well aware of its prestige. Although he had never participated in the arena battles, he was quite familiar with such accolades, having often interacted with those involved in the competitions. Only a champion who fought valiantly could earn such an honor. Could it be that this student before him had triumphed in a decisive battle? But how could that be? He had not heard of anyone achieving such a feat in recent years. What, then, was the meaning of this trophy? He scrutinized Li Luo and Zhou Pai, alongside the suspicious trophy, and then turned his attention to their weapon spirits. A Barrett. Upon seeing the Barrett perched on Li Luo's shoulder, Qi Shan's expression changed dramatically. Could it possibly be him? Previously, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lian, had repeatedly warned that if they encountered a young individual with a Barrett, they must not provoke him and must report any incidents immediately, lest they invite disaster. Moreover, he knew that individual's name. Li Luo. Qi Shan's complexion fluctuated as he cautiously inquired, "Excuse me, are you named Li Luo?" You know me," Li Luo replied, taken aback. How did Qi Shan know his name? Had he become an internet sensation? Qishan's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety as he realized. You don't know Director Lian? Yes, I have met him. Li Luo admitted without reservation. At this revelation, Qishan's heart sank. Damn, how did Wang Ba provoke this anomaly? This individual had slain the flying bat, the howling wolf, and the hill hedgehog. He was extraordinarily formidable, but why had he ventured into the arena and returned with a trophy? Was this merely a game? At that moment, Qishan's inner self began to tremble. The person before him was not someone to be trifled with. He was acutely aware that he was no match for the flying bat, and he could confidently assert that if he dared to lose his temper, he would already be a corpse. He immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. All right, let me briefly understand the situation here. He swallowed hard and continued in a gentle tone. May I ask, did you kill these 5 individuals? Yes. And what was the reason? Because they intended to steal my trophy. I see. So they attacked you first? Yes, I did. That is fine. It was due to their initial wrongdoing that you retaliated, leading to their unfortunate demise. Moreover, the public feedback indicates that those 5 were indeed bullies. Thus, you were merely ridding society of a menace. Qishan's survival instincts were strong. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. What the heck? They had initially expected Qishan to erupt in fury at the sight of his uncle being killed, handling the situation with ruthless indignation. Yet what is going on? Why has Qishan suddenly become so accommodating? Similarly, the law enforcers behind Qishan also wore bewildered expressions. What is happening here? This is not the captain's usual approach. They had just heard Qishan express his intention to deal with the murder of his uncle severely. Is this serious? This is nothing short of a farce. All right, having understood the matter clearly, the responsibility lies with them that we will report for review, and if any issues arise, we will contact you again, Qishan respectfully concluded before instructing those behind him. You all hurry and dispose of the bodies here, and then we will return to conclude the case. Huh? Captain, someone queried, puzzled. When did case closures become so hasty? Is it just a simple QA and done? Next time, shouldn't we consider a multiple choice format? Qishan's face darkened. Just do as I say. Stop wasting time. All right. The law enforcers began to clean up the area. They, after all, did not possess the sharpness of Qishan. Previously, when Lian emphasized the situation, they had merely let it go in one ear and out the other, failing to connect that this young man was that individual. Qishan turned to Li Luo. Li Luo, you may leave now. We will take care of the cleanup here. Li Luo raised an eyebrow. I'm waiting for someone here. You all proceed with your business. Qishan lightly huffed, promptly turning to supervise the others in handling the scene. One of his subordinates whispered, Captain, your demeanor today seems a bit off. Qishan broke into a cold sweat, covering his mouth as he whispered, You don't understand. I nearly met my end just now. No way, Captain, how so? Qishan shot him a disdainful look and replied softly, I told you to study diligently, but you wouldn't listen. This person is named Li Luo. He has not only slain the flying bat, howling wolf, and hill hedgehog, but is someone we cannot provoke. Do you understand? He declared proudly, Brother, the world of martial arts is not merely about fighting. It is about human relations and social etiquette. You will understand in time. Chapter 54. Damn it. Alive, preferably human. One of his subordinates appeared contemplative. Smack. Qishan patted the shoulder of his subordinate. Stop dawdling. Hurry and get to work. Understood, Captain. Soon, the scene was cleaned up, and Qishan departed with his team. As expected, news of Li Luo's defeat of the Spring and Autumn 5 Tyrants was exposed. Online, fans cheered him on. The transformation of the law enforcement captain Qishan from a serious and aloof demeanor to one of utmost respect elicited a wave of astonishment from netizens, who speculated that Li Luo undoubtedly had a powerful background, truly remarkable, young, handsome, capable, and well-connected. He was the dream man of countless girls. As the incident gained traction, he was on the verge of becoming an idol. Yet, Li Luo remained blissfully unaware that moment. He was preoccupied with another matter. He pondered how to hunt more formidable monsters without taking excessive risks. He was aware that besides the leveling secret realms and the college entrance exam secret realms, only the mist remained. However, the monsters within the mist could be exceedingly powerful and terrifying, such as swarms of flying beasts or colossal octopuses, capable of launching simultaneous attacks that could pose a significant threat to him. Therefore, if he were to venture into the mists, it would be prudent to possess a map of monster distributions. Yet, apart from top-tier academies and the military of the Great Xia, No one else had created such maps of mist monsters. Moreover, the reason for keeping this information hidden was due to concerns that someone might recklessly provoke powerful monsters, leading to catastrophe. Even if there were a distribution map, it might not be entirely accurate. As monsters are mobile.it appeared he needed to devise a plan. Li Luo slightly furrowed his brow. His current level had reached 33, with high experience requirements, making leveling secret realms increasingly unsuitable for him. Although he could still slay monsters to harvest their lifespans, the trivial monsters in the leveling secret realm no longer held his interest, as he had not discovered any large monster gathering grounds akin to slime congregations. As he was deep in thought, smack, Zhou Pai tapped Li Luo on the shoulder. Big brother. Looked at Li Luo snapped back to attention and saw a middle-aged man with a resolute face and exceptional demeanor standing quietly before them. With a warm smile, he politely inquired, "Excuse me, is there anyone here named Li Luo?" Li Luo immediately raised his hand. "I am Li Luo. May I ask who you are?" Summer Yuntian's eyes brightened. "Oh, I am Summer Qingwe's father." Summer Yuntian that he scrutinized Li Luo closely. Clearly impressed by his handsome appearance and charismatic presence, it was no wonder Qingwe was willing to invest so much in him. Yet, was it truly worth it? Summer Yuntian sighed internally, regarding his daughter as a foolish girl. "Please, have a seat." Li Luo gestured for Summer Yuntian to sit. Summer Yuntian, not one to stand on ceremony, sat down and got straight to the point. "Li Luo, I am here to purchase spirit metal." Certainly. Li Luo retrieved the piece of spirit metal and placed it on the ground, turning to Zhou Pai. "Guapi, use your red tassel spear to split it into 3 pieces." "All right, big brother." Zhou Pai nodded and promptly set to work. Although his combat prowess against monsters was not particularly strong, dealing with a mere rock was a piece of cake, right? Huh. He swung the red tassel spear and struck down onto the spirit metal. Clang clang. The spirit metal was successfully split into 3 pieces. Zhou Pai picked up the pieces of spirit metal and handed them to Li Luo. "Big brother, it's done." Li Luo stored away 2 pieces of spirit metal, leaving one on the table, and then took out the remaining half a pound of spirit metal. He addressed Summer Yuntian. "This piece should weigh around 3 pounds, and there's an additional half pound here. 3 pounds should be more than sufficient. You may name your price." Summer Yuntian hesitated for a moment. "Why don't you state your price?" Li Luo's gaze shifted slightly. "Then I shall speak plainly. Previously, Summer Qingwe provided me with spirit metal, and in exchange, I offered her an enchantment of equal value, which is worth at least 300 million. That the value of 3 pounds of spirit metal should also be around 300 million. I am not short on funds. I do not require more than this, just 300 million. Xia Yidong pondered for a moment, and then, with a sense of resolution, he swiftly retrieved his phone to initiate a transfer. After tucking away 2 pieces of Qi Ling Jingjing, he gazed into Li Luo's eyes, his expression brimming with admiration. He then rose to his feet and expressed his gratitude. "Li Luo, thank you." Li Luo gently waved his hand, remaining silent. Xia Yuntian let out a long sigh before striding away. His intention was to use the Qi Ling Jingjing to liberate his daughter, Xia Qingwe, from the shackles of an arranged marriage. Though he felt the endeavor might not succeed, he harbored hope for its resolution. As Xia Yuntian departed, Li Luo turned to Zhou Pai and remarked, "Guapi, you may now proceed to the leveling secret realm. You must hone your combat skills. As you witnessed in the arena, high levels do not guarantee victory." "All right, big brother. But what about you?" Zhou Pai inquired. "As for me, I have other matters to attend to." Li Luo contemplated. "Understood, big brother," Zhou Pai replied, hoisting his honging spear as he made his way toward the eastern city gate. He was now prepared to unleash his fury in the secret realm, diligently refining his combat techniques. Although leveling up rapidly had been exhilarating, the lack of battle experience was indeed quite vexing. That if he did not practice, his skills would surely rust. Suddenly, Zhou Pai's phone chimed, and he quickly took it out to check his messages. Huh, it's a message from Xia Qingwe. Curiously, he unlocked his phone and opened the message. "Xia Qingwe, Zhou Pai, has your brother been in contact with any females recently?" Zhou Pai, "No, not at all." Xia Qingwe, really? Then what is he up to? Is he not leveling up?" Zhou Pai, "He hasn't gone to level up. Big brother went to participate in the deathmatch arena." Xia Qingwe, "What? What on earth? Didn't I give him Qi Ling Jingjing? Why is he still fighting in the arena? Was that all for nothing?" Zhou Pai, "He said he didn't want to owe you a favor, which is why he chose to compete in the arena." Xia Qingwe, "Oh, is he still alive?" Zhou Pai. He has successfully claimed the championship and secured the champion's trophy, and he also acquired the Qi Ling Jing Jin that your father purchased from him. Xia Qinghua. What? My father? Has he met Li Luo? Zhou Pai. Indeed, I know you're quite anxious, but please remain calm. They appeared to be enjoying their conversation. Xia Qinghua. This is utterly absurd. Zhou Pai. No, not absurd. First, hold your horses. What happened to your promise of introducing me to someone? Where's that at? Xia Qinghua. What type are you looking for? I can keep an eye out. Zhou Pai. Sensual, fiery, mature, lowly, voluptuous, black stockings, white socks. Xia Qinghua. You need to make a wish at a temple. Zhou Pai. Living and preferably human. Xia Qinghua. Now that's more acceptable. Zhou Pai. Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. Xia Qinghua. TSK. You certainly know how to flatter. In that case, I will do my best to find you a beautiful match. Zhou Pai. I shall be eternally grateful for your kindness, sister-in-law. Xia Qinghua. So, on top of beauty, please try to find one who is also sensual. Zhou Pai. Sister-in-law, I have always thought that you and Big Brother are a match made in heaven. A perfect couple. Xia Qinghua. As long as she is beautiful and sensual, just add black stockings, and that is all. Chapter 55. This is just unbelievable, Zhou Pai. Oh wow, thank you so much. When will you be free from your predicament, sister-in-law? Xia Qinghua. You know my situation? Zhou Pai. Yes, your father mentioned it. Xia Qinghua. Well, now that you know, I've invested so much. Does your brother feel even a hint of gratitude? Zhou Pai inwardly cursed. How was he to respond? His brother, this Sigma male, seemed utterly unmoved. Yet, he could not possibly convey such a thought to Xia Qinghua, lest he offend her and jeopardize their recently established agreement. That simply wouldn't do. He racked his brain and finally had a stroke of inspiration. Zhou Pai. Well, he has been putting in a tremendous effort in the arena. What do you think? Xia Qinghua. Humph. I suppose that shows he has some sense of conscience that I am currently practicing swordsmanship and plan to challenge that guy soon. If I defeat him, I can finally break free from my predicament. Zhou Pai. Good. I will also refine my combat skills. Zhou Pai promptly tucked away his phone, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost couldn't respond. He then grinned mischievously. Who would have thought he was about to find a partner that a beautiful, sensual one, no less. The mere thought made him beam with Li Luo in a discreet corner. Placed the champion's trophy into his system space before casually making his way toward the eastern city gate. Initially, he had intended to find a way to hunt monsters within the mist. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided against taking such a risk. While his current strength was commendable, the existence of the system shop made it prudent to avoid unnecessary peril. As an old saying goes, haste makes waste. Should powerful flying monsters materialize in the mist, he likely would not fare well. It would be a pity to suffer setbacks before achieving anything substantial. Thus, he opted for the leveling secret realm to slay monsters, slow but steady. After all, the creatures within the secret realm had been filtered, ensuring they posed minimal danger. Li Luo rested his chin on his hand, contemplating whether anyone had discovered monster gathering locations if the monster count was substantial. The lifespan he could obtain would be quite considerable. As for the Misty Realm, he would need to secure an epic level enchantment before venturing in. As he walked, he mentally reviewed his enchantments. Endless Vitality, for main recovery. All things rejected, for main control. Tetanus, for main damage. Leaping and bounding, for main agility. Surprising Cloud Steps, also for agility. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of lethality. Acquiring Causality Fire would be ideal, as it appeared rather formidable. Li Luo had long been fixated on this Causality Fire, uncertain whether the epic level enchantment requiring 500 years of lifespan would possess devastating damage. Unbeknownst to him, he once again found himself at the eastern city gate, where throngs of people bustled about and traffic flowed incessantly. The presence of many individuals signified an abundance of information, which he currently lacked. His gaze shifted. Perhaps he could set up a billboard to procure monster information. After all, money talks. Muttering to himself, Li Luo purchased a small blackboard from a nearby general store, inscribing the words, "High price for monster information." He nonchalantly positioned himself beside the eastern city gate, propping up the advertising blackboard. He even pondered that if someone had information about a monster stronghold with a significant number of creatures, he wouldn't mind leveling them up a bit. After all, His primary focus was on acquiring lifespan. Before long, a curious student approached him. "Brother, what type of monster information are you looking to buy?" Li Luo replied calmly, "Any type of monster will do. The greater the number and strength, the better." "What? Why would you want to buy such information?" The student exclaimed, "That's none of your concern." Li Luo shook his head. "How mysterious. I'll ask around in our class group." "Why not make some easy money?" The student ran off to inquire. Gradually, more and more individuals began snapping photos of Li Luo and the advertisement, sharing them in their class groups. Soon, the groups erupted with excitement. "Wait, ISNT, that Li Luo from Magic City number 3, buying monster information. Is he running low on monsters to slay? Goodness, this is the first time I've encountered someone purchasing monster information." "Exactly, we can barely manage to slay a few monsters a day. Who needs to buy information?" In the face of the mounting attention, Li Luo remained unfazed. After all, advertising was meant to be disseminated. Soon enough, his stall was surrounded by a crowd. To his surprise, an unexpected client arrived. Shen Mingyue, the belle of Magic City number 2, despite donning a school uniform. Her curvaceous figure was undeniably striking. Her delicate features combined with an alluring physique made for an enchanting presence. She stood before Li Luo, greeting him with a soft, "Hi, Li Luo, long time no see." Li Luo pursed his lips. "Shen Mingyue, what brings you here again?" Shen Mingyue smiled slightly. "It's undoubtedly me, and it must be me." She pointed to the blackboard advertisement. "Ever since our last encounter, I've been gathering monster information, and I have what you need." Li Luo was taken aback. Shen Mingyue continued. "Initially, I intended to seek you out. But given Xia Qingyue's public declaration of interest last time, I hesitated. However, from what I gather, she seems to have been chosen for an arranged marriage, which means she can't pursue you anymore. Hence, I decided to come." Li Luo raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did she possess such insider knowledge? She even knew about Xia Qingyue's situation. This led him to speculate about Shen Mingyue's background. She must come from a well-to-do family. Shen Mingyue beamed at Li Luo. "I have 2 locations for monster information, one with over 500 monsters and another with over 800. Are you interested?" Li Luo nodded. "Of course I am." "How much?" "I am willing to offer 2 million for a day," Shen Mingyue replied, blinking her eyes innocently. "That you're offering the money." Li Luo raised an eyebrow. Shen Mingyue nodded. "Yes, I'll provide the funds. You just need to take me leveling." Li Luo instantly grasped Shen Mingyue's intentions. She primarily sought to have him guide her in leveling up. That he raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" Originally, he intended to procure monster information, yet it seemed Shen Mingyue was keen to join his party with financial backing. If this is not a slaughter, then it is utterly devoid of reason. Li Luo nodded in agreement, stating that it was indeed an opportunity not to be missed. Shen Mingyue promptly retrieved her phone and swiftly transferred 2 million to Li Luo, with eager anticipation. She gazed at him, having completed the transaction and acquired the monster information. "Now, can we proceed with my upgrade?" "Wait a moment, allow me to perform a magic trick." Li Luo picked up a small blackboard, shifted it behind him, and in the blink of an eye, the blackboard vanished without a trace. Shen Mingyue stared in bewilderment, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, what just happened?" Li Luo replied calmly. "It is merely a magic trick. Come, let us enter the secret realm." Shen Mingyue, still in a daze, followed closely behind Li Luo, pondering the nature of this trick. But why did it seem so real? Ahead, Li Luo's voice urged her onward. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? 2 million for a day isn't cheap, and it's already past 1 o'clock. You only have half a day left." Shen Mingyue was taken aback. "Ah, half a day? Is it appropriate for you to conduct business in such a manner?" Li Luo remained as calm as ever, stating that it was still possible to refund her money. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Mingyue relented. "Fine, half a day it is. I accept." Chapter 56. Inquiries about society should be minimally pursued. Shen Mingyue immediately quickened her pace to keep up with Li Luo. Fearing she might fall behind, Li Luo walked briskly, while she struggled to match his speed. As she walked, her curious eyes darted around, carefully scrutinizing Li Luo. What was it about him that captivated Xia Qingyue so completely? Why did she boldly declare her affection in front of everyone? Was it due to his strength, his looks, or a combination of both? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Shen Mingyue's curiosity about Li Luo surged rapidly. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Li Luo, I am quite curious. Why does Xia Qingyue hold you in such high regard?" Li Luo cast a sidelong glance and replied, Some matters of society are best left uninvestigated. Shen Mingyue blinked in surprise. Oh, is it really necessary to be so secretive about it? What is there to be so precious about? Then do not inquire further. Li Luo raised an eyebrow lightly. Shen Mingyue felt a bit exasperated. Was he really that much of a straight shooter? Did he even know how to engage in casual conversation? Although she had some minor grievances, she deemed it wise to refrain from asking further questions. Considering her need for his guidance and her upgrade, unbeknownst to them, as they departed, numerous onlookers began snapping photos of the duo, which quickly spread across various gossip groups, stirring a wave of excitement. The headline was explosive. The most powerful dark horse Li Luo rejects school belle Xia Qingyue and gets together with another school belle Shen Mingyue. This title, paired with the photos, ignited a frenzy across the internet. Unsurprisingly, Xia Qingyue also caught wind of the Xia residence. Xia Qingyue clutched her phone, seething as she saw the images of Li Luo conversing with Shen Mingyue. How dare you, Shen Mingyue, seize this opportunity. Just wait until I defeat that Yi Xian. I will ensure you feel my wrath. But as for Li Luo, I am well aware that this Sigma male would never entertain the thought of being with you. I am not worried in the slightest. Yet, despite her bravado, Xia Qingyue felt a twinge of uncertainty. What if, just what if, Li Luo and Shen Mingyue hit it off? Would all her efforts over the past 3 years be in vain? Inside the grand hall of the Xia villa, Xia Yuntian presented over 3 kilograms of Qi Ling Jingjin, standing respectfully before the family patriarch. Xia Shan, he appeared anxious. Patriarch, Qingyue is quite headstrong, and I have returned this Qi Ling Jingjin to you, along with an extra ½ kilogram. Might it be possible to reconsider the decision regarding Qingyue's betrothal? Xia Shan looked at the Qi Ling Jingjin in Xia Yuntian's hands with surprise. This doesn't seem to be the piece I sent out. Xia Yuntian nodded. Yes, Patriarch, this is what I painstakingly procured, so I hope you can reconsider. Xia Shan gently shook his head. Yuntian, it is not that I wish to retract the decision, but I have already communicated this matter to the patriarch of the Yi family yesterday. Their scion, Yi Xian, is scheduled to meet with Qingyue tonight. We must make arrangements. Xia Yuntian was taken aback, his heart sinking. Tonight? That is rather swift. I assenti it. His expression darkened. Patriarch, is there nothing else we can do? Xia Shan shook his head. What can be done? Should I ask them to turn back? Do you truly believe that is reasonable? Xia Yuntian wore a troubled expression as he gazed at Xia Shan. He understood that it was indeed unreasonable. After all, the Xia family is a prominent clan, and they cannot afford to be seen as inconsistent, lest their reputation suffer. Yet, Xia Qingyue is his daughter, and he cannot bear to see her reduced to a mere pawn in a marriage alliance. Sighing heavily, he lamented, Yintan, I have heard that Yi Xian possesses considerable potential, is handsome and talented, and even wields an epic grade. Qi Ling. Xia Shan rose slowly, patting Xia Yuntian's shoulder. In truth, this union may not be entirely disadvantageous for Qingyue. Moreover, the Yi family is powerful, and this marriage represents a strong alliance. Xia Yuntian expressed his concerns, but Patriarch, I feel that Qingyue is not willing. Xia Shan's tone grew serious. Yuntian, family alliances involve the interests of the clan. Personal desires must not take precedence over familial obligations. If every member of the family disregarded the clan's arrangements, how could we advance together? Besides, if Qingyue was truly unwilling, why would she agree to it? Xia Yuntian hesitated. That was a foolish act driven by a friend. Xia Shan immediately interrupted. Yintan, do not waste your breath on such trivial matters. The situation stands as it is, and I must be clear. I cannot retract this agreement. He spoke resolutely. If you wish to persist in canceling this engagement, it would be better for Qingyue to strive harder and defeat Yi Xian when he arrives tonight. Xia Shan rose, stating that if Qingyue could vanquish Yi Xian, he could then propose a retraction, for it is only natural to refuse if the male's strength is inferior to that of the female. However, this seems unlikely. Hearing this, Xia Yuntian furrowed his brow even deeper. He had considered the matter and analyzed it thoroughly. Qingyue's current level is commendable, having reached over level 20, but a legendary grade Qi Ling stands little chance against an epic grade 1. Moreover, Yi Xian's level is not significantly lower. The crucial point is that Yi Xian possesses the legendary grade enchantment, Knife Light, like the moon, and the purple gold grade agility, Phantom Tracery, that in contrast, it seems Qingyue only has 2 golden grade enchantments, which are not on the same level at all. Little did he know, Xia Qingyue had already acquired the legendary grade enchantments, Endless Vitality, and minor swordsmanship. Duly luo. As he pondered, Xia Shan again patted Xia Yuntian's shoulder in reassurance. Yuntian, I have heard that Yi Xian is indeed quite impressive. You should feel fortunate. He glanced at the sky. Yuntian, it is nearly 2 in the afternoon. In a few hours, I expect they will arrive soon. There is nothing more to discuss. Ensure Qingyue is prepared for their meeting. With that, he strode away quickly. Xia Yuntian stood frozen in place, feeling at a loss. After a deep sigh, he returned home with an anxious expression. Upon seeing Xia Qingyue sulking on the living room sofa, he immediately expressed concern. Qingyue, what troubles you? It's nothing, Xia Qingyue replied, her voice laced with irritation. Xia Yuntian could easily discern that something was amiss. Claiming it was nothing. You clearly are upset. Tell me, who has vexed you? I said it's nothing. Xia Qingyue remained sullen. Xia Yuntian's gaze shifted. Qingyue, have you perhaps learned that Yi Xian is coming to meet you today? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue's mood brightened instantly. Dad, are you saying that Yi Xian is indeed coming to see me today? Xia Yuntian sighed lightly. Yes, Qingyue. I understand that you are not pleased that I have already pleaded with the patriarch to cancel the engagement. But he is unable to do so. His expression turned grave. He also mentioned that if you wish to cancel the agreement, it would be best for you to defeat Yi Xian yourself. But how is that feasible? He slowly raised his gaze to Xia Qingyue, only to find her wearing a look of delight, even sporting an oddly mischievous smile. Why does she seem happy upon hearing that Yi Xian is coming? Could it be that she is genuinely willing to enter this marriage? Xia Yuntian was puzzled. Qingyue, please tell me, are you truly in favor of this union? Xia Qingyue scoffed. Who would willingly agree to such a thing? Then why do I see a hint of joy in you? I am currently furious, but it just so happens that an outlet for my anger is arriving. How could I not be pleased? Chapter 57. Purple Gold Enchantment. Magic Arrow. Xia Qingyue's lips curled slightly. This Yi Xian has come at just the right moment. He has unwittingly placed himself in my crosshairs. Xia Yuntian looked on in bewilderment. No, Qingyue, I do not quite grasp your intentions. Are you seeking to take out your frustrations on Yi Xian? Indeed, Xia Qingyue affirmed, her confidence apparent. Xia Yuntian was momentarily taken aback. Qingyue, but how could you possibly contend with him? He could not comprehend why Xia Qingyue was angry moments ago, nor could he understand her confidence in being able to unleash her frustration on Yi Xian, who was a paragon among the Yi family. Surely, not just anyone could vent their frustrations on him, and one must at least be capable of defeating him. Otherwise, what recourse would she have? Would she resort to pouting? However, he is well aware of his precious daughter's character. She has never coquetted with anyone. The mere thought of her acting endearingly is beyond imagination. Xia Qingyue gave a peculiar smile and said, Dad, you needn't concern yourself with that. Today, I will definitely challenge Yi Xian. Not only do I intend to defeat him, but I also aim to crush him completely. Is that true? Xia Yuntian's expression brightened. If Xia Qingyue could indeed vanquish Yi Xian, their arranged marriage could be called off, and she would regain her freedom. Xia Yuntian asked earnestly, Qingyue, are you serious? Xia Qingyue smiled mysteriously. Of course, as time flowed slowly, I in the leveling secret realm, Li Luo and Shun Mingyue, after much searching, finally located the monster stronghold that Shun Mingyue had mentioned. Before them lay a concealed cave. Had they not been specifically searching, it would have been nearly impossible to notice the cave while passing by. Inside the cave, there were throngs of level 8 ordinary goblins. Their numbers reportedly exceeding 500. Li Luo stood at the cave's entrance, wielding a barret, and began firing. The deep, thunderous gunfire of the barret echoed repeatedly. The goblins within stirred, roaring as they prepared to charge out of the cave, shouting threats to kill the man outside and take the woman as their cave lord's wife. Behind Li Luo, Shun Mingyue, upon hearing the goblins express their intent to drag her into the cave as the cave lord's wife, felt a wave of anxiety. She drew her spirit bow, nervously swallowing her saliva. Li Luo, you must hold the line. I don't want to be the cave lord's wife. I'd rather be yours, without turning back. Li Luo reassured her, don't worry, it's a small operation, integrity above all, they're just goblins. What difficulty could they possibly pose? With each shot, he easily dispatched one, and sometimes even 2 or 3 with a single bullet. This was due to the goblins' relatively frail physiques, lacking the resilience of larger monsters. However, their terrifying aspect lay in their overwhelming numbers. Fortunately, they had a fatal weakness. They resided in a cave. As long as the entrance was covered by powerful firepower, they were doomed. For instance, right now. With his extraordinary Barrett, Li Luo stood at the cave's mouth, embodying the notion of a lone hero holding off a multitude. This was even simpler than he had anticipated, as he eradicated the goblins. He mused. Each goblin he killed granted him 0.2 years of lifespan, that he calculated that if he killed 500 goblins, he would approximately gain 100 years of life. Currently, he had 308 years remaining. Yet, the experience from these monsters was minimal. He needed to kill 20 to increase his experience by merely 1. It was evident that as 1's level increased, so did the experience required. While he contemplated, Shun Minghua pointed excitedly. Li Luo. Look, she gestured towards a large pile of thatch about 10 meters away from the cave. Li Luo followed her finger and was taken aback as the thatch pile began to move. And soon after, a goblin emerged. With swift reflexes, Li Luo shot the flushed goblin dead. However, immediately after, another goblin bolted out from the thatch, followed by a stream of goblins. Is this a second exit for the goblins? Li Luo remarked, slightly astonished. Shun Minghua asked nervously, Li Luo, what should we do? Now 2 exits are spewing forth goblins. Can you handle it? Li Luo dismissed her concerns. It's a minor issue. Don't worry. No goblin will reach you. But don't just stand there foolishly. Take care of yourself. Understood, Shun Minghua replied, nodding obediently, her demeanor reflecting her resolve not to slack off in the face of potential danger from the goblins. While observing her surroundings, she wielded her purple gold spirit bow, meteor bow, attacking any goblins that attempted to approach. Li Luo noticed a detail. Shun Minghua's bow had no arrows. Curiously, he asked, "Oh, how intriguing. You don't use arrows with that bow." Shun Minghua explained, "Indeed, my family found a purple gold level enchantment, Magic Arrow, which allows me to attack without real arrows, though the power of the magic arrows isn't quite sufficient yet," she added with a hint of pride. "Even so, I've managed to maintain a decent level, entering the secret realm at level 10. If that's fairly acceptable," Li Luo mused thoughtfully. So, Shun Minghua's meteor bow can be considered as having infinite arrows, albeit with limited power. While Li Luo effortlessly dispatched goblins with 1 shot or occasionally 2 or 3, Shun Minghua required at least 10 arrows to bring down 1 goblin, clearly not on the same level. However, if she could enhance the power of the meteor bow and acquire an enchantment like All Things Recoil, it could become a valuable asset, as he pondered. Shun Minghua said mysteriously, Li Luo, it seems you previously severely injured Zhao Xian's legendary dual spirit. Yes, why do you ask? Li Luo replied. Shun Minghua continued to draw her bow, evading and shooting at the approaching goblins. I heard that Zhao Xian's uncle is an important figure in the Education Bureau. I suspect you might encounter some trouble. Li Luo raised an eyebrow. Zhao Xian's uncle is an important figure in the Education Bureau. This is unexpected. He analyzed this information carefully. Why was Shun Minghua sharing this with him? Could it be that someone was going to make trouble for him? Shun Minghua nodded. Yes, you injured Zhao Xian's legendary dual spirit. I suspect he will seek out his uncle to apply pressure on you. Li Luo smiled calmly. Pressure? What kind of pressure? Shun Minghua cryptically responded. I wouldn't know, but if you face any issues later, consider this angle. All right, Li Luo replied, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. Thank you for the heads up. Shun Minghua smiled. You're welcome. 1 by 1. The goblins fell to Li Luo's decisive shots, causing Shun Minghua's level to rise steadily. By the time all the goblins in the cave were exterminated, Shun Minghua had reached level 17. While Li Luo's experience had only barely increased by 2 levels, reaching level 35. It was evident that killing monsters of a much lower level yielded significantly reduced experience. Thankfully, his remaining lifespan had reached 412 years. Once the next monster stronghold was cleared, he should exceed 500 years. Epic level enchantments awaited him. Chuckling. Chapter 58. It's simple. I want to fight him. Li Luo checked the compatibility of his Barrett. It had reached LV2, 17. He could indeed feel the weapon's power gradually increasing. Along with its range, the physical enhancements provided by the spirit were also becoming more pronounced. His body felt notably sturdier. Nearby, Shun Minghua gazed at the countless goblin corpses surrounding the cave entrance. Sighing in relief, these monsters had finally been vanquished. The entire process had been thrilling yet uneventful. Li Luo had ensured that not a single goblin approached her, granting her a profound sense of security. Unconsciously, she developed the illusion that as long as Li Luo was present, she had no need to worry about her safety. Moreover, the entire ordeal had taken less than half an hour. The 2 million spent had proven quite worthwhile. She smiled at Li Luo. Naturally, Li Luo beckoned to Shun Minghua. Let us go, big spender, to the next location. Okay, she replied, promptly leading the way to the next monster stronghold. As they walked, Li Luo browsed the epic-level enchantments in the enchantment system shop. Seeking scrolls that offered greater power enhancements, Fire of Causality was among them. However, he wished to explore further, considering the vast array of enchantment scrolls available. In the first hospital of Magic City, in the intensive care unit, Zhao Exine was wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. A middle-aged man with a grave expression stood by his bedside. Zhao Exine, enduring the pain, said, "Uncle, you must help me. My legendary dual spirits have all been severely injured by Li Luo from Magic City No. 3. The middle-aged man's face darkened. Li Luo from Magic City No. 3. This is outrageous. Rest assured, nephew, I will ensure he knows who he should not provoke." Zhao Exine felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Uncle, can you find a cultivator with healing enchantments or spirits to help hasten my recovery?" The middle-aged man nodded. "I've already arranged for one, Lu Ruyan, an epic-level spirit, Tree of Life. She is just outside. But I had to pay a steep price. It cost me 1 billion to summon her for a single intervention." Zhao Exine immediately grinned. "Thank you for your assistance, uncle. Thank you. No need for that. Just make sure to perform well on your exams," the middle-aged man replied. Zhao Exine nodded vigorously. "Understood." He winced as the motion sent sharp pain coursing through his body. The middle-aged man, noticing this, called out, "Lu Ruyan, please come in." As his words fell, a graceful beauty clad in green attire entered the room. Her aloof gaze and frigid demeanor created a sense of distance, as if a galaxy separated her from those around her. She surveyed the room, her eyes settling on Zhao Exine's bandaged form. "Is he the one who needs to accelerate his recovery?" The middle-aged man nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is he." Lu Ruyan suddenly understood. "No problem. Let us expedite this. I have several business matters to attend to." As she spoke, a sapling approximately half a meter in length appeared in her fair hands, its tender green leaves reminiscent of spring grass, exuding a subtle, refreshing fragrance. She slightly parted her lips and gently clasped the sapling with both hands, instructing, "Do not let go." Zhao Exine immediately followed her command, cradling the sapling delicately. Gradually, a vibrant green light began to emanate from the sapling, becoming increasingly conspicuous as the glowing aura flowed towards Zhao Exine's hands that grasped the tree. Subsequently, he felt the wounds on his body starting to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Zhao Exine's expression brightened. "Uncle, have you found the spirit tool, the golden essence?" "Of course, but the price will be even steeper. First, you must recover your strength," came the reply. "Thank you, Uncle." As time passed slowly, it was soon 6 o'clock in the afternoon. In the reception hall of the Xia family villa, several composed middle-aged men were seated on one side, accompanied by a young man of remarkable bearing. This young man was none other than Yi Xian, a prominent figure from the prestigious Yi family of Kyoto. On the opposite side of the hall sat Xia Yintian, Xia Qingwei, and several important members of the Xia family. The clan leader, Xia Shan, cheerfully remarked, "Dear friends from the Yi family, we appreciate your long journey. It was no trouble. The matter of the marriage alliance is of utmost importance, and we regard it highly. Once established, both the Yi and Xia families stand to gain significantly." Xia Shan chuckled heartily. "Indeed, we also hold it in high regard." His gaze shifted towards Yi Xian, the sole young man of striking presence from the Yi family, and inquired, "You must be Yi Xian. Am I correct?" With a respectful demeanor, Yi Xian replied, "Yes, Senior Xia, I am Yi Xian." Xia Shan smiled. "Ah, Yi Xian, indeed a name befitting your stature. You possess both an impressive presence and admirable qualities." He continued, "I have heard that your spirit tool is of epic grade, the Cold Moon Blade?" Yi Xian nodded. "Indeed. In addition, I also possess the legendary enchantment, Blade Light Like the Moon, and the purple gold grade agility technique, Phantom Steps. Among this year's students in Kyoto, my strength should rank within the top 5. Xia Shan nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent." He gestured towards Xia Qingwei, saying, "Yi Xian, allow me to introduce you to Xia Qingwei, who embodies both beauty and prowess." Yi Xian's gaze followed Xia Shan's gesture. He was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought upon beholding Xia Qingwei's visage. She was indeed stunning, with exquisite features, a captivating figure, and a spirited demeanor that set her apart from ordinary delicate beauties. What enthralled him most was the vibrancy and vitality that she radiated. "Hey, are you being polite? Have you finished staring? Xia Qingyue slightly furrowed her brows, addressing Yi Xian. Yi Xian snapped back to reality. I apologize. Xia Shan quickly intervened. Qingyue, speak kindly. Yi Xian merely lost himself in the moment upon seeing you for the first time. Xia Qingyue pouted, clan leader. Although Yi Xian claims his strength ranks within the top 5 in Kyoto, I find that hard to believe. Xia Shan raised an eyebrow. Oh, Qingyue, what do you mean by that? Xia Qingyue replied. My meaning is quite simple. I wish to challenge him to a duel. Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. What? A duel? Is this how you entertain guests? I've barely settled in, and you want to fight already? Is this really necessary? Xia Shan, feigning ignorance, asked. Qingyue, you wish to duel with Yi Xian? Why is that? Xia Qingyue responded with conviction. I am Xia Qingyue, the recognized champion of the 3rd high school in Magic City and the acknowledged school bell. I only admire those who are stronger than me. If I cannot even defeat him, he has no right to discuss marriage with me. Upon hearing this, everyone present, whether from the Xia or Yi family, was momentarily taken aback, though Xia Shan and Xia Yuntian had anticipated this. Soon, everyone grasped Xia Qingyue's intent. She was questioning Yi Xian's strength. Yi Xian, as the subject of her challenge, understood all too well. His eyes flickered slightly. Xia Qingyue, you cannot be serious, can you? I have heard that your spirit tool is of legendary grade. Xia Qingyue retorted. So what if it is legendary? Who says a legendary spirit tool cannot be bested by an epic grade 1? Yi Xian's lips curled into a confident smile. Xia Qingyue, since you wish to settle this through combat, I can only oblige. Xia Qingyue checked the time. Stop the chatter. Let us get on with it. I am pressed for time. Chapter 59. My sword is as beautiful as I am, with no other notable traits. Xia Shan confirmed. Qingyue, are you really going to challenge Yi Xian? He had not expected her to be so quick to issue a challenge. Although he had been informed by Xia Yuntian that she might challenge Yi Xian, he assumed it would not be at this moment. Surely, it would be prudent to wait for a more opportune moment to issue such a challenge. After all, Yi Xian had just arrived and had not even settled in yet. Winning would be one thing, but losing would be quite another. It would be a blow to their pride. Xia Qingyue nodded. Of course, I am serious. Qingyue, you. Xia Shan was at a loss for words due to her unexpected challenge at that moment. Yi Wentian, the deputy clan leader of the Yi family, chuckled. Elder Xia, since Qingyue wishes to gauge Yi Xian's strength, why not let them have a friendly spar? It is quite normal for martial artists to spar with one another. After careful consideration, Xia Shan replied, in that case, there is a training arena nearby. Why don't we move there? It would also give us a chance to witness the talents of these young prodigies. Everyone nodded in agreement and rose to follow. The members of the Yi family were brimming with confidence. They knew Yi Xian's capabilities all too well. With the epic Cold Moon Blade and the legendary Blade Light like the moon, he was indeed a formidable opponent among his peers. Their only concern was that Yi Xian might inadvertently injure Xia Qingyue, which would be unfortunate. Yi Wentian cautioned Yi Xian. Yi Xian, please be careful not to accidentally harm Xia Qingyue. After all, you are a male. Yi Xian replied confidently. I will be sure to take care. In contrast, the Xia family members wore expressions of concern, save for Xia Qingyue, who appeared eager for the challenge. For the others, it felt as though she was seeking to assert dominance, arriving and immediately challenging someone. Fortunately, the Yi family members exuded confidence, seemingly eager for Yi Xian to showcase his skills. Each one of them anticipated the duel with enthusiasm. Xia Shan quietly wondered, why is Qingyue being so impulsive? Has she really thought this through? Xia Yutian was equally anxious. Should Xia Qingyue fail in her challenge, future opportunities to duel would be scarce. Such challenges required the presence of both parties' elders, and there existed an unwritten rule. One could challenge a maximum of 3 times. Exceeding that number would be seen as an outright provocation, potentially straining relations between the two families. After all, even the most good-natured individuals could become irate. Xia Yuntian's face betrayed his worry. He thought, I hope Qingyue truly has a trump card. Before long, everyone had moved to the adjacent training arena. This arena was a large facility, built specifically within the Xia family villa grounds, approximately the size of 2 or 3 football fields, serving as a space for training and sparring. Given that dinner time was approaching, there were few individuals training at the moment. Under Xia Yuntian's direction, all unrelated personnel were cleared from the arena. Xia Qingyue and Yi Xian stepped into the expansive training area, while others curiously observed the scene. Yi Xian clasped his hands together and said, Xia Qingyue, Swords and blades are unpredictable. If I inadvertently injure you, please do not take offense. Xia Qingwei dismissed his concern. Rest assured, you won't be able to harm me. Yi Xian couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Why was she so confident? While he understood she might possess a higher level, that alone did not guarantee victory. After all, he was aware that her advancement had been assisted by others, not through her own battles. Did she perhaps have some formidable enchantment? Hey, why are you dawdling? Draw your weapon, Xia Qingwei urged. Gripping her Mingyue sword, Yi Xian snapped back to attention as a shimmering silver-long knife appeared in his hand, emanating a chilling aura. The blade bore an engraving of a crescent moon. Both enchanting and mysterious, it was the epic grade spirit tool, the cold moon blade. Yi Xian explained. Xia Qingwei, this is my epic grade spirit tool, the cold moon blade. The blade carries a natural chill, and if struck, it will impair your agility and speed. Xia Qingwei seemed unfazed. Let us get started. Yi Xian was taken aback. Aren't you going to introduce your spirit tool? What's there to introduce? My legendary Mingyue sword is just as beautiful as I am. With no other notable traits, Xia Qingwei replied. Yi Xian was momentarily speechless. Xia Qingyue's candidness was indeed refreshing, and his admiration for her candid nature grew. He responded politely. If that's the case, please, you may strike first. Stop stalling. I'll go first. With that, Xia Qingwei raised an eyebrow, focused her thoughts, and the Mingyue sword suddenly flew from her hand. With a swift motion of her finger, the Mingyue sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Yi Xian in the distance. Is that sword control? Yi Xian was taken aback by this scene, astonished that she possessed the sword control enchantment. Such an enchantment could only be of epic or, at the very least, legendary caliber, and due to its unique nature, it undoubtedly conferred extraordinary combat prowess. As the flying sword approached, Yi Xian immediately executed an intricate footwork to evade it. However, just as he narrowly escaped, the sword came at him once more, forcing him to dodge again, barely managing to avoid disaster. This left Yi Xian in a state of utter disarray. He had no time to close the distance to Xia Qingwei and launch a counterattack. He was entirely in a passive defensive stance. At that moment, the onlookers were utterly stunned. Xia Yuntian was the first to react, exclaiming, "What? Sword control? When did Qingwei acquire such an enchantment? Why wasn't I informed?" This little girl had even kept secrets from her own father. This was becoming increasingly outrageous. He would have to have a serious talk with her. Not only him, but even the clan leader. Xia Shan was left speechless. He scrutinized Xia Qingyue's combat style, his mouth agape in surprise. Legendary enchantments were already exceedingly rare, and sword control was one of the most powerful enchantments. Acquiring it was a monumental challenge. How on earth had Xia Qingwei come by it? Such an item would likely be the centerpiece of an auction, unattainable without significant expenditure. His mind was filled with questions, and he resolved to inquire thoroughly with her later. In stark contrast to their astonishment, the Yi family members were now in a state of trepidation. Sword control? Just moments ago, they had been brimming with confidence, but witnessing Xia Qingyue's prowess, their demeanor shifted to one of worry. Yi Xian might very well be unable to defeat Xia Qingwei. Although Yi Xian wielded the epic grade spirit weapon, the Cold Moon Blade, and possessed the devastating legendary enchantment, Blade Light, like the moon. What good was it? The crux of the matter was that he could not approach Xia Qingwei. The agile flying sword left him utterly defenseless. His Blade Light, like the moon, was a formidable sword, energy extending 5 meters, increasing his attack range, but it was of little use. Xia Qingwei was already standing more than 10 meters away, affording him no opportunity. Ding ding ding. Xia Qingyue's Mingyue sword deftly assaulted Yi Xian, producing crisp sounds as it clashed against the cold moon blade. Meanwhile, Yi Xian himself was in a state of utter disarray. Finally, puffed, under the relentless assault of the Mingyue sword, it pierced Yi Xian's arm, drawing blood that flowed slowly. With a flourish of her hands, Xia Qingwei retracted the flying sword, declaring, "I win. You should practice more. Chapter 60 roll is the only word, and I shall repeat it once more." With that, Xia Qingwei turned to leave, approaching clan leader Xia Shan, stating with confidence, "Clan leader, I only admire those stronger than myself, and if he cannot even defeat me, then I believe we should abandon this union." She elegantly spun around and exited the training ground. A sigh of relief escaped her. Thankfully, she had sword control. Otherwise, she would have struggled to defeat Yi Xian. She couldn't help but recall the small sword control scroll she received from Li Luo. Could it be that he anticipated this? Or was it merely a coincidence? Meanwhile, Yi Xian stood frozen in place, his eyes wide, mouth agape. Filled with disbelief, he gazed at the wound on his arm, lost in thought. Defeated? He had been utterly defeated. He hadn't even managed to touch the hem of his opponent's attire before succumbing. Sword control. How had she acquired sword control? If she hadn't possessed it, she would certainly not have been his match. Yi Xian clenched his fists in frustration, utterly humiliated that it was simply too mortifying. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Beside him, Xiaoshan finally snapped out of his astonishment. Turning to Yi Wentian and the others, everyone, this situation is somewhat unexpected. He shook his head helplessly. Since Yi Xian has lost, and Xia Qingwei has clearly rejected the union, this matter should be considered concluded. Yi Wentian wore an awkward expression. Indeed, this is rather unexpected. I never anticipated that Xia Qingwei would possess sword control. It truly took me by surprise. However, Yi Xian's strength is still commendable. Xia Lao, perhaps you could persuade Xia Qingwei once more? To everyone's surprise, Yi Xian immediately interjected. There is no need to persuade her. My strength is inferior to hers, and I accept my defeat. I understand that a forcibly arranged union yields no sweetness. With that, Yi Xian clutched his wound and promptly made his way toward the entrance of the Xia family, declaring that the union matter was henceforth dismissed. I shall return once my strength has significantly increased. Yi Wentian felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead and quickly bowed. Then, Xia Lao, I apologize for the disturbance today. We shall take our leave and hope to meet again on a future occasion. Xiaoshan appeared astonished and urged, everyone, why not stay for dinner before you leave? Yi Wentian waved his hand awkwardly. No need. The situation has soured, and we must return to report back. We can dine another time. With that, he led the Yi family members in following Yi Xian's lead, departing in a state of dejection. Their expressions were quite telling, as if they wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. They had initially believed this matter was practically guaranteed, yet they hadn't even succeeded in passing a minor test. What a disgrace. They had no idea how they would report back. Xiaoshan watched the departing Yi family. Hesitating to speak, they left without even having dinner. Was this truly such an urgent matter? He shook his head gently, watching the Yi family vanish from sight. Once they were gone, he turned to Xia Yintian. Yintian, where did Qingwei acquire that sword control? If we could obtain similar powerful enchantments, it would greatly bolster the strength of the Xia clan. Xia Yintian appeared bewildered. Where did she get it? I too would like to know. This girl has even kept secrets from her own father. Who could possibly know? He shook his head in confusion. Clan leader, to be honest, I only just discovered that she possesses sword control. I have no idea where she obtained it. Xiaoshan furrowed his brow, questioning. Is that true? You didn't even know? Indeed. Xia Yintian spread his hands helplessly. She has been keeping many things from me. I too am left in the dark, Xiaoshan pondered. Then, later, you should ask her how she managed to acquire it. Perhaps we can obtain more powerful enchantments. We are willing to offer a substantial sum. Understood, clan leader. At this moment, Xia Qingwei had already left the Xia family and was heading toward the eastern city gate. She intended to confront Shen Mingwei. This person had dared to take advantage of her absence and entangle herself with Li Luo. This was unacceptable. As she walked, she took out her phone to contact Li Luo, but received no response. Could he still be in the secret realm? She immediately attempted to reach Zhou Pai, but again, there was no reply. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Li Luo should be exiting the secret realm now. So she decided to wait at the teleportation gate. She stood quietly near the teleportation gate, her striking figure and unique aura drawing considerable attention. Soon, an oblivious young man approached her. Beautiful lady. Would you like to add me on WeChat? Xia Qingwei responded without hesitation. Scram. Hey. I say, you look so pretty. Why are you speaking so harshly? Roll is the only word, and I shall repeat it once more. A glint of danger flickered in Xia Qingyue's eyes. So she wouldn't add him on WeChat? He dared to tell her to scram. She wasn't going anywhere. Let us see what he could do about it. Smack. Xia Qingwei delivered a resounding slap to the young man's face, a crimson handprint quickly appearing. Now can you scram? She said discontentedly to her surprise. The young man did not react with anger, but rather joy. Ouch, you hit me, spicy girl. I like it. Smack, smack. 2 more resounding slaps landed on his face. Hiss, he finally gasped in pain, moaning as he hurriedly fled. Damn it, this spicy girl is too hot. I can only handle mild spice. Watching him flee in a panic, Xia Qingwei huffed, flirting with others. serves you right to be beaten. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. Hey, Qinghua, what are you doing here? Xia Qinghua looked up to see her cousin, Xia Dan, a relative and friend she had grown up with. Their relationship was quite good. She displayed a look of surprise. Dan Jia, what are you doing here? I heard you were seriously injured. Xia Dan shrugged. I paid that Lu Rian to speed up my recovery, so I'm fine now. Lu Rian? Xia Qinghua exclaimed in astonishment. She had heard of this person, and hiring her came at no small cost, reportedly starting at 1 billion. Xia Qinghua chuckled. Dan Jia, you really are willing to spend money. Xia Dan shrugged. What can I say? I have an important task, by the way. What are you doing here? Xia Qinghua replied. Nothing much. I'm just waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who? Li Luo. You probably wouldn't know him. Xia Qinghua said casually. Xia Dan raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're also waiting for Li Luo? Xia Qinghua was taken aback. Wait, what do you mean also? Are you waiting for Li Luo too? How do you know him? A hint of barely perceptible confusion and surprise flickered in her gaze as she looked at Xia Dan. What's the matter? Dan Jia, are you also waiting for Li Luo? Xia Dan nodded. Indeed, I am also waiting for Li Luo, but I wonder if we are anticipating the same individual. Xia Qinghua wore a hesitant expression. The Li Luo I await possesses the spirit tool Barrett. Xia Dan raised an eyebrow. Then it is settled. We are indeed waiting for the same person. Xia Qinghua's demeanor shifted as her gaze inadvertently fell upon Xia Dan's equally impressive and alluring figure, leaving her somewhat puzzled. She had always been aloof. What business did she have with Li Luo? After pondering for a moment, Xia Qinghua couldn't help but ask, but, Dan Jia, what do you need Li Luo for? Xia Dan regarded her with a mysterious look. I require his assistance. Qinghua, I apologize, but I cannot disclose the details of this matter. Chapter 61, Epic Enchantment. Causality Fire. Xia Qinghua's expression suddenly turned peculiar. What on earth? You need him, and yet you cannot tell me why. Just what kind of need could it be? Xia Qinghua fixed her serious gaze upon Xia Dan. Dan Jia, although we have been good friends for many years, Li Luo is already the one I have set my heart upon. If you have any intentions, I cannot acquiesce. The term one I have set my heart upon? Xia Dan chuckled at Xia Qinghua's serious demeanor. Qinghua, you are overthinking it. That I merely need his help to accomplish a very important task, which must remain a secret. Xia Qinghua's expression shifted to understanding. So that's how it is. Xia Dan winked and smiled. Qinghua, you are still the same. You pursue what you desire with courage, and you never settle for less. Of course, Xia Qinghua replied, nodding proudly. Suddenly, Xia Dan seemed to recall something. By the way, Qinghua, I heard that you were chosen to be wed to someone from the Yi family. You should maintain your distance from other boys. Right? Xia Qinghua replied nonchalantly. That is indeed the case, but I just defeated that person, so it can be considered terminated. Xia Dan gazed at Xia Qinghua in astonishment. What? You are that formidable, to her knowledge. Once selected for a marriage alliance, few could escape such constraints. Xia Qinghua beamed with pride. Hee, it was a piece of cake. Congratulations, Xia Dan said with delight. By the way, what do you need Li Luo for? I have a romantic matter to discuss with him. Xia Dan burst into laughter. In the leveling secret realm, atop a hill, Li Luo spoke to Shun Mingyue. Big spender, it's time to clock out. You may leave first. Shun Mingyue replied. What? I'm leaving. And you? That's none of your concern. I have a few other matters to attend to. Li Luo replied thoughtfully. He sat upon a stone, gently caressing the Barrett. Shun Mingyue nodded cheerfully. All right, Li Luo, thank you very much. Thanks to you, my level has now risen to level 22. Li Luo dismissed her gratitude. No need for thanks. You did spend 2 million. Shun Mingyue blinked, but I still want to express my gratitude. After all, there are not many capable individuals like you. With that, she turned to leave, adding, Li Luo, I actually believe that Xia Qinghua's ambitions are still rather limited. Someone as exceptional as you surely shouldn't be content with just one beautiful maiden. Right? Li Luo was left speechless, shrugging without a response. That it must be said, women truly have a penchant for gossip. He had yet to thoroughly contemplate this matter himself, yet Shun Mingyue was already pondering it for him. What is it to you? Why does it concern you at all? At that moment, he had no desire to engage in any trivial love stories. Having lived 2 lives, he was acutely aware of one truth. As night falls and paths grow treacherous, human nature becomes convoluted. The beliefs one holds dear may crumble in an instant. In other words, what you think is true may very well not be the case the next moment. Only one's own formidable strength remains the most reliable asset. As he saw Shen Mingwei depart, Li Luo began to assess his gains. With the successful extermination of 2 monster dens, he had reaped significant rewards. His level had risen to 38, and the compatibility of Barret had reached LV2, 33, with a remaining lifespan of 520 years. Finally, he had amassed over 500 years, he murmured with excitement before promptly checking the epic enchantment, Causality Fire, in the enchantment shop. Causality Fire, epic enchantment, used for spirit tool enchantment. The target will be engulfed in Causality Fire. Suffering severe damage. Lifespan cost, 500 years. Wow, Causality Fire, that sounds extraordinary. The added lethality of this enchantment should be quite considerable. That's the one. Exchange. Li Luo immediately selected to exchange for Causality Fire, then retrieved a shimmering, multicolored epic enchantment scroll from the system space. He examined it closely. The epic enchantment scroll certainly appeared exceptional. He hastily enchanted Barret and then aimed it at a massive stone in the distance. With a resounding thud, a dark red luminescence shot forth from the barrel, trailing a long fiery tail in the air before striking the enormous stone. Boom! The boulder erupted instantaneously. What followed was a bizarre spectacle. The stone itself began to burn with a crimson flame. Indeed, the stone was ablaze, continuing to burn for nearly half a minute. Li Luo widened his eyes in astonishment. Wow! This fire seems quite powerful. It can even ignite stone. Is this scientifically plausible? Damn it, having crossed over. I guess I can throw science out the window. I just wonder how it performs against monsters. I'll have to test it when I encounter one. After musing, he unleashed a flurry of gunfire at a small hill in the distance. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of deep and commanding gunshots, Li Luo finally ceased testing. Damn, that little hill is on fire. Thankfully, there are no laws here against arson. Li Luo smirked, nodding in satisfaction, just as he prepared to seek the teleportation portal to exit the secret realm. A voice called out, "Big brother, big brother." Zhou Pai's abrupt voice echoed from the nearby thicket. Li Luo turned to look. Oh, what is Zhou Pai doing here? He saw Zhou Pai bouncing toward him, resembling a lively zombie. Leaping 3 yards high. It was akin to a master of lightness skill, gracefully hopping forward. Li Luo certainly understood that Zhou Pai's agility stemmed from possessing the purple gold level enchantment, leaping, upon meeting. Zhou Pai exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, while I was hunting monsters alone, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a monster den. Just as I was pondering what to do, I happened to hear your gunfire, so I rushed over." Li Luo's eyes lit up with excitement. A monster den? Where? Hurry and lead me. Zhou Pai eagerly nodded. Let's go, big brother. Follow me. He didn't question why Li Luo was there or why he had been firing incessantly. Instead, he enthusiastically led the way. Li Luo followed Zhou Pai to the monster den he mentioned. Monster dens were precisely what he cherished. It didn't matter whether the monsters were high or low level. As long as it was a den, it was his cup of tea, for it meant a wealth of lifespan. Conversely, he wasn't particularly interested in defeating monsters one by one, unless they were exceptionally rare enchanted monsters or powerful high-level creatures. Before long, Li Luo and Zhou Pai arrived at an ancient ruin. Zhou Pai halted, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Li Luo surveyed the surroundings, noting the crumbling walls and desolation, frowning as he asked, "Zhou Pai, you're not referring to this place, are you?" Zhou Pai affirmed, "Yes, this is the spot." "What a joke. I don't see a single monster around. This is purportedly a monster den." Zhou Pai pointed with his red tassel spear to a corner of the ruins. "Big brother, look over there." Li Luo followed Zhou Pai's, expecting to find something unusual, only to see a pile of withered straw. He couldn't help but pout. "Isn't that just a pile of grass?" "What? Does it contain hidden treasures?" Zhou Pai nodded vigorously. "Of course. There's an underground passageway inside, filled with numerous monsters that I almost fell in." "Oh," Li Luo raised an eyebrow, his eyes brightening. Chapter 62, Goblin Labyrinth, Spirit Tool Divine Gold. "What are we waiting for? Lead the way." Li Luo, shouldering Barret, spoke eagerly. He was more than ready to test the might of the Causality Fire enchantment, eager to see if it would explode. "All right, big brother, follow me." Zhou Pai promptly used his red tassel spear to clear the grass pile. Indeed, a dimly lit underground entrance appeared, with a dilapidated stone staircase leading downwards. What lay at the end of this staircase was a mystery. Li Luo curiously asked, "Zhou Pai, how did you discover this cave?" Zhou Pai grinned foolishly. I was taking a dump beside this grass pile, and when my red tassel spear poked the grass, it didn't reach the bottom, so I realized something was amiss. Li Luo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Oh, come on. He sensed an odd odor wafting around them. Zhou Pai continued to explain, after my business, I was about to wipe, but I found no paper. So I thought to use some grass instead. Shut up? Li Luo quickly covered his nose, urging, lead the way. Why did it seem like the smell was intensifying? Zhou Pai, realizing that his detailed explanation about defecation was rather off-putting, promptly ceased his discourse and said, all right, brother, follow me. He was the first to step onto the stone staircase leading downwards. Li Luo, gripping his barret tightly, followed closely behind. As they descended, he inquired, Gua Pai, did you catch a glimpse of the strange creatures below? Zhou Pai pondered carefully. They resembled goblins, yet not quite. They seem akin to the legendary gremlins. Gremlins? Li Luo recalled having read about such creatures in his textbooks. They were exceedingly rare. The presence of gremlins often heralded the emergence of treasures. However, what kind of treasure remained unspecified in those texts, though it was unlikely to be anything trivial. Whatever, let us just do it, he thought. With Barret in tow, Li Luo followed Zhou Pai deeper into the cave. Although the cave was dimly lit, luminous stones lined the sides of the staircase, providing a modicum of visibility. Li Luo speculated that these might be the so-called night pearls, but he paid them little mind. For with his true sight, he could perceive everything within the cave with utmost clarity. The underground palace appeared almost artificially constructed. After approximately 3 minutes of walking, Zhou Pai halted. Brother, I encountered monsters here before and fled in haste. We must be vigilant. Understood. Li Luo cautiously surveyed the surroundings. No sooner had his words left his lips than furious voices erupted from both sides of the passage. Foolish and feeble humans, daring to intrude upon our magnificent gremlin lair. Quickly, slay them. As the voice faded, a rustling sound filled the cave, as if a multitude of creatures were emerging. Li Luo's gaze sharpened, a thrill coursing through him. His barret was already primed, aimed at the unknown monsters about to appear on the staircase. Indeed, gremlins were emerging, but what treasures lay in store? He had gleaned crucial information from that voice. The monsters within this palace were indeed gremlins. However, he remained uncertain of the treasures contained within. Just as he pondered this, a swarm of humanoid creatures surged forth from the staircase, their sharp ears and monkey-like faces revealing their height of about 1.5 meters, adorned with various traditional armaments and weapons. Among them were even archers, preparing to unleash arrows at Li Luo and Zhou Pai. Bring it on. Bang, bang, bang. Li Luo immediately opened fire, targeting the archers. Splat, splat, splat. As the gremlins were struck, their bodies ignited in crimson flames, and they were violently propelled backward, disrupting the formation of their comrades. In mere seconds, Li Luo had obliterated the entire contingent of archers. Furthermore, due to the fire of causality, the bodies of the fallen gremlin archers were engulfed in flames, sending sparks flying and creating significant obstacles for the remaining gremlins. Enraged, the gremlins shouted, "Damn it! How can this human be so powerful? Aren't humans supposed to be weak? Is he even human, whether he was human or not?" Li Luo's relentless attacks were undeniably fierce. Ignoring their outcries, he swiftly turned his attention to the advancing gremlin warriors, firing at them. Bang, 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 bang. To Li Luo, these gremlins were mere targets. Each shot was executed with precision, devoid of hesitation. Most of these gremlins were of levels 20 to 30, and they were of black iron quality. However, with the enhanced power of his barret, he could effortlessly slay them with a single bullet. The continuous gunfire reverberated throughout the underground palace, deafening and imposing. The throngs of gremlins were gradually eradicated by Li Luo and his barret. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally saw no living gremlins. All that remained were their smoldering corpses. Zhou Pai exclaimed in delight, "Brother, I've reached level 34. What about you?" Li Luo checked his level and replied, "I'm at level 41. Wow. Brother, you truly are remarkable." Reaching such a high level, Li Luo nonchalantly shook his head, then checked the compatibility of his barret, which stood at LV2, 51. His remaining lifespan had increased from 20 years to 162 years. A total gain of 142 years. A smile unconsciously crept across Li Luo's face. Monster lairs were indeed fruitful. Today, they had cleared out 3. He looked around and beckoned to Zhou Pai. Gua Pai, Let us search for treasures. Treasures? Zhou Pai's eyes sparkled with a bewildered yet eager light. As if he were completely unaware, Li Luo leapt over the mountains of gremlin corpses. He chided, I told you to study diligently. Yet you ignored me, and now you don't even know about the existence of treasures. Zhou Pai's gaze shifted, and he suddenly realized, oh, I remember now. It seems that wherever gremlins appear, there are treasures. Right? Li Luo scoffed. Finally, you've remembered. If it weren't for me, you would likely have missed this opportunity. Zhou Pai pouted. Brother, I can't compare to you. Your academic performance is at the top of the grade, while I'm nowhere near. Enough chatter, let us go treasure hunting. Li Luo led Zhou Pai deeper into the underground palace. After several minutes of searching, they arrived at an exceptionally hidden chamber. This room was quite remarkable. At its center stood a stone table, upon which rested an ancient wooden box. The box was not small, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, width, and height, secured with a sturdy iron lock. Zhou Pai observed while pondering. Brother, it seems this wooden box contains treasures. Li Luo's eyes flickered. Use your red tassel spear to break that lock. We'll find out what's inside. Clang! Zhou Pai struck the iron lock with his spear. Producing a clear sound, the lock promptly fell to the ground. Excitedly, Zhou Pai used the red tassel spear to lift the lid of the wooden box. Eager to discover its contents, Li Luo leaned in to inspect. He was taken aback. Inside lay a stone about the size of a basketball, shimmering with a tricolored glow. Just as Li Luo contemplated the nature of this stone, Zhou Pai touched it with his red tassel spear. And a peculiar phenomenon occurred. A mysterious energy surged from the tricolored stone into the red tassel spear, reminiscent of the state during the awakening of a weapon spirit. Li Luo was momentarily stunned. Could this be the legendary weapon spirit Divine Gold? Zhou Pai, puzzled, asked, Brother, what is weapon spirit Divine Gold? Li Luo's face lit up with joy as he quickly retrieved his barret and fishing rod to touch the tricolored stone. It is said that weapon spirit Divine Gold can enhance the quality of weapon spirits. Chapter 63. Silver to Legend. Dual high-level weapon spirits. Zhou Pai's pupils dilated in shock. What? This thing can enhance weapon spirit quality. His face rapidly transformed into one of astonishment. The notion of enhancing weapon spirit quality had always been mere legend. Had Li Luo not mentioned it, he would never have thought of it. This was something that everyone yearned for, and Zhou Pai was no exception. After all, he had perused numerous secret ancient texts in the library over the past 3 years and had seen related materials. Li Luo chuckled with pride. The reason the method for enhancing weapon spirit quality has been widely publicized is that weapon spirit Divine Gold is exceedingly rare. Many individuals prefer to keep it a secret, as those who know would have a greater chance of finding the Divine Gold to enhance their own weapon spirits. This can be understood as information monopoly. However, such information can never be entirely monopolized. There will always be some ancient texts that mention it to some extent. Without extensive research, it is difficult to know this. Those who do know will keep it to themselves. Coincidentally, Li Luo had come across such information. Brother, it seems reading is indeed beneficial. Zhou Pai grinned sheepishly. Of course, Hua Pai. You must keep this matter confidential. The fewer people who know, the better. Li Luo cautioned. If there's ever a chance to elevate the quality of my fishing rod to a divine level, it would be quite thrilling. Thus, he hoped for the knowledge to remain scarce. Rest assured, brother. Zhou Pai nodded. Li Luo contemplated. Hua Pai. This weapon spirit Divine Gold is a rare find, and I consider us fortunate to have obtained it. Since you provided the information and I supplied the firepower, let us split it 50-50. Zhou Pai paused at this proposal. Such a significant item, and his brother was willing to share it equally? This was weapon spirit Divine Gold, a treasure far surpassing the value of enchantments. The unexpected surprise stirred a myriad of emotions within him. However, his fervent gaze shifted away from the Divine Gold, revealing a struggle and hesitation on his face. In the end, he resolutely withdrew his red tassel spear from the Divine Gold, stating, Brother, you should keep this weapon spirit Divine Gold for yourself. Li Luo gazed at Zhou Pai in astonishment. Questioning, why? Zhou Pai reflected, Brother, you've given me so many high-level enchantments. I haven't had the chance to repay you. This opportunity to encounter weapon spirit Divine Gold will serve as my repayment. Li Luo stared at Zhou Pai in disbelief, surprised that he still considered such matters. Beneath Zhou Pai's naive exterior lay a delicate heart. Li Luo paused momentarily, then shifted the fishing rod and bare it away from the Divine Gold. He regarded Zhou Pai, saying, stop with the nonsense. Let us talk about repayment. Once your strength has increased, the merit shall be shared equally between us, and the divine essence of the artifact shall be divided fairly. This divine essence manifests in 3 distinct colors, suggesting that it belongs to a legendary tier. Given an ample supply, it stands to reason that the artifact spirit could also be elevated to a legendary level. However, I am uncertain as to what quality this basketball-sized divine essence could bestow upon the artifact spirit. Why Barrett does not seem to absorb this divine essence. Liluo has recently discovered that this tricolored divine essence is only beneficial for fishing rods. While it has no effect whatsoever on the Barrett. He understands that the Barrett, being of a transcendent quality, would not deign to absorb such lower-grade divine essence. Zhou Pai insists, "Brother, I'll let you use my half. If you can elevate the fishing rod to a legendary level, combined with the epic grade Barrett, possessing dual high-tier artifact spirits will undoubtedly enhance your physical strength to an extraordinary degree. It is best that you utilize it." Li Luo is indeed tempted. The enhancement from dual high-tier artifact spirits would surely surpass his current capabilities. He casts a glance at Guapi and asks, "Are you certain? You should know that opportunities to encounter this divine essence are rare. It may only happen once in a lifetime." Upon hearing this, Zhou Pai is momentarily taken aback, his gaze betraying hesitation once more. Ultimately, he steels himself and insists, "Brother, I am certain. You should use it. In that case, I shall exchange it for something." Liluo contemplates for a moment before presenting a legendary grade enchantment scroll, Dragon Soul Dominator, to Zhou Pai. Zhou Pai is astonished. "Brother, you are giving me another enchantment?" Li Luo, in deep thought, responds, "The value of divine essence far exceeds that of enchantment scrolls. By providing you with a legendary grade enchantment, I benefit as well, ensuring you do not leave empty-handed." Zhou Pai hesitates. Yet, without further ado, Li Luo tosses the Dragon Soul Dominator enchantment scroll to Zhou Pai. Zhou Pai instinctively catches it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother." As he gazes at the enchanting tricolored scroll in his hand, he ponders how his brother possesses so many enchantment scrolls. Does his family perhaps engage in the wholesale of enchantment scrolls? He wonders what quality it might attain. Liluo, with the Barrett on his right shoulder and the fishing rod in his left hand, approaches the divine essence. In an instant, a mysterious surge of colorful energy flows from the divine essence into Li Luo's fishing rod, the tricolored brilliance dazzling beyond measure. Li Luo fixates on the basketball-sized divine essence within the wooden box, excitement blooming within him as he anticipates whether it might ascend to legendary quality. Soon, he discovers that the fishing rod has indeed upgraded to a golden quality. Yet, the transformation does not cease there. The fishing rod continues to evolve as time ticks by. Zhou Pai examines the details of the Dragon Soul Dominator. Dragon Soul Dominator, legendary enchantment. Designed for enchantments on spear-type artifacts, this enchantment imbues the spear with the power of the Dragon Soul, enhancing its might significantly and instilling a soul-stirring effect. Upon reading this, Zhou Pai can hardly contain the smile that spreads across his face. The power of the Dragon Soul, though he does not fully grasp its implications, he senses its formidable nature. Without hesitation, he applies the Dragon Soul Dominator enchantment scroll to the red silk spear. In an instant, he perceives a faint golden dragon phantom enveloping the spear, a sight that is indeed awe-inspiring. Zhou Pai, overwhelmed with joy, swings the red silk spear, the air tinged with the ethereal presence of a dragon, exuding an air of dominance. At this moment, he feels capable of facing 10 foes, or rather, 100. Suddenly, Li Luo's voice rings out beside him. It has even reached the purple gold level. He closely observes the status of the fishing rod, which, after reaching golden quality, swiftly ascends to purple gold and still continues to transform. To his astonishment, the basketball-sized divine essence shines brightly, indicating that its mysterious energy remains abundant. Could it truly reach legendary status? Li Luo muses. Zhou Pai, his eyes gleaming with envy, exclaims, "Brother, I believe it is entirely feasible. Judging by the state of the divine essence, your fishing rod will surely attain legendary quality. Let us hope so. I wonder how much longer it will take." Li Luo's expression is filled with anticipation. Not long ago, the fishing rod advanced from silver to gold in merely 2 minutes, while the transition from gold to purple gold took approximately 20 minutes. As an hour passes, Li Luo's countenance brightens, and he cannot contain his excitement. "Splendid, it has finally reached legendary level. Congratulations, brother." Zhou Pai enthusiastically applauds. Nice. Li Luo grins as he observes his legendary fishing rod, which has ceased to absorb the mysterious energy from the divine essence. It is evident that the fishing rod has reached its pinnacle at legendary status. This tricolored divine essence should also belong to the legendary tier, meaning the artifact spirit's maximum elevation can only reach legendary quality. To achieve a higher quality, one would certainly require a superior grade of divine essence. He gazes at the remaining divine essence, turning to Zhou Pai and stating, surprisingly, I thought I would deplete this divine essence entirely. But I have some left, so you may use it that I could not utilize anymore. This is his first encounter with divine essence, and he truly did not expect that a basketball-sized portion could contain such vast energy. After elevating a silver-grade artifact spirit to legendary status, there remains an ample supply. The remainder is just enough for Zhou Pai. Zhou Pai's eyes widen in disbelief. What a stroke of luck. But brother, you have already given me an enchantment scroll, and I have already used it. That it matters not. I am wholly unconcerned, Li Luo replies, in a buoyant mood. Enchantment scrolls are the least of his worries. And as for money, he has more than enough that he promptly checks the details of his fishing rod. Artifact Spirit, Lure Fishing Rod, exclusive to Li Luo. Quality, legendary, enchantments, none, attributes, length 1. 68 meters, water drop wheel, ML adjustment, fishing weight, 10,000 kg, increases with compatibility, weight, 66 g. Compatibility, LV1, 0.01. Remarks, never tangles, fish with confidence. Goodness, 10,000 kg, and it can still increase. What material is this fishing line made of? Li Luo cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. This is utterly outrageous, is it not? Could it not pull several small cars? Might it even be used to lift an enemy for a beating? Meanwhile, Zhou Pai, barely containing his excitement, asks, Brother, may I go ahead and use the remaining divine essence? He is utterly thrilled, for his artifact spirit stands a chance to advance that he believes that at this moment. No artifact spirit practitioner could remain composed. Even Li Luo, just moments ago, was filled with exuberance. As Li Luo previously stated, he may only have this one opportunity in his lifetime to encounter divine essence. And the next chance may be far off. Go ahead. I cannot use it anymore. Li Luo continues to toy with his fishing rod, suddenly feeling the urge to cast a line, having primarily utilized the Barrett until now. The compatibility with the fishing rod remains virtually unchanged, with the sole exception being when he once cast it to pull Zhou Pai from the river. Therefore, he considers when it might be opportune to cast a few lines. After triple-checking, Zhou Pai, brimming with excitement, carefully touches the divine essence with the red silk spear. Once again, the tricolored energy flows into the spear. Gradually, the red silk spear begins to transform. Before long, it achieves golden quality. Yet, the transformation does not stop there. Approximately 20 minutes later, the red silk spear successfully ascends to purple gold. Just as Zhou Pai ponders whether the red silk spear might reach legendary status, the light from the divine essence rapidly dims. Resembling an ordinary transparent glass orb, when Zhou Pai gently prods the divine essence remnants with the red silk spear, they disintegrate into powder, akin to dust. Purple gold. I am most satisfied. Zhou Pai laughs heartily. His grin stretching wide, he is overjoyed. With a purple gold artifact spirit, he stands among only two individuals at Magic City No. 3, Wang Yi and Zhao Chun, who could have anticipated that his artifact spirit could also reach purple gold. He considers himself quite fortunate. Not only that, but he has successfully upgraded the red silk spear to purple gold quality and, by a stroke of luck, acquired a legendary grade enchantment, Dragon Soul Dominator. Furthermore, he possesses the legendary grade enchantment, Eternal Life, and the purple gold enchantment, Leaping and Bounding. That in summary, he is confident that his strength surpasses that of Zhao Chun and Wang Yi. Brother, I now feel capable of facing 10 foes, he exclaims with unwavering confidence. In fact, I feel I could single-handedly take on Zhao Xian. That may be a stretch, Li Luo replies, while toying with the fishing rod in his hand. Zhao Xian possesses two legendary grade artifact spirits, one of which is the golden gossamer armor. The average person would not stand a chance. He then shifts the topic. However, this is quite impressive. The information you discovered about that monster den was incredibly fortuitous. Not only has my artifact spirit upgraded, but yours has as well. Though your artifact spirit has only reached purple gold, it is still commendable, certainly surpassing 90 of the populace. Should I come across more suitable divine essence next time, I will reserve some for you. Zhou Pai grins foolishly. All right, thank you, brother. No, father. Li Luo raises an eyebrow and checks the time on his phone. It is now 7:30, and it is time to head out. Zhou Pai excitedly waved his red tassel spear and exclaimed, "Let us go, big brother." Outside the eastern city gate of the Magic City, at the location of the Secret Realm's teleportation portal, Xia Qingwei checked the time on her phone several times. Feeling frustrated. What's taking Li Luo so long? Why hasn't he emerged from the Secret Realm? She had sent him several messages, but received no reply. She had also messaged Zhou Pai multiple times. To no avail. She understood that if Li Luo was unresponsive, it might be due to him once again suffering from the affliction typical of Sigma males. However, Zhou Pai's silence could only indicate that they were still within the Secret Realm. She was confident that Zhou Pai would not ignore her messages. He wouldn't dare, especially since she hadn't introduced him to a potential partner yet, and still owed him money. Zhou Pai was firmly under her thumb. He would never easily offend her. Just an hour ago, she had witnessed the school belle of Magic City No. 2, Xin Mingyue, exiting the Secret Realm, and had brazenly stepped forward to block her path, warning her once more to maintain her distance from Li Luo. Xin Mingyue, however, showed no signs of intimidation. She boldly retorted, "Didn't I hear that you, Xia Qingwei, were going off to arrange a marriage? If you're already pursuing a marriage, what more is there to discuss? You have the audacity to cling to Li Luo, so I won't hesitate to seek him out for upgrades," she continued. "And can't you broaden your horizons a bit? How can such an outstanding young man like Li Luo be monopolized by you alone? A true achiever should aim to benefit the world." This left Xia Qingwei feeling quite vexed. Yet, she did not remain silent in the face of Xin Mingyue's rebuttal. "Mind your own business. I did indeed go to arrange a marriage, but that decision was made solely because of Li Luo. Moreover, I have already defeated that guy and regained my freedom. I warn you, Xin Mingyue, if you continue to be so oblivious, I won't be so lenient next time. Don't come crying about how girls shouldn't make things difficult for each other. Unless you can surpass me in every aspect, I have nothing more to say. Otherwise, you'd best restrain yourself." Humph. The two exchanges, laden with tension, left the onlookers in stunned silence, astonished by yet another confrontation involving Li Luo and the school belle. Couldn't they just settle down? Xia Dan, who stood nearby waiting for Li Luo, couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise at Xia Qingwei's domineering attitude. Was she really willing to go so far for a boy? At that moment, as Xia Dan and Xia Qingwei scanned their surroundings, Li Luo and Zhou Pai finally emerged from the teleportation portal. Xia Qingwei instantly spotted Li Luo, who stood out in the crowd with a beret slung over his shoulder. She flashed a mischievous smile. "Finally out. I thought you'd been abducted." Chapter 65. Military Bounty. Mysterious mission. Following Xia Qingwei's gaze, Xia Dan also spotted Li Luo, his imposing beret particularly eye-catching. Xia Dan teased, "Look, Qingwei, your crush has appeared. Aren't you going to go over?" "Of course I am." Xia Qingwei huffed. "I've waited an hour and a half. My legs are starting to tingle." "These aren't just any legs. These are the legs of a school belle. Long, white, and straight." He is so oblivious to his good fortune. Eager to converse with Li Luo, the two quickly approached him, their gazes complex and meaningful. Li Luo noticed the two blocking his path. Pausing in thought, "Xia Dan, Xia Qingwei, what is this? People are here to greet me after emerging from the Secret Realm." Xia Qingwei turned to Xia Dan and said, "Dan Jia, given our close relationship, why don't you discuss the important matters with Li Luo first? I'll talk to him later." "All right," Xia Dan nodded, turning to Li Luo with a smile. "Hi. Li Luo, do you remember me?" Li Luo nodded. "Of course I remember." Xia Dan, "What's up?" Upon hearing this, Xia Qingwei's expression turned strange. When did Li Luo get to know Xia Dan? Could it have been during the time they helped the Enforcement Bureau eliminate monsters? That seems to be the only time they could have interacted. She pondered, watching their conversation with curiosity. But the next moment, Xia Dan leaned closer to Li Luo, speaking in a mysterious tone. "Li Luo, I have an important mission to discuss with you. Can we talk privately?" "An important mission?" Intrigued by Xia Dan's serious demeanor, Li Luo took a few steps aside to an empty space. "Let us talk here." Seeing that no one was around, Xia Dan lowered her voice. "Li Luo, here's the situation. The military stationed at the Tianshan Reservoir on the eastern side of the Magic City was attacked by a horde of bizarre monsters today, resulting in significant damage to water facilities. This has affected water supply for residents in the Eastern District. The critical issue is that these monsters can not only fly but can also hide in the water, which has caused considerable headaches for the military. Therefore, they have requested the Enforcement Bureau to issue a bounty to find cultivators skilled in long-range attacks. The further the attack range, the better. Upon learning of this, Director Leon immediately sent me to invite you to assist the military in exterminating these monsters. If you can eliminate them, the bounty will be quite generous. A reservoir, monsters. A subtle smile crept onto Li Luo's lips. The bounty didn't particularly excite him, but he was very much intrigued by the prospect of facing monsters. Moreover, the presence of a reservoir meant he could engage in some fishing and possibly enhance the affinity of his fishing rod spirit. With this thought, he curiously inquired, "Are there many monsters? What levels are they?" Xiaodan nodded. "There are a lot of monsters, about 1,000. Their levels aren't too high, around level 50 to 60 silver monsters, but they can fly and dive, making them difficult to eliminate. There might even be high-tier ones among them." Li Luo's eyes brightened slightly. 1,000 silver monsters at level 50-60, and possibly some high-tier ones. I wonder how much lifespan I could gain. Observing Li Luo deep in thought, Xiaodan quickly added, "Don't worry, Li Luo. We will do everything to ensure your safety. If you can achieve great merit, the military's rewards will definitely satisfy you." Li Luo shrugged. "Let us talk about the rewards later. I haven't even received the last bounty from the Enforcement Bureau." Xiaodan offered an awkward smile. "Before coming here, Director Leon mentioned that it should be settled within 3 days. "That's more like it," Li Luo replied calmly. "When are we heading to that reservoir?" "The sooner, the better." Xiaodan suddenly remembered something. By the way, Li Luo, what is your current level?" Li Luo answered, "Level 41. "What? You're already level 41. Xiaodan's face revealed shock. "It's only been a few days," she continued. "That's great. Having surpassed level 30 means you've met the requirements for the college entrance exam. So this mission won't interfere with your studies. If you have nothing else, the sooner we go, the better." Li Luo asked, "Have you found any other cultivators skilled in long-range attacks?" Xiaodan nodded. "Of course, we are also looking for some freelance long-range attack experts in society, and you are the only student among them." She looked at Li Luo expectantly. "Li Luo, if you're certain you want to go, we'll depart from here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Military personnel and some enforcers will accompany us." "Sounds good," Li Luo agreed with a nod. Xiaodan suddenly remembered. "Oh right, Li Luo, you need to prepare some clothes. As this mission may last several days." Li Luo frowned. "Several days?" Xiaodan confirmed. "Yes, because those monsters might not be easy to deal with all at once, and I've heard there are other packs of monsters lurking nearby." "Other packs of monsters?" Li Luo's eyes instantly lit up. If he was interested in monsters, he was even more excited about packs of monsters that a few bursts of firepower would suffice. Meanwhile, Xia Qingwei, noticing Li Luo and Xiaodan whispering to each other, unconsciously approached Zhou Pai, her tone reproachful. "Hey, Zhou Pai, didn't you say this afternoon that your big brother wasn't in contact with any other girls? Then why did he accept Shen Mingwei's request? Are you lying to me?" Zhou Pai looked completely bewildered. "Huh? Shen Mingwei's request? What the heck?" Xia Qingwei stared at Zhou Pai in confusion. "What do you mean you don't know?" "Yeah, I really don't know. This afternoon, my brother asked me to join him in the secret realm to hone my combat skills, saying he had other matters to attend to. I didn't meet him again until almost 6 p.m. when I re-emerged from the secret realm." Zhou Pai stated earnestly. After all, this was a matter of significant interest to him, and it required clarification. Otherwise, he might end up with neither a partner nor repayment. "I see." Xia Qingwei pondered thoughtfully, then smiled. "I'm glad you clarified, or I might have wrongly accused you. This is just a small matter, but what about the partner you promised to help me find?" Zhou Pai inquired straightforwardly. Xia Qingwei contemplated. "I'll find an opportunity for you two to meet tomorrow. How does that sound?" Zhou Pai nodded eagerly. "All right. Thank you, sister-in-law." Hearing him call her sister-in-law repeatedly filled Xia Qingwei with delight. She addressed Zhou Pai, saying, "Hey, Zhou Pai, have you spoken well of me in front of your brother?" Zhou Pai was taken aback and promptly replied, "Of course I did, but I'm not sure if he took it to heart." Xia Qingwei nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it. Remember to prepare a small gift for him tomorrow. Girls appreciate little surprises. And of course, a grand surprise is even better." Zhou Pai smiled and nodded. "No problem. I'll go buy something right away. I understand the value of sentimental gifts. It's all mentioned in novels." Xia Qingwei raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you seem to know quite a bit." Zhou Pai chuckled innocently. "I learned it all from novels." Xia Qingwei nodded and said to Zhou Pai, "All right, You can go now. Zhou Pai paused. Huh? Go. Where to? Just anywhere, as long as you're not an extra wheel. Chapter 66. What's the matter? Are you jealous? Zhou Pai glanced at Li Luo and Xia Qingwei, realizing, oh, so I should leave? Without waiting for further conversation, he strode out decisively, for the matters concerning his elder brother and sister-in-law could not be delayed. He thought it wise to seize the opportunity to pick out a gift and perhaps spruce himself up a bit, perhaps a stylish new haircut and some sharp attire. After all, one must remember that appearance matters. Tomorrow he would meet the alluring and beautiful person Xia Qingwei had introduced, who wore black stockings. He chuckled to himself, feeling elated at this moment. The world seemed to brim with vitality and exuberance. Even the mist in the sky took on an alternative romantic hue. After Zhou Pai departed, Xia Qingwei stood gracefully to the side, her gaze unconsciously drifting to Li Luo's profile. She murmured softly. What were they discussing for so long? At that moment, Xia Dan turned around and walked toward Xia Qingwei, saying, Qingwei, I'm done. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave you two to chat. With that, she smiled knowingly, her expression hinting at amusement, before striding away. Take care, Danjia. Once Xia Dan had left, Xia Qingwei slowly approached Li Luo, her complex gaze scrutinizing him. Li Luo. It's been a while. Li Luo rubbed his nose, replying, It hasn't been that long. Xia Qingwei teased. We haven't seen each other for almost 6 years. Is that not long enough? How could that be? What kind of joke is that? Li Luo was taken aback. Having seen her just 2 days prior. What kind of mystical calculation is this? Xia Qingwei giggled. A day apart feels like 3 seasons, and 2 days apart equals 6 seasons. Doesn't 6 seasons equal 6 years? Li Luo was somewhat speechless. Stop with the nonsense. What is the matter? Xia Qingwei, with a playful smile, asked. Li Luo, how does it feel to slay monsters alongside Shen Mingwei? Li Luo scratched his nose. What? Are you curious? A bit. She admitted that it feels pretty average. Xia Qingwei leaned closer to Li Luo. Is that so? Li Luo, are you short on money? If you need some, just tell me. I can help. Li Luo shook his head. I am not short, nor do I need it. He raised an eyebrow at Xia Qingwei, puzzled. With over 3 billion in his account, how could he possibly be in need? That was absurd. He even took out his phone to check his balance. Confirming it was secure, Xia Qingwei asked, confused, then why did you accept Shen Mingwei's job? Li Luo pondered, what's wrong? Are you jealous? Xia Qingwei burst into laughter. Jealous? What is there to be jealous of? I don't care for jealousy. She looked at Li Luo with a teasing gaze. Who do you think is more attractive, me or Shen Mingwei? Li Luo looked surprised. Are you serious? Just asking casually. Xia Qingwei replied lightly. Li Luo's gaze shifted slightly. Objectively speaking, both are attractive, though the styles differ. You. Xia Qingwei was momentarily speechless. She straightened her posture, brushed her bangs, revealing her exquisite features, and showcased her long legs. Hey, take a good look. There must be a difference. With his eyes sweeping over Xia Qingwei's stunning figure, Li Luo shrugged in concession. All right, you're beautiful. He figured that if he didn't say so, he might not get out of this conversation unscathed. That's more like it. Xia Qingwei nodded in satisfaction. That if you need anything in the future, just let me know. I can fulfill your requests. Li Luo fell silent, sensing there was more to her words that he then inquired. Do you have any information about monster hideouts? Xia Qingwei paused. So, you took Shen Mingwei's job because she has information about monster hideouts. What else could it be? Li Luo countered. Xia Qingwei's smile blossomed like a lotus. I see. Well, that's easy to arrange. Although I don't have any leads at the moment, I'll gather information right away. Wait for good news from me. For some reason, upon hearing that Li Luo had accepted Shen Mingwei's job solely for the monster information, her heart felt light and joyful. Li Luo gently shook his head. Not for now. Tomorrow I have a task in the mist, and one TB going to the secret realm. Xia Qingwei realized. Is that the task Xia Dan mentioned just now? Yes. All right then. Stay safe, Xia Qingwei said with concern. She then shifted the conversation, smiling, by the way. Tomorrow I'll introduce Zhou Pai to someone so they can meet. Li Luo raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Of course. Just look at your friend Zhou Pai. He knows finding a partner is worthwhile. And then look at you, truly unaware of the fortune you have. Xia Qingwei teased Li Luo. Li Luo remained silent. It seemed this fellow was destined to experience the trials of love. After all, he was still young and immature and needed to mature a bit. Xia Qingwei, with a smile, inquired, Li Luo, which university do you plan to apply to? Li Luo casually replied, I haven't decided yet. Perhaps Magic City University? Xia Qingwei's eyes lit up. Then I'll apply to Magic City University 2.uh. Li Luo hesitated. He understood the implication behind Xia Qingyue's words and recognized her intentions. She was merely signaling her desire to follow him closely. However, for him, improving his strength was of utmost priority. Ding dong. Suddenly, Li Luo heard a notification on his phone. He promptly pulled it out to check. Discovering a message from his homeroom teacher, Zhao Ling, notification. Due to the presence of students exceeding level 30, the college entrance examination registration portal is now open. Students who reach level 30 can click the link to log in and register. He immediately clicked the link to register, but found himself facing a problem. He couldn't log in. A pop-up indicated that his information could not be retrieved. He quickly inquired in the group chat. Teacher Zhao, why can't I log in? Zhao Ling. Is that you, Li Luo? That shouldn't be the case. All students should be able to log in. This information is pre-recorded by the Education Bureau. If you can't log in, we'll have to contact them, but I'll also check with the school. The Education Bureau? Li Luo furrowed his brow, murmuring softly. What's wrong, Li Luo? Xia Qingwen noticed his frown and asked. Li Luo shook his head. I can't log in for the entrance exam. Can you log in? Xia Qingwei clicked the link. I can log in, but I'm not yet level 30, so I can't register. Li Luo was puzzled. You can log in, but I can't. He rested his chin in thought, wondering if this was an error on the Education Bureau's part or if there was another reason. Suddenly, he recalled the information Xin Mingyue had inadvertently shared. Zhao Xin's uncle was a significant figure in the Education Bureau. If there were any issues, it might be worth considering that avenue. Li Luo's expression shifted slightly. Could it be him? Xia Qingwei asked, puzzled. Li Luo. Who are you talking about? Li Luo contemplated. I heard that Zhao Xin's uncle is an important figure in the Education Bureau. I wonder if my inability to log in is due to an error or if he's meddling. I'll inquire tomorrow. Oh wait, I can't, as I have a task to execute. Li Luo pressed his forehead in frustration. Xia Qingyue patted her chest. Don't worry, Li Luo. I'll handle this for you. If her uncle dares to cause trouble, I'll make sure they step down immediately. Li Luo was taken aback. You make them step down? Xia Qingwei replied with a hint of pride. Of course. Don't forget, I have the Xia family backing me. So, what do you think? Do you want to enjoy some benefits? Chapter 67. I am free and unrestrained. Benefits? Li Luo chuckled lightly. Did he need to rely on anyone for support? Certainly not. He looked at the eagerly anticipating Xia Qingwei and shook his head. While enjoying such benefits might be tempting, it often leaves one feeling beholden. I'd rather not. I am free and unrestrained, he said, stroking his beret, regarding the issue of not being able to log in. Please don't interfere. I want to resolve it myself. I do not wish to owe you any favors. If I truly uncover any foul play, I shall not merely call for his resignation. He stated each word with a calm demeanor. I will send him to the heavens. Xia Qingwei showed a look of surprise. Send him to the heavens? But such an action may carry certain risks. Li Luo shrugged off her concern with a smile. It doesn't matter. Xia Qingwei's gaze shifted, revealing her worry. All right, enough talk. I need to prepare supplies for tomorrow's mission. With that, Li Luo prepared to step away. Wait a moment. Xia Qingwei reached out to block his path, a playful smile gracing her lips. Li Luo, I really appreciate the small sword technique you gifted me. Without it, I might not have been able to defeat that fellow. That was an exchange, not a gift. Li Luo corrected her. He regarded Xia Qingwei with a tranquil expression. So, congratulations on regaining your freedom. With that, Li Luo strode away with purpose, bearing the Barrett rifle upon his shoulder. As she watched him recede into the distance, Xia Qingwei muttered in a barely audible voice, You arranged a competition for me and gifted me a sword technique. Do not think I am oblivious to your subtle intentions. Humph, but it would not hurt to invite me for a meal. Such a lack of charm is quite unbecoming. Her gaze involuntarily wandered back to the figure of Li Luo, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, a handsome young man suddenly approached, feigning elegance. Beautiful lady, care to join me? Xia Qingwei retorted without hesitation. Get lost. Oh, a fiery one. I like that. With a swift motion, 2 resounding slaps landed across the young man's face. And Xia Qingwei, feeling a sense of relief, remarked, Still like it? Oh no, I don't. He uttered one last line before fleeing in disarray as dusk approached, after learning that Zhou Pai was selecting gifts. Li Luo had a quick bite at a street stall before heading to a supermarket to gather supplies, ultimately returning to his dormitory. However, he was quite surprised to find that bottled water was scarce. After visiting several supermarkets only to discover empty shelves, he learned that the area was experiencing water supply issues, prompting residents to buy bottled water for home use. Understanding the situation, he had no choice but to journey further afield to procure water. In addition to water, he acquired clothing, food, and essentials for barbecuing, such as a grill, seasonings, and smokeless charcoal. He planned to fish at the reservoir in the coming days, combining monster hunting with leisurely angling. Once all preparations were complete, he lay on his bed, idly scrolling through the news. Shocking, the champion trophy was seized by a student named Li Luo. Residents in the eastern district of the Magic City are experiencing water supply disruptions. Exact restoration times will be announced, and residents are advised to prepare accordingly. The annual exam for spirit practitioners is about to commence, with registration channels now open. In a training ground for third-year high school students, it is said that a student from Magic City number 3 wielding a stirring stick clashed with 6 students from Magic City number 9, all of whom fled in disgrace. Unexpectedly, the medical miracle known as Lu Ruoyan, who possesses the epic spirit known as the Tree of Life, has recently been spotted in the Magic City, reportedly returning for a break following the calming of border conflicts. Rumor has it that an unexpected halt has occurred in the marriage alliance between the Xia family of the Magic City and the Yi family of Kyoto, with experts speculating that the parties involved simply did not find each other appealing. Top universities such as Kyoto University and Magic City University are extending olive branches to promising students, offering rewards in the form of purple gold spirit enhancements for those who gain admission. In response to student requests, a second batch of monsters below level 30 will be transported to the high school training ground for student practice. Li Luo observed these headlines. Shaking his head gently, it seemed several of the news items were indeed related to him. With a sigh, he decided it was time for rest before embarking on a monster hunting expedition at the Tianshan Reservoir the following day. As dawn broke, Li Luo bid farewell to Zhou Pai and set off alone towards the eastern city gate of the Magic City. Since the Tianshan Reservoir lay over 100 kilometers to the east, the eastern city gate was the most suitable departure point. Logically, with the range of Li Luo's Barrett rifle exceeding 250 kilometers, he could theoretically eliminate monsters at the reservoir from this vantage point. However, his eyesight fell short of such distances. The true vision eye was merely a legendary enchantment. He had tested its limits and found it only enabled him to see clearly within a range of approximately 20 kilometers. Beyond that, details became indistinct. Blind shooting could easily result in friendly fire. Before long, Li Luo arrived outside the eastern city gate of the Magic City, near the entrance to the training grounds teleportation portal. It was evident that many students were quite dedicated. Upon his arrival, he noticed numerous early risers forming teams to head towards the training ground. Observing these diligent students, he couldn't help but reminisce about his own 3 years of hard study, mastering various spirit practitioner knowledge and diligently training meditation techniques, only to awaken with a fishing rod in hand. Clearly, mere effort was insufficient to stand out to Li Luo. "Is that you?" A melodious female voice suddenly called out. Turning towards the sound, he was surprised to find it was Xia Dan, who had arrived earlier than expected. He also noticed a few others gathered nearby, quietly waiting, including Fu Jiang and Wu Chao, the latter of whom he had met previously while Wu Chao was unconscious. Li Luo checked his phone. It was only 7:20, leaving some time until their scheduled 8 o'clock meeting. Curiously, he asked, "Xia Dan, why did you come so early?" Xia Dan chuckled softly. "Director Lian specifically asked me to come early to ensure you wouldn't struggle to find familiar faces upon your arrival." I see. Li Luo realized Lian had indeed put thought into this. Just then, Fu Jiang and Wu Chao hurried over to Fu Jiang, waved in greeting with a smile. "Hey, Li Luo, good to see you again." Li Luo nodded. "What a coincidence." Wu Chao observed Li Luo closely. "You are Li Luo, the one who saved my life with a gun last time." His eyes were filled with astonishment and curiosity as he scrutinized Li Luo from head to toe, finally resting on the Barrett slung over Li Luo's shoulder. "Indeed, that's him," Xia Dan confirmed to Wu Chao. "Speaking of which, not only did he save you, but it's thanks to him that I'm alive today." Upon hearing this, Wu Chao immediately clasped his hands together in gratitude and said earnestly, "Li Luo, I was unconscious last time and didn't get the chance to thank you for saving my life." I'd like to express my gratitude now. If you ever need my assistance, just let me know. He spoke with sincere appreciation. Li Luo perceived the heartfelt gratitude emanating from Wu Chao and waved dismissively. It was a small matter. I merely acted on impulse. No. Wu Chao insisted, shaking his head. It may have been a small matter to you, but for me, it was a matter of life and death, a significant matter. He regarded Li Luo with a cheerful demeanor. How about this? When we return from this mission, I'll treat you to a meal and perhaps a massage to help you unwind. Meal? Massage? Li Luo politely declined. There is no need. I have a tight schedule. He simply felt uncomfortable dining with individuals he was not well acquainted with, let alone receiving massages. In his previous life, he had to socialize. But in this life, he wished to avoid things he did not want to do. He felt entirely justified in his refusal. All right then, perhaps I can invite you another time when you're free. Wu Chao replied, understandingly. As an experienced individual, Wu Chao discerned that either Li Luo was genuinely busy or simply being courteous in his refusal. Regardless, he was unbothered. He merely needed to express his intent. While Li Luo was free to decline, Wu Chao felt compelled to extend the invitation. Such is the nature of social etiquette. Moreover, with someone as exceptional as Li Luo, brimming with potential and promise, it was wise to foster a good relationship. Xia Dan interjected, Li Luo, let us return to the group. The team ahead is the one heading to the Tianshan Reservoir. Some members are civilian practitioners, and they are all skilled ranged attackers ranked among the best. The uniforms were relatively uniform, with those adorned with a red five-pointed star logo being military spirit practitioners. The others, dressed similarly to them, but bearing a sword and shield logo, were members of the Law Enforcement Bureau. In total, there were actually 3 groups present. However, do take note that civilian experts tend to have fiery tempers and speak rather brusquely. The team leader is a military lieutenant named Zhang Kong, and for now, we will follow his orders. Upon hearing Xia Dan's explanation, Li Luo nodded, carefully observing the group of civilian experts, numbering around 20 to 30, each exuding a unique aura, seemingly at odds with one another. The spirits they wielded were primarily bows, crossbows, or throwing spears. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man whose imposing presence commanded respect. He was the military lieutenant, Zhang Kong, with a cigarette in his mouth. He exhaled clouds of smoke, his sharp gaze scanning Li Luo intently. Just moments after Li Luo returned to the group alongside Xia Dan and the others, the curious folk gazed intently at the Barrett slung over Li Luo's shoulder, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is that a Barrett sniper rifle he has? One exclaimed. Goodness, I think I recall hearing about someone whose spirit weapon is a Barrett. Could it be him? Just 2 days ago, there were rumors of someone using a Barrett to slay an 80-level legendary flying bat nearby. Could it possibly be him? No way. An 80-level legendary flying bat? I can't even handle that. Can he? They marveled at his apparent youth, questioning whether he was truly up to the task. As they engaged in their gossip, Zhang Kong approached Li Luo with a smile, inquiring, Xia Dan, is this the young man Director Lian has been fervently recommending? Li Luo? Xia Dan nodded, confirming, indeed, Lieutenant Zhang Kong, Li Luo's spirit weapon is a Barrett, renowned for its high damage and exceptional range. I have witnessed it firsthand. The mention of Li Luo's Barrett sent a shiver down Xia Dan's spine as memories flooded back of Li Luo in the leveling secret realm, slaughtering that hilltop hedgehog with terrifying firepower that was nothing short of an absolute massacre. Is that so? Zhang Kang's eyes lit up at the mention of high damage and great range. Their current predicament was that the long-range spirit weapon practitioners lacked sufficient range. Typically, bows, crossbows, or throwing spears could only reach a few hundred meters at most, barely scratching the surface of the threat posed by monsters. Li Luo, would you care for a cigarette? Zhang Kong extended a cigarette towards him, curiosity evident in his tone. This gesture left the other ordinary practitioners in utter shock. It was not every day that Lieutenant Zhang Kong personally offered a cigarette to someone. A clear indication of how much he valued this young MNTO. Their surprise, Li Luo gently waved his hand, declining. No, smoking is detrimental to one's health. Zhang Kong paused, as if suddenly recalling something, and awkwardly chuckled. Oh right, I suppose you are still a student. Avoiding smoking is indeed wise. He regarded Li Luo with a warm smile. Li Luo, what is the range of your Barrett? Li Luo's gaze shifted, contemplating. How far is its range? 251 kilometers, but I fear that might frighten you. After deliberating, he fibbed. Not far. Perhaps just over 10 kilometers. A range of over 10 kilometers should suffice. His current vision limit was also within 20 kilometers. barely covering the distance of his fabricated claim. However, upon uttering those words, he astounded everyone present. Not only were the ordinary practitioners left dumbfounded, but even Xia Dan, Fu Jiang, and Wu Chao stood agape. What? A range of over 10 kilometers. You call that not far? Is the epic-grade Barrett truly capable of such range? Xia Dan and the others had previously scrutinized Li Luo's information, noting that his spirit weapon, the Barrett, was indeed epic-grade. Yet, while the Barrett was exceptional, a range of over 10 kilometers seemed preposterous. After all, a standard Barrett typically had a maximum range of only 6 to 7 kilometers, regardless of whether they were from the law enforcement agency, the military, or among the ordinary practitioners. All cast envious glances at Li Luo. Zhang Kong snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Goodness, over 10 kilometers is astounding." A look of relief washed over his face as he thought. Finally, there is a glimmer of hope. He had been under immense pressure, with orders from above to resolve the water supply issues swiftly, or face dire consequences. Thus, he had been consumed by worry for days. Meanwhile, some of the ordinary practitioners voiced their skepticism. Over 10 kilometers, that's quite a range, but I wonder about its accuracy. Indeed, a long range is of little use if one cannot hit their target. Exactly, I've trained rigorously with a heavy crossbow for years and can almost achieve 10 out of 10 hits, even on moving targets. While he with that Barrett's recoil, how many shots can he land? Right, and we don't even know if he has enough ammunition. Hearing their doubts, Zhang Kong felt his previously lifted spirits sink once more. They raised valid concerns. Yet, Li Luo merely smiled at their skepticism. Choosing not to explain or argue, let them be. Their doubts shall be dispelled in due course. When the time comes, my actions will speak for themselves. He checked the time on his phone, realizing it was nearly 8 o'clock. Beside him, Xia Dan asked Zhang Kong, "Lieutenant Zhang, is everyone assembled? When shall we depart?" Zhang Kong patiently replied, "I am still awaiting one final pivotal individual. Without her presence, we cannot proceed." Xia Dan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Who are we waiting for?" Zhang Kong replied mysteriously, "The medical miracle, Lu Rian." Upon hearing the name Lu Rian, astonishment washed over nearly everyone present. They were all taken aback that the military had managed to enlist such a remarkable figure. She was no ordinary individual, revered as a celebrity not for her combat prowess but for her formidable healing abilities. Her epic-grade spirit weapon, the Tree of Life, possessed extraordinary healing capabilities, able to restore anyone to health as long as they were not dead. Over the past few years of border conflicts, she had performed miraculous feats, saving numerous high-ranking officers and top practitioners from the brink of death, earning her the gratitude of many powerful figures. Within the realm of the Great Xia, her connections were unparalleled, even commanding respect from prominent families. Lu Rian, Li Luo too was somewhat taken aback. He had only seen mention of this legendary figure in the news and had never encountered her in person. His curiosity piqued. Xia Dan exclaimed, "Incredible! To have Lu Rian join us for this mission ensures its success." Others chimed in, "That's fantastic. Even if we suffer severe injuries, we need not worry." Indeed, the issue of widespread residential water supply is a significant matter that must be resolved promptly. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, at last, a graceful figure adorned in green appeared before them with remarkable speed. Her movements seemed to possess an advanced technique of agility in her delicate white hand. She held a translucent green sapling approximately half a meter tall. Her aloof gaze and cool demeanor exuded an aura that suggested a desire for distance from strangers. She calmly surveyed the crowd, stating, "I am Lu Rian. Who is Zhang Kong?" Zhang Kong promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Commander. I am Lieutenant Zhang Kong." The moment Zhang Kong referred to Lu Rian as Commander, bewilderment rippled through the crowd. "Commander, does Lu Rian hold a military rank? And is it higher than Zhang Kang's?" In the midst of their astonishment, Lu Rian's calm gaze settled on Zhang Kong, and she nodded. "Zhang Kong, although my rank is Major General, I possess relative freedom and am not responsible for command or combat. My role is solely to provide healing and support, and until this mission concludes, you shall be in charge." After speaking, her gaze swept across the faces of the team, pausing momentarily upon noticing Li Luo. I did not expect such a young lad to be part of this mission," resembling a student. Ultimately, she turned her attention back to Zhang Kong. "Do you understand?" Zhang Kong immediately nodded. "Understood, Commander. We will ensure your safety." The ordinary practitioners began to murmur among themselves. "Goodness, she is a Major General? My heavens, she is truly formidable. Indeed, after all, she has spent years in the border regions, earning numerous accolades. It is only natural for her rank to be high. Yet, a major general's rank is indeed quite extraordinary. Amidst the astonished discussions, Zhang Kong raised his voice. Everyone, the team is now assembled. We shall depart for the Tianshan Reservoir, which is approximately 100 kilometers away. It will take around half a day, so please be mentally prepared. Be cautioned, we may encounter monster attacks along the way, so be ready. But remember, do not provoke the monsters. Our primary objective is to reach the Tianshan Reservoir. Secondly, we are to assist the waterworks personnel in repairing the water supply equipment. With that, he directed everyone to board the military trucks, 8 in total, accommodating around 80 individuals. Zhang Kong instructed all to summon their spirit weapons, preparing for battle at any moment, as the mist posed numerous dangers. Finally, they set off. Seated in the military truck, Li Luo gazed curiously at the mist outside. This was his first venture beyond the city limits into the mist, and he was filled with intrigue. The fog obscured visibility, causing the truck to move slowly. The average person's naked eye could see only about 10 meters ahead. The driver relied on ultrasonic radar scanning. Yet even so, the vehicle's speed barely exceeded 30 kilometers per hour. However, for Li Luo, endowed with the true sight ability, the mist posed no issue. He could see everything clearly, even the legs of flies and the mouths of mosquitoes. As time slowly passed, with a resounding knock, Xia Qingwei rapped on the door of her father, Xia Yuntian's, bedroom early in the morning. Dad, why must you slumber for so long? Hurry and rise. I have matters to discuss with you. Xia Yuntian, bewildered, emerged from his room, annoyance etched across his face. What is it? Qingwei? With a flourish, Xia Qingwei maneuvered her Mingyue sword through the air. Father, I intend to venture into the secret realm to level up shortly. I need you to enlist someone to investigate a certain matter for me. Investigate? What is it you wish to uncover? Xia Yuntian's forehead creased with irritation, his displeasure evident. Anyone would be vexed to be roused from slumber only to be tasked with a chore, especially when it involved his spirited daughter. Xia Qingwei grasped her father's arm. Please find out why Li Luo was unable to log in during his college entrance examination registration. Specifically, check whether the Education Bureau system has recorded his information. Upon hearing the name Li Luo, Xia Yuntian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Li Luo, did he ask you to help him look into this? Xia Qingwei shook her head. Of course not. He actually advised me not to meddle. But I am determined to do so. I want him to owe me a favor. Where's Li Luo now? It seems he has gone on a mission with Sister Xia Dan. Otherwise, he would have handled it himself, and I wouldn't have had the opportunity to interfere. Xia Yuntian pursed his lips. Well, if that's the case, then why bother? He explicitly told you not to. Xia Qingwei shot him a look that said he didn't understand. Father, you don't grasp the situation. Li Luo is a potential talent. I must cultivate a good relationship with him. Is that so? You think you've got it all figured out? Xia Yuntian retorted, his lips curling in skepticism. By the way, Qingwei, the clan leader asked me to inquire about the source of your sword enchantment. Is it still obtainable? At his words, Xia Qingwei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Well, father, if you assist me in this investigation, I shall reveal the source of the sword enchantment to you. Xia Yuntian, half convinced, raised an eyebrow. Is that true? Xia Qingwei nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Now go quickly. I need the results by tonight. Xia Yuntian sighed. Do you realize how many connections I must leverage and favors I must call in to investigate this? Xia Qingwei stuck out her tongue playfully. I don't care. The Xia family is vast. Surely, some uncles and aunts are connected to the Education Bureau? Just ask around. There will be someone. She slipped on her white athletic shoes and declared. No more time to waste. Fathered, I'm off to level up. With a decisive slam, she shut the door behind her. Xia Yuntian rolled his eyes at the closed door, feeling a swell of frustration. Such flippancy. Does she have any idea how complicated it is to investigate the Education Bureau's examination registration system? He muttered. This little firecracker is far too reckless. Chapter 70. Everyone is prepared for battle. And you're fishing? After leaving home, Xia Qingwei made her way directly to the East City gate of the Demon City. Without delay, she pulled out her phone to message Zhou Pai, as well as a girl named Ding Xiang, whom she intended to introduce to Zhou Pai. Ding Xiang was sweet-faced, possessing a hint of allure, and often clad in black stockings. Her spirit tool was a passable silver-grade Qingfeng sword. However, her family background was lacking. With an alcoholic father, a gambling mother, and a shattered home, leaving her in solitude. Thus, Ding Xiang's expectations were modest. She merely sought someone to rescue her from her dire circumstances. Xia Qingwei's approach was decidedly straightforward and somewhat brazen. She arranged for Zhou Pai to guide Ding Xiang in leveling up within the secret realm, allowing the two to bond while they trained. Both Zhou Pai and Ding Xiang were eager participants. Thus, the two entered the secret realm, embarking on an adventure of discovery and connection. Meanwhile, Xia Qingwei, alongside her close friends, plunged into the depths of the realm to grind levels. With the enhancement of her minor sword technique and the legendary quality Mingwei sword, her efficiency in slaying monsters and combat prowess soared. In the leveling secret realm, she quickly became the center of attention, her extraordinary abilities leaving her companions in awe, all inquiring about the source of her impressive enchantment. Xia Qingwei merely smiled enigmatically. You all can guess slowly. Internally, she reflected on her earlier decision to ignore their advice. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to acquire such a minor sword technique enchantment. Coincidentally, while Li Luo and Xia Dan were on a mission at the Tianshan Reservoir, those he had previously injured, Wang Yi, Zhao Exine, Zhang Yang, and Wu Hao, had fully recovered. They had spent the last few days at the first hospital of the Demon City, paying a premium for treatment from Lu Ruyan, which accounted for their swift recovery. Though resting in the hospital, they kept abreast of the news, planning to confront Li Luo upon regaining their strength. However, they were taken aback by the overwhelming news coverage surrounding Li Luo and his astonishing feats, prompting them to reconsider their intentions. They understood the futility of seeking retribution against someone of his caliber. Attempting to settle scores with a powerhouse would be akin to courting disaster. Among them, Zhao Exine was particularly shocked. He distinctly remembered inflicting severe injuries on Zhao Chun, Zhou Pai, and Xia Qingwei, yet reports from his informants indicated that all three were seemingly unscathed. Frolicking within the secret realm, this left him utterly perplexed. It defied all logic that they had not even entered the hospital. Had they merely sustained superficial injuries, such a notion seemed implausible. Frustration gnawed at Zhao Exine. Upon his return, he refrained from recklessly pursuing Li Luo for vengeance, recognizing that the latter was beyond his reach. Instead, he felt that any reckoning should be approached with greater subtlety. As time flowed steadily onward. When noon struck, under Zhang Kang's guidance, Li Luo's entire team arrived safely at Tianshan Reservoir, collectively breathing a sigh of relief. This was largely due to the military's prior investment of substantial time and effort in uncovering this relatively safe route. Everyone, we have arrived. Please disembark. Zhang Kang observed the military camp ahead, a smile of reassurance breaking upon his face as he exhaled deeply. He had been anxious about the potential dangers along the way, but fortunately they had encountered none, especially with the formidable Lu Ruyan in their midst. As the team exited the vehicle, Li Luo surveyed the surroundings. The military camp was strategically positioned on either side of the Tianshan Reservoir Dam, and he could discern patrolling military cultivators through the mist. What are you observing, Li Luo? Xia Dan inquired curiously. Li Luo nodded, taking in the environment. Can you see clearly? All I see is mist. It's too hazy to make out anything. Xia Dan was taken aback. Really? I thought it all looked unclear. Li Luo understood that they lacked the enchantment of true vision, making their inability to see clearly quite normal. My vision is just a bit sharper. I can grasp a general idea. In truth, he saw everything with crystal clarity. Xia Dan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Well, it seems your eyesight is indeed superior to mine. At that moment, Zhang Kang addressed the group as they disembarked. Everyone, it is just past noon. Please proceed to the adjacent logistics tent to collect your rations. Afterward, we will need to ascend the dam to support our water resource engineers in repairing the irrigation equipment. The skilled individuals nodded in agreement. No problem. My archery is infallible. Rest assured, I have trained with the heavy crossbow for nearly a decade. Its power is formidable. Trust me, I'm not exaggerating. My archery is so precise that even mosquitoes cannot escape. Seeing the group brimming with enthusiasm and confidence, Zhang Kang felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze shifted toward Lu Ruyan amidst the crowd, and he respectfully remarked, Commander, I kindly ask that you first attend to the medical tent. There are many injured who require your assistance. Lu Ruyan nodded calmly. Very well, lead the way. With that, Lu Ruyan followed Zhang Kang to the medical tent. After a brief lunch, Zhang Kang began organizing the personnel. He instructed everyone to focus solely on one task, to repel the assault of those creatures that could both fly and swim from the dam. There would be no set tactics. They were to act freely, as the aerial creatures were far too agile for any structured strategy to succeed. Meanwhile, the irrigation engineers would take advantage of this opportunity to repair the damaged equipment, ensuring the uninterrupted flow of potable water. Everyone, the first wave may require you to hold your ground for the entire afternoon. Take your positions and commence action, Zhang Kong called out. Li Luo, Xia Dan, Fu Jiang, Wu Chao, and the others made their way to the dam, where the current personnel arrangement consisted of one long-range attacking cultivator accompanied by 3 to 4 melee cultivators to ensure their safety. Li Luo found himself in the company of familiar faces, Xia Dan, Fu Jiang, and Wu Chao, as they stood atop the dam. Wu Chao, thumping his chest, assured Li Luo, "Rest easy, Li Luo, as long as I'm here. Those monsters won't be able to approach you." Li Luo remained non-committal, hoping that would indeed be the case. Everyone stood vigilant on the dam, prepared to thwart any attack from the depths of the reservoir. Yet, after half an hour of waiting, no signs of disturbance emerged, leaving Li Luo feeling rather bored. Thus, he retrieved the legendary lure fishing rod and cast it into the reservoir, leaving those nearby in stunned silence. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? While everyone is on high alert for monsters you're fishing, a voice of dissent emerged from a local cultivator. "Hey, young man, while we are all gearing up for battle, you choose to fish?" Li Luo, unfazed, replied. "So, what's the problem?" Chapter 71. What the hell? This young man. Li Luo glanced at the bearded man who had voiced his concerns. The bearded fellow swallowed hard. "What if you attract the monsters?" Li Luo chuckled. "What an odd thing to say. Aren't we here to eliminate these monsters?" At that moment, Zhang Kong, noticing the commotion, strode over. "What's going on? What are you all debating?" The bearded man quickly explained. "Lieutenant Zhang Kong, we are all preparing for a fight, yet I see him fishing. Is that appropriate? Isn't he worried about attracting monsters?" Upon realizing it was Li Luo who was fishing, Zhang Kong smiled and waved dismissively. "It's fine, fishing is allowed. That little noise won't draw those monsters," he elaborated. "Those monsters are quite alert. If they sense disturbances, they become cautious. Their appearances are utterly unpredictable." His gaze fell upon Li Luo's exquisite fishing rod. "But this fishing rod, I don't recall seeing it earlier," Li Luo clarified. "Oh, I'm a dual spirit wielder, one fishing rod and one barret." "What? Dual spirit wielder?" Zhang Kong exclaimed, astonished, as waves of intrigue washed over him. With the emergency recruitment, he hadn't had the time to delve into each individual's spirit abilities. Anyone recommended by trusted sources was accepted. Yet, dual spirit wielders were indeed rare. Fixating on Li Luo's fishing rod, he remarked, "The fish in this reservoir are substantial. I'm worried your fishing rod might not manage to catch anything. Considering there are 100-kilogram behemoths lurking about, if you can catch one, we can feast on fish tonight. Fishing might also enhance the compatibility of your spirit. Feel free to fish as much as you like." "Ha, go for it," Zhang Kong concluded before moving on to patrol the area, with Zhang Kong's approval. Li Luo felt emboldened that he repeatedly cast and reeled in his line. As for Zhang Kong's doubts about whether he could catch anything, they were utterly unfounded. After all, his legendary fishing rod had a weight capacity of up to 10,000 kilograms. What fish could possibly escape? One could even catch a person. To top it off, he possessed an American-style landing net, the barret. Damn, if I had known, I would have brought my own fishing rod. The bearded man watched enviously as Li Luo continued to cast and reel in. Just as envy bubbled within him, Li Luo suddenly felt the fishing rod plunge sharply. A surge of excitement coursed through him. "I've got one." The fishing line sliced through the water, producing an alluring sound that ignited excitement among those nearby. Is it a giant? Does it weigh 50 kilograms? I bet it's at least 80. Panic ensued as they worried about the line snapping. With murmurs and speculations filling the air, Li Luo chose to yank the massive creature, pulling back steadily. Finally, splash! A nearly 2-meter-long catfish broke the surface, thrashing vigorously, weighing approximately 100 kilograms. What the hell? This young man. His skills are impressive. He caught such a large one right off the bat. It's putting up quite a fight. The landing net won't suffice. Let us see how he hauls it in. If it escapes, that would be a true shame. Concern rippled through the crowd. Meanwhile, Li Luo secured the lure rod with his left hand while his right hand swiftly produced the barret, without hesitation. He aimed and fired at the massive catfish surfacing from the water. Bang! Almost instantly, the bullet, gleaming black and red, exploded upon impact, creating a basketball-sized hole in the catfish, leaving it gasping for breath. What an incredible landing net. My goodness, is this how one fishes? The astonished crowd could only exclaim in disbelief at his audacity. What surprised everyone even more was that flames began to engulf the catfish, refusing to extinguish even upon contact with water. The fire blazed only on certain parts, rather than the entirety. For about half a minute, the flames danced, and to the astonishment of all, a tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Even Li Luo was taken aback. Was this causality fire truly capable of such a feat? He hurriedly reeled in the line, eager to pull the fish closer. The intent was clear, to sprinkle some seasonings while it was still hot, and then enjoy a bite. With swift and decisive actions, the catfish finally lay on the shore, the flames extinguishing after about half a minute, yielding a perfectly charred exterior and a tender interior. The aroma enticing all. Li Luo immediately reached into his pocket, retrieving various seasonings from his system space, generously sprinkling them over the fish. The moment the cumin hit, the authentic scent of barbecue assaulted everyone's nostrils. Li Luo even produced a pair of chopsticks, lifting the fish meat to his mouth. Delicious. Li Luo beamed with delight, savoring the exquisite flavor. The others stood in stunned silence, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? This is the first time I've seen fish being grilled even before it's landed. Immediately seasoning and eating upon landing? This efficiency is unmatched. Zhang Kong, pleasantly surprised, applauded. Li Luo, your way of doing things is simply extraordinary. He suggested, let us leave the rest of the fish to the kitchen. Why don't you continue fishing? Li Luo nodded. No problem. Zhang Kong called for assistants to carry the fish away and even arranged for some of the grilled fish to be brought to Lu Rian for her to taste. Although Lu Rian usually remained detached from affairs, her military rank made her the highest authority here. Being a seasoned veteran, Zhang Kong was sure to extend special consideration to her. As Zhang Kong brought the grilled fish to the medical tent, he placed it in front of Lu Rian. With wide, curious eyes, she inquired, where did this grilled fish come from? Do you still have time to prepare grilled fish at a time like this? Zhang Kong laughed. It's not something we intentionally made. Rather, a young man named Li Luo just caught it at the reservoir dam. After reeling it in, he shot it with the barrett, and part of the fish became cooked. He even sprinkled some seasonings on it. So, I thought I'd bring some for you to try. I believe the flavor is quite good. Zhang Kong expressed his satisfaction with the grilled fish. Lu Rian pondered. Li Luo, you say? The one with the barrett? Zhang Kong nodded. Yes, he is a dual spirit wielder. In addition to the barrett, he has a fishing rod. I've heard his barrett possesses formidable combat capabilities, with a range exceeding 10 kilometers. What? Such a long range? Lu Rian exclaimed in astonishment. This revelation evoked memories of the border wars, during which spirit wielders with range advantages posed a significant threat to enemies. Practically a nightmare. Her gaze shifted. Zhang Kong, I want detailed information on Li Luo. Zhang Kong paused, then replied, all right, I will call Director Lian. He should have comprehensive information at the reservoir dam. Amidst the wonder and envy of onlookers, Li Luo continued to fish with ease. That he noticed the compatibility of the lure rod gradually increasing, and catching more fish would only accelerate its enhancement. Time passed slowly. Meanwhile, the Water Conservancy engineers worked tirelessly to repair the hydraulic equipment. Just as Li Luo reeled in his fourth giant fish, he spotted ripples forming on the water's surface several kilometers away. Suddenly, adult-sized monsters began to emerge from the water, one after another, resembling a cross between fish and birds. With a bizarre appearance and 6 eyes, creating an unsettling atmosphere, Li Luo's eyes lit up, and he shouted, everyone, prepare for battle. They are coming. Chapter 72. This is no place for the faint-hearted. Coming? What coming? Xia Dan inquired, puzzled, as she stared at Li Luo. Li Luo affirmed confidently, of course, it's the monsters. He had previously seen the monster photos Zhang Kong had shown them, allowing him to identify them instantly. Zhang Kong had referred to these creatures as the 6-eyed flying fish monsters, known for their agility and lethality. Others could not yet see the monsters, as their vision was far inferior to Li Luo's. They could barely see 20 meters ahead, unable to discern anything beyond the fog. Upon hearing Li Luo's warning, Zhang Kong rushed over, his expression tense. Li Luo, have you seen them? Indeed, I have seen them. How did you spot them? Your vision is remarkable. Due to my previous acquisition of a unique enchantment, my vision has improved slightly. Excellent. What is the situation with the monsters? They are densely packed and numerous in number. Li Luo said with a serious expression. I am prepared to open fire. Zhang Kong nodded gravely in agreement. All right, if you can hit the monsters, then fire at will. He then turned to the others and shouted loudly, everyone, pay attention, prepare for battle. Waterworks maintenance personnel, quickly take cover in the nearby safe house. As soon as he finished speaking, all the spirit practitioners who had come to assist, along with the military spirit practitioners, stood at the ready. Each person held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, bang, 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 bang. Li Luo decisively pulled the trigger, shooting at the fishbird monsters several kilometers away. The deep, thunderous gunfire resonated through the surroundings. Echoing like thunder, the black and red streaks of bullets fell like rain, swiftly flying out and striking the six-eyed flying fish monsters. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The bullets exploded upon impact, creating basketball-sized gaping wounds that were lethal to the six-eyed flying fish. Essentially, 2 shots were sufficient to slay one monster. Li Luo noticed that larger monsters seemed to withstand more damage, while smaller ones were more vulnerable. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 1 year of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 1 year of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations. Upon hearing this cold, mechanical voice, Li Luo was overjoyed. 1 monster equated to 1 year of lifespan. How splendid. 1,000 monsters would mean 1,000 years. Wow, I need more monsters. I'll take them all. He excitedly wielded his Barrett, firing wildly into the horde of monsters, fearful that they might escape. At that moment, everyone else stood in stunned silence, watching Li Luo's performance. They could not see the monsters, but could only hear their wails and the shocking sound of the Barrett. Of course, they soon realized something was amiss. Wait, does his Barrett have unlimited bullets? And can it fire continuously? Does he not even need to aim? Aim for what? There are enough monsters. Just shoot wildly. Aiming is a waste of time. His Barrett is so powerful, the monsters are screaming in agony. Though those monsters were of level 50-60, seeing how effortlessly he was dispatching them made it seem far from challenging. It seemed I had seen news about him on my phone. Various discussions erupted around them. Meanwhile, Zhang Kong gaped, looking at Li Luo with an expression of disbelief. Only those who had battled the six-eyed flying fish knew how troublesome they could be, and he happened to be one of them. He understood that the scales on those monsters provided significant defensive capabilities, making them much tougher than other monsters of the same level. Additionally, they were agile in flight, making them quite difficult to deal with. However, witnessing Li Luo's performance left him baffled. How could it be so easy? It seemed less like slaying monsters and more like shooting at clay targets. That moment, sitting in the medical tent, Lu Rian pondered over the detailed intelligence about Li Luo that Zhang Kong had gathered not long ago. His strength was terrifying. He could kill level 100 legendary howling wolves and hill hedgehogs at over level 30. And even slay level 80 legendary flying bats. This Barrett spirit was simply too powerful. Moreover, he had even won the champion's trophy. What on earth has this student accomplished? Just as she was astonished, she suddenly heard the deep, thunderous gunfire outside the tent, and her eyes lit up. That gunfire must belong to him, she murmured, rising gracefully to exit the tent, eager to observe the source of the gunfire. However, as the tent was several hundred meters away from the reservoir dam, she could not see the situation clearly. Therefore, she swiftly employed her mysterious footwork, hastening towards the reservoir dam. She wanted to closely observe Li Luo's performance. If possible, she contemplated bringing him to the border battlefield. Such long-range shooting capability was incredibly valuable on the battlefield. It was essential to capture the ringleader first, she muttered to herself, even considering that if he were strong enough, she might take him to the misty abyss to explore the monster's origins and seek ways to dispel the mist. Upon reaching the reservoir dam, she stood at a distance and indeed saw Li Luo fiercely firing at the mist above the reservoir. Amidst the fog, the monster's wails echoed, seemingly suffering severe injuries and howling in pain. However, with Li Luo fighting alone, the monstrous horde eventually surged forth. Puffed, 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 puffed. Everyone heard the sound of countless flapping wings approaching. Finally, those six-eyed flying fish monsters burst into view. With sharp claws, 6 eerie eyes, and peculiar beaks, they looked ferocious. Zhang Kang's urgent voice rang out. Quick, attack, hold nothing back. Take the chance to eliminate them. Be quick. And watch for their attacks. They deal substantial damage. Zhang Kong, his expression grave, continuously reminded everyone. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Commander, why are you out here? You should return to the tent for safety. He looked at Lu Ruyan, whose aura was distinctly different from others. His face changing dramatically. If anything were to happen to Lu Ruyan, his future would be dire. He immediately rushed to provide cover. Hurry back to the tent. If anything were to happen to you, I'd be in huge trouble. Hearing the commotion, Li Luo glanced over and was surprised to see the heavyweight figure, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan calmly replied, "It's fine. I have a legendary level agility enchantment, making it difficult for monsters to attack me." She observed Li Luo closely for a few seconds before saying, "Li Luo, you are quite impressive." With that, she decisively turned and left, her movements swift and agile. Suddenly, Zhang Kong shouted, "Watch out. 5 six-eyed flying fish are charging at you." Lu Ruyan smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I can evade them." Sure enough, her agility allowed her to narrowly avoid the 5 six-eyed flying fish that lunged at her, just as she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Boom, boom, the deafening explosions erupted just 2 meters away from her, splattering the monster's crimson blood onto her delicate face. She could even smell the metallic stench of blood. Her expression changed suddenly. This Li Luo calmly stated, "The 6th monster is quite cunning, hiding behind another. You should keep your distance. Here is not a place for ordinary people." Chapter 73. Not so easy to pierce through. Damn it, what? Ordinary people. Lu Ruyan lightly wiped the bloodstains from her face, her eyes widening as she stared meaningfully at Li Luo. Li Luo, I shall remember your words. With that, she swiftly executed her mysterious footwork, leaving the area. Fully aware that it was unwise to linger, Li Luo, regardless of anything. "Thank you." Lu Ruyan's nonchalant voice echoed at that moment. She felt a strange sensation within her. She had saved so many lives, yet today, she owed a life debt to someone else. Although she believed these monsters could not harm her, it felt somewhat ridiculous to owe someone a favor. The key was that as a major general, she had never been referred to as an ordinary person before. When he got injured and needed her treatment, she would surely remind him of his words. Just wait until then. She wouldn't hesitate to give him a taste of his own medicine. Nearby, Zhang Kong, still trembling from the encounter, spoke to Li Luo. "Well done, Li Luo. If she were to make a mistake, I'd be in serious trouble. But about what you just said, forget it. It's already said." He hurriedly left to escort Lu Ruyan to safety on the reservoir dam. Everyone was engaged in fierce combat with the 6-eyed flying fish monsters. The moment those 6-eyed flying fish spotted humans, they went into a frenzy, launching ferocious attacks. They were indeed agile and unpredictable, making them quite challenging to handle. Those who had boasted earlier now found themselves singing a different tune. What the hell? Why are these 6-eyed flying fish so tough? The scales are quite hard. It's not easy to pierce through. Damn it. But how did Li Luo kill them so effortlessly? I don't know. Let us just grit our teeth and fight. Although they had seen Li Luo dispatching monsters with ease, they felt as though they were on the brink of being torn apart. However, due to the presence of many skilled members from the enforcement agency, these ranged practitioners received ample protection and sustained few serious injuries. Should anyone be severely wounded, they would be promptly escorted to the medical tent for treatment by Lu Ruyan. Afterward, they would return to battle without missing a beat. Bang, 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 bang. Li Luo's barrack continued its relentless onslaught, his lifespan and experience points steadily increasing. For him, these 6-eyed flying fish posed little threat. The most perilous moment was when he was surrounded by numerous 6-eyed flying fish, making it impossible to evade completely, resulting in a minor injury. However, due to the endless life ability, his wounds healed rapidly, leaving his combat effectiveness unaffected. Summer Dan and the others, witnessing Li Luo's injury, felt their hearts leap to their throats and quickly asked if he needed treatment. In their minds, Li Luo's status is akin to that of Lu Ruyan in Zhang Kang's eyes, holding immense significance. After all, he is their savior. They would rather endure injury themselves than see Li Luo harmed. His response was simply, "There is no need." When the three of them witnessed Li Luo's wounds rapidly healing, their worries were greatly alleviated, though they were left perplexed by the source of his formidable magical enhancements. Time swiftly slipped away to at last. Through their collective efforts, all the oncoming 6-eyed flying fish were vanquished. The battlefield was strewn with corpses and severed limbs. Meanwhile, 6 of the arriving cultivators had perished, with no chance for treatment. Their heads either cleaved off or crushed. In such dire circumstances, even Lu Ruyan was at a loss. Everyone was gasping for breath, their hearts racing as they surveyed the monstrous remains surrounding them. After enduring this fierce battle, Nearly everyone bore wounds that it became evident to them just how powerful Li Luo's Barret truly was. Most of these creatures had likely fallen at his hands alone, with the others contributing to only a fraction of the kills. Importantly, many had been saved by Li Luo's timely gunfire during the crisis. In other words, he had inadvertently rescued them numerous times. Otherwise, many would not have survived, and the casualty rate would have doubled. The name Li Luo etched itself deeply in the hearts of all present, and the Barret became synonymous with him. Li Luo. Thank you. The burly man with a beard, who had initially doubted Li Luo's fishing prowess, had been saved by him no less than 3 times during the battle. Approaching Li Luo, he clasped his hands respectfully and said, I am Huhan's Han. If you ever require my assistance in the future, just let me know. Li Luo waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing, merely a trifling effort. He caressed the Barret in his grasp, his gaze drifting towards the reservoir shrouded in mist, as if everything had finally settled. Yet, he couldn't help but wish for more monsters to appear. He felt he could continue the slaughter indefinitely. Beside him, Huhan's Han shifted his gaze. All right, you should rest well. That I won't disturb you. MHM. That Li Luo responded with a slight acknowledgement, then began to tally his gains. He had slain a total of 628 six-eyed flying fish, extending his lifespan by 628 years, leaving him with a current lifespan of 740 years. His level had also risen from 41 to 52, an elevation of a full 11 levels. The affinity with the spirit of the Barret had increased to LV3, 7. Once the Barret's affinity surpassed LV3, he discovered that he could now kill a six-eyed flying fish with a single shot, whereas previously, it had taken 2 to anyone still seriously injured. Hurry and seek treatment. Zhang Kang's voice resonated atop the reservoir dam. Noticing the silence, he approached Li Luo, giving him a thumbs up. Li Luo, your contributions this time are monumental. Beside him, Xia Dan chuckled. Lieutenant Zhang, what do you think? Isn't the person recommended by Director Li quite remarkable? Zhang Kong nodded vigorously. Indeed, he is astonishingly powerful. His gaze scrutinized Li Luo from top to bottom, seemingly searching for something, before his expression turned to confusion. Internally, he pondered why it appeared that Li Luo had sustained no injuries. Just moments ago, Lu Rian had called for him to check on Li Luo's condition, urging him to bring Li Luo to her if he were wounded. But if he was unscathed, there would be no need for that. He turned his gaze towards Xia Dan and her companions, remarking, I must commend the 3 of you for your excellent protective measures. Li Luo has emerged without a scratch. Xia Dan immediately waved her hand. Lieutenant Zhang, you flatter us that it is merely because Li Luo possesses a high-level self-healing enchantment, which negates the need for treatment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kong raised an eyebrow in surprise, his mind racing with intrigue. This young man possesses quite the array of skills. Nodding thoughtfully, he looked at Li Luo with newfound admiration, stating, truly exceptional. Now, do take the time to rest. With that, he hurried toward the medical tent. Inside the medical tent, after Zhang Kong relayed Li Luo's self-healing abilities to Lu Rian, she paused momentarily, taken aback. What a remarkable young man. He possesses self-healing magic. Does this mean that even if he were injured, he would not seek my treatment? This implies that I can no longer exert control over him. Chapter 74. Enough with the nonsense. Draw your sword. Lu Rian furrowed her brow slightly before addressing Zhang Kong. You should attend to other matters. Understood, Zhang Kong replied, exiting the military tent to rally personnel for cleanup at the reservoir dam. Simultaneously, he instructed the maintenance crew for the water supply systems to resume their work. Currently, it appeared that the six-eyed flying fish would not be returning. They needed to act swiftly to repair the water supply equipment during this lull in monster attacks. At this moment, Lu Rian sat in the medical tent, deep in thought. Forget it. I won't hold a grudge against this young lad, that I'll seek an opportunity to communicate with him formally later. His potential is vast. With that, she pulled out her phone to contact key figures in the military. She intended to report Li Luo's situation to several high-ranking officials, deeming it crucial. As time trickled by, it unknowingly approached 5 in the afternoon. Within the leveling secret realm, Xia Qingwei was currently slaying monsters alongside her 4 female classmates to elevate their levels. Due to the exceptionally high damage output of her sword control technique, Xia Qingwei's level had effortlessly reached 26. Her friends were similarly progressing rapidly. At present, they were resting atop a relatively safe hill, animatedly discussing among themselves. Qingwei, I envy your sword control technique. Yes, The efficiency is astounding. You can kite monsters without taking any damage. Indeed, the monsters are slain without even touching you. They express their envy. This just goes to show how powerful sword control is. Hearing her friend's praise, Xia Qingyue's face lit up with pride. Every time she wielded her sword control technique, she thought of Li Luo. Yet, her mind wandered to the matter of Li Luo's inability to access the college entrance examination registration system. What could be the reason for this? Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. Oh, if it isn't the campus bell. Xia Qingyue was momentarily taken aback and turned to look. Is that Zhao Exin, who possesses 2 legendary spirits? How audacious of you, Zhao Exin, to show your face again. Not to mention, you dare to appear before me. Xia Qingyue slowly rose, her gaze narrowing in displeasure as she fixed her eyes on Zhao Exin and his 4 companions. Zhao Exin, you actually dare to confront me? Just moments ago, she had been pondering whether Zhao Exin's uncle was behind Li Luo's registration issues. She had intended to return home at 6 to inquire with her father about the results. Now, encountering the arrogant Zhao Exin was the perfect opportunity for confrontation. Xia Qingyue, this secret realm is public. It's not your property. Why shouldn't I be here? Zhao Exin replied nonchalantly, regarding Xia Qingyue with indifference. His only concern was Li Luo. He dismissed everyone else, feeling free as long as he avoided Li Luo. Xia Qingyue challenged Zhao Exin. Zhao Exin, let me ask you, is Li Luo's inability to register for the college entrance examination due to your uncle's interference? Upon hearing this accusation, Zhao Exin's eyes flickered momentarily before he feigned nonchalance. What do you mean? My uncle is meddling. Xia Qingyue, don't speak nonsense. As he denied it, he attempted to deflect. I'll tell you this. Xia Qingyue, you can eat whatever you like, but don't say whatever comes to mind that I have no knowledge of the matter you just mentioned. With that, his gaze dropped to the ground, perplexed. How did Xia Qingyue figure out so quickly that my uncle works in the Education Bureau? And why is she so direct in her questioning? More importantly, how did she link me to this so swiftly? Li Luo has offended so many people, yet she is fixated on me. Why? Am I some sort of innate villain? Xia Qingyue had been closely observing Zhao Exin's expressions, and she had caught the flicker of evasion in his eyes. A sense of certainty blossomed within her. It was likely that Zhao Exin's uncle was indeed behind this plot. Is that so? Her scrutinizing gaze bore into Zhao Exin. Zhao Exin, I saw your eyes flicker with evasion just now, but you'd better speak the truth, or I won't hold back. With that, she drew her moonlight sword, pointing it directly at Zhao Exin. Oh, Zhao Exin scoffed disdainfully. What is this? Xia Qingyue, are you trying to force a confession? Without hesitation, he brandished his restored Qi Long Yinwei knife and Jinsui armor, exuding confidence as he declared, if you dare to make a move against me, I won't hold back at that point. Even Li Luo won't have a word to say. He then turned to his companions, instructing, quick, take out your phones and record a video. I don't believe that if Xia Qingyue attacks me first, and I merely defend myself, that Li Luo would dare to cause trouble for me. His companions promptly whipped out their phones, eager not to miss a moment. Injure me? Ridiculous. Xia Qingyue chuckled derisively. Without her sword control technique, she might indeed struggle against Zhao Exin. But what are the odds of that? Her combat prowess had surged significantly, and she was fully confident in her ability to deal with Zhao Exin. She fixed her gaze intently on Zhao Exin. Zhao Exin, I will ask you one last time. Is it true that Li Luo cannot log in to register for the college entrance examination because you conspired with your uncle? Zhao Exin decisively shook his head. Of course not. Just kidding. It was recorded, wasn't it? How could he dare to confess? Even without the recording, he would never admit to such a thing, as it was executed with great secrecy. It should be quite difficult for anyone to uncover. Since you refuse the toast, then you shall drink the penalty wine. Xia Qingyue suddenly brandished the Mingyue sword. Hearing this, Zhao Exin's temper flared. What? Xia Qingyue. If you have the ability, then strike me. Go ahead, hit me. He arrogantly slapped his own face, seemingly attempting to provoke her deliberately. Humph, very well. I shall grant your wish. Upon finishing her words, Xia Qingyue focused her thoughts, and the Mingyue sword instantly soared forth, hurtling towards Zhao Exin, whose face bore the marks of arrogance. The flying sword moved like a streak of light, leaving Zhao Exin momentarily stunned. What the hell is this? Sword control technique? He gasped, feeling an immediate sense of foreboding. After several days of absence, how did she manage to acquire the sword control technique? Such advanced skills typically require immense effort and considerable time to attain. Is the Xia family truly that formidable? Despite his astonishment, as he saw the sword racing towards him, he quickly leaped upward. The sword struck his golden thread armor with a crisp clang, rebounding harmlessly. Come again. Xia Qingwei had no intention of letting Zhao Exine off so easily, continuing to direct the sword towards him for another relentless assault. It's not that easy to injure me, Zhao Exine, adorned in legendary golden thread armor, remained far more composed in dealing with the flying sword than Yu Xian, who wielded only the epic-grade Cold Moon Blade. Zhao Exine merely needed to ensure that no attacks landed above his neck. However, even this situation left him feeling somewhat disheveled. Damn it, this is so annoying. He couldn't help but complain that he found himself incapable of launching a counterattack against the distant Xia Qingwei. The once proud knife momentum he had boasted about was now utterly ineffective against her. Xia Qingwei, he exclaimed, flustered that you've sacrificed so much for Li Luo. Yet he remains oblivious. Is it truly worth it? Xia Qingwei paused, then coldly scoffed. Spare me your nonsense. Sword, come. Chapter 75. He treats you like grass. I treat you like treasure. With Xia Qingwei's commanding shout, the Mingyue sword swiftly returned to her grasp, and with another flicker of thought, it launched itself once more towards the retaliating Zhao Exine. What the hell? Here it comes again. Zhao Exine lamented, his face a picture of distress. As he defended himself, he shouted, Xia Qingwei, what does Li Luo have that is so appealing? My potential is no less than his. You would be better off with me. I would surely treat you like treasure. Ridiculous. Xia Qingwei, unmoved by his seemingly absurd flattery, maintained her indifference. While Zhao Exine did possess potential, his arrogance and rebellious nature rendered him untrustworthy. You should never judge a book by its cover. What they say is irrelevant. What they do is what truly matters. The more charming the words, the less trustworthy they become. Xia Qingwei, what has Li Luo done for you? Yuanyuan queried, puzzled. He fought in the deathmatch arena for me. Yuanyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Is that true? Xia Qingwei nodded. Yes, but that is a story for another time. It's nearly 6 o'clock. We should exit the secret realm. It will be difficult to hunt monsters in the dark. Alright. As time passed slowly, in the East District of Magic City, the Municipal Bureau Office, Director Wang Tao wore a troubled expression. I wonder if the water supply from the Tianshan Reservoir will be restored today. The municipal district had been without water for over a day. Other districts were tirelessly transporting water to support the East District, yet it was merely a drop in the bucket. They faced immense pressure, with countless citizens lodging complaints against them. Mayor Chen Qinghe was also calling to apply pressure. Wang Tao felt utterly drained, having not slept well since yesterday, that he feared yet another complaint call would push him over the edge. Suddenly, wishing you peace, his phone rang. He was taken aback and immediately checked, discovering it was a call from the military's Zhang Kong. Without hesitation, he answered, Lieutenant Zhang Kong, what is the current situation? Zhang Kang's voice came through. Director Wang, rest assured, we successfully repelled the monster attacks this afternoon, and the water supply equipment has just been repaired. I'm calling to notify you to prepare for the water flow. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Wonderful. That's great news. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Lieutenant Zhang Kong, we truly appreciate your hard work. How were the casualties? 6 lost. The rest are doing well. Zhang Kang's calm voice conveyed the gravity of the situation. Wang Tao's tone turned somber. 6 lives lost. That's truly unfortunate. Times have changed. Sacrifices are commonplace. Zhang Kong replied with an unflinching tone, as if he had long since accepted this reality. All right, Director Wang, let's not dwell on this. We've opened the water source. Please send someone to check the water supply. Understood. We will check immediately. After confirming everything was in order, Wang Tao inquired, Lieutenant Zhang Kong, the water supply is operational. Will such situations occur again? Zhang Kong replied cautiously, I can't guarantee it. We eliminated the majority of the monsters today, but a few remain. It may take some time to continue monitoring. Wang Tao felt a renewed sense of urgency. Lieutenant Zhang Kong, please devote extra effort to eliminate these remaining monsters. Rest assured, it should not be a major issue. Thank you. I truly appreciate your efforts. Stay safe. That's what we ought to do. Goodbye. On the dam of the Tianshan Reservoir, Zhang Kong hung up the phone and gazed at the mist-covered reservoir with concern. Although the water supply had resumed, the monsters were not yet completely eradicated. It was uncertain if another incident might occur. That only 6 lives were lost this time was largely due to the extraordinary abilities of Li Luo. Otherwise, the casualties could have been far greater. Thus, he planned to apply for a significant reward for Li Luo. Lu Rian was aware of this as well. With her assistance, the reward application should be easily approved. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the crowd on the dam. Everyone, good news. The water supply has been restored, and all present share in this accomplishment. Upon hearing this, everyone present raised their arms in cheer, celebrating with unrestrained joy. However, before the joy could linger for more than a few seconds, Zhang Kong continued, "But everyone, there should still be around 300 six-eyed flying fish remaining, and we need you all to stay vigilant for a while longer. As long as we manage to eliminate the majority of these monsters, we can all return. The few remaining can be left to us. I hope everyone is mentally prepared." The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the fundamental issue were not resolved, they might have to return again. It would be better to tackle the problem decisively this time. Seeing no dissent among the crowd, Zhang Kang's gaze swept over Li Luo. And he smiled slightly. He then announced loudly, "Everyone, tonight we feast on grilled fish, pure wild-caught fish." Chapter 76, Epic Enchantment. Frozen Prison. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Great fortune. Tonight we eat fish, wild-caught grilled fish. How delightful. It's something we rarely dare to dream of. Farmed fish are prohibitively expensive, and wild ones are even more scarce. Let us indulge tonight." Ha! Seeing the atmosphere uplifted, Zhang Kong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He slowly approached Li Luo, pulling him aside and patting his shoulder in a hushed tone. He said, "Li Luo, you've made a significant contribution this time. Is there any reward you desire?" "Reward?" Li Luo raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What, can I really make a request for a reward?" A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Zhang Kang's eyes. "Generally speaking, no. However, just now, Commander Lu Ruyin mentioned to me that you could discuss it with her, and she could assist in making an application." Li Luo's eyes brightened. "Really? Of course, come with me." Zhang Kong beckoned Li Luo to follow. Thoughtfully, Li Luo trailed behind Zhang Kong until they soon arrived at a relatively secluded military tent, where a figure sat inside. "Lu Ruyin." Zhang Kong respectfully said, "Commander Lu Ruyin, I've brought Li Luo." Lu Ruyin raised her gaze slightly to meet Li Luo's, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Oh, Li Luo has arrived? Please, have a seat." Li Luo surveyed the surroundings and, without hesitation, took a seat in front of her. Zhang Kong, sensing the moment, remarked, "I will go arrange for the grilled fish. You two take your time to chat." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Luo and departed. Once Zhang Kong left, Lu Ruyin lifted a cup of tea and took a delicate sip, then curiously regarded Li Luo. "Li Luo, would you like some tea?" Li Luo took a gentle sip. "This tea is quite good. Of course, it's my own selection," Lu Ruyin replied, her gaze reflecting admiration. "Li Luo, you've truly made a considerable contribution this time. I can apply for a substantial reward for you. Do you have any thoughts on what you'd like?" Li Luo raised an eyebrow. "Can I really make a request?" Lu Ruyin patted her ample chest. "Absolutely. Do not forget, I am a major general, after all." After a brief hesitation, Li Luo asked, "Is there any possibility of applying for divine gold of instrument spirits, preferably of epic grade or higher?" At the mention of divine gold of instrument spirits, Lu Ruyin's expression shifted slightly. This was a rare material, and yet he seemed to know of it, and he desired an epic grade or higher. Although surprised, she quickly regained her composure. "Li Luo, how do you know about divine gold of instrument spirits?" Li Luo smirked. "There are treasures to be found in books, after all." Lu Ruyin admired his insight. "Indeed, you are a prodigy, knowledgeable beyond your years. Many are unaware of the existence of divine gold of instrument spirits." She then shook her head, saying, "However, I must tell you plainly that it is unavailable. None whatsoever. The scant few collected in the past have long been used." Li Luo felt a tinge of disappointment and shrugged. "I see. Then let it be." Lu Ruyin expressed surprise. "What about enchanted scrolls? Do you have no thoughts on those?" Li Luo's eyes sparkled. "Are there any flying-type enchanted scrolls available?" Lu Ruyin pondered. "None, but there is an epic-grade gliding-type enchanted scroll." Gliding. Though slightly inferior to flying, it was still quite impressive. Li Luo decisively replied, "Then that will suffice." Lu Ruyin felt a twinge of regret. "Li Luo, you are indeed asking for much. I'm not certain I can secure that for you." Li Luo's eyes glinted. "But you just said you are a major general. Surely you can manage to obtain at least an epic-grade enchantment." Li Luo's hopeful gaze rested upon Lu Ruyin's exquisite face. Lu Ruyin paused. "Am I truly an epic-grade enchanted scroll that common? Do you truly grasp its value?" She felt a hint of remorse for engaging in this conversation. She sighed. "All right, given that you saved me once, I will give it a try." Then she added, however, Li Luo, if I succeed in securing a precious epic-grade enchanted scroll for you, the military may require your assistance for significant matters in the future. And I hope you will lend your support. Li Luo's eyes flickered. No problem. He understood that he would eventually step onto the battlefield. In this world, he could not remain aloof. Stepping out of the military tent, Li Luo began to peruse the enchantment shop within the system. With a lifespan of 740 years, he was well within his rights to obtain another epic-grade enchanted scroll. He browsed through the options until finally settling on an epic-grade enchantment. Frozen Prison Epic, used for instrument spirit enchantment. Upon enchantment, when the spirit attacks a target, that target will be frozen for 5 seconds and will also suffer a degree of frostbite. Lifespan cost, 500 years. Upon seeing this epic-grade enchantment, Li Luo's eyes lit up. Fire of Causality paired with Frozen Prison. Wasn't he that the perfect blend of ice and fire? This is the one. At the Xia family, Xia Qingwei had just returned home when she eagerly inquired of her father. Xia Yintian, Dad, how is the investigation into Li Luo coming along? Xia Yintian sat on the sofa, his expression complex. That we've made some progress, but it's a bit troublesome. Xia Qingyue's eyes flickered. What kind of trouble? Please elaborate, Xia Yintian replied. Currently, we've discovered that Shindong, the personnel responsible for the data review at the Education Bureau, has deliberately omitted Li Luo's information. And the reason? Because Shindong claimed he received an anonymous letter stating that Li Luo has a criminal record related to murder, involving some connection to the Spring and Autumn 5 hegemons, and the case remains unresolved. Anonymous letter? Murder record? Xia Qingyue exclaimed. This anonymous letter was likely the handiwork of Zhao Exine. After a brief discussion, Xia Qingyue finally comprehended that the incident occurred at the corner Love CAF, coinciding with the time her father, Xia Yuntian, sought Li Luo to purchase instrument spirit gold. Xia Qingyue pondered. So once the case is resolved, his information can be recorded? Xia Yuntian nodded. Yes, that's what he said. Xia Qingyue's mind raced. Such cases are handled by the Law Enforcement Bureau, right? I'll ask Sister Xia Dan to expedite the process. With that, she promptly took out her phone to contact Xia Dan. However, Xia Yuntian quickly waved his hand. No need. Xia Dan is currently on a mission that I have already contacted the Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Xia Qingsong, your third uncle, that he is monitoring and pushing this case forward. Xia Qingyue's expression brightened. That's good news. Just as Xia Qingyue let out a sigh of relief, Xia Yuntian doused her with cold water. What's good about it? Yi family Yixin is preparing to come again. Xia Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. What does he want this time? Was the engagement agreement annulled? Xia Yuntian shook his head gently. This time is different. Yixin is not coming to enforce the engagement but to pursue you. Xia Qingyue raised her eyebrows in surprise. What? He is pursuing me? On what grounds? Xia Yuntian gazed down at the floor. Speculating. Indeed, I suspect that after their last meeting, Yixin has genuinely taken a liking to you and is not prepared to give up easily. He even spoke with the clan leader. Xia Qingyue took a sip from her teacup. And then? How does he plan to pursue me? She sat on the sofa, curiously gazing at Xia Yuntian, as if the matter were of no concern to her. Xia Yuntian appeared contemplative. He said you could propose any request. And if Yixin can fulfill it, he would earn a chance to pursue you. Is that so? Xia Qingyue grinned mischievously. All right then, let him come to Magic City if he can defeat all the prodigies in Magic City. I'll grant him a chance to pursue me. She raised her eyebrows slightly. It was time for Li Luo to realize just how sought after her charms truly were. Chapter 77. Sending a pair of black stockings for your admiration. That evening, news of Xia Qingyue's challenge to Yixin to defeat all prodigies in Magic City reached the ears of the Yi family. In the capital, at the Yi family villa. In the conference hall, Deputy Clan Leader Yi Wentian fell into deep thought after hearing Yixin's report. He stroked his beard, his expression somewhat grave. He then raised his gaze to Yixin, who wore a worried expression. Yixin, I initially thought that Xia Qingyue would propose a challenge for you to defeat her, in which case I could provide you with a legendary grade defensive enchantment, Unbreakable, to help you succeed. However, she now urges you to challenge all the prodigies in the magical city. This request is indeed rather ambitious. Yet, since her words have been spoken, our Yi family has already suffered embarrassment once. We cannot afford to lose face again. How about this? I shall consult with the clan leader and bestow upon you the legendary movement technique, Lingbo Weibu, which has been preserved by our family for many years. Upon hearing this, Yixin's previously anxious gaze brightened with hope. Naturally, he was aware of the legendary enchantment, Lingbo Weibu, a treasured heirloom of the Yi family, exceedingly precious, with the legendary Lingbo Weibu, combined with his epic-grade Hanyu Dao and the legendary Indestructible. He felt entirely confident in challenging any prodigy in the magical city. He also believed he could evade Xia Qingyue's flying sword, but it felt as if he were dreaming. Clan leader, is this truly possible? Yi Wentian nodded affirmatively. Of course, for the sake of the Yi family's honor. Besides, having Xia Qingyue, who possesses sword mastery, as a potential ally would be undeniably advantageous. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, clan leader. The following morning, at the eastern city gate of the magical city, crowds thronged the area. Students continued to flock to the leveling secret realm. The previous day, Zhou Pai and Ding Xiang had spent a fresh and thrilling day within the secret realm. After all, both were experiencing their first love, a time when emotions ignite like kindling. Thus, they swiftly fell into the throes of love. They had even agreed to return to the secret realm for leveling today. Currently, Zhou Pai, having attained the purple gold level with his spirit weapon, the red ribbon spear, coupled with the enchantments, endless life, and leaping movement, found that monsters within the secret realm posed little challenge. Consequently, he was able to elevate Ding Xiang's level significantly. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and Zhou Pai inadvertently revealed that he was not short of money, which delighted Ding Xiang even more. She found the naive Zhou Pai increasingly endearing. At this moment, however, as the matchmaker, Xia Qingyue felt somewhat troubled. Sitting on her sofa at home, she furrowed her brow lightly. Last night, under the urging of her uncle, Xia Qingsong, the case regarding Li Luo had been resolved overnight. The current predicament was that Chen Dong, the documentation reviewer from the Education Bureau, had taken a leave of absence today, and moreover, a lengthy one. He claimed his elderly mother had passed away, necessitating his return home. What was worse, he had taken the official seal with him. Xia Qingyue glanced at her father, Xia Yuntian, and asked, Dad, do you think Chen Dong is doing this on purpose? Xia Yuntian nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, he is avoiding this matter. Unwilling to assist with Li Luo's documentation, there must be someone guiding him from behind. As an experienced veteran, Xia Yuntian quickly grasped the underlying issues. The situation was evidently more complicated than simply Li Luo having an unresolved murder case. Someone was intentionally making things difficult for him. Xia Qingyue immediately voiced her suspicions. I know about this. Zhao Xian, who was injured by Li Luo, has an uncle who is a significant figure in the Education Bureau. He must be the one pulling strings. She inquired, Dad, did you find out who Zhao Xian's uncle is yesterday? Xia Yuntian sighed. I did. His uncle is Qiu Rui, the head of the Magical City's Education Bureau. The head of the Education Bureau? Xia Qingyue's gaze shifted, realizing the weight of his position. It must be him causing trouble. Xia Yuntian quickly cautioned, Qingyue, you must not speak of this lightly. The identity of the Education Bureau head is no ordinary matter. The forces behind him are intricate and complex, making it unwise to offend him. Xia Qingyue replied resolutely, No, I must resolve this issue before Li Luo returns, otherwise, he may resort to violence. Her tone was filled with concern. If he loses his temper and kills Qiu Rui, the trouble he would face would be even greater. Xia Yuntian said gravely, Qingyue, you must not involve yourself any further. You can provide Li Luo with the information you've gathered. But do not directly intervene, do you understand? Otherwise, the Xia family could be thrown into turmoil because of Qiu Rui. Xia Qingyue's gaze shifted, and she felt torn that on one side was her family, and on the other was her beloved. She found herself in a state of conflict and hesitation. After struggling for several minutes, she said to Xia Yuntian, All right, Dad, I won't interfere anymore. I'm going to the secret realm for leveling. With that, she stood up and left hastily. Watching Xia Qingyue rush away, Xia Yuntian felt a sense of unease. Given his understanding of this spirited girl, she would not simply let it go. She would undoubtedly stir up trouble again. He immediately took out his phone. Preparing to call Li Luo. This moment, it seemed that only Li Luo could persuade Xia Qingyue to the Tian Mountain Reservoir Dam. Li Luo was casting his fishing rod into the reservoir repeatedly. Seeking to enhance the compatibility of his spirit fish ROD. In the process, he managed to catch 3 large blue fish. Suddenly, his phone rang. APT. He quickly took out his phone to check. Xia Yuntian, why is Xia Qingyue's father calling me? As soon as he answered, Xia Yuntian asked urgently, Li Luo, are you busy? Li Luo reeled in his fishing rod. Not too busy. What's up? Uncle has something to discuss with you. Qingyue. After a detailed explanation, Li Luo finally understood the purpose of Xia Yuntian's call. He wanted him to persuade Xia Qingwen not to act foolishly if she made the same mistakes as last time. It would lead to significant trouble. Li Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "Understood, I'll talk to her." After hanging up, Li Luo's gaze sharpened slightly. Zhao Xian's uncle is Qiu Rui, the head of the Education Bureau in the Magical City? If I find out you have ulterior motives, that he clenched his fist, I swear I'll take you down. He then sent a message to Xia Qingwei. Xia Qingwei, thank you very much for your help in gathering information. But please refrain from further involvement in my affairs, and do not act rashly, that I will resolve this matter myself in a few days. Also, I understand your feelings, but I must reiterate that until I am powerful enough, I cannot afford to be distracted by romantic entanglements. Focus on your own matters. After sending the message, Li Luo fell into deep thought. He was well aware of Xia Qingyue's significant contributions. Yet he had reiterated many times that until he became strong enough, he could not afford distractions. After a few minutes of silence, Xia Qingyue finally replied, "Li Luo, my pursuit of happiness is none of your concern. What I choose to do is my business. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. Let's not advise each other. By the way, have you heard the saying, 'I love you, but it has nothing to do with you'? I suspect you, as a typical straight man, wouldn't understand. Stop meddling in my affairs and hurry up and get stronger. I eagerly anticipate the moment when you become powerful enough. Lastly, to here's a photo of me in black stockings for you to appreciate." Chapter 78. A bronze stirring stick. Seeking a battle. Li Luo stared in surprise at the photo in black stockings. To be honest, it was quite appealing. After glancing at it a couple of times, he slowly closed his phone. All right, you're impressive. Do as you please. Just don't do anything foolish." Li Luo furrowed his brow and continued to fiddle with his fishing rod. Nearby, Xia Dan noticed Li Luo's frown and curiously asked, "Li Luo, have you encountered some trouble?" Li Luo turned to Xia Dan and asked, "What do you think would happen if one were to kill the head of the Magical City's Education Bureau?" Xia Dan was taken aback. "What? Kill the head of the Magical City's Education Bureau? Isn't that Qiu Rui? That position is no small matter. It's even slightly higher than that of Director Li Un of the East District. Li Un is merely the Enforcement Bureau Director of the East District, while Qiu Rui is the head of the entire Magical City's Education Bureau." Xia Dan quickly inquired, "Li Luo, why do you want to kill him?" Li Luo was candid, laying out his situation in detail. That he concluded, "So, do you think he deserves to die?" Xia Dan nodded in understanding. "Based on what you've said, he certainly does, but the consequences could be quite troublesome. Even Director Li Un wouldn't be able to contain it." She added worriedly, "At the very least, you need solid evidence, and ideally, pursue legal avenues." Li Luo shook his head. "Once it's confirmed that he is behind this, I'll just take him out. I can't be bothered with legal processes, especially since the law likely one hold in the sky, in the ground, in the water, whatever they wish to investigate. They shall surely uncover results." Thus, Xia Qingwei forged a delightful alliance with them. She was not lacking in funds. Her only desire was for evidence. Once it was confirmed that Qiu Rui was the one scheming behind the scenes, she intended to first send the evidence to Li Luo, and then release it online, allowing public opinion to drown Qiu Rui. Ultimately, she would see Qiu Rui imprisoned. "Humph, Qiu Rui, Zhao Xian, your time is up," Xia Qingwen murmured softly while standing at the eastern city gate of the magical metropolis. After arranging everything, she proceeded to level up in the secret realm. Her current level had reached 26. Just 4 levels shy of the requirements for the college entrance examination. She planned to push her level today, striving to reach 30. This way, in the remaining half of the month, she could allocate her time more freely. As time flowed gently, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. The eastern city gate of the magical metropolis erupted into a frenzy. Countless onlookers gathered, all because someone had initiated a talent challenge at this very spot. The instigator was none other than Yi Xian from the Yi family, who had hurriedly arrived from the capital, accompanied by his brother Yi Yuan. Yi Xian set up a towering challenge board at the eastern city gate. With the title inscribed, Talent Challenge, below it, several lines of bold red characters proclaimed, "Yi Xian from the Yi family and Kyoto challenges all peers. Those who can defeat me will be rewarded with 100 million xia coins," along with a purple gold enchantment scroll. This wager made many envious, and they eagerly took photos to share, fanning the flames of excitement. Soon, the news spread like wildfire through social media and across the internet. Surrounding onlookers began to chatter, "Wow, this person seems rather arrogant. Where is he from? Kyoto, a Kyoto native challenging in the magical metropolis. Our city has numerous talents. How dare he act so brazenly? Exactly. He is practically inviting us to take his money. We have 10 high schools in our city, each with its champion. Is he here to jest? Indeed, not to mention Li Luo and Zhao Exine. Just those two are enough to give him a run for his money. Does he even understand the stakes here? Yi Xian and Yi Yuan exchanged calm glances, sharing a smile. Holding the cold moon blade, Yi Xian called out, "Hey, don't just be spectators if you have the ability. Summon Zhao Exine and Li Luo here. I would like to see if they are as formidable as you claimed that if you can bring them. I am willing to offer a reward of 10,000 Xia coins. As he spoke, he produced 10,000 Xia coins and tossed them onto a makeshift table beside him. Upon seeing this, the crowd stirred with excitement. Immediately, a tall and slender figure stepped forward, declaring, "I'm Lu Yuhan, a friend of Zhao Exine. Keep that 10,000 for me. I'll call him over." With that, Lu Yuhan took out his phone and attempted to dial Zhao Exine. However, the result was, "Sorry. The phone you dialed is not in service. Please dial later." He forced a smile, realizing, "Oh no, I almost forgot. He should be leveling up in the secret realm right now." Yi Xian smiled lightly. "No worries. That 10,000 is still here, and it remains valid." Just as his words fell, a boisterous voice rang out from the crowd. "Oh, a talent challenge? Let me take a look." A figure emerged from the throng, and the crowd turned to see Zhang Yang, one of the prominent figures from Magic Metropolis No. 1 High School. Was he here to join the excitement? It appeared he had some prowess, though he had reportedly suffered at the hands of Li Luo previously. "Everyone hush, just watch the show," someone urged. Regardless, Zhang Yang does represent the face of Magic Metropolis to some extent, but Yi Xian observed Zhang Yang stepping forward from the crowd, inquiring with curiosity, "What? Do you wish to challenge me?" Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. "Huh, a challenge? Let me be clear. I, Zhang Yang, am not short on money, nor do I lack a purple gold scroll. However, for someone from Kyoto to come to Magic Metropolis and issue a challenge, that's a bit excessive." He enunciated each word. "Do you know that you're playing with fire?" Yi Xian shrugged. "How you perceive me is of no consequence. If you want a challenge, just state your name." With confidence, Zhang Yang declared, "Very well, I am Zhang Yang. Wielding the legendary spirit bow, Moonshoot. I humbly request your guidance." He brandished his azure longbow, his gaze towards Yi Xian igniting with fierce combat spirit, but Yi Xian remained unperturbed, lightly swinging his cold moon blade. "I am Yi Xian, wielding the epic spirit blade, Cold Moon. Please." As soon as the word "please" left his lips, the crowd barely had time to marvel at Yi Xian's epic spirit before Zhang Yang activated Phantom Steps, drawing back his bowstring to shoot at Yi Xian. Yet, Yi Xian's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage, before suddenly appearing before Zhang Yang, with a swift downward slash of the cold moon blade. Puff! The blade struck Zhang Yang's thigh as he barely managed to evade. Yi Xian then remarked, "Go down and reflect." The crowd gasped collectively. Zhang Yang had actually been defeated so quickly. Just as everyone was astonished, a defiant voice emerged from the crowd. "I, Zhang Shuai, wielding the spirit bronze poop stick. Seek a battle." Chapter 79. No one dares to challenge. So cowardly? Huh, a poop stick. Just moments ago, the crowd had been shocked by Zhang Yang's unexpected defeat. How did this poop stick suddenly appear? The talent challenge is about true talents. What relevance does a poop stick have? Not only were the onlookers taken aback, but even the typically composed Yi Xian and Yi Yuan were momentarily stunned that a poop stick. Does such a spirit even exist? Is it meant for battle or merely to disgust? Yi Xian's mouth slightly agape. He stared at Zhang Shuai's defiant expression, then glanced at the oddly shaped stick in his hand, his tone laced with skepticism. "This bronze poop stick? You dare challenge me?" "Humph," Zhang Shuai scoffed. "I have always been indifferent to life and death, daring to oppose the heavens. If the heavens grant me a poop stick, I shall use it to strike down my foes." Yi Xian fell silent. He slowly glanced down at his clothing, then hesitantly asked, "Has this stick truly been in contact with feces?" He was unafraid of anything, except perhaps the unpredictable antics of this poop stick. What if he got splattered? That would be quite the predicament. "Indeed," Zhang Shuai replied proudly. "Last time I faced 6 opponents alone. This poop stick has indeed touched feces at both ends, but alas, they escaped too quickly for me to fully enjoy it." He shifted his tone, "But rest assured, what I touched was dried cow dung from the secret realm. It won't splatter on your face." The crowd instinctively recoiled, taking several steps back. He actually had touched feces. They were now left wondering, did Zhang Shuai have a spirit embedded in his brain? If so, did that mean his brain had once contained feces? Surely not, right? Zhang Shuai teasingly fixed his gaze on the still doubtful Yi Xian. Your epic spirit surely wouldn't fear my bronze spirit, would it? Yi Xian scrutinized the ends of Zhang Shuai's poop stick, which were indeed smeared with dry, unidentifiable substances. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "All right, let us do this. Bring on the poop stick." Zhang Shuai charged at Yi Xian with the poop stick in hand, but Yi Xian's strength far exceeded his capabilities to eye in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian executed a mysterious footwork, appearing beside Zhang Shuai, and with a swift strike, he deflected Zhang Shuai's poop stick. Unexpectedly, the force of the impact caused the dried feces at both ends to fall, landing on Yi Xian's face. Yi Xian's expression immediately shifted, revulsion surging within him. This is utterly disgusting. Following this, he swiftly struck Zhang Shuai's thigh. Puff! Zhang Shuai had no time to react. Blood began to flow from his thigh. Meanwhile, Yi Xian quickly retreated, wiping the unidentifiable substance from his face. With a dejected expression, he muttered, "Excuse me, UGH.my apologies. Damn it. In the face of absolute power, all techniques seem futile." Zhang Shuai was promptly assisted by his friends to the hospital. Yi Xian's face shifted between green and white, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though he had won, it felt as if he had lost. It was an insolvable dilemma. Seeing Yi Xian's troubled expression, Yi Yuan immediately offered consolation. "Brother, don't dwell on the details." Yi Xian paused, then composed himself. He exhaled softly, casting his gaze over the remaining onlookers. Who else wishes to challenge? Upon hearing his inquiry, everyone hesitated, relishing the spectacle but not wanting to become the next target. They had just witnessed the rapid defeat of Zhang Yang, who wielded a legendary spirit bow, and many were weighing their own strengths. They understood well that Yi Xian had come prepared. Those who challenged him were likely to be mere cannon fodder. After a long wait with no challengers, Yi Xian could not help but voice his frustration. Could it be that in such a vast magical metropolis, no one dares to challenge? Is everyone so cowardly? As soon as the statement was made, the situation swiftly ignited public outrage, with many voices rising in rebuttal. Do not get too smug. It won't be long before someone comes to collect you. Indeed, in just a brief moment, many experts were unaware that after 6 o'clock, your fate would be dire at that time. Those prodigies who completed their training would undoubtedly come to confront you. Just wait and see. Yi Xian understood that this was merely the beginning. His earlier words were intended to incite animosity. His goal was to draw those so-called prodigies in sooner. Time passed slowly. As anticipated, when the clock struck 6, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. The number of challengers to Yi Xian gradually multiplied. Yet, without exception, all these challenges ended in failure. Zhao Bin, the champion of Magic City No. 2 High School, failed in his challenge. Zhao Chun, a skilled fighter from Magic City No. 3 High School, also failed. Wu Hao, the champion of Magic City No. 4 High School, met the same fate. Zhou Yi, the champion of Magic City No. 5 High School, was defeated. Ren Xiaoyao, the champion of Magic City No. 6 High School, faced defeat as well. Meng Sisi, the champion of Magic City No. 7 High School, also fell short. As the challenges continued, the news of Yi Xian confronting the prodigies of Magic City spread like wildfire, attracting an ever-growing crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Even the local enforcement authorities took note of the commotion. Meanwhile, numerous individuals were live-streaming Yi Xian's challenge, causing the viewership to skyrocket. Online commentators were filled with indignation, flooding the chat with messages. No way. Another defeat. Is there no one among this cohort of students who can take him down? What a disgrace. Truly shameful. We need a heavyweight to teach him a lesson. I'll make this promise. If anyone defeats him, I'll donate 100 carnival tickets and provide a complimentary full-service experience. Where have all the prodigies from Magic City disappeared to? Whoever can best Yi Xian, I'll gift them a Ferrari. Not even Jesus can stop me. So far, the worst he's faced is merely a bit of embarrassment. Wealthy viewers in the live chat were eager to incentivize challengers to defeat Yi Xian, yet few dared to step forward. The formidable seed challengers who had previously attempted to confront him were all vanquished with overwhelming ease. Who would willingly seek a beating? Yi Xian felt a surge of joy as the situation escalated, for it would bring him fame that if he could defeat all these prodigies, he would have a legitimate opportunity to pursue Xia Qingwei. Furthermore, it would serve to demonstrate his extraordinary strength and immense potential. His gaze swept over the dejected crowd, and he discreetly raised an amused smile. Xia Qingwei, you will surely be astonished this time. Yi Yuan stood beside Yi Xian, a pleased expression on his face. Brother, it seems you are on the brink of success. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Please, with an epic-grade weapon spirit, epic-grade agility enchantment, along with legendary-grade defensive enchantments and legendary-grade blade aura. It would be difficult for me to lose. Yi Yuan applauded. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. Oh, what's the rush? Let us wait and see. A hint of anticipation glimmered in his eyes. I've heard that Zhao Xine and Li Luo are formidable, yet I have yet to see either of them make an appearance. They have certainly piqued my curiosity. Yi Yuan chuckled dismissively. Brother, I assure you, they won't be your match. Yi Xian, however, remained grounded in his excitement. Not necessarily. Since everyone mentions those two when discussing prodigies, they must be exceptional as well. Wisdom flickered in his brow. I estimate it will likely be a fierce battle. Just as he finished his thoughts, a deep male voice resonated from the crowd. I am Zhao Xine, bearer of the legendary grade weapon spirit, the Qinglong Yanwei blade, and the legendary grade weapon spirit, the Jinl armor. I have come to challenge you. Chapter 80. A pincer attack. Can you withstand it? As the words fell, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. Zhao Xine, Zhao Xine, Zhao Xine, bring down Yi Xian, bring down Yi Xian. This Yi Xian is far too arrogant. Send him packing back to Kyoto. With Zhao Xine wielding dual legendary grade weapon spirits, victory was surely within his grasp. Though the students of Magic City understood that among this year's senior class, the strongest was likely Li Luo, with Zhao Xine at best occupying the second position, Li Luo's absence left them no choice but to place their hopes on Zhao Xine. Upon hearing Zhao Xine's name, Yi Xian's previously tranquil expression finally stirred, and he slowly raised his gaze to the confident figure approaching. He then called out, You are the one who possesses dual legendary grade weapon spirits. Zhao Xine, indeed, that is I. Zhao Xine revealed his golden Jinl armor and brandished the radiant Qinglong Yanwei blade, confidently striding toward Yi Xian. He exuded an air of self-assuredness and composure, his dual legendary grade weapon spirits lending him an aura that rivaled even Yi Xian's. As their eyes met, a fierce battle intent ignited between them. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and all surrounding noise faded away, plunging the scene into an eerie silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Zhao Xine's gaze swept over Yi Xian before finally settling on his epic grade weapon spirit, the cold moon blade. He narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian, I have heard you are a fierce individual from Kyoto. Yi Xian replied with a meaningful tone. Indeed, I hail from Kyoto. As for my ferocity, I shall refrain from boasting, but thus far, no one has managed to defeat me. Your words intrigue me, Zhao Xine remarked. His interest peaked as he studied. Yi Xian, I have heard that your blade is an epic grade weapon spirit. Precisely, the cold moon blade, an epic grade weapon spirit. Yi Xian stated with pride. Epic grade weapon spirits are exceedingly rare. Most schools might showcase a couple of legendary grade weapon spirits, yet epic grade ones are much harder to come by, highlighting their value and scarcity. An epic grade weapon spirit. Zhao Xine appeared to reminisce. I previously fell to Li Luo's epic grade weapon spirit. Yet I refuse to believe I shall succumb to you this time. His confidence stemmed from his legendary grade Jinl armor, while his legendary grade Qinglong Yanwei blade might be slightly inferior to Yi Xian's epic grade cold moon blade. He was certain that Yi Xian's blade would struggle to penetrate his armor and inflict any significant harm. As for Li Luo's Barret, that had been an anomaly, being a hot weapon spirit that defied conventional logic. Additionally, he had intended to use the legendary grade agility enchantment, Flowing Clouds and Water, to impress Xia Qingwei, but ended up applying it to himself, thus compensating for his comparatively weaker agility. Coupled with the legendary grade enchantment Blade Aura like a rainbow, he felt sufficiently confident to defeat this overconfident Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze shifted slightly. Zhao Xine, whether you emerge victorious from my hands depends on your strength, not merely on your words. Zhao Xine's battle spirit surged. Very well, let us commence. He swung his Qinglong Yanwei blade with fervor, his agility enchantment allowing him to move like a specter. As he unleashed a white blade aura several meters long, it hurtled toward Yi Xian with the sound of slicing air. Come on. Yi Xian, upon seeing the blade aura released by Zhao Xine, narrowed his pupils slightly, with battle intent surging in his eyes. He executed the Lingbo Weibo to evade while simultaneously swinging his cold moon blade that a silvery blade aura, reminiscent of moonlight, and equally unstoppable, surged toward Zhao Xian at high speed. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Incredible! Who would have thought both could wield blade auras? It's a clash of titans. Moreover, both exhibited remarkable agility, with Yi Xian's movements appearing even more fluid. Yet, Zhao Xian possessed the legendary grade Jinl armor, making physical resilience paramount. Thus, victory would surely belong to him. I'm not so sure. Yi Xian's skin seems extraordinary. I suspect he possesses a high-level defensive enchantment. The crowd buzzed with excitement, marveling at the display. As Zhao Xian and Yi Xian exchanged blows, the battle became increasingly balanced, no longer a one-sided affair. The sharp, metallic clangs of their weapons echoed continuously, fueling the spectators' excitement. However, the occasional stray blade aura raised concerns about potential injuries to bystanders. All live streams erupted with fervor. The situation had become utterly captivating. Yi Xian, endowed with the epic-grade agility enchantment Lingbo Weibo, moved with an ethereal grace, making Zhao Xian's attacks difficult to land, even when they did connect. They seemed to lack any substantial impact. In contrast, Zhao Xian, though not as agile as Yi Xian, possessed remarkable durability. Yi Xian's numerous strikes landed upon Zhao Xian, yet he remained unscathed. Realization dawned on Yi Xian regarding Zhao Xian's resilience. He likely ranked among the top prodigies, even in Kyoto. Similarly, after enduring the fierce skirmish, Zhao Xian recognized just how formidable Yi Xian truly was, a level of prowess that perhaps only Li Luo could rival. As time slowly passed, the battle extended for roughly half an hour. Both Yi Xian and Zhao Xian, now somewhat fatigued, halted their movements, gazing at one another, their faces flushed and breathing heavily. The persistence of battle hinges upon the four-dimensional attributes. And coincidentally, both individuals find themselves at approximately level 20. Thus, their endurance is evenly matched, leaving no discernible victor. This has captivated the onlookers, who, in the throes of observation, hold their breath in rapt attention, fearful of missing any thrilling moments. During a brief respite, Zhao Xian could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Yi Xian, what brings you to challenge us in this city of demons? Yi Xian replied candidly, to be frank, my purpose in challenging you is to pursue Xia Qingyue of the Xia family. Zhao Xian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What? You intend to court Xia Qingyue? It was as if he had heard something utterly inconceivable, and he gazed at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Xia Qingyue has stated that if I can defeat all the prodigies of this city, she will grant me the opportunity to pursue her. Zhao Xian chuckled oddly, but Xia Qingyue has not afforded you any opportunity at all. Yi Xian's expression shifted. Oh, why do you say that? Zhao Xian, panting, responded, you may only be able to hold your ground against me. Above me stands a formidable opponent, Li Luo, against whom you stand no chance whatsoever. What do you mean by that? Yi Xian regarded Zhao Xian with skepticism. Though he had not bested Zhao Xian, it was due to Zhao Xian's legendary grade armor, which was exceptionally resilient. Yet Li Luo lacked such defensive spirit. With Yi Xian's agile movements, he believed he might still have a chance. Zhao Xian shook his head with conviction. I speak the truth. Li Luo is the one Xia Qingyue desires. Before him, you have no opportunity. Do not harbor such delusions. His gaze brightened slightly. However, if you truly wish to challenge him, your only hope lies in our cooperation. Perhaps then you might stand a slim chance. That a smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he thought to himself. Li Luo, oh Li Luo, if I cannot have you, then neither shall you. One individual alone could not possibly defeat him, but would you withstand the pressure of a pincer attack from both of us? Chapter 81, Silent Footprints. Indestructible might, why do you wish to assist me? Yi Xian questioned, perplexed as he scrutinized Zhao Xian. While Zhao Xian's strength was indeed formidable, Yi Xian felt compelled to clarify his intentions before placing his trust in him. Who could say whether he might lead him astray? Just days prior, Li Luo had severely injured his dual legendary great spirits. He wondered if that reason sufficed. Zhao Xian, recalling this incident, felt a simmering hatred. His right hand, gripping the azure dragon crescent blade, trembled slightly, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. Of course, part of this was due to Xia Qingyue, though he refrained from mentioning it, knowing that excessive words could lead to misfortune. What? He was able to injure your dual legendary grade spirits. Yi Xian's eyes widened in surprise. The two had battled for half an hour without any damage to their spirits. Yet this Li Luo had somehow managed to injure Zhao Xian's. What kind of monstrous strength was this? But wait, if Li Luo's Barret was indeed of epic grade, how could he so easily damage spirits of only one grade lower? Could it be that the power of firearms and spirits was genuinely formidable? A wave of confusion quickly spread through Yu Xian's mind. Having never encountered a firearm spirit, he found it difficult to ascertain that he did not entertain the notion that Li Luo's Barret could surpass epic grade, as the odds of that were slimmer than winning the lottery. If you doubt it, you can search for his videos online. Should you wish to collaborate, feel free to reach out to me. Zhao Xian murmured before turning to depart. As he left, he called out to the crowd, "Today's match ends in a draw. We shall reconvene tomorrow." The onlookers, upon hearing his declaration, collectively exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, a draw. I never expected the challenger Yi Xian to be so powerful that even Zhao Xian, with his dual legendary great spirits, could only manage a stalemate. Indeed, that is the mark of a prodigy. Losing in just a few exchanges hardly qualifies one as a prodigy. After Zhao Xian's departure, Yi Xian methodically gathered his belongings, neither confirming nor denying Zhao Xian's assertion of a draw, for it was evident that neither had emerged victorious. Once his preparations were complete, he proclaimed to the surrounding crowd, "This challenge concludes for today. We shall continue tomorrow." With that, Yi Xian and Yi Yuan swiftly made their exit. At this moment, Yi Xian comprehended that the requirements Xia Qingyue had set forth did not necessitate vanquishing all the prodigies of the city. Merely defeating Li Luo would suffice. Li Luo. Oh Li Luo, I am most curious about your true strength. Yi Xian mused as he walked. Yi Yuan inquired, "Brother, do you truly intend to join forces with Zhao Xian to challenge Li Luo?" Yi Xian pondered. If Li Luo's strength is indeed as extraordinary as rumored, that may be the only viable approach. Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow. If you can ally with Zhao Xian, a pincer attack might very well bring Li Luo down in a single exchange. Yi Xian remained non-committal. Let us hope that is the case. After the brothers Yi Xian and Yi Yuan departed, the onlookers gradually dispersed, their voices rising in excited chatter. Wow, I am truly impressed. After watching for 2 or 3 hours, no one could defeat Yi Xian. I just heard that tomorrow's challenge will continue. I can only guess that only Li Luo stands a chance against Yi Xian. Who knows? Let us return tomorrow to witness the outcome. Yes, we should even stream it live. At least we could earn some funds for enchanting scrolls. That day, the most significant event was Yu Xian's challenge to the prodigies of the city. Naturally, this news swiftly reached Xia Qingyue, who had just emerged from the leveling secret realm. However, her only response to the matter was to acknowledge his bravery. She showed no other reaction. She harbored no concerns that Yi Xian could fulfill her request, for she believed he could not possibly be Li Luo's match. Furthermore, among the new students, none could rival Li Luo's prowess. Her current focus lay on the investigation results from Ren Qingyu's secret agents. Unfortunately, the agents had yet to provide her with any findings, stating that they would deliver results within 3 days at the latest. Xia Qingyue could do little but wait patiently, thankful that time was on her side. Finally reaching level 30, she credited her progress to the miner's sword technique. Upon returning home, she indulged in a soothing hot bath and changed into alluring sleepwear before settling down for the night. Before drifting off, she took a few risky selfies to send to Li Luo as a treat. Unbeknownst to her, the clock struck 9 p.m. at the Tianshan Reservoir Dam. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Li Luo glanced at the provocative selfies that Xia Qingyue had sent him, quickly shutting off his phone screen. Too wild, he thought. If he continued to gaze at them, others might misconstrue his intentions. Li Luo, how is your fishing rod's compatibility progressing? Inquired Xia Dan, who was ever watchful by his side. LV-147. Li Luo replied succinctly. That's quite rapid. Xia Dan remarked with a raised eyebrow. It seems you caught 11 giant bluefish, 22 white catfish weighing around 30 pounds, 7 grass carp, and over 10 big crucian carp today. Impressive. As she spoke, she began tallying their various catches. These were all pure wild fish, and their quality was beyond reproach. Such a feast was a rare delight. Li Luo shrugged nonchalantly. It's all right, but it's a pity that the 6-eyed flying fish didn't show up today. Otherwise, I would have caught them all. Xia Dan laughed. But for you, today wasn't a waste, as your fishing rod's compatibility has improved. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she asked, Li Luo, how is your relationship with Qingyue? Xia Qingyue? Li Luo looked at Xia Dan in surprise. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Xia Dan smiled knowingly. It seems Qingyue cares quite a bit about you. She even got jealous because of you dining with me. A matter from the night before last that Li Luo's eyes flickered, but he remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing his demeanor, Xia Dan swiftly changed the subject. Li Luo, you mentioned wanting to eliminate Xiao Rue in the morning. Any progress on that front? Li Luo nodded lightly. This morning, I sent a message to my friend Zhou Pai, asking him to hire a detective for the investigation. Results should come soon. That's good, Xia Dan replied. If you were to speak with Director Lian, he might also arrange for someone to assist you. Li Luo shook his head. Let us not bother. Time is still ample, and I prefer not to owe anyone a favor. I see. Xia Dan nodded in understanding. After Li Luo affirmed her words, he fell silent, reviewing the remaining 240 years of his lifespan in his mind and browsing the enchanting scrolls in the system's enchantment shop before the impending storm broke. He intended to arm himself to the teeth. He found himself lacking two crucial elements: a high-level agility enchantment and a high-level defense enchantment. With 240 years of lifespan, exchanging for two legendary-grade enchantments lasting 50 years each would be more than sufficient. The previous golden and purple gold enchantments had become somewhat inadequate. After deliberation, he finally settled on two legendary-grade enchantments. Silent Footprints, legendary enchantment. Designed for living beings, upon enchantment, the body becomes as light as the wind, leaving no trace upon snow, elusive and unpredictable. Lifespan exchange, 50 years. Indestructible Might, legendary enchantment. Designed for living beings, upon enchantment, the body's hardness is greatly enhanced, rendering it impervious to blades and swords. Lifespan exchange, 50 years. Since I find you both favorable, you shall be my choices. Chapter 82. Just right. I need to borrow you for a moment. Seizing the opportunity while in the restroom, Li Luo promptly utilized the two legendary scrolls for himself. Upon enchanting, he immediately felt a significant lightness in his body, and he could distinctly sense that his physique had notably hardened. After all, a man ought to treat himself well. Li Luo lightly curled his lips, speaking to himself. Had he not been preoccupied with accumulating a bit more lifespan to exchange for additional epic-level enchantments, he would have already filled himself with enchantments, with 140 years of lifespan remaining. He decided to let it be for now. At present, he possessed the epic level, Causality Flame. Epic level, Icebound Prison. Legendary level, Endless Vitality. Legendary level, All Things Repelled. Legendary level, Snow Trackless Steps. Legendary level, Indestructible. And legendary level, Tetanus. Additionally, he had the purple gold level, Leaping and Vaulting, and the gold level, Surging Cloud Steps. Most crucially, he wielded the super god level, Infinite Bullets, and Lifespan Plunder. If these were to be converted into currency, they could likely purchase the entirety of the Magic City. He could now be considered a veritable printing machine for money. With his power greatly enhanced, he felt emboldened, confidently believing that even if the King of Hell were to confront him, he could hold his own. The night was tranquil, yet the six-eyed flying fish remained absent. Much to Li Luo's disappointment, he was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to deal with the six-eyed flying fish and then return to the Magic City to tend to matters after a restful night. Around 2 p.m. the following afternoon, Li Luo, atop the reservoir dam, observed the water surface several kilometers away once again boiling. Subsequently, he beheld a swarm of six-eyed flying fish leaping out of the water. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Everyone, prepare for battle. The remaining monsters are here." Upon hearing Li Luo's voice, Zhang Kong urgently commanded, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Prepare for battle." The others were on high alert, while only Li Luo chuckled with glee. This was life. Quickly, let's bring it on. Bang, 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 bang. Li Luo swiftly pressed the trigger of the Barrett, the deep and commanding gunfire resonating continuously. Bullets infused with black, red, and white colors flew forth like streaks of light, instantaneously striking the six-eyed flying fish monsters, exploding into gory holes. Undoubtedly, one shot took one down. Furthermore, after being hit, the bodies of the six-eyed flying fish became encased in a layer of ice a thumb thick, rendering them immobile. Strangely, flames flickered at the sites of the bloody holes, creating a juxtaposition of ice and fire. Following that, the corpses plummeted straight into the water, creating splashes and the sounds of their descent. This time, he did not consult Zhang Kong, as Zhang Kong had already granted him the authority to attack freely at any time. This was also at Lu Ruyan's behest. Their trust in Li Luo had reached an unprecedented level. Had it not been for Li Luo, they would have likely suffered greatly during their confrontation with the monsters on the first afternoon. The others had grown accustomed to Li Luo's godlike prowess. Within 10 minutes, the battle drew to a close. Everything fell silent. This engagement had been exceedingly favorable, with no casualties on the spot. Moreover, Li Luo had sustained not a single scratch, with the legendary level enchantments, Snow Trackless Steps, and Indestructible. He was able to gracefully evade even the onslaught of multiple six-eyed flying fish that on this occasion. Li Luo successfully eliminated 95 of the monsters, while the others managed a mere 5 that the crowd raised their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, "Well done, Li Luo. At such a young age, your strength is truly terrifying. You are destined to soar to great heights and ascend to the heavens. When the time comes, we shall eradicate those monsters from Blue Star completely. Yes, and dispel this eerie mist as well. Surely then, we shall witness the legendary sunlight." In response to their praises and expectations, Li Luo smiled, but did not reply that he immediately checked his information. His level had risen from 52 to 58. The compatibility of his weapon spirit, the Barret, was now LV3-28. His remaining lifespan had increased from 140 years to 505 years. This indicated that in the recent battle, he had successfully slain 365 monsters. Nice, Li Luo chuckled joyfully. He could now exchange for another epic level enchantment. Everyone, Zhang Kong shouted loudly. With this wave of monsters eliminated, the crisis at Tianshan Reservoir should be resolved in half an hour. We will escort you back to the Magic City. The rest will be left to us. Thank you all for your support. Rest assured, your compensation will be swiftly deposited into your accounts. Upon hearing this, smiles broke out on the faces of Li Luo and the others. After a brief tidying up, Li Luo, Lu Ruyan, and all the supporting cultivators boarded the military truck once more, preparing to return to the Magic City. Set forth. Back to the Magic City, Zhang Kong proclaimed loudly. However, at that moment, Li Luo casually glanced up and was astonished to see a colossal flying mantis hovering above the reservoir dam. Indeed, a flying mantis. Its size was comparable to that of a large truck. Its wings flapping rapidly, and its form remarkably agile. Li Luo immediately declared, "Wait, there's a flying mantis above the reservoir dam." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kang's expression changed dramatically. "What? A flying mantis? It has appeared again. After the heavy price we paid to drive it away last time, it has returned so soon." His face darkened. The flying mantis did not damage equipment, but it was known to feast on humans. The last time, it had devoured over 10 individuals, resulting in significant losses. Moreover, this was a level 100 epic monster, though not an enchanted creature. It was nonetheless immensely powerful and exceedingly difficult to contend with. Damn it. Zhang Kang's expression soured as he clasped his hands together. "Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to disembark and lend a hand. This flying mantis is a level 100 epic monster, exceedingly formidable. We were unable to eliminate it previously, and it has remained a lurking threat." Li Luo smiled confidently, gracefully leaping down from the truck. "Everyone stay back. Let me handle it." If he could slay this flying mantis, he estimated he could gain a substantial amount of lifespan, initially estimating it to be over 30 years, but under 40. Li Luo readied his sniper rifle, aiming at the flying mantis, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! As expected, the bullet easily struck the flying mantis. The once highly agile creature was instantly encased in ice, immobilized. Moreover, the area where the bullet exploded was engulfed in flames. Seizing the moment, he continued to fire. Bang, 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 bang. Following an onslaught of Barret bullets, the flying mantis finally succumbed. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 38.8 years of lifespan. Success! Hearing the voice in his mind, Li Luo knew that the flying mantis was utterly defeated. Li Luo, splendid work. Lu Ruyan, who had somehow disembarked, clapped her hands in applause, her gaze toward Li Luo filled with increasing satisfaction. Nearby, Zhang Kong exhaled deeply. "This is excellent. The threat has been completely eradicated." He patted Li Luo on the shoulder, praising, "It's all thanks to you that I genuinely wish to keep you here." Lu Ruyan promptly shook her head. "That one do, Zhang Kong, that I received an extremely important mission from the military this morning, and I need Li Luo to accompany me." Zhang Kong appeared astonished. "Oh, really?" Lu Ruyan nodded affirmatively. Of course. Li Luo shrugged, exasperated. "Wait, I haven't agreed yet. Lu Ruyin smiled lightly. Li Luo, feel free to voice any request you may have. At that moment, ding dong sounded from Li Luo's phone, and upon checking, he discovered a message from Xiaqing. Li Luo, I have investigated through a detective and found out that you were unsuccessful in registering for the college entrance exam. The ones behind the sabotage are Zhao Xin and his uncle Qiu Rui. I will send you the evidence right away. Moments later, Li Luo turned to Lu Ruyin and said, just right. I need to borrow you for a moment. Chapter 83. Zhao Xin, it begins with you. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze, their expressions becoming peculiar and vibrant as they involuntarily glanced at the alluring and charismatic Lu Ruyin. What was this? Borrowing her? How did exactly would that be used? Their curious and expectant eyes fell upon Li Luo, seemingly waiting for him to explain. However, Li Luo did not clarify in front of the crowd. Lu Ruyin merely smiled. All right, Li Luo, come inside and let us discuss. She beckoned Li Luo into her private compartment. The others were left in a state of uncertainty, as Li Luo had yet to emerge, leading to various speculations. Could it be that he was being courted? Even as the main group set off, Li Luo remained within her compartment. Consequently, rumors regarding Li Luo and Lu Ruyin began to circulate unknowingly. At the eastern city gate of the Magic City, the atmosphere remained lively. The previous day's Tianjiao Challenge hosted by Yi Xian was still underway, continuing into today. Thus, countless onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. With even more people live-streaming the event, the commotion reached a fever pitch, surpassing that of the previous day. However, thus far, no peer-level Tianjiao had managed to defeat Yi Xian. The spectators were all anxiously searching for Li Luo's whereabouts. Observant individuals noted that Li Luo had departed with the military personnel, yet no one knew the purpose of their departure. Faced with Yi Xian's insurmountability, the crowd displayed expressions of disdain and inability to contend. The comments in the live-streaming chat echoed their sentiments. In the Grand Magic City, is there truly not a single peer-level Tianjiao capable of defeating Yi Xian? Damn, this is truly embarrassing. Where is Zhao Xin? Why has Zhao Xin not returned yet? What puzzles them the most is that Zhao Xin, who had originally promised to continue battling today, has surprisingly refrained from engaging with Yi Xian. Instead, he sits calmly not far away, seemingly awaiting something. This prompts exclamations of disbelief from the crowd. What on earth is happening? Why has Zhao Xin ceased to fight? What is he waiting for? Is he still tired from last night? This seems to tarnish the grandeur of the prodigies of Magic City. Little do they know that Yi Xian, after watching videos related to Li Luo overnight, hastily called Zhao Xin. He decisively resolved to join forces with Zhao Xin to challenge Li Luo. Yi Xian has already discerned that if he were to challenge Li Luo alone, victory would be utterly unattainable. He would have no chance whatsoever. The only viable strategy now is to ally with Zhao Xin, positioning themselves on either side of Li Luo to launch a simultaneous assault, which might afford them even the slightest opportunity for triumph. Concurrently, he boldly declared, Li Luo, come and accept my challenge without hesitation, do not cower, fight like a man. This proclamation instantly left the onlookers astounded. Moreover, this statement was quickly disseminated among the spectators in the Xia residence. The living room, Xia Qingwei, having reached level 30 yesterday, decided not to grind in the leveling dungeon today. Early in the morning, she set out to gather information on monster lairs, fully aware of Li Luo's keen interest in such intel. As fate would have it, she discovered one, a special legendary level dungeon that required successful navigation to escape. The critical aspect of this dungeon lies within a treacherous mist, posing significant dangers. However, such dungeons typically harbor numerous monsters and the potential for rare treasures. Yet, she hesitated to inform Li Luo, for it was a succubus dungeon. Indeed, a succubus dungeon. What if a beautiful succubus lured Li Luo away? Nonetheless, the allure of potentially uncovering high-level legendary enchantment scrolls within this legendary dungeon tempted her. After all, the outcome was uncertain. As the afternoon wore on, and she sat pondering on the sofa, private investigator Ren Qingyu messaged her with the results of her inquiries. After meticulously verifying the evidence, she promptly sent the findings to Li Luo and enlisted online commentators to disseminate this information across the internet. The headlines were striking. Shocking scandal. The director of the Magic City Education Bureau, Qiu Rui, actually instructed subordinate Chen Dong to deliberately hinder and harass senior students, utterly devoid of conscience. So dark, The prodigy Li Luo of Magic City was secretly ensnared by Qiu Rui of the Education Bureau. Personal vendetta exposed. Is there still law and order? Does justice exist? Qiu Rui, the director of the Magic City Education Bureau, audaciously uses his authority to deliberately oppress the prodigy Li Luo. With the evidence at hand, the matter quickly ignited a firestorm online. Countless individuals rallied in support of Li Luo, vehemently condemning Qiu Rui of the Magic City Education Bureau. An avalanche of complaint calls and letters flooded in. In no time, the entire Magic City became aware of the situation. Meanwhile, Xia Yuntian, observing Xia Qingwei busily working at the computer, could not help but caution, "Qingwei, do not engage in foolishness, now that you've reached the level required for the college entrance examination. Take a good rest, do not stir up trouble. Stay out of it." Xia Qingwen nonchalantly replied, "Got it, Dad, I'm just browsing some news. Trust me. You better be telling the truth," he said, half convinced, watching her for a while until he was satisfied she was not causing trouble. Before heading out for a stroll, he had no inkling that this little schemer was orchestrating a media storm. Once her father left, Xia Qingwei grinned mischievously, thinking, once this scandal escalates sufficiently, Qiu Rui will undoubtedly find himself in a quagmire. Making it easier for Li Luo to deal with him at that moment, Qiu Rui, the center of the media storm, learned of the situation online and immediately began to flail and panic like an ant on a hot pan. He hastily wielded his authority to dispatch people to urgently suppress the news. Yet, once information spreads online, it becomes exceedingly difficult to contain. He was now filled with unease, never anticipating that the matter had become so clandestine. Nor did he fathom who had uncovered it. Was it Li Luo? His surprise quickly turned to dread. What to do? After much contemplation, he concluded that since the problem was insurmountable, the only solution was to eliminate the source. Ultimately, he dialed a mysterious number. As time gradually slipped by, around 6 o'clock in the evening at the eastern city gate of Magic City, a commotion erupted. 8 military trucks halted not far from the dungeon's teleportation portal. Numerous spirit practitioners and enforcers disembarked from the vehicles, and, of course, Li Luo was among them. At this moment, Li Luo bore an expressionless visage, devoid of any sign of emotion. His singular focus was on one objective: to kill. Soon, the others in the vehicles began to disperse. After exchanging brief greetings, Xia Dan and the others returned to the Enforcement Bureau to report. At this juncture, only the alluring and charismatic Lu Rian remained by Li Luo's side. Having been persuaded, she agreed to support him and intended to accompany him to resolve the trouble at hand. In her words, "As long as you have evidence, go ahead and act. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility for you. Who do they think they're to trouble you?" This declaration came from a major general, wielding considerable weight. With her backing, it was akin to having an imperial decree. Thus, Li Luo resolved to unleash a bloodbath. Nearby, when students caught sight of Li Luo, they immediately recognized him and shouted, "Hey, Li Luo, there are challengers from Kyoto over there. You should hurry. Yes, drive them away. Let them witness the true grandeur of Magic City's prodigies." However, Zhao Xian was over there and had inexplicably refused to engage. This cowardice from Zhao Xian warranted my endless ridicule. Upon hearing the students' clamorous remarks, Li Luo's eyes lit up. "Oh, Zhao Xian is actually here? Very well, since you're present, I shall settle accounts with you first." Li Luo hoisted his beret and strode toward the direction indicated by the students. Simultaneously, he turned to Lu Ruyan, signaling that the performance was about to commence. Lu Ruyan smiled confidently. "Go ahead. No one dares to cause you trouble." Chapter 84. Are you ready? I'm about to fire. In truth, I am not afraid of anyone seeking to trouble me, Li Luo calmly stated. He believed that his beret could eliminate anyone. It was merely a matter of 2 shots, regardless of who it was. What he feared were those who might strike from the shadows, as treachery was hard to defend against. "Oh, you still seek my assistance?" Lu Rian asked, astonished. "Since you are here, I might as well take advantage of you. Perhaps it could mitigate some unnecessary troubles." Li Luo replied nonchalantly. He shouldered the imposing beret and advanced step by step toward the direction indicated by the other students. A throng of students followed him, clearing the way as they yelled, "Make way! Li Luo is coming. The true leader among the senior students of Magic City. Step aside. Do not obstruct his path. The show is about to begin." Whether from Magic City number 3 or other high schools, Li Luo now stood as a beacon of hope in their hearts, representing the pride of the senior students of Magic City. This was particularly fueled by Zhao Xian's inexplicable retreat, which appeared to be an act of self-surrender, trampling the dignity of the people of Magic City. Thus, everyone was eager to pave the way for Li Luo, hoping he could restore their lost honor. Lu Ruyan, following Li Luo with a casual demeanor, observed the surrounding students' fervor and felt a flicker of surprise. Is Li Luo really this popular? This was something she had not anticipated. Before long, Li Luo stood before Yi Xian. Scrutinizing him carefully, Yi Xian immediately adopted a wary stance and inquired, "You are Li Luo. Have you come to accept my challenge?" He fixed a determined gaze upon Li Luo, his expression wavering, finally encountering the legendary Li Luo. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous. His palms were already damp with sweat. The surrounding spectators erupted in thunderous cheers upon seeing Li Luo wielding the Barret. "Look, Li Luo has arrived. Now we have a spectacle to behold. Wow, if Li Luo cannot defeat Yi Xian, then we will truly have lost all face. He will definitely win. Are you joking? Do you recall how thoroughly Zhao Xian was defeated last time?" That is true. Nevertheless, after observing Yi Xian for 2 to 3 seconds, Li Luo began searching for Zhao Xian's figure. He regarded Yi Xian with indifference, uninterested in the challenge posed, his thoughts solely fixated on the act of killing. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon Zhao Xian, who was squatting a short distance away, seemingly having waited for a long time. Zhao Xian slowly rose, gripping the QNGL and coldly proclaimed, "Good, Li Luo. You have finally arrived. I have waited for you for quite some time, thinking you were too cowardly to emerge. That I lost to you last time due to my insufficient speed. This time, I possessed legendary level speed enhancements, so winning will not be a simple feat with that." Zhao Xian swiftly executed an intricate maneuver, circling before Li Luo, his figure shifting unpredictably. Li Luo, intrigued, inquired, "Are you ready? I'm about to fire." Zhao Xian scoffed, "With my speed, do you truly believe you can hit me?" At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly launched a surprise attack, approaching Li Luo with swift steps, intent on striking him. Just then, a flurry of arrows shot forth from the crowd. Fired by several masked figures, at least a dozen arrows aiming directly for Li Luo's head, evidently intending to take his life. Lu Ruyan immediately exclaimed, "Li Luo, be careful." She immediately realized that someone intended to kill Li Luo, and her expression darkened. How dare anyone attempt to take the life of such a prodigy as Li Luo? This is utterly outrageous. Deliberately extinguishing the flame of genius is a grave offense, particularly in this era of dwindling population. Meanwhile, Li Luo had already sprung into action the moment he heard the swift whistling sounds. He propelled himself off the ground with great force, leaping over 10 meters high. At the apex of his ascent, he fired a shot from the Barret at Zhao Xian. The bullet struck its target instantaneously, enveloping Zhao Xian's body in a layer of frost, rendering him immobile. While flames blazed on his golden armor, his once agile form instantly became a stationary target. Zhao Xian's heart raced with alarm. How could this be? Why was the bullet imbued with freezing properties? And why was his armor ablaze? What in the world was happening? Without the slightest hesitation, Li Luo continued to fire at Zhao Xian's head. In an instant, Zhao Xian's skull was reduced to fragments by the Barret bullet. Scattering across the ground, still ignited in crimson flames, the once proud prodigy, Zhao Xian lay dead on the spot. Although the legendary golden armor could shield him temporarily, his head had no protection. Thus, for Li Luo, he was no different from anyone else. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian, who had originally planned to spar with Li Luo, was instantly struck dumb, his heart filled with trepidation. How could this be? Wasn't it supposed to be a spar? Why did he kill someone outright? Was there no law? No justice? He immediately halted his movements and sidestepped, casting his gaze toward the arrows flying through the air. Something was amiss. This was not a spar. It was a premeditated murder. Someone had plotted to eliminate Li Luo, and he, Yi Xian, had unwittingly become a bait. Damn. Used as a pawn. Yi Xian's expression soured. Panic erupted among those nearby as they shouted, "Not good! Not good! Someone's been killed! This is serious! Run! Run! This is no place to linger! Get out of the way! Don't block me! Damn it! You stepped on my foot!" The nearby enforcers initially thought it was an ordinary spar between students and did not take it seriously. After all, times had changed, and students indeed needed to spar to hone their combat skills and prepare for potential monster invasions. However, upon hearing the word murder, they sensed something was off. they hurriedly approached, shouting, "Uninvolved personnel, evacuate immediately. Evacuate now." At that moment, after landing, Li Luo leaped again, ascending to the rooftop beside him. From his elevated vantage point, he meticulously searched for those who had just fired arrows that he surmised that they might be assassins. This group was easily identifiable, wearing masks and concealing their faces. Without hesitation, Li Luo opened fire on them. Bang, bang, bang. Li Luo swiftly eliminated the 10 or so masked figures. Without a doubt, each bullet claimed a life. With an extraordinary range and exceptional vision, there was no escape for those targeted. The enforcers rushing forward, witnessing Li Luo's merciless onslaught, immediately shouted, "Stop! Cease fire at once, or we will take action." Confused, the enforcers prepared to intervene. Just then, Lu Rian swiftly stepped forward to halt the enforcers. "Do not move. I am Major Lu Rian of the military, and you should not interfere in this matter." Although she knew that none of these enforcers could rival Li Luo, she did not want him to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Thus, she aimed to prevent the situation from escalating further. This was also the reason Li Luo had brought Lu Rian along, to minimize unnecessary trouble. After all, the enforcers bore him no ill will, and there was no need to kill them. "Huh? Major Lu Rian of the military? The legendary Lu Rian. What should we do now?" quickly called Director Lian. After their discussion, the enforcers immediately contacted Lian. Upon receiving the report, Lian was taken aback, muttering, "How did it come to this? One is Major Lu Rian of the military, and the other is the formidable Li Luo. How can we intervene? We can't manage this at all." He bellowed at his subordinates, "Remember this well. In situations like this, keep your distance. Do not intervene, or I will dock your salaries for half a year." Chapter 85. You have been defeated, frail and feeble. Retreat. 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 Hearing the nearly roaring voice of Lian over the phone, the enforcers exchanged glances before promptly retreating, vanishing in no time. They were not foolish. They could see that this was beyond their control. They were not like the Shichong, who could meddle in everything. And Lian he was more than happy to avoid involvement, based on his previous understanding of Li Luo. He believed that Li Luo was not a bloodthirsty individual. Thus, he trusted that there was a valid reason for Li Luo's actions. Even if something were to go awry, Lu Rian would be there to bear the brunt. He had no desire to intervene, nor could he, and he relished the peace. The counterattack continued in just over 10 seconds. The masked figures had all been eliminated by Li Luo, that he glanced around, finding no survivors among them. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. "Leave quickly." Yi Xian, sensing the impending danger, immediately grabbed Yi Yuan beside him, preparing to flee. Bang! A round of black, red, and white Barrett ammunition unexpectedly landed at Yi Xian's feet, creating a gaping hole in the ground. Dirt flew, smoke billowed. The crater not only blazed with flames, but was also encased in frost. Hiss! Startled, Yi Xian froze, gasping in shock. The power of this weapon was astonishing. He swallowed hard, nervously regarding Li Luo, as if he were a condemned criminal awaiting his fate. His body involuntarily trembled slightly. Li Luo leaped forward, landing just a short distance from Yi Xian. Raising the Barrett and aiming it at Yi Xian's head, coldly, he inquired, "You came here to fish? Fish?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Li Luo was not speaking of actual fishing. Clearly, he was asking whether they were bait. Part of a setup to assassinate him. Yi Xian immediately shook his head in panic. "No, I thought I was used by Zhao X and I came to Modu from Kyoto intending to challenge the prodigies here. And you were just one of them." He trembled slightly. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. I've challenged many." The playful smile crept onto Li Luo's face. "You wish to challenge me? And no, I've changed my mind. I now realize I am no match for you." Yi Xian quickly shook his head. What challenge was there to speak of? Previously, he had indeed wanted to challenge Li Luo, but that was due to his limited understanding of Li Luo's true strength. After witnessing Li Luo's overwhelming power, he felt no desire to challenge him at all. He had no idea why Zhao Xian had concocted such a foolish scheme. Even if they attacked together, they wouldn't have a chance. Little did he know, Zhao Xian was equally unaware of Li Luo's sudden surge in power and had only received a call from his uncle Qiu Rui that day, instructing him to act as bait. The goal was to draw Li Luo's attention and have the assassins take him out. Unfortunately, it was merely a case of misfortune for Yi Xian. Li Luo pressed for answers. "Why did you come to Moda to challenge?" Yi Xian's expression grew frantic. Because Xia Qingwei told me that if I could defeat the prodigies of Modu, I would earn a chance to pursue her. Oh, it's her? Li Luo's gaze flickered with surprise. This troublemaker was causing chaos once again. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he jested. Since you've come to challenge, you ought to display the spirit of a challenger. What kind of man flees without a fight? He fixed his gaze on the silver long blade in Yi Xian's hand. Come on, I accept your challenge. Make it quick. I'm pressed for time. Why Yi Xian's heart raced. Seeing the calm confidence in Li Luo's eyes, his expression became somewhat flustered. However, he was, after all, a prodigy from the Yi family in Kyoto. He did not wish to appear cowardly at this moment. Fine, if it's a fight, then so be it. He swung the Frost Moon blade with determination, preparing to launch an attack on Li Luo. Bang! Li Luo fired a shot at Yi Xian's Frost Moon blade. Boom! The immense force of the impact sent the Frost Moon blade crashing back into Yi Xian, causing him to be launched backward. He was gravely injured, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Strangely, the Frost Moon blade was not only covered in frost, but also engulfed in red flames. Even more absurdly, that a small portion of the epic-grade weapon spirit had been scorched, Li Luo nonchalantly declared. You have been defeated, frail, and feeble. Afterward, he waved to Lu Ruyan. Let's go. We need to head to the Education Bureau now. After the two departed gracefully, Yi Xian lay on the ground, filled with regret. Damn, how is he so strong? Yi Yuan rushed to support Yi Xian. Brother, this guy is too abnormal. We need to get to the hospital quickly. Why Yi Xian's face was pained. Yes. Nearby, those bold students witnessing the scene erupted in excitement. Shouting, Look, it's Li Luo. He took him down with a single shot. Is this all they are worth? Pathetic. You little brat from Kyoto. Go back to your Kyoto. Don't embarrass yourselves here. In the live-streaming chat room online. The comments flooded in, praising Li Luo's actions. I had a feeling that Li Luo would undoubtedly defeat Yi Xian. For all the arrogance Yi Xian displayed before, he now appears utterly disheveled. I plan to gift Li Luo a Ferrari and treat him to a full-service experience. From this day forth, Li Luo shall be my idol. I have heard he is still single. Is that true? Stop daydreaming. Xia Qingyue from the Xia family is pursuing him, and are you truly more exceptional than her? Though I lack wealth and power, I possess charm. Wow, you really are something. Moreover, the recent incident of Li Luo eliminating the masked man and Zhao Xian was broadcast live, prompting countless spectators to exclaim in astonishment. His agility, marksmanship, and sheer power.it was as if a deity had descended upon the earth. At the Xia family, Xia Dan sent a message to Xia Qinwei on her way back, indicating that Li Luo would likely be heading to eliminate Qiu Rui. This news caused Xia Qingyue to become restless. She was concerned that Li Luo might suffer, as those individuals had substantial backing. Xia Qingyue anxiously murmured, Is what he said true, or is he merely preparing to commit murder? But the director of the Education Bureau is no ordinary person. After much contemplation, she concluded, No, I must assist him with such an important matter. With that, Xia Qinwei hurriedly stormed out. As Xia Qinwei rushed out, she encountered Xia Yintian, who had just returned from a stroll. He immediately cautioned her. Qinwei, don't go causing trouble. I can't handle it. Understood, Dad. You talk too much, Xia Qinwei replied dismissively. Her father truly was a source of constant worry, as he could never refrain from lecturing her. After exiting, Xia Qinwei made her way directly to the Education Bureau, suspecting that Li Luo would be there to confront Qiu Rui. Perhaps her swordplay could prove useful. If anyone dared to harm Li Luo, she would not show mercy. As she jogged along, she murmured, The Education Bureau of Magic City, located in the Western District, was currently under the watchful eye of Qiu Rui, who sat unperturbed in his office, having observed the escalation of events through the live stream. That he neither hid nor fled. His identity and the prestige he held forbade such actions. However, he was not idle. Having made some preparations, outside the Education Bureau, on the embankment, numerous enforcers from the Western District of Magic City stood ready, their expressions solemn and alert. They had been informed of an impending terrorist attack and were instructed to remain vigilant, as even the mightiest would not be permitted entry. Standing by the window, Qiu Rui displayed a cunning glint in his eyes. With so many people present, I refuse to believe that Li Luo can pose a threat to me. Chapter 86. What rules? I embody the rules, he mused. If they intend to imprison me, I have allies within. I can swiftly regain my freedom. Ha ha ha. Though he witnessed Li Luo gunning down Zhao Xian, He did not believe that Li Luo would dare to directly assassinate him. After all, he was the director of the Education Bureau in Magic City, a position of significant importance. Even Tang Xinghe, the head of the city's enforcement bureau, could do little against him. At most, he could be dealt with according to the law, which, to Qiu Rui, was merely a child's game, rules designed to restrain the ordinary, not someone of his stature. Most importantly, the enforcers present were all under his influence. He could not fathom how an orphan could easily topple him. Gazing out the window, he murmured, I never anticipated this assassination would fail, and that Zhao Xian would be lost. I underestimated your boldness and strength. Alas, my nephew Zhao Xian proved ineffective. The hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Humph. Next time, luck may not be on your side. Soon, Li Luo and Lu Rian arrived at the Education Bureau, standing on a flat expanse the size of a football field. The streets outside were bustling with traffic and pedestrians. In front of the Education Bureau, numerous enforcers stood poised for action. They had indeed summoned reinforcements. Though Li Luo was somewhat taken aback, it was also within expectations, considering Qiu Rui's status. Observing the unfamiliar enforcers tightly encircling the bureau, Li Luo fell into contemplation. He then took out his phone to search for a photo of Qiu Rui. Lu Ruyan, standing beside him, curiously inquired, Li Luo, what are you doing? Raising an eyebrow, Li Luo replied, I am just memorizing Qiu Rui's appearance. I'll take him down as soon as he shows himself. After committing Qiu Rui's likeness to memory, Li Luo began scanning the enforcers for any sign of them. But alas, he found none. His gaze shifted, and he brandished his barret as he stepped forward, declaring, Qiu Rui, come out. Your time is up. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, a young enforcer with a stern demeanor stepped forward. Scrutinizing him closely, he then asked, Hello, I'm Su Jiang, captain of the 98th Enforcement Team in Magic City's Western District. You must be Li Luo, right? Li Luo coldly met Su Jiang's gaze. Indeed, I am Li Luo. Qiu Rui should be aware that I'm here to see him. Tell him to come out quickly, or I will force my way in. He casually waved the barret in his hand, showing no regard for the enforcers. Su Jiang pressed the button on his walkie-talkie. Director Qiu, Li Luo has arrived. You may speak now. No sooner had he finished speaking than a middle-aged voice crackled through the device. Li Luo, this is Qiu Rui. I understand you wish to cause me trouble, and I know the reason. How about this? I will give you 10 billion, along with 3 legendary-grade enchanted scrolls, and we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you will gain nothing, and you won't even see me. These enforcers have strict orders to prevent your entry. If you dare to breach, these 300 men will fight you to the death. So, Li Luo, what do you say? Think it over. At this moment, Lu Rian stepped closer to Li Luo and addressed the enforcers. Step aside. I am Major Lu Rian from the military. You should not interfere in this matter. Su Jiang shook his head. I'm sorry, but the order I received is to hold this position. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, we would not allow entry. Lu Rian frowned slightly. Questioning, what? Is my status as a military major not sufficient? Su Jiang again shook his head. I'm afraid I only recognize orders from my direct superiors. You, Lu Rian was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the enforcer's obstinacy. She could hardly believe that her rank as a major was of no consequence. Logically, she was quite displeased. Wasn't this a classic case of the strong dragon not suppressing the local snake? It was quite embarrassing for her at that moment. A clear female voice rang out from a distance. Is this forcing us to break in? Upon hearing this unexpected voice, everyone turned to see a girl dressed in a student uniform. Her beauty striking. Xia Qingyue, Li Luo exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Xia Qingyue grinned mischievously. No one sent me. I came on my own. You shouldn't be here, but I want to be here. What is it to you? How did you know I would come here? With a playful smile, Xia Qingyue replied. Sister Xia Dan told me you might show up, so I came. But it seems I'm not too late after all. She brandished her Mingyue sword, brimming with eagerness. Li Luo, just say the word, and I'll charge in with you. Hearing this, Su Jiang's expression darkened. Charge in. We have 15 teams of enforcers here, totaling around 300 people. You should think carefully. As his words fell, all the enforcers brandished their weapons, ready for battle. Li Luo glanced at Lu Rian, then at Xia Qingyue, before finally surveying Su Jiang and the other enforcers. He shook his head and said, There's nothing to charge in for. Tell Qiu Rui to transfer me 10 billion and provide me with 3 legendary-grade enchanted scrolls, and I will leave immediately. Please relay the message. Su Jiang's face displayed shock. He had anticipated that Li Luo would accept Qiu Rui's offer and settle things privately. Truthfully, he felt a bit pleased, for this meant that conflict could be avoided. He was well aware of Li Luo's formidable combat prowess. Should he unleash his fury, even 300 men might struggle to withstand him. Su Jiang promptly conveyed Li Luo's intentions through the walkie-talkie. Before long, a voice came through from Qiu Rui. That's more like it. There's nothing money can't resolve if there are issues. It simply means the sum is insufficient. Li Luo, you are quite astute. And I have high hopes for you. Rest assured, we've already checked your account. I will transfer the funds now. As for the legendary grade enchanted scrolls, they are with Su Jiang. Su Jiang, hand them over. As the final words left Qiu Rui's lips, Su Jiang retrieved 3 legendary enchanted scrolls from behind him and handed them to Li Luo. Here you go. Li Luo took the scrolls with a slight smile, placing them into his pocket, which actually led to the system space. Meanwhile, his phone pinged with a notification confirming the transfer of 10 billion. A smirk crept onto his lips. He had not anticipated that coming to eliminate someone would yield 10 billion along with 3 legendary enchanted scrolls. Su Jiang remarked, Li Luo, the money has been transferred, and the scrolls have been given. Can you leave now? Li Luo casually gazed at Su Jiang and the other enforcers. Leave? Leave for what? Did you not just say that after receiving the money and 3 legendary enchantment scrolls, you would leave? Su Jiang was taken aback. Could it be that he was not to be taken seriously? Li Luo raised an eyebrow, remarking that it was merely a jest, yet they had taken it to heart. He had already discerned that this group of enforcers were likely lackeys of Qiu Rui. With a playful glint in his eye, he observed Su Jiang and inquired, I have heard you intend to fight me to the death. I wonder if that is indeed true. Su Jiang decisively produced his purple gold class weapon spirit, the Cold Star Spear, positioning it before his chest. In a cold voice, he declared, Li Luo, it seems you are determined to force your way through. The atmosphere around them instantly turned into a chilling silence, as everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Bang! Li Luo fired his Barrett directly at Su Jiang. Boom! Puffed! Su Jiang was blasted several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough. Cough. Blood poured from his mouth as he gasped. Li Luo, you are not following the rules. Li Luo smirked wickedly. Rules? What rules? I am the rule. Chapter 87. A mysterious master from the heavenly list appears. Li Luo's imposing gaze swept coldly across the crowd. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall die. Bang! The deep, domineering sound reverberated again as a bullet, like a black streak of light, landed on Su Jiang's head. Boom! Su Jiang's skull was instantly shattered, blood and flesh scattering across the ground. This overwhelming display of power left the onlookers trembling in fear. Such combat prowess was simply invincible. They exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. After all, they were merely workers, not inclined to risk their lives. Moreover, Li Luo was no deranged monster, nor had he proclaimed an intent to indiscriminately kill as long as they did not obstruct him. They should be safe. Internally, they struggled with the decision of whether to engage or retreat. In truth, they understood that the officers' orders took precedence, even over those of the enforcers. They ought to heed Lu Ruyan's instructions rather than their superiors. Su Jiang's insistence on holding his ground without even reporting the situation to his direct superior raised significant concerns. They had no desire to become cannon fodder. At that moment, Lu Ruyan proclaimed loudly, Listen up, Qiu Rui's deliberate harassment and suppression of the talented is a grave offense, and the evidence is indisputable. You should not act as accomplices. Step aside. From within the Education Bureau building, a voice of outrage erupted. Nonsense. The evidence has not been verified. How can it be deemed indisputable? Then, a middle-aged figure emanating authority emerged, glaring fiercely at Lu Ruyan. Li Luo initially felt a surge of joy, only to furrow his brow. He had expected this person to be Qiu Rui, and thought a direct strike would suffice. However, this individual bore no resemblance to the Qiu Rui depicted in the photo he had seen. With righteous indignation, the man declared, I am Qiu Yi, the director of the Western District Enforcement Bureau of Magic City. I now suspect that Lu Ruyan is an imposter. Everyone, seize them. The director's personal command emboldened the previously hesitant enforcers, who surged forward. Bang! The thunderous sound of the Barrett echoed once more as the newly emerged director, Qiu Yi, was instantly struck in the head by a bullet. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a pool of blood. Although he possessed a legendary-grade weapon spirit to enhance his physique, the power of Li Luo's Barrett was beyond the reach of ordinary weapon spirits. It should be noted that the Barrett's bullets could effortlessly penetrate the bodies of 100-level legendary monsters, and Xiao Ye's physical resilience was far inferior to that of such creatures. Thus, his instantaneous demise was entirely expected. Following Xiao Ye's death, Li Luo immediately addressed Lu Ruyin and Xia Qingwei, saying, "These individuals are in disarray. You too should withdraw. Leave this to me." Lu Ruyin expressed her concern. "Li Luo, can you handle this? I could assist as well." Xia Qingwei interjected. "Li Luo, allow me to join you." Li Luo replied earnestly, "Listen to me. Hurry and retreat. Do not hinder me." With that, he brandished the Barrett, launching an indiscriminate assault on the advancing enforcers. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets from the Barrett poured forth relentlessly, each enforcer falling to a single shot. It was akin to a game of Resident Evil, thanks to numerous legendary enchantments empowering him. These enforcers, whether engaging from a distance or up close, found it nearly impossible to land a hit on Li Luo. Even when they occasionally grazed him, it was but a mere annoyance. This astonished the enforcers greatly. At that moment, the nearby streets were already congested with onlookers, many of whom had paused to witness the spectacle, some even recording videos and taking photos to share on social media. As news spread, it ignited a frenzy throughout the entire Magic City. Countless individuals were riveted by the tale of Li Luo, who hailed from humble beginnings, standing against the aristocratic forces represented by Qiao Rui. What would be the outcome? In a mere 10 seconds, the casualties among the enforcers reached 30 to 50, prompting those who had acted impulsively to regain their composure, realizing that charging forward was tantamount to courting death. There was nothing to gain. Just then, Li Luo's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the Education Bureau building, where he noticed Qiao Rui peering out from a window, observing the situation. With his extraordinary vision, he instantly recognized the figure as none other than Qiao Rui. His eyes brightened, a surge of delight coursing through him. "Ah, he dares to show himself at the window." He promptly adjusted the aim of his Barrett towards the spot where Qiao Rui's head was exposed, firing several shots. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, Qiao Rui's head was obliterated by the bullets from 100 meters away, while the wall of the building was left riddled with large holes. Qiao Rui's body was similarly perforated, dead beyond doubt that he perished without comprehending why, from such a distance, merely revealing himself for an instant had led to his demise. After eliminating Qiao Rui, Li Luo finally ceased his onslaught. He coldly surveyed the remaining enforcers, declaring, "Qiao Rui is dead. Should you wish to apprehend me, feel free to try." With the Barrett in hand, he spoke boldly to the enforcers, who were now thoroughly terrified. However, at that moment, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Not a single enforcer dared to make a move, let alone attempt to capture Li Luo. Li Luo snorted coldly. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." He turned with an air of dominance, striding away with purpose, leaving without taking a trace of Cloud. That moment, a cold snort echoed from not far behind him. "Leaving? Where do you think you're going?" Li Luo turned to see two airborne weapon spirit cultivators. Indeed, airborne weapon spirit cultivators. One male, one female. The woman stood upon a flying sword, while the man wielded a whisk. Upon witnessing these two imposing figures, Li Luo felt a tinge of surprise. Their ability to levitate indicated they must possess potent flight or levitation enchantments. Li Luo coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "Tianbang Guozimo, wielder of the Lingyun sword." "Tianbang He Yinxiang, wielder of the whisk." "Tianbang?" Li Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had some understanding of the Tianbang, renowned throughout the Great Xia as a list of formidable masters. Anyone who ascended to this list was undoubtedly exceptional. However, among these individuals, some possessed virtuous natures, while others were malicious, and some were neither good nor bad, acting solely for their own gain. Beside him, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted slightly. The combat strength of Tianbang masters was no trivial matter, especially those capable of flight. They could easily rank among the top 10 on the Tianbang. This moment, her gaze towards Li Luo was tinged with a hint of concern. Albeit just a hint. Li Luo regarded the two airborne targets with indifference, asking, "What, do you intend to stop me?" Unconsciously, he raised the Barrett, aiming its dark muzzle at the pair. So what if they could fly? They were merely living targets. One shot, and they would likely suffer greatly. Guozimo's gaze sharpened as he crisply stated, "I accepted Qiao Rui's payment. Naturally, I must do his bidding, He Yinxiang added coldly. Indeed, we were hired by him as bodyguards. And now that you have taken his life while our guard was down, we must seek retribution. Seek retribution from me. Li Luo smirked. Do you truly believe that just because you can fly, you can act with impunity? He Yinxiang coldly retorted. I know you are formidable, but I am not without the strength to fight. Bang. A bullet, swirling with black, red, and white hues, shot forth at an astonishing speed, rapidly enlarging in He Yinxiang's pupils. Chapter 88. Little sister, you are still young. I shall not lower myself to your level. He Yinxiang's expression shifted as dread filled his heart. Damn it, he is attacking without warning. He understood that Li Luo's strength was somewhat terrifying, particularly after witnessing the immense damage inflicted by Li Luo's Barret. He realized he was likely outmatched. However, having accepted the payment, he could not simply walk away without showing some resolve. He intended to make a strong statement and then find an opportunity to escape, but unexpectedly the bullet was already upon him. At this moment, he could only reflexively turn his head to the side. Uffed. Although he had turned swiftly, the bullet still grazed his left ear, obliterating it completely. Simultaneously, a layer of frost enveloped his body, propelling him several meters back, uncontrollably plummeting toward the ground. He was filled with astonishment. What was happening? Hadn't he dodged the bullet? It had merely skimmed past him. How could he be frozen? What an utterly bizarre and sinister attack effect this is. Just as he was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion, a resounding bang echoed. Another gunshot rang out, and a bullet hurtled towards him once more. Upon witnessing the bullet's trajectory aimed directly at his immobile head, despair washed over him, with a sickening thud. The bullet shattered his skull into a grotesque mess. The renowned expert on the heavenly rankings, He Yinxiang, met his demise. Meanwhile, Qin Zimo, sensing the impending danger, had already fled on her sword. Realizing that with the employer gone and the formidable Li Luo still at large, it was best to disengage entirely. High above in the mist, she reflected that it was fortunate He Yinxiang had drawn the fire. Otherwise, she would have been the unfortunate one. However, Li Luo, spotting the retreating Qin Zimo, merely smirked, raised his hand slightly, and aimed at her constantly shifting figure. The thunderous gunshot rang out. Her anguished scream pierced the air as her body plummeted from the sky, encased in a layer of frost and engulfed in flames. She couldn't comprehend why, despite soaring hundreds of meters high and shrouded in fog, she could not evade Li Luo's bullet. How could his marksmanship be so extraordinarily precise? Was he cheating with a final shot? Li Luo didn't hesitate to finish her off mid-fall. The heavenly rankings? Is this all they amount to? He then turned with an air of authority and strode away. Numerous enforcers watched in stunned silence as Li Luo departed, not daring to intervene, for the corpses strewn about served as a grim reminder of the consequences of obstruction. Little did they anticipate that Li Luo would so nonchalantly eliminate the heavenly rankings experts, Qin Zimo and He Yinxiang. This news would send shockwaves akin to a nuclear bomb detonating in a tranquil lake, creating ripples of chaos. Of course, news of Li Luo's assassination of the Western District's Enforcement Bureau Chief, Qiu Yi, and Education Bureau Chief, Qiu Rui, alongside numerous enforcers, also ignited a fierce public outcry online. Shocking, a child of humble beginnings rises to greatness, single-handedly eradicating the forces of evil. Who says the humble cannot achieve greatness? Who says the underprivileged cannot ascend? As long as the awakened spirit is strong enough, one can defy destiny. Li Luo is the quintessential example of a child of humble origins rising to prominence. Upon Li Luo's return, Lu Ruyan and Xia Qingwei both breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xia Qingyue's gaze towards Lu Ruyan was anything but friendly. As Li Luo approached the group, Xia Qingwei hesitated and asked, "Hey, are you the one who demands 10 billion for your assistance?" Lu Ruyan turned to the astute Xia Qingwei and replied, "Indeed, I am Lu Ruyan." After appraising Lu Ruyan's proud figure, Xia Qingwei sternly warned, "I don't care if you're Lu Ruyan or Lu Ruhua. Li Luo is the object of my affections, so don't you dare entertain any thoughts about him." Heh. Lu Ruyan chuckled at this declaration, saying, "Rest assured, I, Lu Ruyan, am not the sort to compete with other women for a man." With a teasing smile, she scrutinized Xia Qingwei. "You seem quite young, so I won't hold it against you." Xia Qingwei puffed out her chest defiantly, retorting, "Young? Where am I lacking? What nonsense are you talking about? Young in age, of course. What else could it be?" Lu Ruyan shrugged lightly, chuckling. Xia Qingwei pouted, asking, "So why aren't you leaving yet?" Lu Rian replied nonchalantly. I'll just say a few words to Li Luo, and then be on my way. There's no need to rush. Xia Qingwei eyed Lu Rian skeptically but chose not to speak further. Once Li Luo rejoined the group, he stated, everything's fine now. Everyone can return to their respective homes. Lu Rian added meaningfully, Li Luo, remember what I mentioned earlier. I'll be in touch. All right, Li Luo nodded in agreement, aware that she was referring to the secret military mission, the Level 3 Mist Fortress, that they had discussed in the carriage. However, the time to embark on that mission was not yet ripe. It would commence in the coming days. Lu Rian's gaze flitted between Xia Qingwei and Li Luo, musing, strangely fitting, don't you think? After saying this, she turned and gracefully vanished into the crowd that moment. Forgetting how it all began, perhaps it was simply a feeling towards you. Xia Qingyue's phone began to ring. She glanced at the screen, her brow furrowing upon seeing her father's name. He was undoubtedly about to meddle in her affairs again. Annoyed, she answered, what is it? Dad? Xia Yuntian's anxious voice crackled through the receiver. What else could it be? Qingwei, did you go to the Education Bureau? I saw the news. Are you causing trouble? Xia Qingwei feigned nonchalance. What trouble? I was just enjoying the spectacle. I didn't even get involved. Xia Yutian replied, his voice laced with frustration. That doesn't matter. Your mere presence there is unacceptable. Come home immediately. The clan leader has decreed that you're to be confined, and he also wants you to bring Li Luo with you. What? Bring Li Luo back. Why? Xia Yuntian explained. The clan leader wishes to discuss some recent precautions with Li Luo. Otherwise, he might encounter unforeseen dangers. Xia Qingwei cast a surprised glance at Li Luo. Is that so? Well, I'll give it a try. After hanging up, she turned to Li Luo with a mischievous glint in her eye. Hey, our clan leader wants to meet you. Would you like to go? Li Luo pondered. Your clan leader wants to see me? Why? My dad said the clan leader will inform you of some recent precautions to avoid any unknown threats. Li Luo hesitated, considering that going could be beneficial, yet he also felt he could decline. Sensing his uncertainty, Xia Qingwei added, by the way, we have a massive fish pond outside our house. You can fish while we chat. Li Luo's eyes brightened at the mention of a fish pond. This could indeed be a splendid opportunity to enhance his fishing rod's compatibility. Noticing Li Luo's contemplation, Xia Qingwei continued, if you come, I can also share information about a monster realm. What kind of monster realm? A legendary one. The Succubus Realm. Chapter 89. My cat can do backflips. The Succubus Realm? Both the fish pond and the information about the Succubus Realm piqued Li Luo's interest. Fishing could expedite the enhancement of his spirit's compatibility, while the Succubus Realm offered the chance to slay numerous monsters, thus extending his lifespan. Xia Qingwei cheerfully remarked, did you know? My cat can even do backflips. Your cat can do backflips? He regarded Xia Qingwei, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, pondering if this was yet another tired glitch. After a moment's thought, he replied, honestly, I'm more intrigued by the fish in your pond. All right, let's go. Xia Qingwei beamed with joy, her eyes brimming with excitement as for her father's earlier warning about being confined by the clan leader. She had already dismissed it from her mind. The two quickly made their way to the Xia residence as they walked. Li Luo expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the evidence you gathered. I initially thought I would have to ask Zhou Pai to hire a detective. But you beat me to it. Xia Qingwei chuckled him. He's probably busy getting cozy with Ding Xiang right now. Ding Xiang? Li Luo inquired, puzzled. Yes, Ding Xiang. The girl I introduced him to. It seems to be going quite well, Xia Qingwei replied proudly. That guy's probably doomed, Li Luo mused. Fully aware that those in love often neglect all other relationships, he suspected Zhou Pai had forgotten his request to hire a detective to investigate Qingdong. Nevertheless, he was grateful that Xia Qingwei had taken care of it. What's wrong with Zhou Pai dating? Xia Qingwei asked. By the way, Li Luo, the news about Qiu Rui's underhanded dealings circulating online today was all orchestrated by me. What do you think? Li Luo confirmed. Well done. He then produced 3 legendary level enchantment scrolls, displaying them in his palm. Since you helped me so much, you can choose one of these legendary enchantment scrolls that I just obtained from Qiu Rui. Xia Qingyue's eyes widened in surprise. Legendary level enchantment scrolls. You're giving one to me? She understood that such scrolls were not easily obtained, being rare in the market and seldom seen even at auctions. However, since getting to know Li Luo, she felt as though he could procure legendary level enchantment scrolls as if he were running a wholesale factory, casually producing them at will. After a moment of consideration, she declared, I won't hold back then. With a bright smile, Xia Qingwei examined the 3 scrolls before selecting one that enhanced her agility. She promptly used the scroll, exclaiming, "Hee hee, now I'm invincible." She was overjoyed. I now possess the legendary recovery enchantment, Endless Life, the legendary attack enchantment, Minor Swordsmanship, and the legendary agility enchantment, Light as a Swallow. It seems insurmountable now that if only I could acquire a defensive enchantment, that would be even more perfect. Li Luo glanced at the other 2 legendary enchantment scrolls. The defensive enchantment, Limitless Golden Body, and the offensive enchantment, 1,000-Pound Strike. To his surprise, Qiu Rui had indeed bestowed upon him treasures of great value. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. After pondering for a moment, Li Luo handed the Limitless Golden Body scroll to Xia Qingwei, suggesting, "Then I shall sell this to you to cover the shortfall." Xia Qingwei's eyes lit up with excitement as she queried, "Ah, but won't you use it yourself?" "I already have my own," he replied. "What about keeping it for your brother Zhou Pai?" Li Luo shook his head slightly. He hasn't managed this matter well for me. Whatever's left for him is more than enough to be honest. I don't even wish to give Zhou Pai any enchantment scrolls this time." Xia Qingwei happily accepted the enchantment scroll, stating, "All right, I will transfer the funds to you shortly." As soon as she obtained the Limitless Golden Body, she immediately used it in an instant. She noticed her skin shimmering with a faint golden glow, and she could distinctly feel her physical strength surge significantly. This moment, she felt like a hexagonal warrior, equipped with attack, agility, recovery, and defense, lacking any apparent weaknesses. Following this, she swiftly took out her phone and transferred 300 million to Li Luo. Upon seeing the successful transfer notification, Li Luo remained unfazed. Money had ceased to concern him. As of now, his account balance had soared to over 13 billion, a sum he could hardly exhaust. The reason he gifted Xia Qingwei these 2 enchantments was twofold. First, because she had assisted him greatly, and second, because he had no use for them. He already possessed Snow Treading Without a Trace and Indestructible Diamond, and only the most potent enchantment of similar effects would be beneficial, as their effects do not stack infinitely. Legendary enchantments, after all, are generally comparable in efficacy. Li Luo, what level are you at now? Xia Qingwei inquired curiously. Level 60, almost 61, Li Luo replied. The final kill of the flying mantis had propelled him past level 60. Xia Qingwei gasped in astonishment. What? Level 60? What kind of monstrous leveling speed is that? Li Luo shrugged. You should be aware of my strength. Indeed, she conceded, your monstrous nature is undeniable. This will certainly provide greater assurance when we venture into the Demonist's secret realm. After their departure, the area outside the Education Bureau was in disarray. The late-arriving director of the Magic City Enforcement Bureau, Tang Xinghe, wore a grave expression as he surveyed the countless fallen enforcers scattered across the ground. His brow furrowed in distress. How did it come to this? After gathering information, he found himself at a loss, uncertain how to resolve the situation. Logically, he should have dispatched personnel to apprehend the assailant. Li Luo, however, based on what he had just learned, he did not believe they possessed the capability to subdue Li Luo. The abnormally powerful Barret spirit of Li Luo was clearly not something that could be dealt with merely by sheer numbers. Furthermore, this incident also involved Major General Lu Rian from the military. He was well aware of her status. She was revered by all and could not be easily provoked. Ultimately, he had no choice but to escalate the matter. The response he received from above instructed him to placate Li Luo and observe the situation. Thus, he could only send personnel to secure and clean up the area. Tang Xinghe shook his head with a sigh. Qiu Yi, you truly are foolish. It is also to be expected. Given that you and Qiu Rui are the same family, it is only natural for you to be of the same ilk. I just hope the Qiu family refrains from further foolishness. Soon, Li Luo arrived at the villa complex where Xia Qingwei resided. The surroundings were picturesque, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Li Luo expressed his surprise. You live in a villa? Of course, Xia Qingwei replied with a proud smile, gesturing toward the cluster of villas before them. Our Xia family is a prominent clan. This entire villa complex belongs to us. It includes a martial arts training ground, a fish pond, and various entertainment facilities. She teased Li Luo. So, how about it? Do you wish to live off me? Not at all, Li Luo replied, shaking his head, before inquiring with curiosity. By the way, where is this Demonist's secret realm you mentioned? Xia Qingwei blinked. Why are you so interested in the Demonist's secret realm? Honestly, are you hoping to see a demoness? She scrutinized Li Luo's expression, seemingly trying to discern something, but found nothing. Li Luo raised an eyebrow. I am intrigued by all creatures, monstrous or otherwise. Don't rush. I will tell you about the demoness secret realm soon, Xia Qingyue said with a peculiar smile. By the way, Li Luo, would you like to see my cat that can do backflips? Chapter 90. You mean the cat. Could it be you? Li Luo's gaze shifted, deep in thought as he studied Xia Qingyue. Does her family truly have a cat that can perform backflips? Qingyue, you're back. A stern voice rang out from a short distance away. Li Luo turned to see the speaker was Xia Yuntian, Xia Qingyue's father, with whom he had previously crossed paths. He wore a serious expression as he fixed his gaze on Xia Qingyue, his brow furrowed. Qingyue, are you causing trouble again? What a bother. Xia Qingyue's eyes flickered as she clutched Li Luo's sleeve and hid behind him, saying, Dad, what trouble? There's nothing going on. Humph. Don't think I'm unaware, Xia Yuntian retorted, his gaze shifting from Xia Qingyue to Li Luo, his demeanor transforming immediately into a broad smile that he beamed. Li Luo, come. We've prepared a sumptuous feast. Let us dine together. Witnessing this scene, Xia Qingyue was taken aback. Who is truly his biological child? She suspected she had been picked up from a trash can. Li Luo, slightly bewildered, asked, dinner? Yes, you've arrived just in time for a meal. How fortuitous, Xia Yuntian exclaimed, pulling Li Luo toward the banquet hall. Behind them, Xia Qingyue pouted, visibly displeased, but followed along, inwardly grumbling. Humph, this unreliable father doesn't even call my name. If he doesn't summon me, I will go anyway. She understood that the Xia family's banquet hall was a privilege not typically afforded to guests. Only those deemed significant would be invited there. It was clear to her that Li Luo had been regarded as an important guest by the family. Under the auspices of the clan leader, Xia Shan, Li Luo was comfortably seated in the guest of honor's position. Sitting alongside Xia Shan gazed at Li Luo with a smile, saying, Li Luo, you truly are a remarkable young man. Li Luo humbly replied, You flatter me. Xia Shan waved his hand dismissively. I am not exaggerating. Everyone, do you agree? He turned to look at the others at the banquet table. When his gaze fell upon Xia Qingyue, a vein appeared on his forehead. With a serious tone, he stated, Qingyue, you have already surpassed level 30. From now until the college entrance examination, you are to be grounded for half a month. What? Half a month of grounding? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue was far from pleased. Half a month? Would that not be the end of her life? She still wished to visit the demoness secret realm to see if there were any treasures to be found. This was unacceptable. She had to devise a plan. She cast a pleading glance at her father, Xia Yuntian, only to find him deliberately looking away. She inwardly lamented, well, isn't this splendid? Just when I need him, he drops the ball. What use is such a father if he doesn't help me in times of need? It seems I must find opportunities to exploit him more in the future. Helpless, she turned her gaze toward Li Luo in the guest seat, her eyes filled with desperation, as if he would be committing a grave sin if he did not assist her. Li Luo, catching sight of Xia Qingyue's imploring gaze, felt a stir of compassion and addressed Xia Shan, Uncle Xia. I believe this situation is not entirely Qingyue's fault. Her actions were influenced by me. Is there any room for negotiation? Xia Shan looked at Li Luo in surprise, not expecting him to intercede on Xia Qingyue's behalf. He nodded thoughtfully. Li Luo, since you were speaking up for Qingyue, then indeed we can negotiate. Let us reduce her grounding from half a month to 1 week. Li Luo's eyes brightened slightly as he turned to Xia Qingyue, only to see her shaking her head vigorously, mouthing the words, Demoness Secret Realm. This caused Li Luo's expression to harden. Indeed, if Xia Qingyue were grounded for a week, then his plans to explore the Demoness Secret Realm would be thwarted. Would she share information about the Demoness Secret Realm with him if she were not included? Clearly not. She was far too clever for that. Thus, Li Luo spoke again. Uncle Xia, I believe that as the college entrance examination approaches, time is of the essence if we utilize this period adequately to level up and hone combat skills. It might be more beneficial for Qingyue's exam preparation, wouldn't you agree? Huh? Xia Shan looked at Li Luo in astonishment, then turned to Xia Qingyue. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, saying, Indeed, Li Luo makes a valid point. Qingyue, you are to be penalized by ensuring your level increases to 40 before the college entrance examination. Otherwise, you shall still face consequences post-exam. Rest assured, clan leader, that is a piece of cake. Xia Qingwei declared with a beaming smile. A mere 10 levels, she was completely confident. Had she not possessed numerous legendary enchantments to bolster her strength, she might have harbored doubts. But now this was no longer a difficult task, as everyone dined and engaged in light conversation. The meal continued. Li Luo followed Xia Shan and arrived at the expansive fish pond situated at the heart of the Xia family's villa district. The pond was quite large, measuring no less than 8 acres. Accompanying Li Luo and Xia Shan were several other prominent figures from the Xia family. Xia Shan smiled at Li Luo and said, "I heard you possessed not only a barret, but also a fishing rod." "Indeed," Li Luo nodded. "How about we cast a few lines here? I enjoy fishing as well. We could chat while we fish," Xia Shan inquired. "Sounds good," Li Luo agreed with a nod. Upon finishing his sentence, a luminous lure fishing rod materialized in Li Luo's hand, which he promptly cast into the pond. Observing this, Xia Shan also retrieved his equipment to begin fishing. Li Luo, "I heard you are an orphan." Xia Shan asked while fishing. "Yes. What are your future plans?" "Assuming all goes well, I intend to focus on the college entrance examination, university, and then the military," Li Luo reflected briefly. "Protecting the city is the primary duty of the Law Enforcement Bureau. While battling the monsters shrouded in mist falls to the military to acquire formidable top-tier enchantments. He must slay a multitude of monsters to accumulate lifespan. Thus the military is undoubtedly the most suitable path for him." Beside him, Xia Shan appeared contemplative. "I heard you've made contact with military personnel. May I ask, what is your relationship with Lu Rian?" "Her? I suppose you could call her a comrade," Li Luo replied. "I see." Xia Shan mused, continuing with curiosity. "Li Luo, I would like to invite you to become a guest elder of the Xia family. Would you be willing?" "Guest elder of the Xia family?" Li Luo murmured softly. He understood that a guest elder held a significant position within a prominent family and could access substantial resources. However, the drawback was the necessity of adhering to certain agreements with the family. He was not fond of constraints. "I'm afraid I am a free spirit." Li Luo gently shook his head. "So I have no such intentions at the moment that I understand." Xia Shan chuckled awkwardly. "No worries. We can still enjoy a fishing competition, shall we?" Li Luo readily agreed. Of course. An hour later, Xia Shan stood in astonishment as he observed Li Luo reeling in over 10 sizable fish. Wait, how is he so adept at fishing? He had only caught 3 fish, all of which were minnows. In comparison, he felt utterly outclassed by Li Luo. For the first time in his decades of fishing experience, he faced a crushing defeat. "All right," Li Luo said, content as he stowed his fishing rod. "I must take my leave." Xia Shan, returning to reality, urged, "Li Luo, why not stay here for the night? There are plenty of houses to—" Li Luo shook his head. "No, I'm not accustomed to that." "Very well." Xia Shan turned to Xia Qingwei. "Qingwei, could you see Li Luo off?" "Of course." Xia Qingwei escorted Li Luo to the entrance and quietly asked, "Li Luo, are you sure you don't want to see the cat that can perform backflips?" "It's truly captivating." Li Luo rubbed his nose. "The cat you mentioned. It wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Chapter 91, Legendary Enchantment. Overpressure Gravity. Xia Qingwei's cheeks flushed slightly. "You actually don't know about that. How novel." Li Luo raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Xia Qingwei's alluring figure. "You dressed as a cat. Surely it would be quite a sight, wouldn't it?" Xia Qingwei then asked, "Hey, Li Luo, shall we head to the Succubus Secret Realm tomorrow? Is that all right?" "How many people are allowed in the Succubus Secret Realm?" Without hesitation, Xia Qingwei answered, "It's a 4-person realm. Who else is going?" "There's a pair of siblings, Meng Sisi and Meng Zhongli. They provided me with the information about the Succubus Secret Realm. They didn't ask for payment, but they do need us to help them level up and treasure hunt." "Are they students or working individuals?" "The siblings are students from Magic City No. 7 High School, and it seems they are quite influential there, with impressive strength," Xia Qingwei recalled after a moment. Li Luo nodded. "All right, please send me the departure time and location." Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Luo checked the time and realized it was already 10 p.m. However, he noticed that Zhou Pai had yet to return, leading him to speculate that Zhou Pai was likely off somewhere with that Ding Xiang. Lost and loved, he hoped his friend Wu Nti drown in it. He lay on his bed, murmuring softly. Simultaneously, he pondered over Xia Shan's words. The essence of his advice was to be cautious of the forces lurking behind the Qiu family, as they might attempt to undermine him covertly. In truth, he was not particularly concerned. If they dared to make a move, they would only find themselves facing the consequences of their actions. Ding dong. A notification chimed on his phone. Prompting him to check. It was yet another message from his homeroom teacher, Zhao Ling, regarding the reporting of levels. Numerous classmates had begun to report their levels that a glance revealed that their levels were generally between 10 and 20. 8 days had passed since the leveling secret realm had opened, and it was evident that everyone had made significant progress. Li Luo, level 60. The moment this information was released, the class group chat erupted in excitement. What the heck? Li Luo is already level 60. No way, man. I'm only at 16, and you're at 60? Oh my goodness, Li Luo is a freak. This year's college entrance examination, Li Luo is undoubtedly the frontrunner. That's debatable. After all, there are rumors of exceptionally talented Dark Horse students from other cities, but I bet none of their levels reach 60. That's true. After all, Li Luo's Barrett is extraordinary. Not to mention, he even took down the director of the Education Bureau to AT this moment. Li Luo suddenly remembered that he had yet to register for the college entrance examination. Curious, he logged into his account and was surprised to find that he could access it. It seems that strength reigns supreme. Just a few hours had passed since he had slain Xiao Rui, the director of the Education Bureau, and already his information had been recorded. Without hesitation, he clicked to register for the college entrance examination and promptly exited the system. Time for sleep. Overnight, Li Luo became a figure of considerable notoriety due to his decisive defeat of the director of the Magic City Education Bureau, Xiao Rui. Prior to this, his performance had been commendable. But this incident certainly shocked the community. News of it spread throughout Magic City. Consequently, numerous forces extended olive branches to Li Luo, including the Xia family, the Shin family, the Li family, and the Qin family. Yet, without question, Li Luo declined each offer. He had no desire to align himself with any private factions. His only goal was to join the military, gather ample information about the mists, and understand the distribution of monsters within them. That was sufficient. On that very night, Lian, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau in the Eastern District of Magic City, delivered the reward Li Luo had been promised. It was personally brought by Xia Dan to the dormitory of Magic City No. 3. The reward consisted of a legendary level enchantment scroll, Overpressure Gravity, along with a monetary reward of 300 million. Upon reviewing Overpressure Gravity, Li Luo was somewhat astonished. Overpressure Gravity, legendary level enchantment, used for weapon spirit enchantment. When enchanted, attacks that strike the target will impose tenfold gravity upon them, lasting for 2 seconds. Upon witnessing the effects of this enchantment, Li Luo's eyes lit up. Excellent. This overpressure gravity in conjunction with Barrett bullets will be absolutely devastating. The pressure from tenfold gravity is no trivial matter. This will undoubtedly hinder the target's movements significantly, albeit for a mere 2 seconds. However, my bullets will keep coming, with fire, ice, knockback, and gravity. And the best part is, unlimited bullets. I can't even begin to imagine how the monsters will be tormented. The following morning, Li Luo shouldered his Barrett and made his way towards the eastern city gate of Magic City. He was not heading to the leveling secret realm, but rather to the succubus secret realm. As per Xia Qingyue's message, the arranged departure time was at 8 a.m., but he had no habit of being late. Hence he arrived early, with the clock barely striking 7:30. Ding dong. Suddenly, Li Luo received a message and pulled out his phone to check. It seems to be a message from Lu Rian. Li Luo, I managed to secure the epic level enchantment, Wine Gliding, you requested. Where are you? I can bring it to you. Another reward. Today seems to be quite fortunate. Li Luo felt a surge of delight and promptly responded. I'm currently at the eastern city gate of Magic City. Feel free to come by. Lu Rian replied quickly. Please wait for a few minutes. I'll be there shortly. All right, Li Luo replied simply. Somewhat surprised to find that Lu Rian had obtained the gliding type epic level enchantment, Wine Gliding, so swiftly. Without a doubt, this would greatly benefit him during his travels, especially when paired with his leap and bound. He would be able to leap and glide continuously. While waiting for Lu Rian and Xia Qingyue, he leaned against the city gate with his Barrett, observing the passers-by. Almost all of them were current students. Suddenly, a few classmates halted in their tracks, looking at Li Luo with hesitation to Li Luo. Hearing this, Li Luo turned to see it was Wang Yi and his group. His expression darkened. Scram. Wang Yi gulped nervously and immediately nodded. Yes, we'll leave right away. Wang Yi hurriedly led his companions, scrambling out of the city gate and disappearing into the teleportation portal for the leveling secret realm. Naturally, Wang Yi dared not confront Li Luo directly. What a joke. The prodigy Zhao Xian from the Magic City possesses two legendary Great Spirit tools, yet he was effortlessly slain by Li Luo. He would certainly not be foolish enough to venture out and seek death. As for the shot he endured earlier, he can only be grateful that he was not killed. Otherwise, his demise would have been in vain. In this Magic City, how many dare to provoke Li Luo? Just as Wang Yi and others had departed, a clear and somewhat familiar female voice suddenly rang out not far from Li Luo Do. Is that not Li Luo? Li Luo turned in surprise, only to find it was Shun Mingyue. Shun Mingyue, accompanied by her beautiful companions, approached and halted before Li Luo. Li Luo. It's been a while. Li Luo raised an eyebrow. What is it? Speak plainly. Shun Mingyue smiled sweetly. Li Luo, I've gathered information on another monster lair. Interested? Li Luo regretfully shook his head. I would be interested, but I'm afraid I already have an appointment. Shun Mingyue shrugged in disappointment. All right, then I shall seek you out next time. Chapter 92. Xianyin Xin. Hun Yuan Bell. Just as they departed, the ethereal Lu Rian appeared before Li Luo. With a teasing smile, she remarked, Oh, it seems the handsome one is quite popular. Was that beauty just now seeking your WeChat? Li Luo shook his head. No, just a friend. Is that so? Lu Rian, holding a shimmering five-colored enchantment scroll, slowly extended it towards Li Luo. Li Luo. Here's your reward. Thank you for your hard work, Li Luo replied as he accepted the enchantment scroll and promptly examined it. Soaring Glide, epic enchantment, used for enchanting living beings. Once enchanted, you can glide gracefully whenever you leap from a height. After reviewing the effects of the enchantment scroll, Li Luo did not hesitate to use it on himself. This was gliding, the enchantment closest to flying. What was there to ponder? After the enchantment, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. With this enchantment, he would no longer need to worry about falling from great heights. He suddenly recalled the activity of skydiving and wondered if he were to jump from an airplane now, he might not even need a parachute. Lu Rian curiously inquired, Li Luo, were you here specifically waiting for me? Li Luo clarified, not entirely. I am waiting for my companions to head to the wild secret realm. Lu Rian expressed surprise. What? A wild secret realm? Li Luo calmly nodded. Yes, then I advise you to abandon that thought. Lu Rian said seriously. Why? Li Luo furrowed his brow. Lu Rian's gaze shifted, gently lifting her right hand to point beyond the city gates. Since last night, the military has begun deploying personnel around the Magic City. Stationed at intervals of 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 kilometers from the city, establishing a total of 5 defensive lines. That a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Li Luo's eyes. 5 defensive lines. Indeed, Lu Rian confirmed. Oh, you know what this implies. Li Luo feigned nonchalance. It implies there are 5 defensive lines? Puffed. Lu Rian covered her mouth. Laughing, you've certainly grasped the essence of useless banter. Her expression gradually turned serious. This indicates that there may soon be a surge of powerful unknown monsters emerging from the mist. If you wish to venture into the wild now, it would be tantamount to courting death. She raised an eyebrow. Moreover, the military personnel are unlikely to allow anyone to enter the wild mist. Currently, they are only permitting exits. She paced lightly, concern etched on her face. I can sense that something significant is about to unfold. As far as I know, other cities are experiencing similar deployments. Other cities as well? Li Luo frowned, deep in thought. That it indeed seemed as though something monumental was on the horizon. Li Luo, you arrived so early? Xia Qingyue's voice resonated from a distance. Li Luo looked up to see her accompanied by 2 students clad in the uniforms of Magic City No. 7 High School. One was male and the other female, both bearing a resemblance that he surmised they must be Meng Sisi and Meng Zhongli. Xia Qingyue brought the 2 before Li Luo, preparing to discuss the plan for challenging the succubus secret realm. Suddenly, her gaze flickered towards Lu Rian. Oh, Lu Rian, what brings you here? Lu Rian chuckled lightly. Guess. Xia Qingyue raised an eyebrow. Are you implying I should guess? I'm too lazy to guess. Lu Rian turned to Li Luo. Instructing, Li Luo, keep your phone on these next few days and absolutely do not enter the secret realm. Stay alert for notifications, as the mission may commence at any moment. Li Luo shrugged. All right, it seems the secret realm is off the table. Previously, he had promised Lu Rian that he would participate in the Level 3 Mist Fortress mission. The gist of it was that a powerful special operations team needed to be dispatched to investigate a Level 3 Mist Fortress that had not communicated for a full day and night. This was highly abnormal. It seemed as if it had fallen. It should be noted that the fortress's primary function was to monitor the surrounding mist and any changes in monster activity. Any anomalies would promptly notify the military. But now an entire day without feedback was decidedly unusual. Hence, the military needed to send personnel to ascertain the situation and see if there were any survivors. If there were, efforts must be made to rescue them. The fortress was located approximately 50 kilometers from the Magic City. All right, I must take my leave. After Lu Rian spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Xia Qinghue before turning to depart. As Lu Rian left, Xia Qinghue introduced Li Luo. These are Meng Sisi and Meng Zhongli, the siblings from whom we received the information about the succubus secret realm. Li Luo turned to Meng Sisi and Meng Zhongli. Slightly taken aback, Meng Sisi held a peculiar spirit tool that resembled an ancient chain, while Meng Zhongli clutched an odd-looking spirit tool that was the size of a basketball. A golden bell? Meng Sisi introduced herself. Hello, Li Luo. I am Meng Sisi, a student from Magic City No. 7 High School. That MY spirit tool is the legendary grade Xianin Qin, capable of special soundwave attacks. Meng Zhongli also introduced himself. Hello, Li Luo. I am Meng Zhongli, Sisi's elder brother, and my spirit tool is the legendary grade Hun Yuan Bell, which boasts formidable defensive capabilities. Upon hearing their introductions, Li Luo nodded thoughtfully. Hello, I am Li Luo. Li Luo. We are already aware of your situation. There's no need for you to introduce yourself, Meng Sisi said, gazing at Li Luo with admiration. After all, she was well aware of Li Luo's prowess. He had not only assisted the Enforcement Bureau in slaying the Flying Bat, Howling Wolf, and Hill Hedgehog, resolving all students' leveling issues, but had also taken down Xiao Rui, Xiao Yi, and numerous enforcers, earning widespread renown. Meng Zhongli smiled at Li Luo. Li Luo, my sister is your ardent fan and holds you in great esteem. Is that so? Li Luo raised an eyebrow in surprise, then shook his head. Unfortunately, we cannot enter the succubus secret realm. What? We can't go? Why? Xia Qinghue looked at Li Luo in shock. Li Luo recounted the entire situation to Xia Qinghue, Meng Sisi, and Meng Zhongli. After hearing Li Luo's explanation, Xia Qinghue appeared dejected. So, does this mean we can only go to the leveling secret realm now? Li Luo nodded. The portal to the leveling secret realm is located about 500 meters outside the eastern city gate. Surrounded by numerous enforcers for protection, you can head to the secret realm to level up, Xia Qinghue queried. Aren't you going? Li Luo recalled his agreement with Lu Rian and shook his head. I have a mission, so I cannot go for the time being, Xia Qinghue sighed. All right, then I shall go and mix in the leveling secret realm. After a brief exchange, the three departed in succession. Li Luo stood at a height, gazing out at the 5 defensive lines beyond the city. Thanks to the Eye of True Vision enchantment, his extraordinary eyesight allowed him to see within a range of 20 kilometers, enabling him to clearly observe the situation at each defensive line. It seemed that everyone wore solemn expressions, devoid of laughter. Suddenly, his gaze halted, and his expression shifted slightly. Something was amiss. From a distance, a dense swarm of